Chapter 1. May 15th, 1998. It had been a full 2 weeks, and Harry Potter was still having trouble believing that the war was really over. The rest of the wizarding world seemed to share his sentiments, because it was the first time in 2 weeks that Harry actually had a moment to himself. Between numerous funerals, cleanups, and not to mention rounding up Death Eaters and supporters, days had seemed to pass 3 times faster than usual. The good thing was that it didn't give him time to dwell on things. The funerals had been hard enough, and Harry felt that if he stopped and started thinking about everything that had happened in the last year, hell, his whole life actually, he would need to be locked up in St. Mungo's for the rest of his life. "Good work, Potter," called Gawain Robards as he went to his office. "Take the next 2 days off, all right." "Yeah, you got it," said Harry, trying not to frown. He knew Robards was being considerate, but Harry honestly had no idea what he was supposed to do with time off. As it did turn out, when he returned to Grimmauld Place that evening, he had a letter from Gringotts waiting for him. And that letter was the start of everything. May 18th, 1998. Harry was not looking forward to another day of meetings. He had already spent way too much of his time in those with everyone from Headmistress McGonagall to Minister Shacklebolt. Not only did that take time away from Teddy, his godson and the only person Harry felt comfortable around these days, but it usually meant he had to make decisions and think about things he was trying to ignore. Professor McGonagall had extended an invitation to come to Hogwarts to do a Newt's year to him and others in his year. While many like Hermione had accepted, Harry knew he couldn't return to Hogwarts, as much as he had thought of it as his home at one point in his life. Learning and education were not paths he wanted for himself. Kingsley, on the other hand, wanted to make his temporary assignment to the Auror department permanent. But Harry didn't want to be an Auror either. After the Battle of Hogwarts, the smarter Death Eaters had decided to surrender. It honestly hadn't surprised Harry, considering many had joined and remained out of fear of Voldemort, and seeing him dead had made it very clear that they had picked the losing side. Instead of fighting further, they had surrendered and were currently awaiting trial in Azkaban. The more stubborn ones had tried to run, but hadn't made it very far since the beaten-down wizarding populace had not forgotten the atrocities wrought upon them this past year, and had assisted Robards and his men to their utmost ability. Those raids had killed off most of the violent Death Eaters who had actually managed to survive the Battle of Hogwarts. Currently, only petty criminals and some of the Snatchers remained at large, which was why Harry was considering turning down Kingsley's offer as well. While it was rewarding work, he did not wish to jump back into a life of hunting down Death Eaters and dark wizards when he'd done his fair share all his life. He wasn't sure his sanity could take it. In all honesty, Harry just wanted to do something meaningful with his life. The war had been devastating on Britain. St. Mungo's was struggling to treat those affected and swamped with trying to handle orphans, Muggle-borns, and others left alone after the war. The Ministry was no better, trying in vain to control their own internally crumbling bureaucracy. While Kingsley had been working like a madman to bring things to order, the Ministry was still rather unstable. All of this was not even mentioning the extensive property damage, breakdown of businesses all over the country, and an oncoming economical crisis. His meeting that day was with Gringotts, and they'd invited him for a sit-down about some very important matters. He had no doubt they wanted to talk to him about his break-in and the heavy damage he had caused. He was surprised it had taken them this long to bring the matter up. It was going to be a long day of appeasing the goblins and their wounded pride. To his surprise, when he did arrive at Gringotts, he received a lot of frightened looks, as opposed to angry or even joyful at the prospect of seeing him punished. He was already confused before Head Goblin Cord walked into the wide, spacious office that Harry had been led to. "Mr. Potter," greeted the goblin dressed in gold robes. "I am Cord, the head goblin of Gringotts in Britain." "Good morning, Cord," said Harry politely. "Please sit," said Cord, indicating a chair in front of his desk. Harry nodded and sat down, trying not to let his curiosity show. Cord took a seat opposite him and surveyed him through his thick monocle. "Let me begin this meeting by assuring you that Gringotts does not hold you responsible for the damage caused by your break-in. It is why you did not encounter any resistance in your dealings with us these past weeks," he said. "We were saddened to learn that the person responsible was one of our own. He has been appropriately dealt with." Harry's eyebrows flew up. "Right," he said uncertainly, though he was relieved that they weren't holding his vault and the contents hostage. "So, why did you want to meet with me?" Cord paused and looked distinctly uncomfortable. "I was expecting you to bring legal representation with you to this meeting, Mr. Potter," he said. Harry vaguely remembered their letter mentioning bringing someone to represent him if needed. "I don't have one," he said honestly, wondering if it would have been a good idea to bring Hermione, even though she had left for Australia the day before. "You are going to need one," said Cord, "or several." "Am I being accused of something?" asked Harry coldly. "Hardly," said Cord. "What do you know about the Death Eaters and their alliance to the one they called the Dark Lord, Mr. Potter?" That wasn't what he was expecting. "What?" asked Harry, taken aback. "Do you know what they pledged him along with their support?" asked Cord. "Apart from their loyalty, whatever he asked of them, I suppose," said Harry. "Not quite," said Cord. "The Dark Lord had several followers, but only a few were part of his inner circle. Those that were pledged their name, wealth, and fealty to him as their lord." "Right," said Harry, remembering that the inner circle consisted mainly of the pureblood fanatics, while there were plenty other Death Eaters who were just murderers that had joined Voldemort. "They shouldn't be a problem, though. All of them are in Azkaban or dead." "Which is precisely a problem," said Cord. "By right, their lord owned everything they had. Since you then defeated their lord, it all passes to you." Harry's eyes went wide. What?" he asked, unsure of what Cord was telling him. Cord leaned back in his chair. "All the wealth and titles pledged to the Dark Lord by his inner circle are now yours, Mr. Potter," he said. Harry stared at him, thunderstruck. "How many?" he asked hoarsely. "At our current estimate?" asked Cord, consulting a roll of parchment from his robes. "At least 23 of them owe you their loyalty, including 14 of the sacred 28. You have your Potter and Black family inheritances, of course, so that makes 25, including 15 of the sacred 28, said Harry, his throat dry. Cord nodded shortly. "And then there is the undiscovered bloodline," he said. Asked Harry. "The Peveril family," said Cord. "We were finally able to trace the Peveril bloodline after it came to light that the one called the Dark Lord was the last heir of the Gaunt family before he adopted his persona. The second Peveril brother, Antioch's family line, ended with the Dark Lord, so the title now passes to the descendants of the third brother, Ignatus." "I'm related to Ignatus Peveril?" asked Harry, and then felt foolish because it was obvious since he had the cloak. "Right. While the Peveril line doesn't come with a Wisengamot seat, and it precedes the sacred 28 alliance, what it does provide you is the extensive estate that still remains to be inherited," said Cord. "Why didn't Voldemort inherit it?" asked Harry. Cord still flinched at the name, but pressed on. "Like I said, it was only after his death that even we goblins realized the connection," he explained. "He certainly never came to us to check, and it wouldn't be amiss if he actually had no idea of his own connection to the Peveril line." Harry blinked thoughtfully and finally nodded. "So, the Peveril estate comes to me now?" he asked. "Yes," said Cord. "It is a very valuable estate, Mr. Potter, more valuable than both the Potter and Black family combined." Harry sat back in his chair in shock. Cord gave him a few minutes before clearing his throat. "Now, you understand the full scope of things, don't you, Mr. Potter?" he asked. "Some of these houses still have existing heirs, so there is no doubt that it will be up to you to deal with them," he said. "Apart from their wealth and titles, you also receive authority over their seats on the Wisengamot. I do not have to impress upon you what this means." Harry blinked and wiped the sweat beading on his forehead. "I need an attorney," he said finally. "Yes," said Cord, "and a good one, too. He will have a monumental task before him if he is to help you navigate through this particular quagmire." "I don't suppose you could recommend me someone?" asked Harry. Cord paused. "There aren't many left," he said. Ever since the Dark Lord's return, the houses haven't had use for them. Your best bet would be the Verdant firm. They are the last ones left who have previous experience in these matters. The others mostly deal with petty criminal matters or the like. Their offices are not far from Ollivander's. "Thank you," said Harry. Cord clicked his fingers and a large stack of parchments covered his desk. With another click, they were all shrunk and placed into a thin manila envelope. He slid it towards Harry with both hands. "Show him this," he said. "I have no doubt he will contact us for further details, and of course, you shall have the goblin's silence while you deal with it." Harry took the manila envelope and put it away in his robes. "Thank you," he said again and stood up. Cord stood as well and bowed. "Of course," he said. "Good day, Mr. Potter." "Good day, Cord," said Harry and left his office woodenly. The bright sunshine outside the bank disoriented him momentarily, but he took a deep breath and walked down towards Ollivander's. His mind was whirring at the implications of what he had learned, and he was in a daze by the time he arrived at the cluster of offices near Ollivander's. He found a sign denoting the offices of Verdant, with a note telling him to ring the bell for assistance. He rang the small brass bell nearby, which tinkled beyond the frosted glass doors. Nobody answered, and Harry was about to ring the bell once more when he just decided to try and open the door. To his surprise, the handle turned easily, and the door swung open with a creak. The hallway before him was a little dark, but he could see an open office door beyond the darkened lobby and the row of closed rooms. Harry made his way towards the office, stopping short in the doorway when he noticed a woman with long, golden blonde hair packing up the office in boxes. She had her back to him, so Harry knocked on the office door lightly to get her attention. She whirled around at the sound, and Harry's memory vaguely provided him the name that went with that face. "Daphne," he asked. "Daphne Gringotts from Slytherin." She looked even more surprised, blue eyes widening. "Potter," she asked, "what are you doing here?" "You're an attorney?" asked Harry. She raised an eyebrow. "No," she said. "We were in the same year at Hogwarts, remember?" Harry went pink. "Why, yeah, I know," he said hastily. "I meant, are you one now?" She shrugged delicately. "I suppose," she said, "but your timing is rather poor. Today is the last day Verdant is in business." "Why?" asked Harry. "This was my father's business," said Daphne. "Unfortunately, he was murdered by Death Eaters 2 months ago." "Oh," said Harry, "I'm very sorry to hear that." Daphne smiled a little. "Thank you. Believe it or not, hearing it from you actually comes across as sincere," she said. "Did you need an attorney?" "Yeah," he said. "There are a few others here in Diagon Alley," said Daphne. "I can give you a list if you want." "Do any of them have experience with title and estate planning?" he asked. Daphne stopped short. "Not as such, no," she said. "This firm was one of the last ones standing that was capable of those matters. It's been sort of a mess since my father died, so I don't really know how else to help." Harry nodded, understanding better than she probably knew. "Is your sister all right?" he asked, concerned. She stared at him in surprise. "How did you?" "We were in the same year at Hogwarts," he said, repeating her words. "Yes, but we never even spoke," she said, still puzzled. "Well, my experience with Slytherin was either Snape or Malfoy, neither of which was pleasant," shrugged Harry. "But I at least knew about other people in our year, especially in the later years." He suddenly remembered the last time he'd seen her. "You were there, weren't you?" he said. "At the Battle of Hogwarts. You were among the Slytherins who stayed." She looked a little embarrassed. "It's not a big deal," she said, glancing away. "It wasn't as if there was another place for me to go. I wasn't much of a fighter, so I mostly just looked after the wounded." "Thank you for doing that," he said sincerely. She chuckled, her demeanor growing considerably warmer with the gesture. "It's ironic you're thanking me, so please stop," she said. "Astoria is fine. We were spared after our father was killed since we were both purebloods and could be used as breeding stock to further any of the numerous Death Eater lines." Harry winced at her blunt words, spoken in such a matter-of-fact tone even if they were true. At his wince, she smiled a little. "Don't worry, Potter," she said. "My father was killed because he refused to pledge his fealty to the Dark Lord, And since the war's over, I'm just happy my sister and I are alive because of you and what you did. So, how about you tell me why you need an attorney and I'll try and see if I can help." "Really?" asked Harry, surprised. Daphne nodded firmly. "I understand you might hesitate considering we don't know one another that well, and I'm not even fully qualified, really. But if I can repay the favor, I would be happy to do it." "Thanks, Greengrass," said Harry, and then paused. "What do you mean, not qualified?" "I mean, I don't have a license to practice as an attorney," she said. "My father had been grooming me to take over the business, but without authorization, I can't officially get involved right now." "In other words, you are still qualified, aren't you?" asked Harry. "At least, more than anyone else at this moment in matters of title and estate planning, apart from having a license," he added when she opened her mouth to protest. She chuckled again. "Why don't you come in and tell me what it is that you want and I'll see if I can help?" she asked. "Thanks," said Harry, walking into the office and closing the door behind himself. As an afterthought, he raised his wand to cast some privacy charms, but before he could do so, a small seal glowed on the closed door. "Don't worry," said Daphne, clearing some boxes off a chair and offering it to him. "The offices are all warded for privacy." Harry put away his wand and sat down. "Right, of course," he said. He took out the manila envelope and handed it to Daphne. She took it and paused. "I should inform you that this conversation will be entirely confidential, but I cannot examine documents until you officially hire me," she said. "It's to protect both of us." "I trust you," said Harry before he could think too much of it. Daphne looked startled. "Merlin," she said, shaking her head. "You don't know the first thing about me. You shouldn't be so quick to offer your trust, Potter. It will be the ruin of you." Harry went scarlet. "Sorry," he said. "It's just what you just told me. About your father and all, I feel like you might actually be the best person to trust right now." "And what proof do you have that any of what I said was the truth?" she asked. "For all you know, I could have been a Death Eater in hiding who was trying to ensnare you by making up a story that would get your sympathy." "No," he said confidently. "That I would have known." No matter how harsh her words or how calm her demeanor, Harry knew grief when he saw it, especially in those who had lost parents. Not to mention, he had seen her at the battle himself, tending to the wounded. Daphne sighed and shook her head. "Regardless, you should be careful," she said. "Before I open this envelope, why don't you tell me exactly what it is that you need?" "The inner circle of Death Eaters pledged their wealth, fealty, and titles to Voldemort. Since I killed him, it has all passed to me," he said shortly. Daphne dropped the envelope in shock. "Oh," she said, "you need an attorney." Harry chuckled. "Yes," he said. She bent down and picked up the envelope with shaky fingers. "You have two options right now," she said. "If you are on good terms with Minister Shacklebolt, use it to find a lawyer outside Britain who is an expert in these matters. That is your best bet." "And what's the other option?" asked Harry. "You hire me instead," said Daphne. "I will need about 3 days to get a license approved. And I cannot promise you the same level of expertise as my father, but you can be assured of my loyalty and silence." "What changed your mind?" asked Harry curiously, remembering her vehement refusal to even consider it before. Daphne's jaw tightened. "Both my parents died because of Death Eaters," she said grimly. "My mother died in childbirth with Astoria due to a prolonged curse placed on her by the Death Eaters in the previous war because my father refused to join them. When he also refused them this time around, they tortured and murdered him," she said. "And now, everything they had, everything they took from the wizarding world is in this envelope." She smirked at the envelope in question. "I would love nothing more than to see it used to restore what was lost to our world." Harry surveyed her closely. She hadn't been wrong when she had said that they hadn't even spoken once in the 6 years they'd been at Hogwarts, but he remembered her. Specifically, he remembered some of the more uncouth of his classmates remarking on her appearance. She was definitely beautiful with long blonde hair, big blue eyes, milky white skin, and a pretty face and body. But there was a look of such determination and intelligence in her features that he nodded slowly. "I don't need to tell you that this won't be easy," he said. She smiled at him and set the envelope down. I am prepared for a fight, Potter, she said, holding out her hand. Harry grasped her hand and shook it. Good, let's get started, he said, and call me Harry. 22nd May, 1998. It took exactly 3 days for Daphne Greengrass to get her license. She had explained that there was no formal education for an attorney offered in the wizarding world, just an exam set by the ministry to get a license to practice. She had sent off her application on the same day after he'd come to her, and her exams had been set for the very next day. Her results came in 2 days later, with her brand new license. The day after Daphne got her license, when Harry arrived at the offices of Verdant, he found that the darkened lobby had some light in it, and an older witch with graying dark hair and round glasses sat at the reception, writing something down. She looked up when Harry entered and got to her feet. Mr. Potter, she greeted. Miss Greengrass is in her office. Thank you, he paused. I'm Marybeth Cooper, she said. I worked with the late Mr. Greengrass until his death. Miss Daphne got in touch some time ago saying that the firm wasn't shutting down after all, and my job was there if I wanted it. Harry smiled. Has she informed you of what we are doing here? He asked. Yes, said Marybeth. You are the only client we have, and I have been sufficiently informed. Do go in. I shall be along with some tea and scones momentarily. Thank you, said Harry and walked towards the office. The door was ajar, and he glanced inside to see that the messy office had been cleaned and tidied up. Daphne sat at her desk, poring over a stack of parchments. Unlike their first meeting, when her hair had been in a messy ponytail and she had been dressed in slightly shabby robes, Daphne looked like a different woman altogether. Her hair was in a tight bun on the top of her head, a few wisps of her hair hanging around her face. Her face was properly made up, and she was dressed in fitted navy robes. She looked up when Harry knocked and beckoned him inside. Good morning, Harry, she said. Morning, Daphne, he said, and sat down in a chair. How's it going? She sighed a little and sat back in her chair. Good, she said. Gringotts is very thorough with their record keeping, which is very helpful. I have already sent off requests for more details, and they'll get back to me before the day is over. In the meantime, I have a concise list for you. Harry took the roll of parchment she offered him and read it quickly. It was a list of the families who now owed their name, loyalty, and wealth to him. It's like a who's who of scum, isn't it? Asked Daphne. My father was tortured because he refused to do the exact things these morons did. Well, that, and he didn't want to join the Dark Lord, of course. But you can see why it wouldn't be a good idea to sign everything away to someone else. She paused and smiled viciously. Of course now, you hold the leash. I doubt they want to be loyal to me, said Harry, setting the list down. They have very little choice, said Daphne. You could also order them to be executed if you want. Harry glanced back at the list and frowned. Most heads of those houses are in Azkaban or dead. The ones left are heirs who are not of age. Yes, said Daphne, dropping the smile and regaining her serious demeanor. In a way, that is good for us. Eliminating them is within your rights, but I don't think you are the kind of person who wants to do that. Harry chuckled. Yes, he said. You have another option, I assume. Daphne nodded and pulled out a long roll of parchment. These are all the assets owned by the Potter and Black families. I have also added up everything from houses that no longer have a viable heir. As you can see, it is a fairly substantial fortune. Harry read through the list and his eyes grew wide. Is this number correct? He asked. Your Potter and Black funds were high enough already, but after the death of the Dark Lord, the Gaunt and Peveril estate money also got added to it. The Gaunt estate was nothing more than a pittance, but the Peveril estate was quite extensive, as Head Goblin Cord no doubt told you already. Add to that a few defunct houses like Crouch, your personal funds are quite high, as you can see. You and 6 generations of your family won't have to work and could live their lives lavishly, she said. Right, said Harry, shaking off his shock. The good news is that you won't lack for money, said Daphne. So we can actually let the rest of the heirs and such have their estates and wealth to themselves. We do nothing, asked Harry. Daphne smiled. There are 50 seats in the Wisengamot. The sacred 28 seats get 2 votes each, as does the Minister of Magic. Everyone else gets 1 vote. You understand that this vote will count on every change in law, every trial, and any and every ministry decree." Harry paused. "How many votes do I have?" he asked. 57 out of a possible 80 votes, said Daphne, "with all the seats that owe loyalty to you." That, Harry shook his head as the implications began to sink in. "That's why we can afford to let them remain where they are." "Like I said, you would still be their lord," said Daphne. "They cannot defy you, because doing so would rid them of their title and wealth immediately. They know that very well, so they wouldn't have a choice except grit their teeth and do as you say." Harry started to laugh and couldn't stop for a few minutes. Daphne let him have the moment and chuckled a few times herself as Maribeth came in with tea and scones. "You are such a Slytherin," he asked finally. "Thank you," she said, sipping her tea. "I'm surprised you are taking this so well. I expected an honorable denial somehow." Harry picked up his own cup and smiled at Maribeth in thanks as she left. "I very nearly was Slytherin myself," he said, and then focused back on the matter at hand. "As much as I don't like the idea of them having any say whatsoever, using them to bring about the change they fought so hard to prevent sounds better and better." "I thought you might enjoy that," said Daphne. "If word is to be believed, Hermione Granger intends to join the ministry after her final year at Hogwarts to fight for creature rights. Now, imagine what 57 votes could do for that." Harry paused in sipping his tea and set his cup down. "I have changed my mind," he said suddenly. "I want to renegotiate our contract." Daphne stared at him in shock. "What?" she asked. "We agreed on your fees, but now I have some changes," he said. Daphne was stone-faced as she pulled out the contract they had signed after their first meeting. "What would you like to change?" she asked. "Your fees," he said. "They are now doubled with an added bonus." Daphne looked at him in shock. "Harry, you were very generous already," she said. "If this is what you did in after only one day of having your license, I want Verdant on permanent retainer for me," he said. "The money will give you a chance to hire more people, and with all that will come our way once this is all set in motion, we are going to need it." Daphne smiled slowly. "All right," she said, and waved her wand. The contract was altered, and both she and Harry signed it once more before Daphne put it away. "About the funds in their vaults," said Harry. "The heirs," he clarified. "What do we do about it?" "The wealth they hold is still substantial, but I wouldn't recommend taking it away from them," said Daphne. "People care a great deal for money, and if you want their loyalty, money is a great way to keep it. Of course, it will also help when we need to pull their leash a little." Harry grinned and started drinking his tea once more. "I want to set up a trust for my godson," he said. "I can do that," said Daphne, writing it down. "It is pretty straightforward." She set her quill down and surveyed Harry. "Honestly, we should focus on settling this thing with the heirs first. I heard a rumor when I was the ministry to take my exam." "What did you hear?" asked Harry. "As you know, the Wisengamot hasn't been in session since the fall of the Dark Lord," said Daphne. "And rightly so, because nobody even knows where to start. However, I heard that Minister Shacklebolt will be calling the first post-war session of the Wisengamot at the start of June. If it's true, we definitely need to sort this out before then," he said. "June is almost upon us. I suspect the first session will focus heavily on making sure we actually have a functioning Wisengamot with enough seats," said Daphne. "The minister won't risk holding trials or changing any laws until the Wisengamot is functional." "I know," nodded. "Kingsley has been using the minister's wartime power so far, but I guess people won't stand for it much longer." "Which brings us to your Wisengamot seats," said Daphne. "Once we have the loyalties of those houses, it's likely that the family matriarch will sit on the seat until the heirs are of age. But then there are other seats that are no longer extant, so we will need to figure that out too." "Let's do that now then," said Harry. "Okay," said Daphne. "As you know, the sacred 28 seats are the only permanent seats on the Wisengamot. The other 22 seats are elected through a nomination, followed by a vote of the full Wisengamot every 4 years. Harry hadn't actually known that, but he nodded along. "Sacred 28 first," he said, picking up the list of the current Wisengamot. Abbott. Viable, said Daphne, consulting her list. Hannah Abbott's father sits on the seat, and he has a son who is younger than Hannah who will likely inherit. Her mother was Muggle-born, wasn't she? Asked Harry, remembering the news of her being murdered in their 6th year. Yes, said Daphne. They were both quiet for a while before Daphne cleared her throat. Next. Avery, said Harry, frowning darkly. In Azkaban, and good riddance too, said Daphne. He has a wife, Bianca, and a 15-year-old son named Marshall. So Bianca will hold the seat until Marshall is of age, said Harry, and looked at the other list. Oh, but they signed it all to Voldemort. Which makes them loyal to you, smirked Daphne. Next. Black, but I hold that one, said Harry. You might need to nominate someone to hold it, said Daphne. It's technically not proper to sit on more than one seat. Andromeda Tonks, then, said Harry. She can hold the seat until Teddy, my godson, is of age. She was formerly Andromeda Black, wasn't she? Asked Daphne. Then that's perfect. You can make the nomination when the minister asks you about it, and no one will protest if she's placed on it. Who's next? Bulstrode, said Harry. Is that Millicent's family? Yes, said Daphne. It was her father who was the Death Eater, but Millie is actually a half-blood since her mother was a Muggle-born. Millie's father murdered her mother on the Dark Lord's orders last year. He was killed in an Auror raid a few weeks ago, said Harry. Does Millicent have any other family? No, it's just her, said Daphne. Her father also signed everything away to the Dark Lord. She won't put up a fight, to be honest. She hated her father and the Dark Lord with a passion. All right, then we can just ask for her cooperation, said Harry. Burke is next. The older one is in Azkaban, and the younger brother runs the shop in Nocturne Alley, said Daphne. Yeah, grimaced Harry. There wasn't enough proof to arrest him as a Death Eater, but I doubt he's innocent. A fight for another day, said Daphne. In the meantime, you can have him be loyal to you and do as you say. I'm fine with that, said Harry. The Carrows are next, eh? Amicus and Alecto are dead, thankfully. Yes, said Daphne, face going dark with anger. I wish I could have been the one to kill them, to be honest. She sighed and took a deep breath. The twins, Hestia and Flora, are of age. They weren't a part of the main family, but with Amicus and Alecto dead, they're the only ones left to inherit it. The girls were not involved in Death Eater activities, so one of them will hold the seat. The Carrows still signed it away, though, said Harry. The loyalty rests with me then. Yes, said Daphne. Flora will likely inherit it, being the older twin. Whoever she marries will take her name and hold the seat until she has a son or another heir. If she doesn't marry or bear an heir, then Hestia will be eligible. Got it, said Harry. Oh, he stopped when he saw the next name. Crouch. Yeah, that's the extinct one, said Daphne. You got the wealth, so I'm guessing you were the closest relative left. Any idea who you'd want to nominate? None whatsoever, said Harry. Any other relatives? Unfortunately, Barty Crouch SR was an only son, as was his father, so there are no cousins. His mother was Carice Crouch, formerly Carice Black, which is how you're related, said Daphne, consulting the Black family tree. Harry followed the line as she traced it. Carice Black had 2 sisters, eh? He asked, noticing the names. Yeah, one of them married into the Longbottom family, said Daphne. The Longbottom family has a seat already, and Neville is the only viable heir. The other one. Cedrella Black, who married Septimus Weasley, said Harry, remembering the tapestry in Grimmauld Place. She was blasted off the tree. Yes, said Daphne, and then paused thoughtfully. As the current Black family head, you can ask her status to be restored, which would give her descendants the seat. It would go to Arthur Weasley, asked Harry. Well, yes and no, said Daphne. The Weasleys are a sacred 28 family, but their seat has been empty despite having a number of viable heirs, because the marriage of Cedrella Black and Septimus Weasley led to a whole lot of bad blood among the purebloods. The Black family at the time was powerful enough to quash any claim made by the Weasley family, even to their own seat. So, if I restore Cedrella Black's status, Then the Weasleys would have 2 seats, asked Harry. Yes, said Daphne. Arthur Weasley will likely hold one and hand the other to one of his sons. Probably Percy, said Harry. Isn't he the 3rd son? Asked Daphne, confused. Arthur's seat will pass on to Bill, who's the oldest, said Harry. Charlie might be returning to Romania, so Percy makes sense. All right, said Daphne. Either of them, really, are suitable, so it's up to you to nominate the one you think is right. I have to nominate them, not Mr. Weasley, asked Harry, startled. Yes, said Daphne. You are the head of the Black family, remember? You legitimize them and then make the nominations. She smiled a little. You can always discuss this with them beforehand, you know. Right, said Harry, feeling a little foolish. Next is, oh wait, if they get the Crouch seat, can they also inherit the Crouch wealth? They will, if you order it, said Daphne. Please do that, said Harry. All right, she said, making a note. I'll write to Gringotts after the Wisengamot votes. Who's next? Folly, said Harry. Not involved, said Daphne. Straight as an arrow, that family. They mostly held neutral beliefs. Flint is next, said Harry. He's in Azkaban, Marcus is anyway. Yeah, he's got a younger brother, said Daphne. Fortunately, he's only 12, so his mother will hold the seat. They also signed everything away, so they'll do as you say. Well, after that it's Gaunt, but we know how that went, said Harry. It's actually a bigger problem than you realize, said Daphne. How so? Asked Harry. Voldemort was the last of his line. Exactly, said Daphne. And no one will want to claim the seat for fear of that implication. You might actually have to hold on to it until you bear an heir. Great, said Harry, sarcasm dripping from his tone. I thought it wasn't proper to have 2 seats. It's not, but they'll likely make an exception this time, said Daphne. No one wants to claim a seat with no wealth and such a bad reputation. Harry groaned in annoyance but nodded. Oh, he said when he saw the next name. Greengrass. Right, that would be me, smiled Daphne. Fortunately for you, I think I'll vote in your favor. Harry couldn't help but chuckle. I appreciate it, he said. Are you and Astoria the only heirs? Yeah, said Daphne. The next person to hold the seat would likely be my heir. Ah, said Harry and hurried to the next name. Lestrange. Dead, all of them, said Daphne. I could sing. You and me both, said Harry. It actually took me a lot of work, this one, said Daphne, searching around for something. Ah, here it is. So get this, the line ends with Rodolphus and Rabastan since neither of them had children. However, there is another line, the Corvus Lestrange line. Never heard of it, said Harry, startled that there were more of them than he realized. Long ago, the last Corvus Lestrange went to the States, and he died without an heir a few years ago, said Daphne, reading the newly found document. However, he had a half-sister named Letta Lestrange, who was from Britain and went to Hogwarts. Letta Lestrange married another wizard, but they had no children. So that's where the line ended, asked Harry, trying to follow it. Daphne shook her head with a smile. The man she married was called Theseus Scamander, she said. Why do I know that name? Asked Harry. He was the older brother of Newt Scamander, the man who wrote, began Daphne, but Harry remembered suddenly. Fantastic beasts and where to find them, he said. Right, wait, there was an old Auror named Theseus Lestrange in the Hall of Heroes at the Ministry's Auror department. Yes, that's him, said Daphne. He took Letta's name when they married, but they died without an heir, and Rodolphus' branch of the family had much more of a right, so they got the Lestrange seat. However, with both lines dead, the line goes to Theseus' only living relative. Newt Scamander gets the Lestrange seat, asked Harry incredulously. Well, he has a claim to it anyway, said Daphne. The most legitimate claim there can be. Is he still alive? Asked Harry. Yes, he and his wife live in Dorset, said Daphne. He has a son who unfortunately passed away 2 years ago from an illness, but he has an heir. I didn't know we had a Scamander at Hogwarts, said Harry. He went to Beauxbatons, actually, since his mother is French, said Daphne. Rolf Scamander, Newt's only grandson. He's 3 years older than us, and there are rumors that he is currently in Dorset to study with his grandfather. He's the only legitimate heir to the Lestrange seat that I can find." "If he does claim it, he will have to do as I say, huh?" asked Harry and looked uncomfortable. "I don't like that." "Well, you can always release the Lestrange seat from their fealty," said Daphne. "It will mean 2 less votes, though." "I can at least meet with him before the Wisengamot convenes and see if he's interested," said Harry. "If he does claim the seat, I will release the Lestrange family's fealty and hand him control." "All right, I'll contact him for a private meeting," said Daphne. "What will you do if he refuses?" "I dunno. Convince him to hold on to it until he has an heir, I guess," shrugged Harry. "That's a good plan," nodded Daphne. "Who's next?" "Longbottom," said Harry. "Neville will probably claim the seat now that he's of age. Macmillan is next. Does it go to Ernie?" "His father is still alive and well, so probably not yet," said Daphne. "Malfoy's next," sighed Harry. "I heard you personally applied for a full pardon for all 3 of them," said Daphne. "That was unexpected, to say the least." "Yeah," said Harry. "Still, Lucius signed everything away, didn't he?" "He did," said Daphne. "He'll do as you say, though I doubt he's thrilled at the prospect." "I don't care, honestly, but yeah, it's not like he has a choice," said Harry. "What about not?" Daphne gritted her teeth. "Yeah, that bastard is still breathing free air," she said. "I guess none of what he did last year was technically illegal since it was authorized by Hogwarts professors, even if that meant torturing first years." "Yeah, I don't like it either," said Harry with a frown. "There are a few people like that. Robard said they claimed they were only doing as their teachers instructed, which is true." "Regardless, he has to do as you say," said Daphne with a vicious smirk. "Ollivander should be next, right?" "Yeah," said Harry. "Doesn't Mr. Ollivander have 2 children?" "Yes, a son and a daughter. I hear the daughter's frail, but the son inherited the seat and will likely run the business too after the current Mr. Ollivander retires," said Daphne. "It goes without saying." "Yeah, I know they aren't Death Eaters," said Harry. "Parkinson." "Pansy's the only one," frowned Daphne. "Her mother died when she was young and her father is in Azkaban right now. She was no angel this past year, but like Theo, she gets pardoned for obeying orders." "Well, like not, she still has to do as I say," said Harry with satisfaction. "Were you 2 friends?" "Hardly," snorted Daphne. "She hated my guts, but knew not to say that to my face. Parkinson family's finances are in shambles, you see. She was clinging to Malfoy, hopping for a betrothal which still might happen, to be fair. Either way, she hated anyone she thought would be a prospective future Malfoy bride." "Right," said Harry. "The less said about that the better. Prewett. That was Molly's maiden name." "Yes, Molly Weasley was a Prewett," said Daphne. "Her grandfather had 2 children, Molly's father and Ignatius Prewett, who married Lucretia Black. Ignatius and Lucretia had no heir, so that's not an issue. As I understand, Molly Weasley's younger brothers are dead." "Yes," said Harry, glancing down at the watch on his wrist that had once belonged to Fabian Prewett. "So, one of the Weasley brothers gets it." "Yes," said Daphne. "The nomination will be tricky, but you could likely make it. Speak to the Weasleys about who would be the most appropriate." "I will," said Harry. "Rosier is next. Is Felix Rosier the last one alive?" "No, he has a daughter who is still 10. As I understand it, he is currently in St. Mungo's," said Daphne. "That would be my fault," said Harry. "He tried to attack me during a raid 2 weeks ago, and I blasted him through a wall. He will be put on trial after he recovers. In the meantime, his wife will hold the seat, so they will do as you say," said Daphne, "since they signed it all to the Dark Lord." "Rowell," read Harry, moving on with a nod. "Thorfinn Rowell is dead. Was he married?" "Yes, and has twin sons who are 6, said Daphne. "It's the same as Rosier. Who's next?" "Selwyn," said Harry. "He's in Azkaban." "3 children," said Daphne. "His wife will hold the seat. Shacklebolt should be next." "Does Kingsley get 4 votes?" asked Harry. "No," said Daphne. "No Wisengamot seat is allowed more than 2 votes. It's why you can't have one person with more than one seat. I get it, said Harry. No more than 2 votes by 1 seat, so while it wouldn't be against the rules if you held more than 1 seat, it's still a loophole, so it's not considered proper. Yeah, said Daphne. In cases where the minister also happens to have a family seat in the Wisengamot, they are granted 3 votes instead of 4, said Daphne. If he has heirs who inherit the seat while he's still minister, then it will likely be put to the Wisengamot, but they'd keep it at 3 votes, probably. It made Harry's head spin, so he moved on to the next name. Shafik, he asked. A good family, said Daphne. They went into hiding 2 years ago, but have returned recently, as I understand. No connection to the Death Eaters and definitely didn't sign their fealty away. Good, said Harry. Slughorn, is it the professor? At Daphne's nod, he moved on to the next name. Horace Slughorn was definitely not a Voldemort supporter and would not have signed away anything. Travers. Dead, said Daphne, and Harry nodded as he knew that. He has a son who's 13. So it's like Rosier and those families, right? Asked Harry. We have already settled the Weasley thing, so it's the last one, Yaxley. Corbin Yaxley is in Azkaban, said Daphne. He had no children, but he has a younger brother who was killed for not joining the Dark Lord. The younger Yaxley brother has a daughter. So she'll inherit the seat. What do we know about her? Asked Harry. She graduated from Hogwarts 4 years ago and is a healer at St. Mungo's, said Daphne, looking at her notes. She seems to be fine, from what I can tell. She will inherit the seat, but since the Yaxley name was signed away, it is up to you to deal with her. Invite her to a personal meeting too, said Harry. That does it for the Sacred 28, right? Yeah, said Daphne, looking at her list. Avery, Bulstrode, Burke, Caro, Flint, Gaunt, Lestrange, Malfoy, Knott, Parkinson, Rosier, Selwyn, Travers, and Yaxley are those from the Sacred 28 who now fall under your authority. That makes it 14. Not to mention the others like Crouch, Gaunt, and the Black families. What about ones who aren't Sacred 28? Asked Harry. Crabbe, Dolohov, Goyle, Jugson, McNair, Mulciber, and Rookwood, listed Daphne with a disgusted frown. Crabbe SR is in Azkaban and Vincent is dead. Is there a mother in the picture? Asked Harry. No, without Crabbe SR. The family is extinct, said Daphne. Since it isn't a Sacred 28 seat, they will most likely lose it. If it isn't a permanent seat, then how have they held it for so long? Asked Harry. I thought you said the non-permanent seats change every 4 years. They do, except people keep voting in the same families, said Daphne. The minister will ask for a nomination on this one, so if there's someone you want to place there, this is a good chance. Someone else is bound to put up a candidate as well, so you can always refuse too. Got it, said Harry. We'll see how that goes then, any of the others extinct. No, said Daphne. Dolohov, Goyle, Jugson, McNair, and Mulciber all have heirs who were at Hogwarts this last year. But since some of them are of age, they will likely sit on those family seats currently. Which is good for us, of course, since they have to vote the way you tell them. So, what does the tally come to now? Asked Harry. With your own seats and purely by making them obey you, you will have 39 out of the 80 votes, assuming you get Lestrange and Yaxley as well. With Crouch, Weasley, and Prowett, you might get 6 more, so 45. You will have mine, which makes it 47, said Daphne. Those like Longbottom, Abbott, and Folly have 8 votes that will likely swing your way, depending on what's being put to the Wisengamot. Same goes for Shacklebolt and Shafik. It comes to 57, like I told you before. Vote is by majority, so those are very good numbers in our favor. There are several other non-permanent members in the Wisengamot who will vote your way as well, so I think it should be fine. Harry shook his head, a small smirk of disbelief on his face. I still can't believe it, you know, he said. Well, get your head around it quickly. We have to move fast, said Daphne, waving her wand and clearing her desk. All the files and documents arranged themselves neatly and flew to a filing cabinet behind her. I will contact the Death Eater families first and get them to sign new contracts to reaffirm their fealty to you. That won't be easy, said Harry. But like you said, they won't have a choice, will they? Precisely, said Daphne. Those like Rolf Scamander for the Lestrange seat, and the Yaxley seat will be slightly different contracts, depending on how those meetings go. You have to speak to the Weasleys. I'll do it as soon as I can, nodded Harry. We won't have to make them sign any contracts, but since you will be making the nominations, it's better to have it sorted out beforehand, she explained. She stretched her arms lightly and sat back in her chair. Well, that's that on the Weisengamot thing. Was there something else? He paused and considered it. The thing is, I have to make a decision about my future soon, he said. I assume you aren't going back to Hogwarts. No, said Daphne. I'll do my 5 Newt exams next month at the ministry, but that's all. Yeah, I was thinking of doing the same, he said. But in my case, it was recommended because the Auror department wanted me. You're thinking of leaving the Aurors? She asked in surprise. He nodded. I feel like there is so much more I could do with all of this at my hand, he said, and raised his gaze to her in determination. You said you wanted to restore what was lost to our world, didn't you? What did you mean? Daphne smiled widely at him. You noticed that, huh? She asked, and then appraised him thoughtfully. Do you know what a Boragove is? Is it a tree of some sort? He asked, confused. No, it's a made-up word, she said. You know, my father would always say that people like the Dark Lord who ruled through fear, murder, and mayhem were always predisposed to losing because they fundamentally misunderstood what it meant to rule. Back in our 5th year, when you and Dumbledore were running around claiming the Dark Lord's return, my father started writing this book. He called it The Plight of the Borogoves. Daphne stood up and went to the bookshelf in the office and pulled out a hand-bound book. Boragove is a nonsense word, really, she said, as she sat back down behind her desk with the book in her hands. But my father said that a Boragove is what becomes of the people in a land of war, not soldiers who choose to fight, mind you, but everyone else. And the land itself, for that matter. You must have noticed it, right? How darker the world seemed to get once the Dark Lord's return was made public in our 6th year. Harry nodded at once, catching on to what she was saying. He remembered the tangible sense of fear in the air, the quietness and stillness of previously bustling and happy places, the look of terror and paranoia in the eyes of everyone from children to the elderly. Boragove, huh? He asked. Yeah, I get it. My father said that once the Dark Lord was defeated, someone will have to shake up the Borogoves and return them to being human once more, she said, and shook her head with a smile. It sounds silly, but... No, said Harry, feeling himself smile too. I think I understand how he felt. She looked surprised, but pleased. He wrote this book. It's more like a blueprint, really, of ways in which the world could be revived, she said, and opened the book. Like here, he talks about one of the basic things to do would be to revive Diagon Alley. It sounds absurd, but think about how Diagon Alley used to be before. It's a place almost everyone in Britain visits at least once a year. I think I know what you're getting at, said Harry. The war might be over, but everyone is still wary as if expecting a Death Eater to jump out from behind the bins. You can't blame them, really, she shrugged. But if they were to see a lively, safe Diagon Alley with open shops all over, the perception would begin to shift, wouldn't it? Most people continued to make money this past year, but they stopped spending it because no one thinks of going shopping if you're likely to get killed. The economy begins to stagnate if people don't spend. Yeah, said Harry. One of the best things I remember is visiting the Weasleys' Wizarding Wheezes back before 6th year, and how lively the shop was compared to the rest of Diagon Alley. All because there was light and laughter inside and out, no matter how bad things were. Humans are resilient creatures, witches and wizards even more so, said Daphne wisely. We are born smarter than muggles, gain basic comprehension skills faster. We age slower, live longer. We have every advantage even before magic gets involved, but frequent conflicts are very bad for a society's development. Or so my father hypothesized, anyway. She smiled sadly. His theories sound more like a fantasy, but honestly, with the kind of sway and wealth you have, I think it may not be as out of reach as I might have first thought. Harry nodded along. I like it, he said. What else? Well, charity is a big thing, said Daphne, flipping through the book seemingly more enthusiastic now that Harry was on board. War always leaves orphans, so looking after them and securing their future is very important. The orphans are housed at St. Mungo's, aren't they? Asked Harry. Yes, but they are beyond capacity at this point, said Daphne. Think of it this way. You can donate a whole bunch of money to an overworked and overcapacity hospital, or you can use one of those massive mansions you inherited and turn it into an orphanage. I want to do that, said Harry at once. Daphne laughed. I know, just one step at a time, okay, she said. There is a lot that can be done, but this is basically what I meant when I said I wanted to restore what was once lost to the world. The war won't really end until it ends in the minds of the people. Harry was silent as he considered her words carefully. All right, he said in a calmer voice. First, we get the Wisengamot in order. That will make it easier to bring change. It will take a lot of time, and I'm sure none of it will be easy, but I am willing to do it. Well then, smiled Daphne. I think you know what you are doing for the rest of your life, aren't you? Harry smiled back, his heart feeling lighter than it had in a long, long time. Turning Borogovs back to humans. Chapter 2. 24th May, 1998. It was the Sunday after his discussion with Daphne, and Harry was actually excited for once. Hermione and Ron had returned to Britain the night before, though it had been quite late by the time they'd come back. Hermione had still sought to send him a quick message, inviting him to the Burrow for Sunday lunch. Apparently, everyone else was coming too. And it would really be the first time since the funerals that Harry would be seeing most of them. After Fred's funeral, Arthur, Molly, Charlie, Ron, and Ginny had continued to live at the Burrow. Bill and Fleur had returned to Shell Cottage, Percy to his flat in London, though he was apparently visiting frequently. George, to everyone's surprise, had returned to work almost immediately after the funeral. Having been so busy with his own life, Harry had no idea how he was really doing and was looking forward to seeing him, albeit a little nervously. Hermione had been at the Burrow as well, though Harry wondered what she would be doing until September when she would go to Hogwarts. Ginny was the only person he saw somewhat frequently, considering they were dating. They had reconciled not long after the Battle of Hogwarts, though they hardly had any time to date with the funerals, clean-up, and their own brand of grief. She occasionally made a flu call to Grimmauld Place, but he was looking forward to seeing her in person. He saw Teddy and Andromeda almost every day, visiting them at Andromeda's house any time he had a spare moment. He had repeatedly tried convincing them to move into Grimmauld Place with him, but Andromeda had been steadfast that she didn't want to cramp Harry's life. Even then, she was coming to the Burrow as well, so Harry was happy he would be seeing them. There was a fair amount of apprehension and guilt mixed in, but these were people he considered the closest thing he had to a family, and he wanted them to be a part of his life. He woke early on Sunday, ate a delicious breakfast made by Creature, and then got him to give him a haircut and shave. His unruly hair was cut short in the back and sides, leaving the messy part on top looking actually stylish rather than untidy. Harry was so astonished it was his hair that was doing it, that he couldn't stop staring when Creature held up a mirror. His old glasses had broken in an Auror raid last week, so he had bought these new ones that were rimless, square frames that somehow made him look older and dignified instantly. With his face clean-shaven, the new glasses and styled hair, he actually looked decent. He had also grown a little taller, and with the past year's skirmishes, despite frequent starvation, he now stood at just under 6 feet. He was still quite lean, but his arms, torso, and legs were muscled with years of fighting and Quidditch. With the new robes that Creature had made for him, Harry Potter looked like a proper wizard his age for the first time in his life. He disapparated for the Burrow around 11 in the morning and was greeted by a tackling hug from Hermione as soon as he arrived. He hugged her back, laughing as he did. "I think you might have missed me a little," he said, as she broke the hug and grinned at him. "Maybe a little," she said, and then looked at him closely. "You look like you're eating well, that's good." He wished he could say the same of her, but he thought Hermione looked rather miserable. She was still pale despite having been in Australia for a week, and her smile wasn't quite reaching her eyes. There were bags under her eyes, too, and Harry wondered what had happened. Before he could ask, Ron entered the living room and smiled at him. Unlike Hermione, Ron looked perfectly at ease. He held out his hand to Harry with a shout and pumped it eagerly when Harry took it. "How have you been, mate?" asked Ron. "Not bad," grinned Harry. "You too." "Really good," said Ron, putting an arm around Hermione's shoulders. "Did she tell you? We found Dan and Emma. They're not coming back just yet, but that just means we get to visit them in Australia again, yeah." He directed that question at Hermione, who nodded with a smile, but it fell off when Ron glanced away. Harry raised an eyebrow, but he was then tackled by a zooming red ball of energy and barely had time to catch Ginny in his arms. He managed to steady them both and immediately felt her kiss him. An involuntary smile burst onto his face as he kissed her back, despite hearing Hermione giggling and Ron groaning that he now needed to go gouge his eyes out. "Hi," said Ginny breathlessly, finally pulling away. "Hi," said Harry, noting that she looked more or less fine. She had lost a little weight, but considering everything, she looked as beautiful as ever. "Come on, Mum and Dad are waiting," she said, linking her arm with his and leading him to the kitchen. "How are they?" he asked in a low voice. "Mum still cries at the drop of a hat, so don't take it personally," she said, with a small smile. "Having you here is bound to put her in a better mood, though." Sure enough, Molly burst into tears as soon as she saw him, and then hugged him until he couldn't breathe. Arthur shook his hand vigorously, and Harry began to feel at ease. "Look who I brought." Harry turned around when he saw a cheery Charlie Weasley pulling along George, who looked like he'd just rolled out of bed. "You could have let me brush my teeth," complained George, as Charlie finally relinquished his hold on him. "You're a wizard. Use a teeth-cleaning charm," said Charlie, undeterred. George looked awful. His hair had grown greasy and unkempt, his eyes were sunken, and the red beard on his face was patchy and scraggly. He was wearing shabby pajamas that were torn in places and stunk of sweat and stale coffee. Molly burst into tears when she saw him, and Arthur immediately began to calm her. "Charlie's been staying with George since the funeral," Ginny whispered to Harry. "He actually looks better than he did last week." Harry felt all his good mood sap out of him. George looked at him with bloodshot eyes and then, to his surprise, approached him slowly. "Harry," he said, his voice quiet and serious in a way that just didn't suit him. "There's something you must know." "What?" asked Harry as everyone went silent around them. George gave him a grave look. "I think Gilderoy Lockhart wants his hair product back." It took a split second, but Harry snorted, as did Charlie, and slowly they were all laughing. The joke wasn't particularly funny, but when Bill and Fleur came to the kitchen, they found them all laughing with tears in their eyes. Molly returned to lunch preparations with both Fleur and Ginny assisting, so Charlie took George upstairs to tidy him up. Percy arrived, and after shaking Harry's hand, he accosted his father as they began talking about work. Leaving them to it, Harry sat in the corner of the living room with Ron and Hermione and listened to Ron fill him in about the Australia trip. Apparently, Hermione's parents hadn't been too hard to find, but once the memory spells were reversed, it had taken some time for them to accept what Hermione had done. Things had been settled, but they hadn't felt like returning to Britain just yet, though Hermione was glad they were agreeing to stay in touch at all. George came back downstairs looking fairly decent, and though his eyes were still sunken and bloodshot, his beard was shaved, hair washed, and he was wearing fresh, clean robes. Percy immediately went up to him and started fussing like a mother hen, which was surprising yet heartwarming to watch. Bill poured Charlie a drink, and the two oldest brothers sat in a corner, talking quietly. Seeing them occupied, George beckoned Ron with a glance to be spared from Percy's fussing. When Ron left, Harry glanced at Hermione and lowered his voice. "Are you all right?" he asked. "Yeah, of course," she said, and then laughed. "That sounded like a lie even to me." "What's wrong?" asked Harry. She shook her head. "Not here," she said. "Can I come by Grimmauld Place later?" "Sure," said Harry. "I have loads to tell you as well." "All right," said Hermione. "Speaking of which, where's Andromeda?" "She should be here around noon," said Harry. "That's usually when Teddy wakes from his morning nap." As if on cue, Andromeda came through the flue with an infant Teddy Lupin swaddled in her arms. He immediately burst into tears, and Harry stood up to get him. "Careful with his head," said Andromeda as she handed him over. "He still hates the flu, it seems." Harry rocked Teddy as she had taught him and smiled when Teddy began to calm down. "There now," he said. "Hello, Andromeda." Andromeda looked almost as tired as George, but she smiled at him and went on to see Molly in the kitchen. "He's gotten so big," said Hermione as she stood up and looked at him. Teddy stopped crying finally, and when he saw Harry holding him, he immediately changed his hair to black. "That's kind of amazing," said Ron, glancing over to them. "Right," asked Harry with a proud grin. "He changes eye colors too when he's in a good mood. Give him some time and he'll get there." The rest of the Weasley brothers gathered around him, and Teddy slowly began changing his hair to red. "Lunch is ready," called Molly. Lunch was as boisterous as Harry remembered from nearly every summer holiday since starting Hogwarts. The tables were set out in the garden, groaning from the weight of delicious food that Molly had prepared. Teddy was held by either Harry or Fleur, who was sitting near him. Conversation flowed loudly and continuously, and it seemed Teddy was enjoying it too. It took 2 hours, but every plate was empty by the time lunch was over. Arthur waved his wand to clear up as everyone retired to the living room, too full to even make conversation. Teddy finally fell asleep, and Andromeda conjured a crib for him to sleep in. Sitting on the living room squashed between Ron and Charlie, Harry cleared his throat. "I actually have something to talk about if that's okay," he said. "Go ahead, Harry," said Arthur. In quiet words so as to not wake Teddy, Harry explained his meeting at Gringotts. He didn't go into the full details, but mentioned that he had decisions to make about some of the Wisengamot seats he had inherited. "Weasleys haven't sat on the Wisengamot since my parents got married," said Arthur, his eyes far away. "I had 2 older brothers, but neither of them lived past the first 5 years of their lives due to illness, and the traditionalists at the time claimed it was due to the unholy union of my parents." "Shows what they know," said Ron, irritated. "Bloody idiots." "You said you can acknowledge my mother's status?" asked Arthur, looking at Harry. "Yes," said Harry. "She was black, and as head of the family such as it is, I can make it legal. It will return the Weasley seat back to you." "Thank you, Harry," said Arthur gratefully. "That's not all really," he said, and explained about the Crouch and Pruette seats too. "3 seats?" asked Percy, stunned. "3." Arthur glanced at Bill, who nodded back. "I think I'll hold the Weasley seat, which will pass on to Bill as the oldest," said Arthur. "If you make that nomination and if it passes." "It will pass," said Harry firmly. Arthur looked surprised, but smiled. "Well, Bill should have the Weasley seat, right?" Molly nodded at once, as did the others. "What about the other 2?" asked Harry. "No question, Charlie and Percy should get them," said George, interested despite himself. "You're staying in Britain?" Harry asked Charlie in surprise. "Yeah," he said. "Well, I was thinking about it." He paused and seemed to consider something as he looked around at everyone. "Yeah, I think I'll stay." Molly looked happy as she smothered him in a hug and burst into tears. "The Pruette seat can go to Charlie then, and Percy gets the Crouch one," said Arthur. "I think that should go well," nodded Harry, as Percy looked wide-eyed. "I'll make the nominations and that should settle it." Molly, who had finally finished hugging Charlie, and came to hug Harry. "Have you decided whether to go to Hogwarts or stay with the Aurors?" asked Molly, as she sat back down and wiped her tears. "Actually, the Wisengamot and things are going to keep me busy," said Harry. "I am doing my newts at the Ministry next month and resigning from the Auror department." "You're resigning?" asked Ron, shocked. "But—" "I think it's a good idea," said Hermione, nodding firmly. "I would rather you come to Hogwarts, but as long as you are getting your newts, it's fine, and you don't have to be an Auror." "But it's what he's wanted," protested Ron. "True," nodded Harry. "But it's what I wanted while Voldemort was still around. I figured it would take the rest of my life to take him down, and being an Auror just made sense." "I think it's a good decision," said Bill, as Charlie nodded along. You could always join the ministry in some other capacity, said Percy. Yeah, of course, said Harry, mostly to appease them than anything. He couldn't actually tell them about Borogoves without sounding like he was losing his mind, so keeping it vague would have to do for now. So what about everyone else? I went back to Gringotts, said Bill. Fleur is still taking some time off. I'm not sure if Gringotts is right for me anymore, she said, shaking her head. You'll find something, said Hermione, and Fleur smiled at her gratefully. As for me, I'm still babysitting, said Charlie, poking George's shoulder, who glared at him but without any heat in it. I'm sure I can find something at the ministry. Of course, said Percy. There has been so much work to do. Father and I have been at work almost until 8 every day. I am reopening the shop, said George, his voice quiet but determined. He's not just saying that, said Charlie, when everyone looked at him in surprise. He has been working hard to restock in time for September. Need any help with it? Asked Ron. I thought you were coming to the Aurors, asked Harry, shocked. I was, said Ron. I mean, I still want to, but there's no hurry, right? I can help out George for a while and do Newts in my own time. Ron, are you sure? Asked Hermione. Yeah, he said. I'll take a year off to help out with the shop and then join ministry at the same time you do, he added, with a smile at Hermione. All right, said Hermione, still looking uncertain. Well, I'm going back to Hogwarts, said Ginny. This last year was horrible, but hopefully I can get my Newts on time. I also need to focus on Quidditch if I want to play professionally, so I'm guessing we'll all be busy. Conversation became much more casual after that, and around 4, Harry decided to return to Grimmauld Place. To his surprise, Andromeda asked if she could visit. Surprised but curious, Harry took her and Teddy back with him. Hermione promised to stop by later in the evening. Sorry for the sudden visit, said Andromeda, as they sat in the parlor. An excited creature immediately came to serve tea and freshly baked muffins when he saw Andromeda. Don't worry about it, said Harry. Is everything all right? Yeah, she said. It's just, I refused every time you asked me and Teddy to come live here, didn't I? Andromeda, I understand not wanting to, he began, but she shook her head. It was because of the Auror thing, she said, and burst into tears. Andromeda, said Harry, wanting to comfort her, but since he was holding Teddy, he couldn't do it. No, I'm fine, really, she said, wiping her eyes. Dora was an Auror, and Remus might as well have been. When I heard you were going to be one as well, I wasn't sure if having you around Teddy would be good. She shook her head again. It sounds horrible, I know, but I didn't want him to get attached if there was a high chance of you dying every day you step out of the house. Harry was stunned, and he blinked as he tried to compose himself. Andromeda continued to weep, and he understood, he really did. He'd had a reckless godfather himself. Sirius had only been a part of his life for 2 years, and most of it had been through letters. Losing him had been the worst pain of his life, and he couldn't imagine putting Teddy through the same thing. Andromeda, he said finally, I get it. Harry, no, it's... She tried to protest, but he shook his head. I know I said I won't be an Auror, but it still doesn't change who I am, he said. I will probably be a target for the rest of my life. While I won't go charging into danger at every chance I get, just me being Harry Potter is dangerous. He took a breath to steel himself to say the next words. If you don't want me around, I will understand. Andromeda looked shocked. Dee, don't say that, she said, finally. You love him like a son. I'm not going to tear you away from him. Harry was confused. But you said. I know what I said, and it was horrible, said Andromeda. What I'm saying is, if it's all right with you, Teddy and I want to move in here at Grimmauld Place. Yes, said Harry immediately. Please do. Relief seized his heart as he relaxed. Andromeda smiled through her tears. Thank you, Harry, she said. Would you mind sending Creature over to help pack? I'd like to move in here by next week if it's all right. Of course, said Harry. Creature, he called. Creature was only too happy to accept, and soon Andromeda took her leave with Teddy, planning to move into Grimmauld Place in 3 days. Harry was happy it had worked out, and that Teddy would be close from here on out. He'd also wanted them to come to Grimmauld Place because it was much bigger and more secure than the Tonks' residence. Hopefully, he would keep his promise of being the best godfather to Teddy Lupin, after all. Around 7 in the evening, Hermione Granger arrived at Grimmauld Place and found Harry writing something as he sat in an armchair by the empty fireplace in the study. When Hermione entered, he smiled and offered her the other chair. "Where's Creature?" asked Hermione. "He's at Andromeda's," beamed Harry. "She and Teddy agreed to move here." "That's great, Harry," smiled Hermione. "So tell me what's wrong," said Harry bluntly. Hermione glanced away and sighed. "I'm not sure," she said. "Did something happen?" asked Harry. "With your parents, I mean." "No," she said, and looked sincere as she said it. "I was prepared for a lot worse, trust me." "Sorry," said Harry, knowing she had done it for his sake as well. "Don't be," said Hermione. "I couldn't have walked into the war half-heartedly. Walking in half-heartedly, it never works. You always end up Levy." She stopped and closed her eyes. "Is this about Ron?" asked Harry, realizing what she was getting at. "I thought I was all right with it, you know," she said, and there were tears in her eyes when she opened them. "But he abandoned us." "He came back," said Harry, though her saying it plainly somehow dug it into his mind as well. "I know that, which is why I thought I was all right with it," she said. "We were in the middle of a war, so it wasn't like there was time to hold a grudge or even process it. But now, the war's over. I didn't realize it until I was in Australia that I am not over it." Harry sighed. "Did you talk to him about it?" he asked. "He doesn't even seem to realize it," she said. "And I feel like a bitch if I even think about bringing up, especially since he's still grieving Fred." Harry swallowed roughly. "Why, yeah, I know," he said. "I'm sorry, Hermione." "It's not your fault," she said. "I thought once the war was over, that would be it, you know. Happily ever after and all that." "Yeah," said Harry, "but we get Borogoves instead." "Borogoves?" asked Hermione. "Oh, right, they are," Harry began. "I know what a Borogove is," said Hermione. "I'm more surprised you know it. You like Jabberwocky." "What's Jabberwocky?" asked Harry, confused. Hermione shook her head with a smile. "You said we get Borogoves, eh?" She paused and considered that. "That's actually clever." "I thought it was a word that meant nothing," said Harry. "It does," said Hermione. "Jabberwocky was a poem by Lewis Carroll and it is full of made-up words. But he later explained what those words were. Borogoves were these birds, said to be all cowardly and on edge. It is a good way to describe people in Britain these days. I didn't notice it until I was in Australia." "Interesting," said Harry. "Someone pointed that out to me recently, too." "So, your turn then," said Hermione with a small smile. "What have you been up to? No way you did all the work after the Gringotts thing on your own." "True," he said. "Do you remember Daphne Greengrass?" "Yeah, of course," said Hermione. "I fought for the top spot in our year with her every year." "Did you really?" asked Harry. "Yes," nodded Hermione. "She was also one of those Slytherin girls that didn't just follow around Parkinson and her gang." "Well, I hired her as my attorney," said Harry. "I kind of needed one after Gringotts dropped the bomb on me. She's the one who's done all the work, really." He proceeded to explain the full scope of his discussions with Daphne, including the plan to turn Borogoves to humans. Hermione listened with rapt attention and was smiling broadly by the time he was done. "Harry, that is a wonderful plan," said Hermione, and then shook her head. "My plan seems so much smaller in comparison." "But we need someone in the ministry too," said Harry. "You want me as a spy?" asked Hermione. "If you want to think like that, but I think of you as much more than that," said Harry, sincerely. "We have been through hell and back together for 7 years now. I don't want the generation that comes after us to suffer like we did, and I know you don't want that either. We were the ones who ended the war, so isn't it our responsibility to fix what is left behind too?" Hermione beamed at him proudly. "You're right, Harry," she said. "You can count me in." "Thank you, Hermione," said Harry. "Can I just ask," said Hermione, "why didn't you tell the Weasleys about this?" "I don't want to bother them with this when they're still grieving," said Harry. Did you tell Ginny at least? Asked Hermione. No, said Harry. Why? Hermione sighed patiently. Harry, do you love Ginny? She asked. Yeah, she's my girlfriend, he said. Okay, good. So part of being a boyfriend is communicating, said Hermione. I know it sounds hypocritical coming from me of all people, but if you want a relationship that isn't just a physical thing, you have to talk too. Ginny and I talk, Harry protested. When exactly? Asked Hermione. At Hogwarts, you were joined at the lips and only broke away to make fun of Ron occasionally. Harry, one of the reasons why I'm hesitating about confronting Ron is because I'm pretty sure we are going to break up when I do it. Harry looked shocked, and Hermione smiled sardonically. Sounds terrible, doesn't it? She asked. But there really is no way around it. We were in the middle of a war that we weren't sure we would survive. Once it was over, I was so relieved that most of us had somehow made it that I gave up on looking at things too closely. Like I said, going to Australia pointed out what I had been consciously ignoring. I'm not saying you and Ginny are the same, but you need to be honest about your feelings, otherwise you'll end up hurting both you and her. Harry considered her words carefully. I do care about Ginny, he said finally. You're right, we don't really talk, and most of our relationship has been physical. I don't know if it's such a bad thing, though. It is if you and Ginny aren't on the same page about it, said Hermione. I know Ron and I aren't, which is why I know we are not going to work out. He wants to get married soon, even though we haven't been dating a month and have kissed 5 times total. Talk to Ginny, Harry, and do it soon. When Ginny and I got back together after the war, said Harry thoughtfully, I mostly just remember being glad that I was alive. I think we just really needed someone at the time, you know. I don't know, Hermione. What are you going to do? Honestly, I expected him to join the Auror department right away, said Hermione. I'm hesitant about breaking up with him, but leading him on isn't right either. Is it just about him leaving us? Asked Harry. No, but that is a big part of it, said Hermione. I have to have it out, otherwise I'll grow to resent him. And I feel like once I let go of it, Ron and I won't have much that would keep us together. Desperation and fear of a tomorrow that seemed unlikely to come was what brought and kept us together. It was wonderful, but it won't be enough if we are to survive on it for the rest of our lives. Even though you and Ron have always liked each other, even at Hogwarts, asked Harry. We were awkward teenagers with wild hormones, said Hermione. The war aged us, and the older we get, the clearer we see things. I know Ron and I won't work out, and you have to figure out if you and Ginny will. Harry paused, thinking about her words carefully. Hermione stood up and patted his shoulder. You don't have to understand it right away, she told him with a small smile. Are you going back to the burrow? He asked, looking up at her. Yeah, I kinda don't have anywhere else to go, she said sheepishly. You can live here if you want, offered Harry. Andromeda and Teddy will be here too, and I'm sure the Weasleys would want some time as a family. Are you sure? Asked Hermione, looking relieved. Yeah, there's plenty of room, said Harry. Hermione smiled gratefully. I'll go pack and be back in a bit then, she said. Thankfully, I don't have much stuff. Take your time, I won't be going to bed yet, said Harry. Thanks, Harry, grinned Hermione. I mean it. 28th May, 1998. Dear Mr. Potter, this is an official summons from the Minister of Magic for you to present yourself at the first session of Wisengamot following the end of the war. Your presence on the morning of June 1st is required at 9 am sharp. Sincerely, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Minister of Magic. Did you get one too? Harry asked Daphne. I did, she answered. Good thing we got things started quickly, right? Yeah, he agreed. So who are we meeting today? I thought we'd do the more difficult ones first, said Daphne. I left Rolf Scamander and Zinnia Yaxley for tomorrow, but everyone else I called in today. Right, let's do this then, said Harry. Come along, this way, said Daphne as she stood up and walked out of her office. Harry followed her to a room down the hall, which was a sitting room of sorts with 2 leather sofas opposite one another and a small coffee table between them. The rest of the room was sparsely decorated, but all the furniture and carpet and lighting looked expensive and luxurious. Are you aware of how we are to proceed?" asked Daphne as she and Harry sat down next to each other on one of the sofas. "Yeah," said Harry. I guess." Daphne smiled at reassuringly. "Don't worry, I will lead the meeting. You only need to step in if it feels like we aren't getting anywhere." Harry agreed, and Daphne gave an approving nod. The door opened and Maribeth poked her head in. "We are already out here, Ms. Greengrass," she said. "The first family is here." Daphne looked at Harry, who took a deep breath and nodded. "Show them in, please," she said. Maribeth nodded and left. A minute later, the door opened and a stoic Marshal Avery entered the office. He was 15 years old and accompanied by his mother, Bianca Avery. They were both defiant in their expressions, and upon seeing Harry, their lips curled just a little, though there was fear in their gaze. Daphne stood up as they entered. "Good morning, Mrs. Avery and young Mr. Avery," she said. "Please take a seat. I am Daphne Greengrass, Mr. Potter's attorney." The two of them took a seat, regarding her with narrowed eyes. Harry had actually done some digging of his own on Daphne and learned a lot. While the Greengrass family was a sacred 28 family too, the family was not as intermarried as other purebloods because they often married foreign blood, which drew criticism within the sacred 28 circle. While not all families intermarried, and some like the Malfoys did have a lot more half-bloods and muggle-borns in their line than they'd ever admit, the fact that the Greengrasses married foreigners did not do them favors in the eyes of the traditionalists. Seeing the hostile gazes of the Averys, however, apparently had no effect on Daphne, and Harry was sufficiently impressed. "You know Mr. Potter, of course," she said, without missing a beat. "Now, are you aware of why you are being summoned?" she asked, sitting back down. "Why is he here?" asked Marshall. "We thought this was about our estate." "Calm down, Mr. Avery," said Daphne, with a hint of steel in her tone. "I do not need to remind you what would happen if you were to overstep your bounds here. Your father signed away your loyalty, remember." "Have we been called here to relinquish our titles and wealth?" asked Bianca, speaking for the first time. "Hardly," said Daphne. "Mr. Potter has no intention of taking anything away from you." Both of them raised their eyebrows in suspicion. "He's just leaving us alone?" asked Bianca, disbelievingly. "All Mr. Potter requires is your loyalty," said Daphne, handing them the contract. She and Harry had worked on the contract for a few days, finally boiling the details down to the families swearing their loyalty to him in terms of their Wisengamot votes. They would also swear not to plot against him or cause him harm. In exchange, Harry would not strip them of their title and wealth and leave them alone. The contract had then been charmed to uphold what they had signed. Harry had mentioned something about using Hermione Granger's idea. An amused Daphne had shown him how goblins charmed their contracts. Suffice to say, he now knew that the effects of breaking the contract would be far more unpleasant than some embarrassing acne. "We need time to consider it," said Bianca, after examining the contract. "You misunderstand me, Mrs. Avery," said Daphne. "You either sign the contract or forfeit your right to your name and wealth. Mr. Potter is not a patient man. We require your answer at this very moment." "That's not much of a choice," snarled Marshall. "No, I don't suppose it is," said Daphne. "So, what will it be?" "I'll sign," said Bianca. "You both need to," said Daphne, passing a blood quill to them. "Marshall is not of age," said Bianca. "Yes, but he is the rightful head of the family," said Daphne. "You both sign." Bianca sighed and took the blood quill. She signed her name on the contract, wincing as the quill drew her own blood to use as ink. She passed the quill to Marshall, who glared at Daphne and Harry, but signed as well. "Excellent," said Daphne, taking back the contract and quill. "Keep an eye out for letters bearing your new lord's seal. Wisengamot sessions will resume soon, and you will be expected to do your part. Thank you for your cooperation. Good day." Bianca stood up and placed a hand on her son's shoulder. "Yes," she said. "Good day." With that, she led Marshall out with her. Once they had gone, Daphne sighed in relief and looked at Harry. "So," she asked. "That went well," said Harry, grinning at her. "Let's hope they are all this easy, shall we?" Not likely, but we can hope, said Daphne. To their credit, the meetings with most families ended up going that way. Some, like Millicent Bulstrode and the Caro twins, were all too happy to sign, while others, like Pansy Parkinson and Theodore, not glared throughout the entire process, but did it. A few of the more stupid ones had tried to argue, and it had taken repeated threats for them to cooperate. None had tried to draw a wand, of course, because no one was stupid enough to think they would be able to take on Harry in a duel. The fear of the way he defied death twice now was fresh in everyone's mind still, and Harry had to admire Daphne's initiative to do this quickly while they were still uncertain. Of course, once the contracts had been signed, they couldn't defy him, since it would bear painful consequences for them. Above all, they were well aware that their days at the top were over. Not that many had ever been there to begin with, but now especially it was obvious that Harry Potter held all authority over them, and it would be best to accept it. Having lived under the thumb of the Dark Lord already, most of them still had hoped that this alternative would be better. The meeting with the Malfoy family was the most interesting one by far. Lucius Malfoy had not been thrown in Azkaban at Harry's behest, but it didn't mean he was willing to throw away his influence. Surprisingly, it had been Draco who had superseded his father's authority to agree to the contract. Lucius had even threatened to disown Draco, but Daphne had reminded him that if Draco signed the contract on behalf of the Malfoy name, Lucius could still be stripped of his position by Harry, and Draco would be named the head of the Malfoy family. A mutinous Lucius had finally signed. All in all, they had all the acquired titles and estates renew their loyalty to him, and Harry was satisfied. So we only have Rolf Scamander and Zinnia Yaxley to deal with tomorrow, right? He asked. Yeah, said Daphne, looking exhausted. You know, I just thought of something, said Harry. The Potter family isn't a sacred 28, but I still have a seat. Yeah, apparently, Dumbledore held it in proxy for you, said Daphne. Fudge tried to bring in a motion to strip you of it back in 5th year, but the rest of the Wisengamot refused to take it away. Good for us, too. Otherwise, it would have been one more thing on top of everything we'd have to deal with. Agreed Harry, and glanced at the time, which showed it was almost 8 in the evening. He and Daphne had been in meetings from 9:3 in the morning, stopping only for half an hour around 1 for some lunch that Maribeth had brought for them. You headed home? He asked, looking at Daphne. No, I still have some work to do, she said. I'm just going to ask Maribeth to get me some supper from the Leaky and keep working. Mind if I join you? He asked. Daphne looked a little amused. You don't have to keep me company, she said. I'll mostly be filing paperwork for your godson's trust and preparing letters for Gringotts to be sent off after the Wisengamot session. Usually I would be rushing to get home, but it's past Teddy's bedtime, said Harry. I'll just end up doing nothing. Might as well be productive. Sure, if you say so, she said. They returned to Daphne's office, with Daphne telling Maribeth to get them supper on the way. Maribeth left and returned with a 4-pack of butter beer and 2 batches of fish and chips wrapped in paper for them only 10 minutes later. If it's all right, I will retire for the night, she said, placing the food and drinks on Daphne's desk. Yes, thank you, Maribeth, said Daphne with a polite wave. Good night. Good night, said Maribeth and left. Harry opened 2 bottles of butter beer and handed one to Daphne and took the other for himself. Can I ask, he said, taking a sip, are there any other pubs in Diagon Alley? Or restaurants for that matter? I don't remember seeing much besides the Leaky and Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. That is what they call monopoly in action, Harry, said Daphne, unpacking the fish and chips and laying it out on her desk for the 2 of them. Florian Fortescue had to fight tooth and nail to get his shop open because only the Leaky was granted the food and liquor license by the ministry. He managed to get his ice cream parlor open because of a legal loophole. But why? Asked Harry. Surely they'd want more business cropping up here, right? The rule of thumb in these instances is typically 1 establishment of each kind in an area, said Daphne. At least, that's what the ministry abides by. The way to get around it is to show that you offer something that the other place doesn't offer. The Leaky offered beds, food, and liquor, but ice cream was considered unique enough for Fortescue to open his shop. It's a dumb law, but an old one. Of course, in those days, the alley was a much smaller place, and they wanted to prevent oversaturation of the same kind of businesses in order to encourage expansion. "Can we change it?" asked Harry, taking a bite of his fish. "Yes," said Daphne. "We won't have to, though. The exception to the law is if the ministry decides to grant a license. Problem is, anyone who wants to open a business needs backing from someone on the Wisengamot to sign off on their application for licensing. As you can guess, not many people are eager to help out in those matters unless they have something to gain." Harry ate his chips absently, mulling over what Daphne had told him. She let him think it through and ate her own food. "I think," he said, as they were halfway through their meal, "this might be able how we start." "I'm listening," said Daphne, finishing her butterbeer and opening the second bottle. "Both of us have the authority to sign off on the application for licensing, correct?" he asked. "Yes," said Daphne. "Well, what if we were to start a service where those wanting to apply could submit a business plan to us, and we can help them get started," said Harry. "With money and the licensing stuff, too. If reviving Diagon Alley is a good place to start, then wouldn't this help?" Daphne considered it. "Yeah, probably," she said. "But it's a little out of my expertise. Legal stuff I am fine with, but the financing and business venture aspect is beyond me." "We can hire more people, though, can't we?" asked Harry. "Of course," nodded Daphne. "It could be like a Diagon restoration program or something." "I like the sound of that," said Harry. Daphne smiled and then seemed to contemplate something. "I think it's best to have an umbrella organization," she said, finally. When Harry looked confused, she chuckled. "Well, Diagon Alley is just one place, so I doubt we'd want to stop with just that. Plus, we could have a separate charity arm. We don't have to make the larger organization public, but it's more for the benefit of making sure we keep everything connected and organized." "How so?" asked Harry, interested. She wiped her hands and mouth daintily with a paper napkin and fetched a blank piece of parchment. "The larger organization can be a collective. The Diagon Restoration, which would fall under something like a business development division, would be one arm, charity would be another," she said, drawing a diagram for reference. "A third could be all the logistical aspects of the collective, you know, like the financing and investments, legal matters, public relations, human resources if we are going to hire more people, and so on and so forth. And when we have new ventures, they can become a new arm of the collective," said Harry, starting to understand. "Brilliant." "I think so," beamed Daphne. "Oh, that reminds me we should look at the press aspect quickly." "Yeah, but why quickly?" he asked. "Well, the reason why the Dark Lord was able to control the profit so thoroughly was because most of the families had shares in it, and when they signed it away to him, he became the majority owner. He didn't even have to threaten the chief editor to use it as propaganda," said Daphne, standing up and rummaging through the filing cabinet. "Does this make me the majority owner now?" asked Harry. Daphne returned with a file that she opened and read through. Harry picked up the empty wrappers from their supper and began cleaning up. By the time he had cleared Daphne's desk, she had finished reading. "So, by my calculations, you own about 78%, mostly because of some old Potter and Black stocks in addition to the others," she said. "The Wisengamot session is going to cause a splash, so if we have the profit on our side, we can control how the news is delivered." "Excellent," said Harry. "We should probably hire someone permanently to deal with the press, shouldn't we?" "That's not a bad idea," said Daphne. "I actually have someone in mind if that's all right." "Who?" asked Harry. "Tracy Davis," said Daphne. "She was in Slytherin with me. She is excellent at keeping her ear to the ground and has a knack for using information well. I can speak to her tomorrow if you want." "Sure," said Harry. "Today's Thursday and the Wisengamot meets on Monday, so we should hurry." "After I speak to Tracy tomorrow, we can go visit the Prophet's chief editor, even if we have to do it over the weekend," said Daphne. "Armed with your PR person and attorney, you will be unstoppable." Harry couldn't help but laugh in agreement. Progress was still ways away, but they were moving forward for now. 29th May, 1998. Harry wasn't sure what he had expected Rolf Scamander to be like, but when he entered Daphne's office for the meeting, Harry was distinctly reminded of someone like Neville. Rolf was as tall as Harry and quite thin, but there was a shyness to him that reminded Harry of Neville distinctly. He was soft-spoken too, wore round glasses and robes meant for traveling. Curly brown hair, bright hazel eyes, and a surprising untidiness that spoke of an absent-minded person further reinforced that impression. "Mr. Potter and Miss Greengrass, I presume," he said, holding out his hand. "I'm Rolf Scamander." Though he was older than them, his voice sounded a little younger, and when he smiled, he looked even more boyish. "Yes, thank you for coming, Mr. Scamander," said Daphne, shaking his hand with a polite smile. "Nice to meet you," said Harry, shaking his hand and feeling himself like the man immediately. "Please sit." "Thank you," said Rolf, sitting down on the chair that Harry offered him. "I was very surprised to get your letter, even more so when you said I had the claim to the Lestrange seat. I spoke to my grandfather, though, and he managed to clarify it a little." "Yes, we realize it isn't a straightforward connection," said Daphne. "My grandfather and Letta Lestrange were at Hogwarts together," said Rolf. "From what I could tell, they were rather close until she got engaged to my great-uncle Theseus. You were the closest living relative we could find to the Lestrange family, Mr. Scamander," said Harry. "Oh, please call me Rolf," he said, pleasantly. He frowned a little as he considered Harry's words. "I can't pretend to be thrilled about that, to be honest. The Lestrange family isn't something you would feel happy about associated with." "I understand the feeling, but the Lestrange family, rather the branch with Rodolphus, signed away their fealty to Voldemort, and since defeating him, it falls to me to deal with it," said Harry. Rolf nodded. "I can appreciate that, but I don't know what you want me to do," he said. "I can sign it away if that's what you want. I have no interest in keeping it." "It's not as simple," said Daphne. "Someone needs to sit on the Lestrange seat, and we would rather it be you." "But I'm not much of a politician," protested Rolf. "Then consider doing it until you have an heir capable of inheriting it," said Harry. Rolf sighed and paused for a bit. "May I be blunt with you, Mr. Potter?" he finally asked. "Sure, but call me Harry," said Harry. "Harry," said Rolf, seriously, "I may not be much of a politician, but I know that signing away their fealty like they did to you-know-who means you are now their new lord. Do you want me in the seat, because you will be able to control my votes that way?" "Honestly," asked Harry, "we made 2 different contracts for you and had planned on giving you a choice on which one you wanted to sign. You can sign a full fealty contract like we made the others sign, which gives me control of their votes. Just their votes, mind you," he added. "The other contract stipulates that as long as you or your heirs sit on the Lestrange seat, you are entitled to the Lestrange estate, and I will release you from the compulsory fealty." "You would release me?" asked Rolf, surprised. "Why?" "You have nothing to do with the Death Eaters," said Harry. "But your family is still an important part of the wizarding world, and having you on the Wisengamot would only be a good thing." "Even if it may mean I could vote against you?" asked Rolf. "I'm not Voldemort," said Harry plainly. "I don't want blind followers, Rolf. I want to rebuild this world, not destroy it like he did." Rolf nodded slowly. "Like I said, I am not much of a politician," he said, "but I will accept your nomination. I won't swear you full fealty, but considering our conversations so far, I think we might not hold 2 different views." "I'm glad to hear that," said Harry, as Daphne handed him the second contract. Rolf accepted it and began reading through it carefully. Harry and Daphne waited patiently as he did, and when he was done, Daphne gave him a blood quill and Rolf signed it. "Thank you so much, Rolf," said Harry, as Rolf handed the signed contract back to Daphne. "The Wisengamot will meet on Monday morning." "I will be there," said Rolf, as he stood up and held his hand to Harry. Harry shook his hand with a smile. "Have a good day," he said. "You too," said Rolf. "Ms. Greengrass." Daphne shook his hand as well, and with a bow to them, Rolf Scamander made his exit. "That was very well handled, Harry," said Daphne, sounding impressed. "I learned it from you, I think," he grinned. She went a little pink but rolled her eyes. Don't relax just yet, she said. Zinnia Yaxley will be here within the hour, and then Tracy is coming by after lunch. There is still a lot to do. The meeting with Zinnia Yaxley was somehow even more straightforward. She was not surprised that she had inherited the seat, but instead of asking to be released, she was willing to sign a full fealty to Harry. When asked why, her reason was surprisingly similar to Millicent the day before. You will use it well, Mr. Potter. It's a weird kind of pressure, isn't it? Said Harry, as he and Daphne ate lunch together after Zinnia had left. I suppose, said Daphne. People have a lot of faith in you, or maybe everyone just needs someone else to bear the responsibility of making the tough decisions. Not everyone wants to be a leader. Most are just content to follow. Harry sighed. Don't I know it? After lunch, Tracy Davis came in for her meeting with them. Harry remembered the gray-eyed, petite brunette vaguely, but she and Daphne were close, it seemed, since he saw Daphne smile widely as she greeted her. So what's this about suddenly? Asked Tracy, once introductions and pleasantries were out of the way. Is Potter your client? Yes, said Daphne. We have a job that could use your skills, so I want to know if you're interested. What's the job? Asked Tracy. It's to handle press, said Daphne. Ah, got it, said Tracy. Yeah, it's a good call, especially now that you're the savior and all, she added, looking at Harry. That's one aspect of it, but there's more to it, said Daphne. If you're willing to sign a confidentiality agreement, I can read you in properly. If you decide not to take the job, the confidentiality will remain in place, of course, but there won't be any hard feelings. Tracy chuckled. Sure, why not? Daphne handed her the agreement that she read and signed. Once Daphne had the document back, she slowly explained Harry's new position as well as their plans. Tracy listened carefully, and by the time Daphne was done, she looked excited. I take it you want the job, said Daphne, slightly amused. Hell yeah, she said at once. This sounds amazing. Daphne laughed and looked at Harry, who nodded with a smile. She pulled out an employment contract and gave it to Tracy. To think I was only aiming for a measly reporter's job at the Prophet, said Tracy as she read through the contract. She paused when she got to the salary. Is this correct? It's higher than the standard rate, I know, said Daphne. But you will be the only PR person, so it's a lot of work too. For this kind of pay, I will work 24 hours, said Tracy. She finished reading it and signed the contract. Daphne took it back and examined it properly. Thank you and welcome on board, she said. Do you have a name yet? Asked Tracy. No, said Harry. Well, that's always a good thing to have, said Tracy. Something to call the wider organization. We don't have to necessarily make it public either. How about the Golden Snitch Collective? Said Harry. GSC for short. Sounds good to me, said Daphne, as Tracy nodded approvingly. In keeping with your image, it would be better to make the charity arm public, said Tracy, thoughtfully. Harry Potter, the philanthropist, is a better image, and it goes with the whole savior thing. It would put a better spin on things and detract from how you're probably the most powerful lord in Britain right now. You should name the charity arm something personal. Harry was sufficiently impressed at her quick work. Maybe the Potter Foundation, he asked. That could work, said Tracy. As for the chief editor of the Daily Prophet, it's still that pushover Barnabas Cuff, she added, rolling her eyes. His office is not far from here, said Daphne. I think it would be best if only Daphne and I went, said Tracy. I have met Cuff before at one of Slughorn's parties, and he responds to power above anything. Wouldn't it be better for me to come too, if that's the case? Asked Harry. No, a better show of power would be if you sent your employees to do the job that is clearly beneath you, said Tracy, grinning wickedly. Harry could see what Daphne had meant when she'd said Tracy had a knack for these things. She clearly saw things differently than anyone he knew, and a fresh perspective was always welcomed. There's still time left today, said Daphne, looking at the clock. It's only 3. We can still meet with him if we hurry. Before we go, can you draft a contract? Asked Tracy. As the majority owner, Potter has the right to approve and disapprove any and everything that gets printed in the Prophet. The quickest way to do it is to have one of the reporters who will become my go-to person in such matters. Do you know someone? Asked Harry. Tracy nodded. He's an older Ravenclaw alumni named Benedict Almatis, she said. I know for a fact that he's one of the last honest reporters left in that sham paper. If we sign a contract, I can coordinate with him to ensure that all the press regarding Potter and the GSC is controlled properly by us. Do it, said Harry. Give me some time to draft the contract, said Daphne. I already made one for Cuff, so he can actually start cleaning house as well. The problem is people like Skeeter, who will always have an audience, even if we have her removed from the Prophet. Skeeter's an illegal animagus, said Harry. Tracy grinned. I know, she said. We can always use that if it comes down to it. Hopefully, she understands which side her bread is buttered and doesn't try to go after a prey bigger than herself. Around 4:30, Harry headed back to Grimmauld Place, while Daphne and Tracy went to the Daily Prophet's main office. The place was bustling as they worked on the evening edition of the Prophet, but surprisingly, when Tracy told the receptionist they were there to see Cuff, they were shown to his office, even though they hadn't made an appointment. This is surprising, whispered Daphne. Not really, said Tracy, as Cuff walked in with a nervous smile on his face. I think he might have expected something like this. Ms. Davis, it is a pleasure to see you again, said Cuff. Yes, good day, Mr. Cuff, said Tracy, with a polite smile. This is Daphne Greengrass, and we are here on behalf of the new majority owner of the Daily Prophet. Cuff began sweating bullets, but he tried to keep smiling. Of course, he said. The G-Goblin said that the new owner had been informed. I'm sure you have some idea of who the new owner is, said Tracy, her grin like a shark's. Truth be told, you had quite a time slandering him all these years, huh? Cuff laughed nervously. It was, you know. Oh, well, said Tracy with a bright grin. The past is the past, isn't it? He jumped on the chance. Yes, of course, he said. The future is what matters. I am glad you understand, said Tracy. Now, here's the new contract, and we would like a word with Mr. Benedict Almatis. Ben, asked Cuff, surprised. Why him? He's one of our newer reporters, not even been here 3 years. At Tracy's raised eyebrow, he hastened to obey and went to go get Benedict Almatis. When they returned, Daphne handed a contract to Cuff, who immediately began reading through it. Benedict, on the other hand, looked at them suspiciously. Mr. Almatis, my name is Tracy Davis, and this is Daphne Greengrass, said Tracy, holding out her hand. Benedict shook hands with both of them. Are you here on behalf of the new owner? He asked shrewdly. We are, said Tracy. Does this one also want us to write what he says? Asked Benedict bluntly. Cuff squeaked in fear, but Tracy smiled warmly at Benedict. No, she said. We picked you because you were one of the most objective reporters on staff. Even in the past year when there was nothing but propaganda, you somehow managed to print the least biased stuff. No doubt the chief editor bent to the whims of the previous owner, but your work was noticed. Oh, said Benedict, slightly taken aback at the praise. Thank you, Ms. Davis. The new owner recognizes your efforts and wants to grant you more access, said Tracy, nodding at Daphne to give him the other contract. Benedict took the contract and examined it. Hang on, it's Harry P. He stopped and cleared his throat. Right, I see. As the contract states, you will have access to me as Mr. Potter's press representative, said Tracy. Things will be changing politically and socially soon, and Mr. Potter is understandably wary of the Prophet considering all he has suffered because of it. You understand, don't you? I do, said Benedict. This says you will grant me access to Wisengamot transcripts as well. Yes, no better way than to see unbiased reporting than hearing it from the horse's mouth, right? Asked Tracy. Just bear in mind, if the Prophet chooses to start twisting the truth again, Mr. Potter won't hesitate to pull the leash. She looked at Cuff as she said that part. He nodded quickly and signed the contract. Tracy looked back at Benedict. Well, Mr. Almatis, she asked. I'll sign, he said, and accepted the blood quill from Daphne. Is there a chance to have an interview with him? Many are curious about his plans for the future, not to mention a proper explanation of the end of the war. I will put it to him to see if he's willing to do it, said Daphne. However, about the future thing, there will be news regarding it soon, so we will be in touch with you then. In the meantime, please focus your attention on the Wisengamot. Of course, said Benedict, pleased. Daphne took the signed contracts back from him and Cuff, and checked them before nodding at Tracy in confirmation. Clean house, Mr. Cuff, said Tracy with a smile. Have a good day. Cuff stood quickly and bowed. Yes, of course, he said. Tracy nodded at Benedict, who inclined his head in a short bow, and the two women left the Daily Prophet's office together. Chapter 3. 31st May, 1998. It was Sunday, and once again, Harry had been invited at the Burrow for lunch. He was confused about it, until Hermione told him that Charlie mentioned they ought to make it a regular thing for the time being since both Molly and George had been in a better mood since last Sunday. While Harry was happy about being invited, his conversation with Hermione the previous week was still at the forefront of his mind. Hermione had moved out of the Burrow and come to live at Grimmauld Place the same night that Harry had offered. While she'd told Ron that it was because there were spare rooms there, she'd confided in Harry that she was trying to put some distance before she mustered up the courage to open up to Ron about her feelings. Harry had no idea how Ron was feeling about the whole thing, but he'd given Hermione her space to figure things out. His own feelings about Ginny were equally conflicted. She had greeted him with a kiss once again, and while it made him feel warm and wanted, he did wonder if there was more to them than a physical attraction. Something tangible, something that would keep them together for the rest of their lives. Harry could feel his own melancholic thoughts building, so after lunch, he volunteered to put Teddy down for a nap while everyone else sat in the living room chatting. He had been rocking Teddy to sleep in Ron's old room when the door creaked open. He was expecting it to be Ginny or Hermione, but to his surprise, it was Fleur. Is he asleep? Asked Fleur in a low voice. Yeah, whispered Harry. Fleur entered the room and sat down on the edge of Ron's bed to look at Teddy. He is so precious, she said. Harry smiled and then thought back to what Fleur had said last week. Fleur, he said, can I ask you something? She looked at him in confusion. Of course, she nodded. Why don't you want to go back to Gringotts? He asked. Fleur raised her eyebrows and then smiled a little. Did you know why I went to Gringotts in the first place? She asked. Without waiting for him to answer, she continued. When I saw Bill, I knew wanted to marry him. I found out he was a curse breaker with Gringotts, so I took the job to be close to him. You don't want that anymore? Asked Harry. Fleur was startled, and then she started laughing. Ah, she said, you think Bill and I are having marriage problems. Harry went red. Sorry, he said. No, don't be, said Fleur. I think it's natural to assume that people who got married in the middle of a war won't survive once peace returns. But don't worry, Bill and I are fine. Really? Asked Harry, relieved. Fleur nodded with an understanding smile. While it's true a lot of relationships fall apart once war ends, that's not the case for everyone. My reasons for leaving Gringotts are stupid, really, she said. Was it because of Griffook? Asked Harry, remembering she'd hated his presence at the Shell Cottage. Close, she said. Well, Griffook was only a part of it. Goblins are not friendly to witches and wizards to begin with, but they are worse to someone like me, whom they consider an abomination for having mixed ancestry. Harry felt like an idiot for not realizing it sooner. Fleur, I am so sorry, he said. She waved it away. Don't worry about it, Harry, she said. I bore through it because I wanted to be close to Bill, and then later because I can't choose to hold a grudge during wartime. But now that we have peace, and Bill and I are together, I don't wish to return to Gringotts. That's understandable, said Harry. Sorry for prying. I don't mind, she shrugged. Although I was very surprised you thought that Bill and I were having problems. Yeah, I might have been projecting a little, he admitted. Instead of being shocked, Fleur nodded in understanding. Like I said, Not all relationships survive in peacetime, she said. Think carefully when deciding to choose the person you want to spend the rest of your life with, Harry. Thanks, Fleur, he said. I mean it, she said firmly. All those silly myths about Vila mates, but none of them really realize that we all have instincts that draw us to people that are compatible to us. Our magic has a tendency to guide us towards people who will become ideal partners to bond with and bear children with. Really? Asked Harry. Of course, said Fleur. It's why something as devastating as a war has a way to shake things up. But you see, couples who get together now during peacetime will form stronger connections because the war changed everyone to such an extent that you might not be the person you were when you entered it. Even if you were, the person whom you love might now be different. She smiled as she looked at a sleeping Teddy. We will see more children being born starting next year, and they will really bring in a brand new era. I know it may seem impossible right now, Harry, but you have to think about the kind of person you want beside you in the coming era of peace. It isn't a decision to be made lightly. Harry was silent as he considered her words. Thank you, Fleur, he said finally. I will think about what you said. Good, she nodded with a small smile. And don't worry about me, I'll find a job. Are there other jobs for curse breakers? Asked Harry. Oh, I wasn't a curse breaker, Harry, said Fleur. I worked as a financial consultant. What's that? Asked Harry. Well, I had a list of clients that I handled. I looked after their investments, kept track of their ventures, drew up plans for them, you see. Things like that, she explained. Harry looked at her in surprise. You analyzed business plans, he asked. Well, I analyzed the financial aspect of them, yes, she said. We had someone else who was a business consultant, but I made the financial decisions. Fleur, said Harry, smiling a little, I think I might have a job you are interested in. 1st June, 1998. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the very first post-war gathering of the Wisengamot, began Kingsley, sweeping his gaze over the court. We are a day away from 1-month anniversary of the death of you-know-who, and though we emerged victorious, the price we paid was in no way insubstantial. There was silence at his proclamation, but many people bowed their heads in acknowledgement. It will take us time to rebuild, but I wish for you to join me in taking this first step, said Kingsley. The Wisengamot is the cornerstone of our governing system. Without it, we cannot hold trials or pass laws. Therefore, our first order of business today is to reorganize the 50 seats of the Wisengamot. Are there any objections? No one raised a wand, so Kingsley nodded once. Per tradition, we shall address the permanent seats first, he said, followed by the remainder 22 seats. Minister Shacklebolt, point of order. Yes, Elder Folly, said Kingsley, looking at the older man. Elder Folly stood up. We have a great many empty seats among the permanent and non-permanent numbers. How are we counting if we have enough votes to pass a nomination? Ah, I understand your apprehension, Elder Folly, said Kingsley. While it is tradition to begin with the permanent seats, it is also a way around the issue in this instance. We will put together the permanent 28 seats first, and they will then vote on the non-permanent 22 seats. As for the permanent seats themselves, the current permanent seats have the right to object a nomination, and if there are enough objections, it shall be tabled, and a vote shall be held once the rest of the seats are taken care of. Does that seem satisfactory? Elder Folly nodded and sat back down. Well then, said Kingsley, permanent seat number 1, Abbott, currently held by Elder Robert Abbott. Any objections? None of the wands were raised, and Kingsley nodded. Acknowledged. Permanent seat number 2, Avery. Bianca Avery stood up. Bianca Avery, holding the seat for the current heir, Marshall Avery, who is not of age as of yet, she said. Any objections? Asked Kingsley. No one in the permanent seats did, but there were mutterings from the non-permanent seats as hostile gazes were directed at Bianca. Silence. Minister, said Elder Abercrombie from the non-permanent seat. This is an outrage. Families of Death Eaters should have no rights to. Point of order, Elder Abercrombie, said Elder Folly as he stood up. Young Mr. Avery's father is merely incarcerated on charges of being a suspected Death Eater. Until he is tried, he is innocent, I may remind you. And even if he is found guilty, the Avery family has held a permanent seat on the Wisengamot all these years, and sins of one man will not disgrace the whole house. He sat back down. Ladies and gentlemen, to save us time, let me reiterate, said Kingsley. This will come up concerning many of the permanent seats, but the laws about the permanent seats are ironclad and we must follow them. Now, I ask again, are there objections to Madame Avery's claims? There was silence, and Kingsley nodded. Acknowledged. Permanent seat number 3, black. Harry stood up, and there were murmurings which immediately had Kingsley calling for silence. Mr. Potter, asked Kingsley, I received the title of the Black family through my late godfather, Sirius Black, he said. However, I will not be taking this seat. I make a nomination for Andromeda Tonks, formerly Andromeda Black, to hold the seat. Is Miss Tonks here? Asked Kingsley. The courtroom doors opened, and Andromeda walked in. I accept the nomination put forth by Mr. Potter, she stated clearly. Elder Macmillan stood up. Pardon me, Madam Tonks, but I was given to understand you no longer have an heir, he said. Andromeda's face hardened, but she nodded. Yes, my daughter perished during the Battle of Hogwarts, she said. However, she did not die childless. I will be holding the seat for my grandson, Edward Lupin, until he is of age. Silence, called Kingsley as people began murmuring loudly. Any objections to Madam Tonks? None. Then it is acknowledged. Please take the seat, Madam Tonks. Andromeda gave a short bow and made her way over to the permanent seat of the Black family. Permanent seat number 4, Bulstrode, called Kingsley. Millicent, too, was sworn in without objections. Permanent seat number 5, Burke. This one drew a lot more contempt, especially with the younger Burke still being a man in his late 20s and a suspected Death Eater. Still, after Kingsley's firm words, there were no protests as he was sworn in. Permanent seat number 6, Caro. Flora Caro was sworn in without objections, just like Millicent. Permanent seat number 7, Crouch, said Kingsley. Since it is a Mr. Potter, he asked when Harry stood up. Pardon me, Minister, but I have a letter here from Gringotts, he said, banishing it towards Kingsley, who took it and examined it. Ah, I see, he said, and then enlarged the letter so everyone could read the words on it. The Crouch family's closest relative is the Black family, which makes Mr. Potter the head. Silence, silence, he called as the buzzing got louder. I will not be taking this seat either, Minister, said Harry, raising his voice to be heard over the commotion. As head of the Black family, I wish to submit my formal request to acknowledge the legitimacy of the marriage of Cedrella Black to Septimus Weasley. Cedrella was a sister to Carys Black, who then married into the Crouch family and became Carys Crouch. Elder Folly stood up. Am I to understand, Mr. Potter, that you are handing the seat over to the Weasley family? He asked. Harry looked at him, but he sounded perfectly neutral and not prejudiced in any way. Yes, Elder Folly, he said. I support Mr. Potter's request, he said clearly. It was nodded along by many of the other permanent seats, as well as non-permanent seats. Silence. Please, called Kingsley. Mr. Potter, by accepting your request, both the Crouch and Weasley seats will be presented to the Weasley family. And the Prewett seat as well, said Elder Shafik firmly. The Weasleys have long since been denied their rightful place, and I say we should not stand for this. 3 seats held by one family is preposterous, claimed Elder Abercrombie and Elder Zeller, but surprisingly, there were no protests from the likes of Lucius Malfoy and others. Little did they know that Harry had them strictly under his thumb, and they were not allowed to protest one bit. With a resounding positive, the Weasleys were granted the Crouch, Prewett and Weasley seats, with Arthur Weasley, Charlie Weasley and Percy Weasley sitting on them, and Bill Weasley being named the heir to Arthur's seat. Elder Folly's seat was acknowledged without issue, and for the Flint seat, Marcus' younger brother Mitchell was named the heir with their mother holding the seat. When he got to the next name, Kingsley frowned. Permanent seat number 10, Gaunt. There was dead silence in the courtroom. The news of Voldemort's true heritage had broken only days after the Battle of Hogwarts, so everyone knew who the last Gaunt member had been. Harry stood up. "Minister Shacklebolt," he said, over the deafening silence. "This is the seat I will be taking over." "Any objections?" asked Kingsley, his voice catching just a bit. The silence continued, and he nodded. "Acknowledged, Elder Potter." "Thank you, Minister," said Harry firmly, and sat back down. Kingsley cleared his throat before proceeding. "Permanent seat number 11, Greengrass." Daphne's appointment went smoothly, but the seat right after was the Lestrange seat. Harry stood up once again, and it was then that people started to understand what had happened. The smarter ones realized quickly how Harry had control of so many seats, and there were mixed feelings about it. While some like Folly, Ollivander, Longbottom, Shafik, and even Slughorn were happy that Harry was the one in charge, many of the non-permanent members like Abercrombie, Zeller, and Thompson, who had all enjoyed long terms in the non-permanent seats, and had been hopping for this to be a chance for them to seize power, realized quickly that their hopes were being destroyed before their very eyes. Without a strong leader, the Wizengamot would have been divided, but the new leader had come in the form of the Wizarding World's savior. Among the permanent members, Macmillan did not look happy in the slightest. "He cannot hold 2 seats. Elder Thompson still tried. "I am not," said Harry, looking at him sternly. "The Lestrange line is all but gone, however. I found a distant relative." He picked up the paperwork and sent it towards Kingsley, who examined it, and then enlarged it so that the rest of the court could see it. "Ah, I see," said Elder Ollivander. "Newt Scamander's grandson, is he?" "Yes," said Harry. "I nominate Rolf Scamander to be voted into the Lestrange seat." "Any objections?" asked Kingsley. When none of the permanent seats protested, Kingsley acknowledged the vote and Rolf took his seat. The Longbottom and Macmillan seats were taken up without issue. Augusta Longbottom handed the seat over to Neville, though the Macmillan seat was still held by Ernie's father. Permanent seat number 15, Malfoy. Lucius Malfoy stood up and gave a curt bow. "Any objections?" asked Kingsley. All eyes automatically went to Harry, but he didn't move a muscle. "Acknowledged," declared Kingsley, and Lucius sat back down. Theodore Nott was sworn in much the same way. Elder Ollivander was acknowledged instantly. Parkinson, Rosier, Rowell, and Selwyn's seats were quickly acknowledged as well when they saw Harry didn't object to any of them. Permanent seat number 23, Shacklebolt. Kingsley smiled wryly. "As per precedent, I acknowledge that I will be granted 3 votes. Any objections?" There were none, so he was sworn in. Shafik and Slughorn seats were sworn in without issue as well. The Travers seat drew glares but no protests. And finally, Zinnia Yaxley was sworn in at Harry's nomination. "That is all for the permanent seats," said Kingsley. "Now to the non-permanent seats. We shall follow the existing seats, and if there are ones without viable heirs, we shall open nominations. This time, the seats will be decided by votes, not objections. Non-permanent seat number 1, Abercrombie." Elder Abercrombie stood up. Harry raised his wand, and nearly all of the permanent seats followed suit. "Acknowledged," said Kingsley, as Abercrombie looked astonished that Harry had actively voted to keep him in. What he didn't know was that Harry and Daphne had discussed the issue at length. Abercrombie was the head of the neutral to light factions in the non-permanent seats. While he was still known to be quite a power-hungry bastard, he had served on the Wizengamot for a long time. Overthrowing him and his faction would have been a piece of cake, but he was a popular public figure, and to have Harry Potter support him would win them favors from those who weren't quite in Abercrombie's faction, but admired him. It was also a matter of keeping your enemies closer and in sight. The next 3 non-permanent seats were Bode, Brown, and Corner, all 3 of which Harry supported, so they were voted in. "Non-permanent seat number 5, Crabbe," said Kingsley. "The current heir is in Azkaban awaiting trial. Since it is a non-permanent seat, it is an automatic forfeit without an heir or proxy. Does anyone wish to issue a nomination?" Harry stood up, and there was palpable tension in the air. He had given it a lot of thought, and then the answer had been so simple. "I nominate Hermione Granger," he said. It was almost comical how everyone relaxed, as if they had expected him to claim yet one more seat. Still, Hermione Granger was a war heroine and one of the brightest witches of her age. They also knew she was one of Harry Potter's best friends. While he wasn't claiming a seat for himself or one of his puppets, he was essentially lining the Wisengamot with numbers in his favor. Hermione entered the courtroom, having agreed to it after Harry had explained his plan to her. "We will now hold the vote," said Kingsley. Harry could have laughed out of sheer joy as Lucius Malfoy, Pansy Parkinson, and wives and children of Death Eaters who had sneered at mudbloods raised their wand to vote in Hermione Granger into the Wisengamot. He wished he wasn't in public because he wanted to do a stupid dance in that very moment as Hermione took the seat that was formerly held by the Crabbe family. Kingsley called for silence before continuing. "Non-permanent seat number 6, Dolohov." The heir had only recently turned 17, but he was voted in at Harry's behest. Same with Goyle, as Gregory took the seat. The next two were the Hopkins and Jones seats that were considered light and very amicable, so Harry voted them in. The Jugson seat was granted to the matriarch, since the son was not of age. The MacDougall seat was voted in with a very popular vote, and Harry remembered Daphne telling him they were an old family that was rather extensive and well known for advocating business and development. McNair and Mulciber were voted in with some reluctance, and Harry could see Abercrombie starting to sweat as he was no doubt counting the numbers and the votes. It wasn't surprising, though, as some of these nominations did not receive votes from those like Longbottom, Ollivander, or even Rolf Scamander, and Harry could appreciate that they did not just wish to follow him blindly and had their own principles as well. He did not begrudge them that. Orpington was an older family that was a staunch supporter of Abercrombie, but Harry voted them in as well. He and Daphne suspected that Orpington was the real brains behind Abercrombie's faction, but they didn't know enough to prove it just yet. They needed him in their sights. The current Orpington seat was held by Eugene Orpington, a thin black-haired man with beady amber eyes and a permanently curled lip. He accepted his votes with a courteous bow before sitting down. "Non-permanent seat number 15, Potter," said Kingsley, and then paused. Harry stood up. "Minister, I am well aware that holding 2 seats goes against Wisengamot principles," he said, and it was laughable because everyone in the courtroom was well aware that he held a whole bunch of seats indirectly. "However, I request to hold on to my family's seat until my firstborn can sit on it." "I second Elder Potter's request." Harry raised his eyebrows when he saw Eugene Orpington, of all people, second him. "It will grant him 3 votes, same as the minister, so it is technically not against the rules," said Elder Orpington. "Very well," said Kingsley. "Let's hold the vote." Overwhelmingly. Harry was voted into his family's seat, and he bowed before sitting down. The last 7 seats of Rookwood, Sayer, Stewart, Thompson, Warbeck, Wright, and Zeller were also voted in. Once all 50 seats were confirmed, they were all sworn in formally, and new seats were given the gold Wisengamot pin and the plum robes that were to be worn for all official business. "Thank you for your cooperation, ladies and gentlemen," said Kingsley. "Before we end the session for today, there are some matters that require an urgent decision. Firstly, there is my own appointment to the minister's position, which was made rather hastily. I put my own position to the Wisengamot for consideration." Harry stood up. "I vote to uphold Minister Shacklebont's appointment to the position of Minister of Magic," he said, and sat back down. A lot of people looked relieved, because they had honestly believed he would have asked to be given that job himself. Harry wanted to roll his eyes, but as Kingsley was voted in by an almost full majority, he couldn't help but be glad. He didn't want to be the minister in the slightest, and felt like sighing as he was once again reminded how very Voldemort-like this maneuver had been. "Thank you," said Kingsley, as his appointment was made permanent. "The next thing that needs our attention is we need to set a date for trials of alleged Death Eaters in Azkaban at the moment." "Minister," said Elder Folly, "I propose we wait until September to begin trials." He looked at the rest of the Wisengamot. Many Hogwarts students will be taking their owls and newts here at the ministry this month, and honestly, I wish to spend time with my grandchildren as well. We have all had a harrowing year, so I say we wait until the children go back to Hogwarts to turn our attention back to this. Harry felt his lips twitch into a smile at the older man's tenacity. Seconded, he said, and just like that it was voted in. Excellent, said Kingsley. Our next matter for today is the position of the Chief Warlock. Elder Abercrombie has held the position since Albus Dumbledore's dismissal by Minister Fudge. It was good that Daphne had told him about this beforehand, because Harry was sure his carefully kept facade wouldn't have held up otherwise, and he would have glared or sneered at Abercrombie just purely on principle. He was still very conflicted about Dumbledore these days. Having learned, he had raised Harry as a lamb to slaughter, no matter if there was still a chance of survival. It didn't excuse a miserable life and losing so many people around him for the greater good. At the same time, he couldn't fault Dumbledore either. Voldemort needed to be stopped, and Dumbledore had done all he could to do that. A large part of him had forgiven him back in limbo, but feelings were never that straightforward after all. Still, he could see Abercrombie look towards him fearfully as if he would challenge him for it. Fortunately, when Abercrombie's position as the Chief Warlock was put to the floor, Harry raised his wand in acceptance, a lead that was followed by a massive majority. Abercrombie looked relieved as he accepted the position once again. The final matter for today will be proposed by Elder Abbott, said Kingsley. Elder Abbott stood up. I call for the permanent disbandment of the Muggle-born Registration Commission, he said, his voice grave. Seconded, said Harry immediately. Kingsley nodded. The activities of the commission have been put on freeze since my appointment, but we will now take a formal vote for the disbandment, he said. All in favor. Almost every wand was raised in acceptance, albeit Harry knew that if he didn't hold the votes that he did, a lot of them wouldn't have been so cooperative. He could practically feel the loathing being directed at him, but he only smirked in satisfaction as the motion was passed. That brings us to the end of today's session, said Kingsley. Thank you very much for your cooperation, ladies and gentlemen. That could have gone so much worse, Harry murmured to Daphne, who was in the seat next to him since the Gaunt and Greengrass seats came right after one another. Yeah, she agreed as they glanced around. Everyone was slowly filtering out of the courtroom, with more than a few fearful looks being thrown towards Harry. We should get going, said Daphne, getting to her feet. What time did you invite Fleur Weasley to the office? 3, he said, glancing at the time. It was just after 12:3. You hungry? Daphne raised an eyebrow at him. Don't you have an appointment with Tracy and Ben? She asked. Harry grimaced but nodded. Yeah, he said. I promised to give a statement about today's events, he said. I was hoping to at least eat some lunch before then. I'll have something waiting for you at the office, said Daphne with a bright smile. See you. Harry smiled as she left quickly, no doubt to go right back to the office and start working. He had already told Hermione to return to Grimmauld Place without him, and as he hurried towards the exit, he dodged the waiting mass of reporters and followed Tracy, who escorted him away until they could disapparate. Arriving back in Diagon Alley, Harry smiled at Tracy gratefully. Any chance we can do this after I've eaten lunch? He asked, as they went towards the nondescript building that was used by the Daily Prophet reporters for conducting interviews. Sorry, Potter, grinned Tracy, leading him into a small, neatly furnished room inside the building where a man in his early 20s with long brown hair and a ponytail was waiting. Ben, sorry to keep you waiting, said Tracy. Ben, this is Harry Potter. Potter, this is Benedict Almatus. It's a pleasure, Mr. Potter, said Ben, holding out his hand. And for me as well, Mr. Almatus, said Harry, shaking his hand firmly. Please make yourself at home, said Ben, offering him a seat. Remember, we are just talking about the Wisengamot today, said Tracy. Understood, Tracy, said Ben with a small smile. Shall we get started? Do all reporters like complicated questions? Daphne looked up when Harry walked into her office and just made himself at home. Hello, Daphne, she said, sarcasm dripping from her tone. Sorry for barging into your office when you are working so hard for me, and were even nice enough to have lunch waiting like you promised. Harry smiled. What's for lunch? He asked. She rolled her eyes. Sandwich and pumpkin juice from the lakey, she said, returning her attention to what she was doing. Harry took the brown paper bag on the desk and unpacked his lunch. We really need better restaurants here, he said. Some fast food, maybe like pizza or burgers or something too. Daphne set her quill down and shook her head at him. How'd it go with Ben? She asked. Harry took a large bite of the turkey sandwich. Tracy gave him a transcript of today's session, so he basically just went through the whole thing and asked me questions about all of it, he said, waiting until he had swallowed to answer her. I don't know how positive we'll be able to spin this one. Half the people in that courtroom looked like I might as well have been Voldemort. To his surprise, Daphne smirked. Have faith in Tracy, she said. Besides, didn't you wonder why the Dark Lord never got rid of people like Abercrombie or Orpington? It's not like they're some great purebloods. They were just cunning enough to not kick up a fuss when the Dark Lord took over. People like them know there's a pecking order in place, and the reason why they have survived so far is because they know not to go against an enemy that's bigger than them. How does that make me different than Voldemort, then? Asked Harry. Really? Asked Daphne, raising her eyebrows in disbelief. No, I don't mean the supremacy or the murder thing, he clarified. Voldemort employed the same tactics, though. He could have been the minister, chief warlock, hell the king of England if he wanted. But he put his puppets in place while he remained in the shadows. That's because it's the prerogative of a ruler, said Daphne seriously. The Dark Lord was one of the most brilliant wizards in the world, and you know that's the truth. The reason he gained so many supporters was through fear and intimidation, true, but that only came later. When he got started, he was a poor half-blood orphan who only had his own brains and charisma to rely on, didn't he? But he gained power, and that power drew others to him. If he hadn't been a twisted, murdering psychopath, he very well would have been a great leader of Britain. Being similar to him in some ways isn't automatically awful, Harry. You are as powerful as he is, but what will set you apart from him is what you do with that power bestowed upon you. It is our choices, Harry, that show what we truly are, far more than our abilities. Dumbledore's words echoed in his ears, and Harry smiled slowly. You're right, he said. Sorry for getting all worked up over nothing. Don't mention it, she said, picking up her quill again. It's good to be self-aware, but you could do with having a bit more of an ego, you know. Harry couldn't help but chuckle at her bluntness. My ego is only reserved for my Quidditch skills, unfortunately, he said. Then think of it in Quidditch terms, said Daphne. When you have a player on the other team who is clearly a standout, everyone focuses on that player, right? The commentators comment on their actions, the spectators follow their every move, the opposing team's beaters aim for that player, and so on, right? Yeah, said Harry, not expecting a Quidditch analogy from Daphne, of all people. But you see, while everyone's focusing on the standout, the rest of the team escapes scrutiny, she smirked. The standout works as a decoy, and by the time everyone realizes that they should have been looking at the rest of the pitch as well, the match is over. You think I should be a decoy? He asked, and then chuckled. That's brilliant. They will be busy looking at you, and in the meantime, we will be changing the shape of Britain's society like scoring one goal at a time, she said, with a very Slytherin grin. So use that Quidditch ego of yours, Harry, and lighten up for Merlin's sake. Fleur Weasley wasn't sure what she was expecting when Harry had told her to come to the Verdant offices in Diagon Alley. She knew that they were title and estate attorneys, though she had never dealt personally with the firm. When she got there, an older witch led her to a small meeting room and made her some tea. Thank you, said Fleur, accepting the cup with a polite smile. The witch smiled at her and left, though only a moment later, Harry entered the meeting room with a blonde witch in tow. Fleur's eyebrows shot up a little, but she hid her smile in her cup of tea before standing up. Thank you for coming, Mrs. Weasley, said the blonde woman, and Fleur was surprised at her perfect French. There was no trace of an accent in her voice, and she seemed to have spoken with the fluency of a native. I'm Daphne Gringotts, Mr. Potter's attorney. Fleur shook her hand, still a little surprised. "Please call me Fleur," she said. "Of course, Fleur," said Daphne. "Please sit." "Could you switch to English?" asked Harry, and Fleur was amused when Daphne rolled her eyes at him. "Fine," she said, speaking English. "It's not often I get to speak French, you know." "Your French is very good," said Fleur. "My mother was French, so my sister and I got lessons," said Daphne. Fleur smiled warmly, though she noted the past tense when she spoke of her mother. "Fleur," said Harry, his tone a little serious. "This may sound strange, but would you sign a confidentiality agreement before we discuss why we're here?" Though she was surprised, Fleur kept her expression neutral. "I will," she said, and saw him sigh in relief. Daphne handed over the agreement to her, and Fleur read through it calmly, nodding it was a standard confidentiality clause that she had seen frequently in her line of work. She held her hand out for a blood quill and signed it after making sure there was nothing out of the ordinary on it. Once she had returned the document to Daphne, Harry took a deep breath and started explaining his meeting at Gringotts. Fleur had already suspected something of the sort, particularly after the 3 Wisengamot seats that he'd handed over to the Weasleys. She and Bill had talked about it later at home, too, and she had gotten the impression that Bill had known more than he let on, but understood that it was likely because of his confidentiality oaths to Gringotts that he hadn't elaborated. "Restoring Diagon Alley is very ambitious," she said, when Harry paused for breath. "We know, which is why we want to have the best people working on it," he said seriously. Fleur nodded, knowing that it certainly sounded more interesting than going back to Gringotts. She and Bill were planning on starting a family in the next 2 years, so a job like this, where she only had one client to focus on, was actually ideal. "Here's a formal offer for your consideration," said Daphne, handing her a contract. Fleur read through it, her eyebrows climbing higher and higher when she saw the pay and incentives. Generous was putting it mildly. "It's a very good offer," she said finally. "I admit I'm well versed in the financial aspect, but I cannot take on responsibility for assessing business plans." "That's fine," said Daphne. "We are looking for someone to cover that area as well, so it won't all fall to you." "Then if that's the case, I think I'll take the job," she said. "Really?" asked Harry. "Thank you, Fleur." Fleur smiled and nodded at him. "You have very ambitious plans, but you seem to be working hard towards it, so I'll do what I can to help," she said. "Do you feel comfortable handling the finances of the collective as well?" asked Daphne. "Yes, though I think we'll need more than just me if expansion goes well," said Fleur. "But for now, having you join us is helpful," said Harry. Fleur grinned and read through the contract once more before signing it. "When do you wish for me to start?" she asked, handing the signed contract to Daphne. "Whenever you can, really," said Daphne. "The Diagon restoration program is still a while away until we hire someone to handle the business side of things, but I could use a hand in sorting through all of Harry's finances. It's not my strong suit to begin with, and it's more complicated than usual." Fleur nodded understandingly. "I will start tomorrow," she said. Harry grinned at her brightly. "Thank you." Fleur took her leave after that, promising to be at work around 9 in the morning. Harry helped Daphne set up one of the empty rooms as an office for Fleur to use. As an afterthought, they added a second desk as well so whoever they hired to manage the business side of things for the Diagon restoration project could use it. "I should get home before Teddy goes to bed," said Harry, realizing it was almost 6. "I'll see you tomorrow." "Yeah, all right," said Daphne. "Don't forget to read the Evening Prophet." "I won't," Harry promised, before walking out and disapparating to Grimmauld Place. He spent the next hour or so entertaining Teddy with colored bubbles from his wand, before putting him to bed. Andromeda was grateful for the help, and retired to bed early as well. As Harry was going back downstairs, he passed by Hermione's room and found the door ajar. "Hey," he said, knocking lightly. Hermione, who was sitting on the bed with piles of books around her, looked up and smiled. "Oh, hi, Harry," she said. "Come in." "Did you get back here all right?" he asked, remembering how many reporters there had been outside the Wisengamot. Yeah, she said. I cast a disillusionment charm before stepping out. Wish I'd thought of that, he muttered, leaning against the doorway. No, it was very dramatic with Davis leading you away, grinned Hermione. It looked very official. Harry made a face at her, which made her laugh. So, guess who I hired today? Fleur, he said. That's clever, nodded Hermione. Really? I thought you weren't her biggest fan, said Harry. Hermione shot him a look of pure annoyance. You're joking, right? I was a horrible bitch to her because I was jealous that Ron got all dopey-eyed around her, but she and Bill took us in and looked after us at Shell Cottage, she said. Not to mention, Ginny and Molly were no saints either in the summer before our 6th year, but Fleur put up with it for Bill's sake. I know it seems like she was unaffected, but I could tell it bothered her a great deal. Fleur's a wonderful person, and if she hadn't already forgiven me, I would go apologize again. Harry smiled, not having known that Hermione and Fleur had reconciled to such a degree. So, what are you up to? He asked, nodding at the books near her. Oh, I'm just deciding what to keep and what to take to Hogwarts, she said, and then paused. Are you sure you don't mind me living here? Hermione, I said it was fine, he said. Besides, this house is bloody massive. Yeah, she said. So have you started studying for your newts? Harry shook his head, grinning. Harry, they start in 2 weeks, Hermione pointed out. I know, he said. Hopefully, I'll have more time now. It's just been so busy with the Wisengamot and everything. Oh, speaking of which, said Hermione, rummaging around. Here, the Evening Prophet came while you were putting Teddy to bed. Harry took the copy from her and took a deep breath before looking at it. The first official post-war session of Wisengamot. All 50 seats reaffirmed. Kingsley Shacklebolt to continue as Minister for Magic. See page 5. Elder Herman Abercrombie appointed Chief Warlock again. See page 6. The Muggle-born Registration Commission permanently disbanded. See page 8. An exclusive with Harry Potter. See page 3. By Benedict Almatis. On June 1st, 1998, the first official session of Wisengamot was called by Acting Minister for Magic, Kingsley Shacklebolt, following the end of the war against He Who Must Not Be Named at the hands of the Wizarding World's savior, Harry James Potter. See page 9 for details of the Battle of Hogwarts. The existing surviving members of the Wisengamot, as well as several younger heirs, including Mr. Potter, received summons. In an unorthodox move, yet without deviating from precedent, Acting Minister Shacklebolt ordered the permanent seats to be voted in via right of refusal, and the non-permanent seats voted by majority votes made by the permanent members. For a full description of permanent and non-permanent seats, see page 12. The depleted numbers were apparent as nearly all the occupants of the permanent seats had to be voted in this session. In a surprising move, most of the permanent seats remained unchanged. Even those seats previously held by alleged Death Eaters have been voted to be kept in the respective families. For a full list, see page 12. I feel the decision to keep the permanent seats as they are to be a prudent one, says Elder Archibald Foley. Those that are tried and found guilty by law will be punished, but we are not in practice of punishing the ones who have committed no crime. The permanent seats have been a part of the Wisengamot for a long time, and it ought to continue. The chief warlock, Elder Matthias Abercrombie, had similar views, though he did express his apprehension. The last thing we need right now is to be divided, he says. However, if all the members, permanent or otherwise, are willing to set aside prejudices and grudges, the Wisengamot will be able to do much good for the wizarding world. The sentiment seems to be prevalent among many of the other long-serving members of the Wisengamot. Of course, one of the biggest shocks came in the form of the savior of the wizarding world, Mr. Harry Potter, inheriting several seats after his defeat of He Who Must Not Be Named. However, in the end, he only took over the permanent Gaunt seat and is holding onto the non-permanent Potter seat until he bears an heir. It is not my intention to defy Wisengamot protocol or traditions, he says. I have the utmost respect for them, and I am honored to be a part of it. For more, see the exclusive on page 3. While there may be some apprehension about so many seats being inherited by the same person, Mr. Potter assuaged everyone's worries by making nominations to ensure that he would have no control over the votes. Elder Potter does indeed have quite a presence, but he mitigated as much power as he could, and it won't be remiss to say that he seems to hold fairness and justice in high regard with this move, comments Minister Kingsley Shacklebolt. Indeed, Elder Potter was highly respectful and deferred to the Wisengamot's rules and traditions, agrees Elder Folly. With the Wisengamot reinstated, the ministry seems to be getting a handle on fixing itself back up. Their decision to postpone the trials for alleged Death Eaters until after summer has drawn some criticism, but mostly everyone seems to agree that it can wait until things have calmed down. For now, says Minister Shacklebolt, we need to heal. Exclusive. Harry Potter WGHS in ON New WIZNGMOT. By Benedict Almeidas. In a rare opportunity, I got a chance to sit down with the savior of the wizarding world himself, Mr. Harry Potter, after today's first post-war session of the Wisengamot. This is the very first time Mr. Potter will be speaking to the press since the Battle of Hogwarts and the end of the war against He Who Must Not Be Named. When I started by thanking him for his part in saving all of us and the wizarding world from He Who Must Not Be Named, Mr. Potter modestly replied that he had only done his part for the wizarding world. Voldemort killed my parents. He destroyed many more families than just my own. He was a monster, and what I did was for the sake of people in our world who no longer have to live in fear of a madman trying to destroy them, he says, quite grimly. Many people laid down their lives in this fight, and if it hadn't been for them, I would not have been able to do what I did. Indeed, the talk of the fallen seems to bring a truly sad look upon his face. And yet, there is a determination in him, and when prompted about the reason for it, he was surprisingly forthright about sharing. It's over now, he says, smiling a little. We can finally rebuild our world back to how it was. When I entered the wizarding world at 11, it was the most wondrous place I had ever seen in my life. Voldemort's return tarnished the wonder of our world, but now that he's gone, we can regain it once more. I couldn't help but ask how. Well, in the Wisengamot today, for instance, he explains calmly. I'm sure people will wonder why I didn't object to certain heirs who inherited the permanent seats. Do you mean the families of alleged Death Eaters? I asked. Yes, he answers, without hesitation. This isn't the time to hold on to grudges or even fighting over what kind of blood we have. At this moment, all that should matter is that we are all willing to come together to build our world back after these trying times. Those that caused us to suffer shall be tried under the law properly. In the meantime, everyone else should band together, not keep searching for reasons for fighting. It might seem like an overly optimistic statement from someone else, but his determination and resolve is unmistakable. Our Savior truly believes we are stronger together, rather than divided by blood purity or old feuds. But surely it won't be easy, I point out. It never is, he says bluntly. But I believe we are all capable. I am not saying we have to forgive and forget. I'm not that naive after all. I think the priority should be rebuilding and recovery, not revenge or retribution. That's why I also wanted the Wisengamot to be balanced. Voldemort's mistake was thinking that only purebloods deserved a place in our world. The truth is, this is a world for all of us, purebloods, half-bloods, and muggle-born alike. When I suggested that the late Albus Dumbledore would have included muggles in that list as well, Mr. Potter surprisingly disagreed. I think the statute of secrecy exists for a good reason, he says, and there is a weight to his words. We ought to focus on the wizarding world. That should be our priority. Speaking of which, I also brought up his recent resignation from the Auror department. I feel there is much I can do, and though working with the Auror department has been an honor, I feel like my path lies elsewhere, he says. When asked where, he only smiles and answers that he is focusing on taking his newts. Whatever comes next, I'll be ready for it. Finally, I asked for his parting words to the wizarding world. We will be all right, he says firmly. I truly believe that. So there you have it, dear readers. Our Savior believes in us and our ability to carry on after everything our world has suffered through. With him at the forefront, we can be assured that we truly might be headed for an era of peace and prosperity. Harry sighed and folded up the newspaper. It makes me sound. He struggled for words, but Hermione giggled. It's good, Harry, she said. People need to be reassured. Sure, it's a bit hammy, but I think that was the point. It's actually quite clever. Let's just hope I can live up to it then, he said, with a small smile. Oh, Harry, smiled Hermione, you already have. 2nd June, 1998. We have something we need to do today, said Daphne, when Harry got down to the Verdant offices the next day. Good morning, Daphne, he said, raising an eyebrow at her abrupt manner. We are short on time, she shrugged. Fleur's already here and she's gotten started on your finances, so you and I need to do this. What are we doing? He asked. Daphne showed him a parchment. He glanced down at it and noticed that it was a map, he asked, surprised. Of Diagon Alley, nodded Daphne. I got it from the Ministry's archives. It's the most up-to-date version they have. Unfortunately, it's still 2 years old. What do you want us to do with it? He asked. We are taking a walk around the alley, she said. We will be taking note of all the shops in there. The ones that are occupied and seem to be operational will mark with green. The shops that seem to be struggling will be marked with yellow. And the shops that are empty or abandoned will be red. Got it, nodded Harry, catching on. And while we're there, we will be keeping an ear out for any particular ways in which the Diagon Restoration Program can help them, said Daphne. We won't be asking outright, just making a mental note of it for later. I feel like we need to get a scope of things as they exist now before we launch into the change. Yeah, said Harry. Did you read The Prophet yesterday? She gave him a look. Of course I did, she said. I thought it was very well handled. I already owled Tracy to congratulate her on a job well done. I should do that too, he murmured, and then remembered he didn't have an owl. Don't worry, she'll be here in an hour or so, said Daphne, getting up and putting on a silver cloak over her charcoal gray robes. She's in a meeting with Ben, so she'll have an update about how the article was received and all that by the time we get back. Harry nodded as he followed her out of the office. They passed by Fleur's office, and Harry waved in greeting. She looked up briefly to wave back, but seemed busy, so he didn't wish to bother her. Before they stepped out into Diagon Alley, Daphne handed him a flask. Paula juice, she said. We are being discreet. Harry took it and grimaced as he drank it down. His body twisted in the familiar way, but it surprisingly didn't change much. He was the same height and weight, and when Daphne showed him a mirror, he saw a young man about his age, with caramel brown hair, brown eyes, and rather dull features. It's my cousin Pierre, said Daphne, without him having to ask, just in case anyone gets suspicious. Harry nodded, and the two of them walked out and went towards the leaky cauldron, deciding to start at the entrance and work their way down to the other end. Daphne had the map in her hand, and each shop they passed, she would tap her wand to the map to mark them. Some of the shops, she entered with Harry, perusing the wares on sale but really looking to see what kind of an establishment it was. Harry himself was taking stock of things as well, noting how some shops seemed to be doing fine, while others were deserted, with the bare minimum on the shelves, covered by a layer of dust. It took them almost 4 hours to finish their survey of the full alley, and by the time they returned to the Verdant offices, it was almost 1 in the afternoon. You're back, how was it? Asked Fleur when she saw them. Productive, said Daphne with a tired smile. How about you? I actually managed to put it in order, believe it or not, she smiled. The door to Daphne's office opened, and Tracy poked her head out. Hey, she greeted, with a wave. Maribeth said she was stepping out for a bit to buy us lunch. Let's meet up in the conference room, and we can update each other, said Daphne, and they all agreed and moved to the little conference room that just had a long table with 6 chairs around them. As they were getting settled, Maribeth came back with packed containers of spaghetti napolitana. Where did you even find this? Asked Daphne, surprised. I went to the Muggle side, said Maribeth with a smile. Please eat, and I will go make some tea in the meantime. You aren't joining us? Asked Harry. I always have an early lunch, smiled Marybeth. Bon appetit. The food was delicious, as Harry, Daphne, Tracy, and Fleur just ate quietly for a few minutes. Harry had never had any kind of pasta before, and it was by far the best thing he'd ever tried. We need to get a place that sells this, he said, when he was halfway through his food. Agreed, nodded Tracy. The pasta isn't handmade or anything, but the sauce is good, and it beats the fried food and bland sandwiches from the Leaky. Ah, the English, they fry everything, muttered Fleur. I agree with the sauce being good, though, Tracy. So, how did everyone else's morning go? Asked Daphne, changing the subject from the food. I got the finances in order for the most part, said Fleur. You had done most of the work already, Daphne, so it wasn't too difficult. But there's something important you missed. What's that? Asked Daphne, sitting up at once. Don't worry, it's just the matter of residences, smiled Fleur. Daphne nodded. Ah, yeah, she said. I knew there was something like that. What's this about? Asked Harry. You inherited a number of residences, said Daphne. We need to access them and check up on things. There might be repairs that need to be done. There might be weird things with the wards. Any number of things, really. They are your residences now, so they are your responsibility, Harry, said Fleur. Right, nodded Harry and looked at Daphne. When should we start? I have a list here, said Fleur, passing the parchment to Daphne. We can get started tomorrow, said Daphne, reading the list. Is it cleared with the goblins? Yes, of course, nodded Fleur, and passed her a long manila envelope. The details are in there. It's sealed since only Harry can open it. Right, said Daphne, and Harry saw the Gringotts seal on it. And what about the vaults from the inherited seats? Yes, I sent off the letters you wrote up, said Fleur. The goblins wrote back a little while ago, saying the transfers were done. Is this about? Asked Harry, having an idea already. Well, the Lestrange vault's contents are going to Rolfe. The Crouch and Pruett assets are going to the Weasley family, like you wanted, remember, said Daphne, and Harry nodded as it was confirmed. I'll write to the individual recipients this afternoon to inform them of the transfers, said Fleur. The goblins will no doubt send their own correspondence, but we should do it as well. It's courtesy. Okay, nodded Harry. Anything else? They also sent a package, said Fleur, passing him a small box. They said you would need these. Harry took the box and saw the Gringotts seal on it as well. Curious, he broke the seal and unwrapped the box from the brown paper covering on it. The box, which really was no bigger than a snuff box and was made of plain dark wood, contained 4 different rings. Oh good, they've arrived, said Daphne, glancing at the contents of the box. They're your family rings. Why are there 4? Asked Harry. 1 each for Potter, Black, and Peveril families, and the last one should be a signet ring, she said. It will have a seal that we need to put on all of your official correspondence. Harry nodded and saw the small gold signet ring. That should go on your pinky, said Daphne. The other 3 you should put on your ring finger. Harry put on the gold signet ring on his pinky, and then picked up the gold and ruby ring which he assumed was the Potter one. He put it on the ring finger of his right hand, where it shrunk to fit him. The Black family ring was a clear diamond set in gold. When he put it on the same finger, it vanished, and the Potter ring acquired a clear diamond border around the ruby. The final ring was the Peveril ring, which was an unusual stone that looked much like a sapphire. When he put it on, instead of a border like the Black family ring had made, the blue color seemed to branch out like veins or branches of a tree through the diamond and ruby, giving it a most unusual effect. That is quite a ring, said Tracy, impressed. Is it? Asked Harry, even as he was admiring it. Most of them are just one color, said Daphne, showing him her right hand which had the Greengrass family ring on it. Harry looked at the beautifully cut emerald set in gold that was on her hand with a smile. It's nice, he said, and then turned to Tracy. So, how'd it go with Ben? Well, I met with him this morning, said Tracy. Yesterday's edition of the Evening Prophet was very well received. She grinned at Harry. Your words are being heard, and they are having an impact, which is why I think we need to get a move on and start the Diagon program thing quickly. We need to ride this wave from the start, otherwise it's hard to get the momentum back. We still need to find someone experienced in business venture, said Daphne. Tracy paused. One of the Leiden, she asked. Daphne snorted as both Harry and Fleur looked confused. Which one? She asked, and then gave it some thought. Isn't he the only one? Yeah, come to think of it, frowned Tracy. What is it? Asked Fleur. It was an old, secret pureblood alliance, explained Daphne. A bunch of venturists formed a consortium of sorts to invest and manage their shares in businesses. It's fallen apart by now. So who's left? Asked Harry. You're not going to like it, said Tracy. Try me, said Harry. Malfoy, said Daphne. The Alliance kind of sold off their interests around the time of the Dark Lord's return, and most of those involved are now dead or in Azkaban. Lucius Malfoy is the only one left. It's a shame, really, that he's such a scumbag because he was a good businessman, at least. Well, all the gold to bribe people had to come from somewhere, muttered Harry darkly. He frowned a bit. Hang on, didn't you say you were groomed by your father to take over the business? That's right, nodded Daphne, confused. Why? Does that mean Draco was trained in this business venture thing by Lucius? Asked Harry. Oh, yeah, said Tracy. Draco was an idiot, but he grew a brain somewhere along the way. He was quite shrewd in business matters, and it's a shame he didn't really get to use the acumen for anything. Harry looked at Daphne. What do you think, he asked, about hearing Draco? You trust him that much? She asked. No, I don't trust him at all, said Harry. He's weak, self-serving, and an idiot, but he's also a talented wizard, and he's got potential that if used right can actually be of some use. And you think he'll work with us? Asked Daphne. Let's ask him, shall we? Smiled Harry. Invite him here tomorrow and we'll talk. Do you plan on speaking with him? Asked Daphne. Yes, said Harry. Besides, if you really think he's capable, then we would be hearing someone qualified. What's to stop him from blabbing to his father? Asked Tracy. Harry chuckled. He owes me, he said. I kept him and his family from Azkaban, and besides, I don't think his relationship with his father is the best at the moment. Fleur looked unsure, as did Tracy, but Daphne looked at him speculatively and gave a nod. Fine, she said. Could you send the letter, Fleur? Let's see what comes of this. Chapter 4. 3rd June, 1998. To say that Draco Malfoy was surprised to receive an invitation to a private meeting with Harry Potter was an understatement. He spent a sleepless night agonizing over what he could want, and when he went down to breakfast, he only found his mother at the table. Good morning, he said, taking his seat. Good morning, Draco, she said, looking like she'd spent a sleepless night as well. Do you have any plans for the day? Yes, I have a meeting, he said, eating his breakfast without really tasting it. Where's father? He's feeling under the weather, said Narcissa. He was up quite late last night. Draco winced, knowing that Lucius had been in a foul mood after. Well, everything, really. It would have been funny if it weren't so sad how quickly Lucius had bounced back to his old ways after being pardoned by the Wisengamot. Until the meeting with Potter last week, he seemed fully confident that things would go back to the way they were before the Dark Lord's resurrection. Draco was certain that Lucius was losing his touch if he'd ever thought that, but Potter's attorney thoroughly hammering it in bluntly had seemed to shatter his illusions. The ensuing Wisengamot session had not helped. Does this meeting today have something to do with the one last week? Asked Narcissa, after a few moments of silence. I'm not sure yet, said Draco. Right, said Narcissa, setting her silverware down on her empty plate. Be careful, she added, as she stood up to leave. Draco finished his own breakfast and nodded. Yes, mother, he said, and glanced at his watch. I should go. Narcissa nodded and left the dining room. Draco drank the last of his tea and used the napkin to wipe his mouth. He was supposed to be meeting Potter at the Verdant offices in about half an hour. This is going to be unpleasant, he muttered to himself as he fastened on his cloak and checked his reflection in the hallway mirror. Might as well get it over with. Daphne Greengrass fought back a yawn as she got ready to head to work. Thanks to the hard work of their house elves, Greengrass Manor had finally been restored to the way it was after the Death Eaters had destroyed it when attacking her father. Some of the less used rooms still needed to be fixed up, but the main parts of the house that Daphne and her sister were using were now properly ready. Speaking of whom, her sister was already up and eating breakfast when Daphne came down to the dining alcove near the kitchen downstairs. The big, formal dining room was still under repairs, but it was only ever used for functions and events, with the family using the alcove for meals every day. "Good morning, you're up early," said Daphne, sitting down at the table. A plate of egg white omelet on rye toast, hash brown, and berry compote appeared in front of her, and their house elf, Jolly, poured her some coffee. "I decided to get up early to study," said Astoria, smiling at her sister in greeting. "Owls are less than 2 weeks away. You should get some studying done too if you're serious about newts." I will," nodded Daphne as she began eating her breakfast. Jolly went over to Astoria and poured her a fresh cup of tea, which she accepted with a smile. "I am just grateful I get to start 6th year if I pass my owls like I want," said Astoria after a moment. "They're strict about grades for the healer program." Daphne smiled proudly, mostly because Astoria was driven and knew exactly what she wanted. Despite the horrible year at Hogwarts and the death of their father, she was still determined to carry on. "You will do well," she said. Astoria grinned. "Thanks, Daphne," she said. "I feel better knowing you're doing well, too." "Huh?" asked Daphne, slightly confused. Astoria smiled a little secretively. "You are actually enjoying your work," she said. "Despite working from early morning to well past midnight, you have been in a good mood every day. I'm glad and very proud, too." Daphne blushed and rolled her eyes. "I'm the older one," she pointed out. "Shouldn't this be the other way around?" "Yes, but I'm just more mature," said Astoria cheekily. "How everyone thought you were the Ice Princess is beyond me. You are one of the most passionate people I know." "I am just better at hiding it," said Daphne, ruefully as she finished her food, and Jolly poured her more coffee. "On the other hand, your sweet baby face makes everyone think you're innocent when you're as Slytherin as can be." Astoria shrugged unrepentantly. "So, how is work anyway?" she asked. "Productive," said Daphne, adding a cube of sugar to her coffee before sipping it. "And Harry Potter?" asked Astoria, nodding at Jolly to clear her plate. "What is he like? Is he very much a Gryffindor?" "In some ways, yes," said Daphne, as she absently drank her coffee. "In many ways, he is like a Slytherin." "That's surprising," said Astoria. Daphne nodded. "Either way, my job is not boring, so I'm fine," she said. "Good," said Astoria. "I know you didn't want to shut down the firm after Papa trained you so well and all." "Well, it wasn't like we had a choice before this," said Daphne, finishing her coffee and getting up. "Hopefully, we won't have to keep surviving off the family fortune anymore, now that I'm earning properly." "Yeah," said Astoria. "It's not like we're going to run out anytime soon, though." "Just because we have plenty doesn't mean we should get careless," said Daphne, grabbing her things and fastening her cloak. "I'm off then. Study hard, I probably won't be home for dinner." "I know," said Astoria, waving goodbye as Daphne turned to leave. "Have fun at work." Daphne waved back and walked out of the front door and to the apparition's spot in the garden, where she vanished, arriving in Diagon Alley. She walked briskly to the office, and when she made it in, Maribeth handed her a fresh cup of coffee and a stack of paperwork that needed Harry's approval. "Thank you, Maribeth," said Daphne, accepting the coffee and contracts with a smile. "Are you sleeping well, Miss Daphne?" asked Maribeth, peering at her. "Trying to," answered Daphne honestly. "We will have a guest today for a meeting with our client. You might need to prepare yourself a little." "Dare I ask who the lady or gentleman in question is?" asked Maribeth warily. "Draco Malfoy," said Daphne. Maribeth's eyebrows shot up, but she nodded once. "What kind of a meeting is it?" she asked. "I'll let you know once I see how it goes," said Daphne, going to her office. She worked on things that needed her attention, and the next hour passed in silence until she heard a knock and saw Harry enter. "Good morning," he greeted. "Morning," nodded Daphne. "Malfoy should be here in a bit, but I need you to authorize these documents." "You mean sign them?" asked Harry as he took a seat. "Yes, and you will have to seal them too," she said. He glanced at his signet ring and nodded. Daphne handed him the documents and took back the ones he signed to put inside envelopes. Once all the documents were signed, and they were left with a small pile of envelopes, Daphne stood up and walked over to Harry. "I'm guessing you've never used the seal before," she said, holding out a stick of hard red wax the size of Harry's thumb. "No," he answered, taking the stick from her. "Just cast a heating charm at the bottom and let some wax drip onto the envelope," she said, and Harry obeyed her. "A bit more," she instructed. "That should do it." Harry set the stick aside and then pressed his signet ring into the melted wax. As he did, a small gold glow lit up for the briefest moment. "That's enough," she said, and Harry lifted his hand away to see a perfect seal in the wax. "It's a magical seal, so it cannot be opened by anyone but the intended sender and receiver." "Cool," he smiled. "I'm glad you think so," said Daphne, and nodded at the waiting pile. "Because you get to do it again." He chuckled but got to work. "You and I are still visiting the residences after we meet with Malfoy, right?" he asked, after a while. "Yeah," said Daphne. "Hopefully, if all goes well, Malfoy and Fleur can get started with the data we gathered yesterday." There was a knock on the door, as Harry nodded his agreement and finished with his last seal. "Yes." The door opened and Maribeth stepped in. "Mr. Draco Malfoy is here," she said, leading the man in question in. Harry and Daphne both stood as Draco entered and gave a short bow. "Potter Gringotts," he nodded. "Good morning, Malfoy," said Harry as Daphne nodded back. Maribeth left after closing the door, and Daphne indicated for Malfoy to take a seat as she and Harry sat back down as well. Daphne surveyed Harry and Draco from the chair behind her desk as they both sat opposite her, looking at each other warily. With a sigh, she rolled her eyes and cleared her throat. "I'm sure you both have awkward memories of one another, but bear in mind we are all adults here and conduct yourselves accordingly," she said, feeling like a schoolteacher. "Fine, I'll make it straightforward then," said Draco, shooting her a look of annoyance before looking at Harry. "What do you want?" Harry narrowed his eyes but took a deep breath. "I can't believe I am saying this, but we need you to work with us, Malfoy," he said. "Draco," he corrected. Draco's eyebrows shot up. "Work with you in what way?" he asked, regaining his wariness. Harry seemed at a loss, so Daphne decided to take over. "I'm sure you are aware already that yours wasn't the only family we met with last week," she said. When he nodded, Daphne continued. "The war caused a massive impact on Wizarding Britain, as you are well aware, and it wasn't for the better." "I am aware of it," said Draco, his eyes darkening. "I don't need a business spiel, Greengrass, be plain about it." "Fine," said Daphne. "We are trying to fix it, and we need someone who can help do that." "How are you fixing it?" asked Draco. "In every way we can," said Daphne. "But to start with, we need someone who can help us simulate business in Diagon Alley." He clearly hadn't expected that. "You want gold from me?" he asked. "No," said Harry, finally finding his tongue. "We want you to join our organization and oversee business venture plans." "So you're offering me a job?" asked Draco, still taken aback. "Yes and no," said Harry. "It is work, yes, but it's also an opportunity to be a part of rebuilding the world back up." He met his gaze squarely. "You and I have seen the war from both sides, and we know better than anyone that it benefited no one. Voldemort destroyed everything he touched, and you and I were a part of it." He took a deep breath. "I want to fix what he broke, and I know you are capable of doing it too." Draco blinked at him in shock. "You are such a Gryffindor, Potter," he chuckled finally. "Harry," he corrected. "Nah, I'll stick with Potter." "No, call me Harry," said Harry. "I'm not expecting us to become friends, but I do want us to work together, Draco." Draco rubbed his hands over his face and groaned. "Merlin, what the fuck?" he muttered. I must be crazy, but I am actually considering it. There was a knock on the door, and Maribeth entered with a tray of tea and snacks, which she left on Daphne's desk and left immediately. Sensing that a break was needed, Daphne made the tea, pouring a cup each for Harry and Draco before taking one for herself. The three of them were quiet as they drank tea and ate the warm scones. Once their cups were empty, Draco cleared his throat. "Why come to me?" he asked, and then held up a hand before either of them could interrupt. There could be any number of people qualified enough. Daphne looked at Harry, who sighed. "I said we should ask you," he said. "But why?" asked Draco. "Because I hate you," said Harry bluntly. "You were the first magical child I met in this world, and I hated you from the moment I saw you. We hated each other all through school, we fought, we dueled, we cursed at each other, we almost killed each other. More than once." He chuckled bitterly. "Now imagine, after all that, I'm starting to actually understand you. I hate it. I hate that even though I would not have made the choices that you did, I can understand so easily why you did it." Draco narrowed his eyes at him. "Is that what this is then? A way for you to lord your victory over me?" he asked, his voice surprisingly blank. "Or worse, is it pity?" "It's neither, though I wish it could be either of those, really," said Harry. "The truth is, we were children. It sounds stupid, but it is what it is. The adults in our life did us no favors, and we were set upon the paths we ended up on long before either you or I had a say." He took a deep breath. "That excuse ends now. We are adults. For the first damn time, we get to choose what we want to do. Unfortunately for us, our past will limit what we can, in fact, do. But the last thing I want is to be the kind of adult who will set up children to fight a war for me. And I knew the one person who would understand that would be you." Draco inhaled sharply. "Fucking damn it," he muttered. "I hate it, I really do, but I know what you mean, which only makes me hate it more." "I understand that all too well," said Harry, with a small grin. Draco chuckled and turned to Daphne. "What is it that you really want me to do?" he asked. Daphne cleared her throat, her mind still whirling with the bizarre, yet oddly comforting, conversation she had seen unfold before her. "What we need is someone to oversee the process of looking over business plans," she said, her tone businesslike. "We already have someone looking over the financial aspects. You were groomed to be the head of your family. Like I am well-versed into becoming an attorney. Business venture and management would have been taught to you by your father as well, being one of the Leiden and all." Draco raised his eyebrows and nodded slowly. "True," he said. "I doubt this is how my father intended me to use it, but I don't really care what he thinks these days. If I say I'm interested, what would be next?" "Honestly, you would be signing a standard confidentiality contract," said Daphne, pulling out one from her desk drawer. "We have 2 other people apart from me and Harry, and should you choose to join, you would be the 5th one. We can fill you in on the details of what we have planned so far if you sign the confidentiality." Draco accepted the contract and began reading through it. Harry and Daphne waited patiently as he did so properly. Once he finished, he read it through once more. Finally, after 30 minutes, he looked up and nodded. "I'll sign," he said. "I can sign it as me, and not as head of the Malfoy family, you understand." "We know," said Daphne, passing him a blood quill. Draco took off his glove and signed the contract, wincing slightly when the quill took his blood. Once he had finished, Daphne passed the contract to Harry, who signed as well. The scars on his hands went red as he signed, but he didn't flinch. Daphne took the contract back and checked that it was in order before signing it herself. "Now that that's done," she said, sealing the contract and putting it away. "I propose we hold a formal meeting tomorrow so we can discuss what needs to be done. In the meantime, I'll introduce you to Fleur, and she should be able to fill you in on the details." "Yeah, all right," nodded Draco. "Great," said Daphne and stood up. "Thank you for your time, gentlemen. I look forward to working with you." They both stood up as well, and Draco held out his hand to Harry. Harry smiled a little and shook it firmly. Daphne nodded at Draco to walk with her. As the 2 of them walked towards Fleur's office, she looked at him speculatively. "You know," she said, "I expected it would take more than this to convince you." He smirked at her a little. "If it had just been Potter, I would have refused, I think," he said. Daphne raised an eyebrow at that and waited for him to explain. Potter's capable of many things, but I'll be honest, his moves lately have been very Slytherin-like. Clearly, it's your influence. I think you underestimate him, said Daphne. No, I don't, actually, said Draco bluntly. I'm not saying he's incapable of being cunning, because I am the last person who can accuse anyone else of that. But there's been a shrewd edge to his decisions, so he isn't just blundering in without a plan. So that's why you accepted? Asked Daphne. Yes, that, and I think it would piss off my father, he shrugged. And my mother, for that matter. Daphne snorted. Fine, whatever, she said, and knocked on Fleur's door. Come in, she called, and Daphne opened the door to find both Fleur and Tracy inside. Oh, hello, said Daphne, smiling at Tracy. When did you get here? About 5 minutes ago, said Tracy, and then saw Malfoy. Hey, Draco. Davis, he nodded and looked at Fleur. Delacour, isn't it? It's Weasley now, said Fleur, raising an eyebrow as if daring him to comment. Nice to meet you, said Draco diplomatically. I'm Draco Malfoy. Fleur's gaze still stayed a little frosty, but she shook his hand when he offered it. Daphne shot a look at Tracy, who winked at her to let her know she would keep the peace. Harry and I are off soon, said Daphne. Fleur, would you care to tell Draco what we are doing here? He has already signed a confidentiality. I don't know how long it will take me and Harry, but if we can meet again tomorrow around the same time, we can update each other. That will be fine, said Fleur. Has he signed on officially? Not yet, because I haven't had time to draw up his formal employment contract, said Daphne. I'll do that this evening, so it'll be ready for tomorrow. She directed the last part to Draco, who gave a nod. You and Harry go take care of the other thing, said Tracy. We'll put our heads together and get started on this. Daphne nodded gratefully at her and left them to it. Tracy would keep things diplomatic, so she knew she didn't have to worry too much. She returned to her office and found Harry, who gave her a curious look. So, he asked. Looks fine so far, she shrugged. We'll see how it goes. He nodded and pulled out the sealed envelope from Gringotts. Should we start dealing with this then? He asked. Daphne consulted the list from her own files and nodded. We could start with the Black family properties, she said. Aren't you already living in one of them? Yes, the one in London, said Harry. Daphne struck off the London townhouse off the list with a nod. There are 2 more residences, she said. The Black Castle, somewhere in York, and Chateaus Black in Chamonix. Usually we would need authorization to go abroad, but apparently there's a loophole in the instructions for you. Harry unsealed the manila envelope and realized that the bigger envelope was filled with several smaller envelopes, each with the name of a residence on it. The individual envelopes were also sealed. He pulled out the one that said the Black Castle and pulled out the parchment from inside. Oh, it's under Fidelius too, he said, reading through it. They also said it's under a suspension charm, and there are instructions to update the wards. He looked at Daphne and held out the parchment. Read. Daphne read the line that said the Black Castle is located in Aliath Copse in York. She nodded at Harry, and he pocketed the parchment. Let's go, she said. The 2 of them walked out into Diagon Alley, and when Harry touched his ring to the parchment, it glowed briefly. He and Daphne both touched the parchment, and they disappeared, arriving on the outskirts of Aliath Copse, which was a densely packed forest of blackened, overgrown trees. A straight path through the trees led all the way to an ancient castle. It was made of dark gray stone, and even in daylight the place seemed dreary. Cheerful, muttered Harry, as they approached the polished iron gates that were over 60 feet tall with glittering onyx embellishments. There was a pure gold lock in the center of it, and Harry glanced at the instructions once and pulled out his wand. Resting the tip of it against his chest, he pulled it away slowly. As he did, a silver thread led from his chest and touched the lock when he tapped it. The lock crumbled away and the gates swung open noiselessly. Harry took a deep breath and stepped inside, but Daphne didn't move. When he glanced at her, she chuckled. You need to key me into the wards, she said. Oh, right, said Harry, and then muttered an incantation that he read from the instructions. A translucent piece of parchment appeared in front of him, and he frowned. I'm crossing off most of the names on this. For now, I'll just key you and me in." "That's fine, you can key anyone in any time," said Daphne, and felt the wards accept her as Harry used his wand to trace her name onto the list. She joined him, and instead of walking through the overgrown woods, they both apparated right to the entrance of the castle. Behind them, the gates closed once again, and the gold lock reappeared. "It says here to lift the suspension charm first," said Harry. "What is it exactly?" "It's a way to magically preserve the estate from damage," said Daphne. Harry nodded and cast the counter charm. Immediately, the eerie silence disappeared and the air around them started to grow warmer. The blackened trees came back to life. The air was filled with sounds of birds. The odd darkness dissipated, and the summer sun shone down onto them once again. Gradually, the unkempt grounds also turned into a beautiful garden, with neatly trimmed hedges, and the empty fountain in the courtyard began flowing with fresh water. "Well done," said Daphne with a smile. "Let's go inside." Harry agreed and led the way up the main doors, which swung open as he approached, welcoming them into a tastefully decorated foyer with marble floors. As they entered, 15 suits of armor marched up to them and sank into a bow in front of Harry, and there was a crack as 4 house elves appeared. "We come to welcome the new lord of the castle," said the suit of armor, that was slightly more embellished than the others. "The Black Castle has been kept safe in your absence, my lord." Thanks," said Harry. "And we is the house elves, sir," squeaked the house elf that was a little taller than the others. "I is Batty, and these be Maddie, Patty, and Ratty. Would master and mistress be wanting a tour first?" Daphne went red, but Harry apparently missed the implication. "Yes," he said, "but I won't be living here since I am currently staying in Grimmauld Place." "Aye, sir, we understand," nodded Batty, as the other house elves nodded vigorously. "Maddie be giving master and mistress the tour." Maddie gave a deep bow to both Harry and Daphne, and started to lead them past the entry foyer. It was quite the estate. The exterior structure was rather similar to a Jacobean style of architecture, and the interior was quite well done. Most walls were painted silver. Almost all the carpets and furnishings were black with silver accents, and the furniture was made of a glossy black wood like the trees in the copse. The foyer led to a grand staircase which led to the floors above. On the ground floor were several parlors and lounges, a large ballroom, 3 different-sized dining rooms, and a study for entertaining guests, as well as the large kitchen which was bigger than the entire Dursley home. On the first floor, there was a big library and study, full of so many books that Harry knew he would lose Hermione there for the rest of her life if he didn't stop her. There were several bedrooms and bathrooms on the first floor as well, though Maddie told him the main bedrooms were on the floors above. On the second floor were the guest suites, each one containing a few rooms meant for guests to the estate. The third floor had even more suites, and also the Lord's chambers, which was a massive suite of rooms, decorated lavishly. The ladies' chambers were further down the hall, and it was an equally beautiful set of rooms. The bathrooms in the Lord and Ladies' chambers were bigger than the dorm rooms at Hogwarts and were almost entirely done in marble. There was another floor above them, which was occupied entirely by an observatory. A massive magical telescope was pointed at the sky, and the ceiling, like Hogwarts, was transparent and open to the sky. Maddie told Harry the enchantment to make the sky look like anything he wanted at any given point in time, if he wished to see certain constellations and other astronomical phenomenon. There were 4 towers around the house, connected through the ground floor of the main part of the house. All the towers were wings meant to occupied by the heirs and their families, and as such could function as independent houses on their own, if need be. Behind the house were the massive, sprawling grounds, upon which was a lake smaller than the one at Hogwarts. The lake was filled with greenish-blue water, sparkling in the sun, and beyond it was a fruit orchard full of apple trees that Maddie looked after. The whole tour took nearly an hour and a half, and by the time they were done, they were quite tired already. Harry instructed the house elves to keep the estate in good shape, and that once he had taken stock of all the properties, he would give them further orders. Batty walked him through updating the wards properly and making sure all the enchantments on the estate were still working. It was an exhausting process, so when he was done, Patty made iced tea for them. They drank the cool drink gratefully and took a break before Harry examined the instructions to go to Chateau's Black. There was a certain Latin phrase they had to repeat to be granted entry, and when they said it, they found themselves outside a massive mountain villa in the French Alps. Unlike the Black Castle, it didn't have any house elves, but Batty and Patty had agreed to keep up with maintaining the mountain villa as well. Though certainly not as extensive an estate as the Black Castle, Chateau's Black was still a big property that sat upon private grounds, including a private ski slope. The villa itself comprised of a number of independent 2 to 3 roomed cottages dotted along the hillside, as well as the main house, which was an 8-bedroom property with a magical hot spring, several lounges, and a massive kitchen. Once making sure the wards were checked and updated, Harry and Daphne returned to Black Castle to consult their list again. "What are all these properties?" asked Harry, looking at a few other residences listed under the Black name. "Oh, those aren't like manors or anything," said Daphne, reading it over his shoulder. "They're residential and commercial buildings. A few in Diagon Alley, more than a few in Nocturne, and a few commercial spaces dotted across villages. They're all rented out and is one of the ways in which your estate makes money." "All right," nodded Harry. "So what's next?" "Well, we could start with the Potter residences," said Daphne. "I assume if we go to Potter Hall now, it will take us the rest of the day to sort it out." "Let's do that then," said Harry, and the two of them read the Fidelius, which granted them entry to apparate outside Potter Hall in Newport. Unlike Black Castle, they were greeted with a dilapidated pile of rubble beyond broken golden gates. Before Harry could look too dismayed, Daphne prompted him to lift the suspension charm. As he did, the ruin transformed into a beautiful, stately home made of yellowish stone. It was rather eclectic, and the architecture was the unusual English Baroque style, with 2 symmetrical wings projecting to either side of a north-south axis, and an elegant crowning central dome. The golden gates swung open welcomingly into a perfectly manicured garden. At the entrance foyer, they were greeted by several suits of armor, a few statues of griffins, and 6 house elves named Annie, Minnie, Tinny, Kinny, Finny, and Rinny. Ecstatic to see Harry, Finny gave them a tour. The front foyer led directly into a massive ballroom under the central dome. The ballroom was more than twice the size of the Great Hall at Hogwarts and occupied nearly all of the central part of the property. The rest of the house was divided into the east and west ends. The east end was the official part of the house. It had several parlors and dayrooms for guests, as well as a few formal dining rooms and even a smaller ballroom. The floors above had the library, more than a few studies, and a few guest suites. The west end had the rooms for the family's use. The Lord and Lady's chambers were on the top floor, and the suites for the heirs on the floor below that. The ground floor had the family dayrooms, dining room, and the main study. Unlike Black Castle, all Potter carpets and furnishings were a beautiful deep red with gold accents. The walls were all painted warm golds and browns, and the whole castle just exuded a certain kind of warmth. The grounds were quite extensive as well. A crystal-clear lake bigger than the one at Hogwarts sat behind the house, along with a Quidditch pitch. Minnie insisted on making a late lunch for Harry and Daphne after the tour was done, and they ate in companionable silence in one of the massive dining rooms on the West End, occasionally chuckling at how ridiculous they looked sitting on opposite ends of the long table. Lunch was trout ceviche with avocado sorbet, grilled ribeye with watercress puree, and strawberry and cream panna cotta for dessert. When Harry expressed his surprise at the delicious spread, Minnie assured him that they had gone shopping and made the lunch while he and Daphne were taking the tour. After lunch, Annie approached Harry shyly. "Will Master be living here?" she asked. Harry paused and glanced at Daphne. She smiled. "It might not be a bad idea," she said. "But Andromeda and Teddy," he said, and then glanced around longingly. Daphne supposed it was finally sinking in that this was the place where James Potter had been born and raised, and likely where he'd been married and living with Lily Potter until they'd gone into hiding. "You can always visit them back in Grimmauld Place," said Daphne. "It's actually better if you live here, not to mention I like the ballroom here, When we start arranging events, it will make for a perfect venue." "What do you mean, events?" asked Harry, slightly startled. "You're going to be a philanthropist, remember?" she asked, rolling her eyes lightly. "Part of that is arranging a lot of events." "I don't know how to do that," said Harry. "Well, lucky for you, I do," smiled Daphne. "We'll worry about it later. It's almost 6. We should get going." The house elves were sorry to see them go, but Harry assured them that he'd be back. They disapparated from Potter Hall, with Harry going home to Grimmauld Place and Daphne returning to the office. 4th June, 1998. Harry woke up around 6, his mind already buzzing. It had been an emotionally draining day, particularly visiting Potter Hall, but he wouldn't have traded it for anything. He raised his right hand and looked at it thoughtfully. The gold signet ring and the unusual family ring sat innocuously on his fingers, the sight feeling like a weight on his chest. The past few weeks had been so very unlike him, and yet at the same time, he was just a little bit proud of himself. Being the hero and defeating Voldemort were things that had always been expected of him, but what he was doing now was something no one expected Harry Potter of being able to do. This was down to his skills and the people who would help him along the way. It was exhilarating, in the same way he'd felt about Quidditch when he'd first started playing. He thought back to Daphne's analogy and smiled as he sat up in bed. Andromeda was already at the table when he got there, and he smiled at her in greeting as he sat down. A plate of full English fry-up was placed in front of him by Creature, and Harry nodded in thanks. "Did you sleep well?" asked Andromeda, peering at him with a worried look. "Tried my best," answered Harry. "You?" "Managed 4 hours," she said, smiling wryly. "But Teddy is still sleeping, so I might take a nap after breakfast. So why did you have a sleepless night? Was it just the usual reasons?" "Well, yes and no," shrugged Harry. "I took possession of Potter Hall yesterday." Andromeda's eyes widened before melting in understanding. "It was your first time there, huh?" she asked. "Yeah," he said. "That explains it," said Andromeda, sipping her tea. "It can't have been easy, knowing you would have likely lived there your whole life if not for. Well, I can see why you'd lose sleep over it." Harry made an affirmative sound as he ate his breakfast. "So you took possession of the estate," she said, brightening her tone. "What is it like?" "Pretty big," he said, glad that she didn't linger on the subject. His smile dimmed a little. "Andromeda." "Do you want to live there?" she asked, a small smile on her face. "I don't want to leave you and Teddy," said Harry, and Andromeda shook her head. "You won't be leaving us," said Andromeda, gently. "It's not as if you'd forget about Teddy if we weren't living under the same roof." "I feel bad, especially since I asked you to move here and then I'm thinking of moving out," he said, honestly. "It's all right, Harry, really," said Andromeda. "You'll still be a fluke call away, so it's fine. With you taking over the lordships and doing all that you're doing, you should be living on the family estate. It's only appropriate." Harry nodded, albeit reluctantly. "Are you sure?" he asked. "Yes," she chuckled. "Besides, you're young and you need your own space, too." Harry went red, which made Andromeda laugh. She finished her tea and stood up. "Don't worry so much," she said. "I'm going to go back to bed. See you later, Harry." "Yeah, see you," he said. Andromeda." "Yeah," she asked, stopping and turning around. "Don't tell anyone for now," he said, and then glanced around. "Where's Hermione?" "She was up until late working in the library," she said. "I think she only went to bed a little while ago." "I'll tell her when I get back then," said Harry, finishing his breakfast. "All right, I won't breathe a word," said Andromeda. "Have a nice day." "Thanks," grinned Harry, "and thanks for understanding." Andromeda gave him a cheery wave and trudged upstairs. Harry called for Annie, who he had learned was the head house elf of the Potter family, and asked her to move the things from his room to Potter Hall. An ecstatic Annie immediately got to work. With that done, Harry walked out of Grimmauld Place and apparated to Diagon Alley, arriving at the Verdant offices a few minutes later. "Good morning, Mr. Potter," greeted Maribeth. "Everyone's already here and waiting in the conference room." "Thanks, Maribeth," smiled Harry, and went to the conference room where he saw Daphne and Tracy speaking quietly while Fleur and Draco sat opposite one another, avoiding each other's gaze. "Did I keep you all waiting?" asked Harry as he entered. "No, we all got a bit of an early start today," smiled Daphne as she looked up. "I thought we'd hold a quick meeting to update each other before getting on with what we were doing." "Sounds good," said Harry, sitting down in his chair and looking at them expectantly. Neither Fleur nor Draco looked like they would start. So Tracy grinned at Harry. "We had a bit of a rough start, but there's a truce in place right now," she said. "We are being professional, is that right?" "Right," said Draco as Fleur nodded. "Good," nodded Tracy. "So, care to tell him what we did yesterday?" Draco and Fleur exchanged a look before Draco picked up a parchment from the stack in front of him. "We looked through the list you and Greengrass made of the shops in the alley and cross-referenced how many of those our premises were owned by one of your estates, Potter," he said. "And," asked Harry. "There's quite a bit of crossover," said Fleur. "The rent hasn't really changed, but the goblins have been raising it to keep up with the market price. There are more than a few struggling shops who probably aren't making enough to keep afloat." "If I may make a suggestion," said Tracy. "Before we launch a public program for restoring Diagon Alley, I think we ought to do a few test cases." "I agree," nodded Daphne. "Fleur, what about the potion business I mentioned?" "Ah, yes, I looked at it," said Fleur, digging through a file in front of her. "Madame Pimpernel's beautifying potions, taken over 5 years ago by Rosette Frost, who's the current owner. Your note said it's not doing well." "Beauty potions are a big market," said Daphne, as Tracy nodded in agreement. "I didn't get to look around much because we only did a cursory check, but she looked like she had quite a different collection in the shop." "Really?" asked Fleur, intrigued. "That sounds promising. I mostly get my products from France because the ones here in England are horrid." "You're not wrong, so if Ms. Frost has something different then it's worth looking into," said Daphne. "Well, the good news is that the shop premises are owned under the Potter Trust," said Draco, consulting his list. "I also heard a rumor that Florian Fortescue's son is looking to reopen his father's shop." "I knew Florian Fortescue," said Harry, remembering the kindly shop owner who'd helped him with his history of magic homework in the summer before his 3rd year. "He was a good man." "Unfortunately, he was murdered by Death Eaters," said Draco. "Not by the inner circle or anything," he added, when he saw everyone's gaze on him. "It was a bunch of lower-ranked scum who were extorting the shopkeepers in the alley, and Fortescue put up a fight." There was an uncomfortable silence in the room before Harry cleared his throat. "Is the Fortescue shop owned by us?" he asked. "Yes," nodded Fleur after checking. "All right, here's how we can start," said Daphne, calling the meeting to order with a sense of calm that Harry envied a little. "Fleur, would you please scout out Miss Frost's store? The old Madame Pimpernel stuff was ghastly, so if she indeed has something new, we can probably help with that. The shop is in a prime part of the alley, so if there's a good shop front, it will draw people's eye, and most witches will be lining up to buy new kinds of beauty potions." "Understood," nodded Fleur. "I'll pay her a visit today." "And Draco, please look into the Fortescue thing," said Daphne. "Florian Fortescue was a popular man, and if his son is reopening the shop, it will do a lot for the general morale of the alley." "I'll start right away," said Draco. "Might I make a suggestion too?" "Sure," said Daphne. "I think we need proper offices for the GSC," he said, and raised a hand when Daphne opened her mouth to protest. "There's nothing wrong with the Verdant offices, but I thought we are trying to keep Potter's involvement with the GSC a secret." "He has a point," said Tracy. "If we will be meeting with prospective clients, it would be nice to have an HQ of sorts, independent of the Verdant offices." Daphne seemed to consider it and looked at Harry. "What do you think?" she asked. "It's a good idea," nodded Harry. "Do we have something that can be set up as an office?" Both Fleur and Draco began looking through their files, occasionally whispering to one another. Finally, after about 10 minutes, Draco pulled out a piece of parchment. "There's an office building a little further down," he said. It's not quite in a busy part of the alley, but not obscure either. It's currently abandoned, so it will likely need repairs, said Fleur. I can swing by and see what needs to be done, said Draco. I'll go with you, said Tracy. If it looks good, we can get about fixing it up right away. Hold on, said Harry. Kinny Tinny, he called. 2 house elves appeared with a crack and bowed deeply. Master be calling us? Asked Kinny. Yes, said Harry and pointed at Tracy. This is Tracy Davis. She has a job for you to do, so answer when she calls on you. The 2 elves nodded eagerly and smiled at Tracy, who waved at them. It's nothing bad, but we'll be fixing up an office for us to use, she said. I'll call you once I'm there, and then I'll give you instructions on how we want it fixed up, all right? Ask Maribeth if you need help on how it should be set up, said Daphne, and Tracy and Draco nodded as the elves vanished with a crack. Is there anything else? Everyone shook their heads, so Daphne smiled. Well then, we can all head off and get to work. Fleur, Draco, and Tracy stood up and took their leave, and Daphne glanced at her watch. Good, we got done early, she said, with a smile at Harry. Should we get going too? I think we should finish the rest of the Potter properties today and get a start on the Peveril properties. Sounds good, said Harry as he stood up. The 2 of them walked outside after gathering what they needed, and Harry consulted his list. Oh, he paused when he saw the property that was next. What's wrong? Asked Daphne. Godric's Hollow, he said, his face expressionless. Oh, said Daphne, if you don't want. No, said Harry immediately. Let's go. It wasn't necessary to share the address because when they disapparated from Diagon Alley, they arrived right in front of the ruined cottage. Harry exhaled roughly, and he saw Daphne glance over at him in worry. I'm fine, he assured her. It can't be fixed up, can it? Not likely, she said with a frown. It's been magically torn apart. You can clear away the ruins and build a new cottage. It's all right, we can leave it as it is, he said, somehow managing to stay calm even as memories of the last time he was here crawled to the forefront of his mind. Despite the morning sun, he found himself thinking of a dark Christmas Eve, and he turned away from the ruins. I want to pay respects to my parents before we go. Sure, I'll give you some space, she said. I don't mind you coming with me, he offered hesitantly. Her eyes went wide. Are you sure? She asked. Yeah, he nodded. She smiled a little. All right, lead the way, she said, and Harry nodded as they walked towards the cemetery that he and Hermione had visited. The graves of James and Lily Potter were just as he remembered, and he bent down to brush off the dirt that had accumulated on the gravestones. He felt Daphne nudge his shoulder, and he turned around to see her holding 2 bouquets of white lilies that she handed to him with a smile. He nodded at her gratefully and set the flowers down on the gravestones before standing back up. I'm moving into Potter Hall, he said, and looked at Daphne as he said it. She looked a little startled, but then smiled slowly. That's good, she said. I meant what I said about the ballroom there. You should think about what kinds of events you want to have and let me know quickly because these things take a lot of time to come together. Yeah, he said. But first, I want to think about opening an orphanage. Daphne paused thoughtfully. All right, she said. Let's keep an eye on the properties today to see if one of them could be refashioned into an orphanage. I'll also get in touch with Zinnia Yaxley, and we can visit St. Mungo's to see how many orphans there are and how we can help. Thank you, nodded Harry gratefully. Daphne gave him a serious look. You have plenty of money, but running an orphanage is still an expensive venture, she said. If you're serious about it, then the events have to double as fundraisers as well. With the Diagon Restoration Program, we will no doubt still make money if the ventures succeed, but that won't be enough. Holding galas and events that will draw crowds is absolutely essential, since it will get the most donations from the people who can donate, as well as attention from the general public. I am serious about it, he said firmly. And I know it isn't just taking them in now. All the children that I take into the orphanage will be there until they graduate from Hogwarts and their education, and all their needs will be taken care of. They won't be treated like... He stopped and cleared his throat. They will be looked after properly and given the best childhood possible. If Daphne noticed the way he'd cut himself off, she didn't pry. Instead, she gave him a pleased smile. If that's the case, the events we plan matter more than ever, she said. I can do it for now, but this will eventually have to be handed over to Lady Potter, you know. It's going to be like a full-time job. I'm not sure if that's Ginny's thing, to be honest, he said, unable to picture her running an estate. From what he'd understood before, it was a lot of work, and Daphne had essentially just confirmed it as well. Daphne looked at him in surprise. You're still dating Ginny Weasley? She asked, sounding genuinely shocked. Why are you surprised? Asked Harry, a little amused at the baffled look on her face. It was the first time he had seen her look so confused. At his amused remark, she rolled her eyes and shrugged. Honestly, I figured you'd end up with Granger when all was said and done, she said. Now it was his turn to gape at her. Be but Hermione's dadding Ron, he said, remembering vaguely that this was a weird conversation to have in front of his parents' graves, but knew deep down they'd probably find it entertaining. Yeah, but that would never work, she said, shaking her head delicately. How come? He asked, curious despite himself. He was privy to what Hermione thought, but he wanted to know how Daphne viewed the situation. Daphne considered it briefly. Well, they're just too different, she said, finally. But I thought opposites attract, said Harry. They do, she nodded. But that only works when a couple have complementary strengths and weaknesses. People who are too similar or too different don't work out. Harry paused and thought about her answer. She was right. Hermione and Ron were different, too different. What about him and Ginny, then? They both had a similar sense of humor, they liked Quidditch, were they were too similar? His consternation must have shown on his face, because Daphne quickly corrected hastily. But that's just speculation, she said, glancing away. There are all kinds of couples, really. Yeah, said Harry, giving her the obvious out. Besides, even he needed to think through it properly. Should we head on to the next place? Yes, please, said Daphne, glad that they were moving on. Godric's Pride in Dorchester was the next place on their list. It was a stately mansion on the river, and while it wasn't as grand as either Potter Hall or Black Castle, it was still a self-contained estate with greenhouses, herb gardens, vegetable patches and fields behind the estate to supply food and produce. When the charms were lifted, they found 2 elves named Cinny and Winnie, who agreed to keep up with caring for it. They also requested permission from Harry to start rearing animals, as they had been doing before the estate was placed under suspension. They informed him that all the food, dairy and meat eaten by the Potter family always came from Godric's Pride, so Harry allowed them to carry on and to speak to Annie if they needed help. The mansion itself had a very uniform structure, and both Harry and Daphne realized quickly that it could be an ideal orphanage location. Apart from the large lord and ladies' chambers on the 2nd floor, the rest of the rooms were quite similar in size. The outside was quite good, too. One side of the mansion ended at the edge of the river, and there was an enchanted pool on the river bank for swimming, as well as a mini Quidditch pitch on the other side. The gardens, greenhouses, and fields were behind the house, while the front was quite simple and only had some flowering shrubs. How do the wards look? Asked Daphne as they came to the end of their tour. Harry spent a few minutes examining them using the instructions in his letter, smiling when he was done. The wards are actually pretty up-to-date, he said. They have held up well. That's good, nodded Daphne. We would have to add more if children are to live here. When Harry looked confused, she nodded towards the river. Wards keep intruders out, but there are also child-safe wards which keep children out of dangerous places. Right, nodded Harry, feeling silly for not considering it before. We should put this on a list of prospective locations, regardless, said Daphne. Harry agreed, and after saying goodbye to the elves, they went to the final Potter estate on their list, which was the Potter Villa on the French Riviera. A beautiful 10-bedroomed modern house sat on the cliff's edge overlooking the blue ocean. There were steps carved into the cliff that led to the pristine beach below. Apparently, the beach was part of the property as well, and there were 10 chalets lined up along the beach, all of them independent of one another. Since it was a vacation home, there were no elves, but it was also the first property that needed to be fixed up a little because of storm damage to some of the chalets. Harry called for Annie, who assigned 2 elves from the Potter estate to the job quickly. Since it was close to midday at this point, Harry invited Daphne for lunch at Potter Hall. Annie informed them that she had already moved Harry's things into the Lord's chambers, and that Minnie would be making them lunch. Instead of the absurdly large dining room of the day before, they sat in a private dining room near the kitchen that was still big enough to hold 10 people at the table with ease. For starters, Minnie served them tomato, burrata, and broad bean salad. It was followed by butterflied leg of lamb with lavender, honey, and clackwort. Dessert was baked loganberry and white chocolate cheesecake, and the whole meal was served with elderflower gin poured on ice. "If I eat like this every day, I'm pretty sure I'll be as big as Hagrid," said Harry, once they had polished off their desserts. "Master needs to eat more," said Minnie as she cleared the table. "Mistress, too." Daphne chuckled. "I can actually put away what I eat very easily," she said. "Our elves are also fond of fattening up me and Astoria, but they haven't succeeded yet. I don't know how long my metabolism will keep up, though." Harry laughed in agreement and poured her another glass of the elderflower gin, taking one for himself, too. "Have you started preparing for Newts yet?" he asked, knowing they were just over a week away at this point. "Not yet. You?" she asked. When he shook his head, she took a long sip of her drink. "Astoria and I were planning an intensive study session this Saturday. Do you want to come?" "I'd like to," he said. "Hermione's been nagging me to get a move on and start studying." "Bring her too, if you'd like," said Daphne. "She'll be a good tutor." "Really?" asked Harry. "Great, I'll ask her." "I would ask Tracy too, but she isn't doing Newts," said Daphne. "What about Draco?" asked Harry. "Would you and Granger be all right with me inviting him?" asked Daphne. Harry sipped his drink and considered his response. "Yeah," he said, finally. "All right, I'll ask," she said, though she raised an eyebrow. "I have to admit it's very mature of you." Harry shrugged and finished his drink. "We have to make a start somewhere," he said. "I'll drink to that," said Daphne, and emptied her drink. "Shall we go then? The Peveril properties are next." Harry stood up, feeling a little unsteady because of the alcohol. He thought Daphne wobbled a little as well, but he nodded in determination. There was still work to be done. Chapter 5. 4th June 1998. After a rather satisfying lunch, Harry and Daphne arrived at Yola Castle in Bath. Upon reaching the outskirts of the estate, they both just stared at it in stunned silence. "This is as big as Hogwarts," Harry was the first to say. Daphne could only nod dumbly at his outburst. Yola Castle was indeed as big as Hogwarts and structured almost exactly the same, surrounded by gorgeous greenery all around. However, the castle was made of white stone, and all the interior was done in royal purple and gold, making it look much more regal than Hogwarts. When Harry lifted the suspension charm, they were greeted by 10 house elves named Binky, Dinky, Finky, Hinky, Minky, Inky, Linky, Pinky, Rinky, and Tinky, all of whom looked extremely delighted to see them. Speaking to Binky, Harry realized that Yola Castle had remained sealed for over 100 years, and the elves had grown restless, despite having been under the suspension charm, which meant they hadn't aged either. Unlike the Black and Potter house elves, Harry needed to bond with them specifically, which they were all too happy to do. After the elves were accepted, began a long tour, and after the 3rd floor, Harry stopped memorizing the way and just let Binky rattle off what the hundreds and hundreds of rooms were supposed to be. It took 3 hours to go through the entire castle and the grounds. And both Harry and Daphne were exhausted by the time it was over. Promising to call when he needed them, Harry instructed the house elves to keep up with maintaining the massive Yola Castle estate, and he and Daphne departed. "I don't even know what I'm going to do with that place," said Harry, as they arrived at the beachside Sea Maiden Cottage in Newcastle. Daphne chuckled, but nodded in agreement. "I'm sure we'll find a use for it. If we don't, you could give it as a gift to your children," she said. "That's one hell of a gift," said Harry, shaking his head. He finally glanced at their surroundings and raised his eyebrows. Another beach property. Yeah, said Daphne. Not as big as Potter Hall or Black Castle, but still bigger than Godric's Pride. The Sea Maiden Cottage was far bigger than a cottage and was likely better described as a manor house. Both Harry and Daphne thought it was also a good location for an orphanage. The structure, both outside and in, was very similar to Godric's Pride, but there were more rooms in the Sea Maiden Cottage. However, unlike Godric's Pride, there were no facilities for growing their own food. There was a private stretch of the beach within the estate's limits, and an open field that could be used for Quidditch, but it would need a lot more work to make it a place for children to live. I'll put it on the list, regardless, said Daphne. I won't put Yola Castle on that list, mind you, unless we want to lose a child an hour in that massive place. Harry laughed and nodded. It was getting close to the end of the day, so they said goodbye to the two elves Ipsy and Kipsy, whom he had bonded with and instructed to look after the place, and decided to return to their respective homes for a much-needed rest before tackling the remaining Peveril properties the next day. Instead of returning to Potter Hall right away, Harry made a quick stop at Grimmauld Place to play with Teddy for a while. They were down in the living room when Hermione came in, clearly having been out for the day. "Hi, Harry," she greeted when she saw him. "Hello," he smiled. "Where have you been?" "Ginny and I went to see Luna," she said. "How is Luna, anyway?" asked Harry, having seen her briefly at funerals here and there, though they hadn't really had a moment to talk. "She's doing well," grinned Hermione. "Their home's being rebuilt, so she and her father are going to visit some family in Greece." "When is she leaving?" asked Harry. Hermione smiled at him apologetically. "She left this afternoon," she said. "That's why Ginny and I went to see her, because she probably won't be back until it's time to go to Hogwarts." "Oh," said Harry, feeling a little odd. It would have been nice to see Luna properly, but mostly he was just a little upset that he hadn't heard from her at all. Hermione sat down and gave him an understanding look. "It's not you she's mad at, you know," she said. "What do you mean?" asked Harry, startled. "She feels guilty," said Hermione, and stopped him before he could interrupt. "She can't be mad at her father because he was doing what he could to protect her, and she knows you won't blame him or her, for that matter, which is probably making her feel worse." "Then what am I supposed to do?" asked Harry, thinking of the odd girl who had been such a supportive friend for him these past few years. "I don't want to lose her." "You won't," said Hermione gently. "Right now, Luna isn't sure how to face you. Neither of you are at fault, but Luna still feels responsible. It won't be bad just to give her a little time. She's been through a lot, and maybe she'll feel better once she returns." "Luna's always been so. She isn't the type to not speak her mind," protested Harry. "True, but I suspect even Luna needs to sort her thoughts sometimes," said Hermione. "And like you said, she will always speak her mind, so I'm pretty sure she'll reach out to you the moment she gets back." "I hope so," said Harry, smiling gratefully at Hermione. "I guess this is kind of a bad time to tell you this since you were trying so hard to make me feel better, but I moved out." Hermione blinked. "Where?" she asked, surprised. "To Potter Hall. It's the ancestral Potter home," he said, sheepishly. "Daphne and I have been unlocking all the properties I inherited." "There are more?" asked Hermione, eyes wide. "Yeah, we still aren't done," he said. "What are you going to do with them?" asked Hermione. "Nothing for now, but they will be useful in some way, I bet," he shrugged. Hermione nodded and then shrugged a little. "I'm sad you won't be here anymore," she said. "I'll still be around," he said, with a look towards Teddy, who was starting to look a little sleepy. "I should put him to bed." "All right," said Hermione. Harry stood and picked Teddy up in his arms, rocking him gently before he could start fussing. "Before I forget," he said to Hermione, "Daphne invited me to a study session at her place on Saturday. You want to come? And full disclosure, Malfoy will be there too." Hermione had looked eager at first, though at the mention of Malfoy she grew wary. "I'll think about it," she said finally. "All right," agreed Harry, and headed upstairs to put Teddy to bed. By the time he returned to Potter Hall that evening, he was so tired that he barely tasted the delicious summer chicken stew that Minnie served him before trudging upstairs to the Lord's chambers for a well-needed night of rest. The unfamiliar room might have been a problem, but he was so overcome with exhaustion that he was asleep the moment his head hit the pillow. 5th June, 1998. Draco's 18th birthday was an absurdly sunny day, so much so that he checked twice that he was still in England and hadn't accidentally apparated away in his sleep. The atmosphere inside Malfoy Manor was gloomier than ever, though, when he came down for breakfast. His parents were both at the table at the same time for a change, and were eating without looking at each other or saying a word. It was like having the Dark Lord back and living here again. Almost involuntarily, Draco looked at the head of the table and shivered a little as he remembered countless months of the Dark Lord sitting there. It made him wonder if his father avoided sitting there now because it reminded him of the same thing. Draco wished them good morning and sat at his place, the suffocating atmosphere killing his appetite instantly. He would have skipped breakfast entirely, but that would invite fussing from his mother and derision from his father, and he was in mood for neither. He received a half-hearted mumble from his mother, while Lucius ignored him completely as he ate his breakfast. Not that he'd expected a fuss at this point, and considering his last 2 birthdays had been the 2 worst birthdays of his life, Draco still felt the sting when neither remembered nor cared to wish him. His 16th birthday was when he'd taken the mark that still sullied his arm, though it had thankfully started fatting since the Dark Lord's death. And on his 17th birthday, he had been forced to go on a raid with his Aunt Bella as his coming-of-age gift. Thinking back to the Muggle village, she had burned with fiendfire while cackling like the deranged lunatic that she was killed his appetite 2 bites in, and Draco put his silverware down. Unfortunately, that drew attention from his father. "Are you in a hurry?" he asked, his voice raspy. Draco wondered how much he'd already had to drink for his voice to sound like that so early in the morning. Still, he was not going to sit here and take his abuse anymore. "Yes," answered Draco, plainly. Narcissa went pale and looked at Draco fearfully as Lucius swelled in anger, blotches of pink appearing on his pale, gaunt cheeks. "Ungrateful brat," shouted Lucius, going for his wand, but Draco had been ready for it when he'd first talked back. He pulled out his wand first, putting up a shield in front of him, deflecting Lucius' curse easily. Narcissa screamed and ducked as it bounced off and hit the wall behind her. Using the split second that it distracted Lucius to cast a stunner at him, Draco rolled his eyes when his father slumped forward unconscious onto his half-eaten breakfast plate. He stood up and put his wand away. "You can wake him up after I leave," Draco told his mother, who brought a trembling hand to her mouth. He sighed and tried to soften his tone. "I'm sorry about this, Mother." Narcissa seemed not to hear him, and Draco grimaced and decided to leave. He wondered if he would be getting disowned on his birthday of all things, and while the thought had always frightened the life out of him, he found that it didn't matter so much anymore. He had a new job, and it was odd enough to know he was actually happy about working after being raised to believe only peasants held stupid things like jobs. He remembered Harry saying how they'd seen the war from 2 sides, and the words had struck a chord with Draco. He had done some unforgivable things, and knew there was no redemption for that. But at least he was trying, unlike his parents who seemed to have given up completely, as if they weren't even interested in picking themselves back up after falling as far as they had. He wasn't sure if he was disgusted, ashamed, or if he just pitied them for it. He flew to Diagon Alley, wondering if he'd be the first one in that morning, but found Daphne already in her office when he got there. "Do you just live here or what?" he asked, standing in her doorway. Daphne looked up and smiled at him in greeting. "No, I just have a lot to do," she said. "What's your excuse? I thought you'd take a day off for your birthday, at least." Draco rolled his eyes. "What am I, a kid? People who celebrate birthdays after coming of age are the worst," he said. "And here I had a present for you and everything," she said, opening a drawer in her desk. He raised an eyebrow when she stood up and walked up to him to hand over a bottle of fire whiskey that had a small silver bow stuck to it. With an amused smile, he accepted it. "I'll admit, it's the best gift I'll get today," he said, And not just because it might be the only one I get. That bad, huh? She asked, and Draco wasn't surprised she had deduced his home situation as easily as she had. Greengrass was always uncomfortably aware of the people around her, thanks in part to Davis, but mostly due to her very cunning nature. Well, I stunned my father over breakfast today, so I would say yes, shrugged Draco, figuring he might as well be honest. Well, there's spare couches in the meeting rooms if you find yourself disowned today, she offered with a grin. That's cold. You won't offer me a room in the Greengrass Manor, he asked, half joking. She gave him a serious look. If you do get disowned, it would be only until Harry gets wind of it and he moves to boot Lucius off the family seat and reinstate you, she said, plainly. Hearing it put bluntly soothed Draco's nerves a little, not that he had been too nervous to begin with. Good to know, he said, grateful just the same. Sure, she shrugged. Oh, and have you started studying for Newts yet? No, why? He asked. Harry and I are doing a study session with Astoria tomorrow at my house, she said. He's inviting Granger as well, so I thought I'd ask you too. Draco swallowed roughly, and Daphne seemed to guess where his thoughts were headed because she smiled a little. Harry's fine with it, and he's making an effort here, she pointed out. He heard the implied, you should too in her words and nodded once. All right, he said. Daphne beamed at him. Wonderful, she said. We're meeting here at 9 tomorrow, don't be late. So, Fleur, how did it go yesterday? Asked Daphne, as they all held their morning meeting in the conference room. Fleur smiled. You were right, Daphne, she said. Rosette bought the business from Madame Pimpernel, but 2 years ago, she started developing her own potions that she's been selling. Unfortunately, because she kept the business name as is and didn't really have much in way of advertising, no one really knew about the new products. And the new products are really something different? Asked Harry, since he knew virtually nothing about beauty potions. Fleur nodded at once. They're unlike anything on the market, she said. She has a bunch of products, but instead of the standard kind you can buy anywhere, the ones she has come in a variety of scents and the texture is like water on top of it. Daphne's eyes went wide. Scents, plural, she asked. Yes, said Fleur. She has 4 different kinds, depending on what people might be looking for. And the effect of the potion isn't compromised? Asked Draco, equally astonished. What am I missing here? Asked Harry, slightly confused. Beauty potions are very tricky, explained Daphne. The usual kinds you get, even the ones you import from France or Italy, rarely have anything other than a slightly slimy texture and a standard smell. The best, most expensive beauty potions in the world have a water-like texture and don't smell like anything, nodded Fleur. They do often have a horrible murky brown color, though. So, you see, her managing to make potions that actually work, and for them to have good texture and a range of scents is extraordinary, really, said Daphne. How did no one hear about this? Even with limited exposure, this should have been flying off the shelves. Unfortunately, she's a half-blood, so she went into hiding, said Fleur with a frown. The business was closed during this time. She reopened some time ago, but the business is falling apart. If she needs publicity, we can definitely do that for her, said Tracy. I have a few contacts in Witch Weekly, and we can pull some strings. What about the business itself? What kind of a shape is it in? Asked Draco. The shop needs to be fixed up, said Fleur. There wasn't massive damage or anything, but it needs repairs. I couldn't really ask about finances or things, but I'd like to invite her to a meeting next week to discuss it in detail. Is she interested in having us help her? Asked Harry. Well, she did say she wants to keep the business, said Fleur. It's worth inviting her to the meeting, at least, said Draco. This could be a lucrative market, and it's best to get a step in right now before the value skyrockets, which it will, once people hear about it. Yeah, nodded Daphne. Beauty potions aren't a necessity, but they will draw in crowds, especially if Witch Weekly does an attractive feature on them. Harry considered what they had said and nodded slowly. Fleur, you, Draco, and Tracy should meet with Miss Frost then, he said. I admit, I don't know much about beauty potions, but I know if it's a good business we should invest in it. He smiled a little as he thought of the 1,000 galleons he had invested in Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes on a whim. While he would never ask for a return on his investment from the Weasleys, if he could help businesses like Rosette Frost's, which would in turn grant him returns that could then be used to help even more people, then it was all the better. "All right, Harry," said Fleur as Draco and Tracy nodded. "I'll do that." "Anything from Fortescue?" asked Daphne, looking at Draco. "Well, the rumors are true, at least," said Draco. "Finian Fortescue is wanting to reopen and is looking for investors." "Invite him for a meeting as well, then," said Harry immediately. "Yeah, good idea," said Daphne. "Speak to him and find out what we can do. Make sure both he and Rosette Frost understand that it isn't just gold we can help them with." "I know," nodded Draco. "Oh, and Davis and I scouted out the office building yesterday." "Yes, and we called in your house elves to help," said Tracy, looking at Harry. "They said they should be done by this afternoon." "What's it look like?" asked Daphne. "It's 2 floors," said Tracy. "The ground floor has a lobby and reception area, and there are smaller office rooms that we thought would be perfect as meeting rooms. The floor above has more offices we can use. The house elves were quick with their work, so the place has been fixed up, and they were almost done painting when I left last evening." "They'll be done with it by now," said Draco. "We would just need to get furniture and things set up." "Yeah, Maribeth drew up what we would need," said Tracy, with a grin. "I showed the elves and they said they would build most of it and have it set up like we wanted by this afternoon." "Harry and I will likely be done by late afternoon today," said Daphne. "We can all go and see it then, and all of you can move your things in by the end of the day today, so that we have the proper offices when we are meeting Rosette Frost and Finian Fortescue next week." "Splendid," nodded Tracy. "Let's get going then, shall we?" There were murmurs of agreement as the meeting came to an end. Harry felt a rush of gratitude at the hard work that was being put in by everyone, including the house elves. The burden he'd felt the day before was a little lighter, knowing he wasn't in this alone. "Harry," said Daphne, drawing his attention, "should we go? We have the last 3 properties to cover today." "Right, yes," said Harry hastily. "Let's go." With the next set of instructions unsealed, Harry and Daphne arrived at the Ark in Stratford. This isn't a mansion, is it?" asked Harry, once they had entered the foyer after lifting the suspension charm. As it turned out, the Ark was much more of a museum than an estate. There was a wing of the estate used as residence, but the rest of it was filled with paintings, sculptures, and various pieces of art and artifacts from all over the world. And the majority of the estate was a massive library, filled to the brim with books and tomes. A team of 4 house elves resided with the Ark, named Erin, Mirren, Kirin, and Lirin, all of them extremely well-versed in curating and caring for the artifacts and items on the estate. In fact, the library was so well catalogued and had a very sophisticated system of finding what one needed with ease that Harry knew he would have been a much better student at Hogwarts if he could just write down what he was looking for, and the relevant books would come to him. "Can you put this in place in other libraries too?" asked Harry, as even Daphne seemed impressed at the level of enchantment. "Of course, Master," piped up Mirren, who was the house elf in charge of the library. After bonding with the house elves, Mirren was sent to the other properties to put the system in place in all the libraries. The remaining house elves informed him that this estate had been closed for several decades, and the previous lord had been a connoisseur who had accumulated most of the artifacts there. After promising to take a proper tour some other day, Harry renewed the wards before he and Daphne departed for the next estate on their list. The Eustace mansion was quite extraordinary, and not just because it was in the heart of England's national forest. It was a willowy structure with all the outer walls covered in crawling vines bearing little white flowers, and there was a hush about the place, even after the suspension charm was lifted. "It's beautiful," murmured Daphne, and Harry was surprised to see the look of awe on her face. Instead of the manicured gardens or even open fields of the other properties, the estate sat on a natural, undisturbed meadow, and when they went inside the main house, which was no bigger than a large cottage, they were met by 4 house elves named Pip, Fern, Flo, and Roz. While the main house only had 6 bedrooms, a kitchen, 2 studies, and 3 day rooms, there was a separate building that was just as big that housed a massive potions laboratory. On the grounds between the main house and the potions lab were 10 different greenhouses, each one of them twice as big as the ones at Hogwarts. Pip showed them around, and even Harry was impressed at how extensive the potions laboratory was. The greenhouses were extraordinary as well, with an aqueduct system on the inside to care for the plants of all kinds. The woods surrounding the property had a number of magical creatures residing in them, including a herd of unicorns, a couple of whom cautiously approached Daphne when they were taking the tour. The property had only been under suspension for about 80 years or so, the last lady having been a recluse potioneer who grew her own ingredients, cared for the creatures, and did her research, which was kept carefully in a safe in one of the studies of the main house. "You should properly examine the research," Daphne advised him seriously. "Actually, that goes for any specialized magic we find on these estates, and don't share them with anyone." "Why not?" he asked. She gave him a slightly exasperated look. "It's your family magic," she said. "We all guard our family magic closely." "Well, what's the Gringotts family magic?" he asked. Daphne gave him a calculating look and then shrugged. "I can't tell you the specifics, but it's poison," she said. "Poison?" he asked, shocked. She nodded, seemingly not bothered by his reaction. "Poison," she said again, without elaborating. He thought back to how the magic should be closely guarded and nodded back. Curiosity was pushing him to ask, but he knew he wouldn't get an answer out of Daphne. "That is to say, just because it's closely guarded doesn't mean you can't use it," said Daphne, smiling a little when he didn't push the issue. "For example, I can manufacture and sell a poison that's known only to my family. The secret to making it shall remain with the Greengrass family, but the product can always be sold." "It could be another source of income, you mean," he said, understanding why she wanted him to take the time and look at all the new family magic that was now his. "Well, yes, there is that," she admitted, "but mostly because this magic has been lost all this time. You shouldn't throw it out into the open, but definitely pass it on to your heirs." She sighed as she considered her words carefully. "Magical research has been slow these past few years, and it's another way we have regressed. I hate to admit it, but Muggles have continued advancing while the magic we use today isn't too different from the one in the past. There have been a few discoveries here and there, but not on the scale of 20, 30, even 50 years ago. Bringing back older magic will push new research as well, and is one of the ways the wizarding world can advance." "How can we make it happen?" asked Harry. "I don't really have the brains for this kind of work." "Neither do I," said Daphne. "Magical researchers are their own brand of brains, but that doesn't mean we can't help. Most researchers just need the right funding and a lab to start. I know we are just starting out with the orphanage and the Diagon Restoration Program, but we can consider an institute of some kind in the future to further magical research." Harry's eyes went wide as he thought about it. "That sounds incredible," he said. "Like I said, there are many ways to give back to the world," smiled Daphne. "But we cannot rush with any of it. It has to be a slow but steady walk." "I know," nodded Harry, and then grinned at her sincerely. "Thank you." She looked a little surprised. "Why?" He shrugged, still grinning. "I always feel hopeful when I talk to you," he admitted honestly. Daphne turned an attractive shade of pink and glanced away. "Even when I warn you not to rush into things?" she asked, her voice sounding a little breathless. "Yes," he said seriously, "because I know that means you are giving it proper thought, and if you've given it proper thought, then I feel like we can work towards making it happen. That gives me hope." He felt Daphne's gaze on him, and it made him want to blush. Instead of turning into a stuttering mess, he quickly glanced at his watch. "Should we take a break for lunch?" he asked. He heard Daphne clear her throat. "Yeah," she said. "Yeah, let's do that." After a quick lunch of pepper and lemon spaghetti with basil and pine nuts, followed by a decadent sangria cake, courtesy of Minnie at Potter Hall, Harry and Daphne went to the last property on their list, which was the Pride farmhouse in Dundee. The lunch had been mostly silent, both of them feeling a little introspective, So when they got to the Pride farmhouse, Harry made himself focus. It was a cottage not unlike Eustace Mansion, but it was set in an empty field and surrounded entirely by rows and rows of grapes. Yes, said Daphne with interest. It's a vineyard, said Harry, eyes going wide. This was the only property on their list that hadn't been placed under a suspension charm, and the house elves were surprised, yet delighted to meet him. There were 7 of them that lived there. Mary, Terry, and Sherry looked after the vineyards. Barry and Fairy were responsible for making and bottling the wine, while Jerry and Carrie looked after the rest of the house and maintained the wine cellar, which was in a separate building to the main house and was twice the size of the Hogwarts Great Hall. When Jerry gave them the tour, he pointed out the wine that was kept in casks, barrels, and bottles in the cellar, and the various types of grapes and techniques that were used to make them. Hang on, said Daphne, slightly confused. Some of these grapes won't grow here in Dundee. The soil and climate wouldn't be right for it. It'd be the family secret, mistress, said Jerry cheerfully. Oh, said Daphne, and Harry had to appreciate her restraint because she looked like she was dying to know. Apparently, despite his words, Jerry still informed them that the entire property was under an enchantment, with each part of the vineyard under different climate charms to mimic the conditions of different wine regions. Even the soil had been brought in specially and enhanced with magic for growing the grapes correctly. You'd better not say more, Daphne told Jerry, and smiled when Harry looked at her questioningly. The climate charms and the ones to enhance the soil like he's talking about are the family magic. I haven't heard of climate charms that can mimic a region, especially not several under one property. The most that climate charms can do is mimic basic weather patterns. To have something that's so self-sustaining that's been kept going for so long with house elf magic is beyond everything we know. Right, nodded Harry, the implications sinking in. It also explained why the property hadn't been put under the suspension charm, considering the complex charm work that had gone into making a property in Dundee capable of making wine from regions all over the world. The wards were also finicky when Harry had to update them, and he was exhausted by the time he was done. We're done, right? He asked Daphne. Almost, she smiled. I think it's a good idea to gather all your elves in one place. You did tell them you'd give proper orders once you were done. Harry nodded, and after they returned to Potter Hall, he and Daphne spent some time discussing the orders they would be giving the house elves. Once they had a tentative list prepared, Harry called all his house elves. It was odd to just think it, and then 40 elves, including Creature, were all in the day room of Potter Hall. With so many of them, Annie was quick to take charge as the head house elf, and she ushered them to be quiet and await orders. Harry would have been at a loss where to start, but Daphne was more than capable of handling it. All of you have special skills, said Daphne with a small smile, so you will be given tasks best suited to those skills. She pulled out the list from her robes and consulted it. Since Annie is the head house elf, she will coordinate everything. If there are issues, concerns, or questions, they should come through Annie. Daphne looked at Harry, who nodded, and the gathered house elves agreed when he did. Harry also has rules he wants all the house elves to follow, said Daphne, and nodded at Harry to go ahead. No punishing yourselves, he said firmly. If you do something wrong, tell Annie and she will let me know and I'll decide what's to be done. But you won't hurt yourself or each other. That is absolute. Some of the house elves looked surprised, but all of them looked relieved as they voiced their agreement. Secondly, I once knew an elf who liked to be paid and he sacrificed his life to save mine, said Harry, feeling a lump in his throat. He was an honorable house elf, he added firmly, when almost all of them looked shocked at the suggestion of payment. Now, Daphne told me that house elves who are bonded like all of you are to me will grow stronger with my magic. I know house elves traditionally consider that the highest form of payment. However, if it is not sufficient, you may approach me, privately if you wish, to speak about pay. All of them shook their head at once, a little horrified at their master thinking that being bonded to him wasn't sufficient payment already. Harry wasn't surprised because Daphne had said as much when they'd talked about it before calling in the house elves. Next, uniform, said Harry. You may wear whatever you wish since you all have different jobs. All I ask is that they should be clean and made to fit you properly. I won't give you clothes, but you can approach Annie and she will find you materials you can make your uniforms with. Can we be making a request, Master? Piped up Annie. Yes, Annie, asked Harry. Minnie be making a sample uniform, Master, she said, and clicked her fingers. Her faded tunic dress changed into a neat, white pinafore with a red ribbon tied in a bow around her waist. Finny did the same to show the male house elf uniform, which was a pair of white calf-length trousers and a white short-sleeved shirt with a red sash around the waist. You may wear that if you wish, Harry told the house elves, many of whom agreed eagerly. In the end, all of the elves, even Creature, decided to wear the uniform, and Harry saw Daphne's amused smile at the house elves all decked out in the new uniforms that Rinny and Minnie had apparently made on Annie's direction. And lastly, you will not work till you drop, he said, remembering Daphne telling him to add that. There are a lot of you and there will be lots to do, but do not push yourself beyond your magic. That's an order. If I ask you to do something that is beyond your capacity, you will tell me, clearly and immediately. You won't be punished for it. Harry smiled. And it goes without saying that since you will all be keeping my secrets, I will consider you as family. So, before I hand out your orders, I am going to tell you what I am planning to do. In quick sentences, he explained his plans to build an orphanage. When a lot of them looked extremely happy to the point of tears, Harry was a little confused. House elves hold children in high regard, said Daphne, helpfully. They make extraordinary caretakers and won't allow anyone to harm them. That's wonderful, said Harry, beaming at the house elves. There is a lot I want to do for the wizarding world, and I want all of you to help me in whatever way you are able. All right. There were eager words of agreement, and vigorous nodding from all the house elves. Now then, some orders, he said. Creature, you should remain at Grimmauld Place. I am assigning you to look after the house and helping Andromeda. Her orders are to be followed like you would follow mine. Yes, Master, nodded Creature, pleased as can be. I would also like you to finish cleaning up all the upstairs rooms, said Harry. Ratty will come to help you. At the prospect of another black family house elf coming to help, Creature looked eager. He quickly voiced his acceptance, promising to have Grimmauld Place in top-notch shape before the weekend was done. Annie, you will remain at Potter Hall, said Harry, and she nodded with a bright smile. Minnie will stay here to cook as well, as for Finny. And on it went, as Harry handed out orders that Daphne had painstakingly written out. There was at least one house elf on every property, charged with the upkeep, with a couple more at Potter Hall to clean and look after Harry. All 7 of the Pride farmhouse elves stayed on their property, continuing their work in making the wine. Mirren from the Ark was tasked with working on all of the libraries, and 2 others from that estate were sent to catalog all the artworks on the rest of the properties. Elves like Finny and Maddie, who were at the Potter and Black estate and specialized in groundskeeping and farming, were sent to Godric's Pride to assist with that work. Many of the Yola Castle house elves were highly skilled at repair and renovations, so they were on standby for when they would be needed for various projects. The house elves at Eustace Mansion were joined by other elves good at herbology and potions to assist. There was also a standing agreement that if there was work that needed urgent attention, Annie would coordinate with one of the house elves who was free and send them along to help. Of the 2 elves who had fixed up the new GSC HQ, one was assigned there permanently to clean and look after the HQ. While there were quite a few house elves without direct orders for the time being, they knew that once the orphanage got underway, they would have lots of work as well. For now, they were all pleased that they were considered part of Harry's family, and when he nodded at them to leave, they all disappeared with a series of loud cracks, excited as can be. That went very well, said Daphne, looking as tired as Harry felt. Don't suppose I can call it a day and go right to bed, he said. Afraid not, smiled Daphne. We should pop by the new HQ, especially since Kinney said it's ready and Tracy, Fleur, and Draco have moved their things in. Harry nodded, eager to see the new HQ, despite being tired. It was almost 5 in the evening, but he and Daphne went to the Verdant offices, and then all of them walked down to the new GSC HQ, which was further down from Gringotts and away from prying eyes while still being in a good part of the alley, just like Draco had said. The outside was nondescript, but there was a large mahogany sign that said, GSC Consultants, in neat gold letters on it above the doors. A pair of glass double doors opened into a sunny front lobby that had an empty reception desk and a waiting area. There were neat brown leather upholstered chairs and sofas in the waiting area, and all the furniture was polished mahogany with gold accents. The walls were painted a light shade of beige, and the carpet was the same dark brown as the furniture. The warm lighting made the lobby look inviting, yet professional at the same time. The hallway next to the reception desk led to a corridor that had 2 meeting rooms on one side and a conference room opposite it. Both meeting rooms had brown leather sofas, coffee tables, and empty filing cabinets. The conference room was bigger than the one at Verdant and had room for 8 people. "This is all for visitors," said Tracy, nodding at the meeting rooms and conference room. "We have another bigger conference room for staff upstairs." The stairs were at the end of the hallway, and Draco pointed out another door near the stairs. "We can use this entrance to enter and leave," said Draco. "Especially you, Potter, since you can't really just walk past the reception and waiting area if your involvement is a secret." "Where does it come out?" asked Daphne. "An empty dead end, so you can just apparate there and then walk in," said Tracy. "It's one of the reasons I liked this building," said Draco, and Harry nodded back gratefully. Up the stairs, and there were many more rooms than ones downstairs. Draco and Fleur had adjoining offices with a door in between, while Tracy had the office opposite them. There were a couple more empty offices, and a larger conference room like Tracy had said. Harry's office was the biggest room on the floor, and was at the end furthest from the stairs towards the front of the building, so he had a view of the alley from his window, though Fleur assured him that people wouldn't be able to see him from the outside. "There's a flue in here too," said Fleur, nodding at his office, which was bare for the time being but had a desk and some chairs, and a couple of filing cabinets and empty bookshelves just the same. "One of the smallest rooms has been made into a flue room, but it isn't connected yet. I sent off the authorization request to the ministry, so it should be sorted out by next week." "Thanks for doing that," smiled Daphne gratefully. Fleur smiled back as they continued the tour. There was also a break room on the floor with a small kitchenette for their use, and next to it were facilities for toilets and showers. Another room had been turned into an archives and records room to store all their files properly. Harry looked at Daphne. "You could even move the Verdant offices here," he suggested. Daphne paused. "Better not," she said finally. "I'll use an empty office when I'm here, but I think it's better to have the offices separate. In the meantime, I'll ask Maribeth to come work here to assist with the admin work until you find someone specifically." "That will be a big help," nodded Fleur gratefully. "Oh, and Kinney will be staying on as a permanent house elf," said Harry. "If you need anything, call for her." "She did a great job," grinned Tracy. "This looks wonderful, doesn't it?" "It does," nodded Harry, pleased at the new HQ. He fought back a yawn and realized that everyone else looked exhausted as well. "Thank you for all your hard work," he told them seriously. "Don't mention it," said Tracy, cheerfully, while both Fleur and Draco looked a little embarrassed. "You pay a good salary, so it's fine." The joke dispelled the awkwardness, and with that, they all started taking their leave, ready for the weekend after a busy week. Harry saw Daphne speak to Draco with a serious look, but he shook his head with a smile and then left. "What was that about?" asked Harry. Daphne sighed a little. "He's having issues with his family," she said. "I said he should stay at the Leaky or something, but he said he's going home." Harry frowned with worry. "Should I—" he began, but Daphne shook her head. "It's not our place to interfere unless he asks for help," she said. "He's trying his best to be better, so even if it's hard for us to watch from the sidelines, it's not about us. If he wants to stand up to his family, he will do so on his own. We'll help if he wants us to, but not until then." "Right," said Harry. "Did you ask him about tomorrow?" "Yeah, he said he'll come," said Daphne. "You and Granger should get here around 9 as well, and I'll let you all in through the wards." "All right," agreed Harry. "You going home?" "Yeah, believe it or not, even I'm tired," she said, smiling a little. "Good night, then," said Harry, as they walked out to the apparition spot outside the back entrance together. Good night, said Daphne and disapparated away. When Draco got back to Malfoy Manor, he fully expected to be ambushed, so he was already on edge. But when he did arrive through the flue, he only saw his mother sitting in an armchair nearby, a half-empty bottle of sherry in her hand. Resisting the urge to sigh or scream, Draco approached her warily and took the bottle out of her hands, worried when he saw her unfocused gaze and the smell of alcohol on her breath. Draco, she said, not resisting as he took the bottle away. Yes, he asked, still on edge as he set the bottle on top of the fireplace. You should move into the townhouse, said Narcissa, her voice surprisingly steady while her gaze was still shaky. I'll send Mitty to cook and clean for you. Was it Father's idea? He asked, realizing that Lucius wasn't around but still not relaxing his guard completely. I managed to talk him out of disowning you, she said, her gaze finally focusing on him. Draco almost flinched at the bloodshot eyes, knowing she would have to have been crying for it to happen. But if you stay here, you'll kill each other. She choked back a sob. I don't know what you have been doing, and I am not sure I want to know. I just want you to be able to live your life. Draco swallowed against the lump in his throat. Will you be all right if I leave? He asked. She shrugged, apparently not caring. As much as Draco wanted to ask her to come with him, he knew she wouldn't. Fine, he said finally. Tell Mitty to pack up my room and move it into the townhouse. I'll go on ahead. Mitty already did and is there waiting for you, said Narcissa, summoning the sherry bottle with her wand and taking a long sip. Draco fought back a laugh of disbelief. He had been kicked out of his family home on his birthday, and he wasn't sure if that made it the best or worst birthday. Without another word to his mother, not that she seemed to care judging by the way she was drinking, Draco flew to the townhouse. Not a stately manor by any means, the Malfoy townhouse in London was still a substantial property that his father used occasionally. When Draco got there, it was tidy as ever, and he found Mitty waiting for him. Draco actually liked Mitty quite a bit, mostly because he had come with Narcissa as part of her dowry, and he tended to favor Draco a lot. Welcome, young master, greeted Mitty brightly. Mitty arranged young master's new room, and dinner be ready too. Thanks, Mitty, said Draco. Mistress also asked Mitty to give you this, he said, handing him a sealed letter. Draco accepted it with a cautious nod and unsealed it, wondering what she needed to say in a letter that she couldn't when he just saw her. Dear Draco, you might think of this as a cowardly way of telling you, but I doubt I was in a state to speak much sense by the time you came to Malfoy Manor. Don't worry, as pathetic as I might have seemed, I am still in control of my faculties and won't do anything foolish. Lucius and I have hit rock bottom. There is no getting around that. The only good thing is that you haven't fallen with us, my son. It will take time for your father and I to regain our determination to rise once again. But I realize that if you stay around us, we will drag you down, and hurting you is the last thing I want. I meant it when I said I didn't let Lucius disown you, but the truth is that even he knows deep down that disowning you won't help in the slightest. The Malfoy name is mud, and being under the thumb of Potter isn't doing us any favors, and I don't know if it is envy or pride that we feel towards your determination to carry on so resiliently, despite it all. I don't know if I will ever know the answer, but you are still our son, mine and Lucius, and we love you more than anything in this forsaken world. That is an unshakable fact, and it has never changed. For the time being, I think some time apart is needed, for both Lucius and I, and for you. We are still family, and shall always remain so, no matter what, but I think this is what we need right now. In the meantime, I have asked Mitty to bond with you as your personal house elf, and told Lucius to turn over the townhouse ownership to you as well. The instructions to update the wards and such are in the envelope with this letter. Your trust vault in Gringotts is still yours, and if you need more, you only have to ask. I hope you will find your own path in this world, Draco. Remember, I love you more than anything. Love. Narcissa. P.S. I asked Mitty to bake your favorite vanilla chiffon cake. Happy birthday, my darling boy. Draco dropped the letter, tears rising in his eyes. He let out a loud scream of frustration and sank into an armchair by the flue. Slowly, he exhaled and leaned his head back, smiling despite the tears in his eyes. It was messed up, horrible, and yet so kind, considering his parents. He wondered how a normal person would see this situation, and as soon as he thought that, he felt himself scoff. He was a Malfoy. He would always be a Malfoy, as his mother said. Normal was never even on the cards. With a sigh, he picked up the letter and envelope he had dropped and took out the instructions to update the wards. He crossed off all names, allowing only himself to enter the townhouse, and then bonded with Mitty. The townhouse only had 4 bedrooms, a study, parlor, and a kitchen and dining room, but they were all big rooms and all the bedrooms had en-suite bathrooms, so Draco figured it was better than living at the Leaky or on a couch in the office. It was his own space, and he supposed this was his new start on life. The past wouldn't be erased, but like the mark on his arm, it was fading slowly as he wrote a new future for himself. It wouldn't be easy being alone and fighting against the current, but he had to do it. That was the only path he could see before him, and as terrified as it made him, he couldn't wait to start walking on it. Chapter 6. 6th June, 1998. Harry spent a bit of a restless night, even more so than usual. The day before had been exhausting, but the worry about Draco actually weighed a lot heavier on his mind. To think he was actually concerned about Draco Malfoy was a little hard for even him to comprehend. He woke up early and ran the length of the grounds because he realized he might as well if Minnie was going to feed him for every meal. The exercise helped calm his mind, and by the time he returned to the house and showered, he was more relaxed than he had been after waking up. Breakfast was delicious as always, with perfectly cooked bacon and eggs, with beans and fried tomato on the side. Freshly squeezed orange juice accompanied the meal, and Harry polished off his plate, looking up when he noticed it was already 8:30. Calling out a thank you to Minnie, Harry took the flue in the kitchen to Grimmauld Place, managing not to smash face first through it. Hermione giggled when she saw him stumble a little but still stay upright. "Shut up," he murmured, and she burst into laughter. It was nice to see her relaxed, and he smiled back. Dressed casually in a pair of jeans and carrying her Hogwarts satchel, it was almost easy to think of her as usual, but he could see the thin scar on her neck made by Bellatrix's knife that was visible because she was wearing a V-neck t-shirt. He frowned a little, realizing that it was the first time he'd seen it in a while. Hermione noticed his gaze and smiled sheepishly. "Yeah, I stopped covering it," she admitted. "I figured hiding it behind closed collar shirts or scarves was, well, it's not like I'm ashamed of it." "As long as you're all right with it," said Harry, trying not to remember the screams that had come out of Hermione when Bellatrix had tortured her. Hermione came over and placed a hand on his shoulder, and he flinched a little before relaxing. "I'll admit, it's a little because you told me that Malfoy was going to be there too," she said. Well, I guess it's complicated now. I doubt we'll all be friends or anything, but I can try and get along. He tried to help us back then in his own fucked-up way, and I guess, if he's working with you, I'm going to have to get used to him, and get used to what we all went through as well." Harry was so shocked about her cursing so easily that he almost didn't respond. Usually, she just muttered curses under her breath, and it was the first time he had heard her do that while speaking normally. "Hermione, you don't have to push yourself," he said seriously. "I know Ron will probably deck Draco if he sees him, but—" "What?" he asked when he saw Hermione smiling. "You called him Draco," she said. "That tells me a lot more, believe me, and Ron and I spoke a bit about what happened back then in Malfoy Manor." Harry nodded, wondering if it was his place to tell her how Ron had fallen apart when he had heard her being tortured. "I don't doubt that Ron loves me," she said, "and I care a lot about him, but I also want to come to terms in my own way, and facing Malfoy, being cordial to him, is also a step I need to take. It's for my sake, all right." "All right," agreed Harry. "Let's go then." Hermione nodded and summoned her summer cloak that she put on, while Harry went off and said a quick hello to Andromeda. Teddy was sleeping, so Harry decided not to bother him and went back downstairs. He took her by sight-along apparition to the back entrance of the GSC HQ. The door was unlocked, and he saw Daphne leaning against the stairs when he opened it. Harry almost forgot to speak because it was the first time he had seen Daphne in casual clothes. A thin, white summer cloak was thrown over a calf-length pink skirt and white top, and Daphne had her golden hair in a ponytail. She smiled in greeting when she saw them. "You're right on time," she said, and then glanced at Hermione. "Nice to see you again, Granger." "Hermione is fine," said Hermione, shaking the hand that Daphne offered. "Sure," nodded Daphne with a small smile. "Thanks for agreeing to be our tutor today." "Oh, please, like you need a tutor," said Hermione, and Harry was relieved when he saw both Daphne and Hermione relax as they spoke to each other. "So, this is the new office." "Yeah, I'll give you a tour, come on," said Harry. Hermione nodded, and Harry took her around to show her the HQ. She was sufficiently impressed at how put together and organized it looked, and he told her that they were looking to help some of the shopkeepers in Diagon restore their business, and she was beaming so much that Harry started to get a little embarrassed. "I'm really proud of you, Harry," she said. "You said you were going to do it, and you're doing everything to make it happen." He was spared having to respond when he heard the sound of apparition and knew Draco must have arrived. He glanced at Hermione, who took a deep breath, but then smiled and nodded before leading the way back downstairs herself. Harry followed her and saw Draco standing with Daphne at the bottom of the stairs, both of them talking quietly. It was almost comical to see Draco dressed so casually in a pair of black slacks and blue V-neck jumper under a gray summer cloak, and even his usually slicked-back hair was a little casually styled. He looked up and froze when he saw Hermione. "Hey, Malfoy," said Hermione, her voice betraying her nervousness, though Harry doubted anyone except him heard it. "Granger," he nodded, his nervousness even more apparent. Harry waited as a long, awkward silence stretched on, wondering what they were supposed to do. He looked to Daphne for help, who rolled her eyes at him but cleared her throat. "Well, shall we get going?" she prompted. "W8 before we go," said Hermione, regaining her composure. "I'm sure this is, well, I don't know, abnormal, awkward, fucked up, all sorts of things really, considering everything." Draco flinched violently, but to his credit, he swallowed and nodded, looking like he was bracing for a curse being thrown at him. "But," said Hermione, forging on, "Harry says you are making an effort, and I believe him. I don't think we can make a fresh start, really, but we can say that the past made us into the people we are, and we should choose who will be in the future." She stuck her hand out for him to shake. Draco inhaled sharply and then slowly grasped her hand to shake it. As he shifted, Harry saw the inside of his left arm where there was a fatting dark mark, and he remembered once again that Draco had been wearing full sleeves for the past few days. Him making a choice not to hide it today must have been a step forward for him as well, Harry realized, so he smiled in relief when Hermione nodded and smiled tentatively. He met Daphne's gaze and saw a smile on her face. "All right," she said. "I'll be taking you by sight along one at a time. Hermione, would you like to be first?" "Sure," said Hermione, and walked past Draco to the back entrance with Daphne. The two of them vanished a moment later, and Daphne reappeared alone almost instantly, and then took Draco before coming back for Harry. When Harry opened his eyes, after being taken by sight-along apparition, he found that they were in the middle of an empty field with nothing in sight in any direction. "Now," said Daphne, holding up a piece of parchment to all three of them, "read this." Harry read her neat writing that said, "The Greengrass Manor is located in the Viridian Meadows of Inverness." As the words registered in his mind, Harry blinked and realized that they were in front of a giant white stone archway that was covered entirely in ivy, beyond which was a long pathway. There were some sorts of lilac-colored trees on both sides of the pathway, the trees having formed a natural archway over the path with the branches from both sides having become tangled with one another. The ground was covered with the same lilac leaves, and Daphne told them they could apparate to the end of the pathway. Upon reappearing on the other side, they saw there was an elegant Gothic mansion made of graying stone and crawling with ivy in front of them. It was a big property, as big as Godric's Pride, at least, and Daphne led them up to the front door and into the foyer. "It's beautiful," said Hermione, and Harry had to agree when he saw the foyer with the high ceilings and the wide stained glass windows that brought in natural sunlight inside. It looked like an old-fashioned church Harry remembered from the Muggle world. He was still admiring the decor when a tiny female house elf dressed in a dark green tunic dress appeared and gave a bow. "Welcome home, mistress," she greeted squeakily. "Can Jolly take mistress and her friends' cloaks?" "Thank you, Jolly," said Daphne, taking off her cloak and handing it to Jolly. Draco followed suit, as did Harry. He noticed Hermione look a little hesitant, but she took off her cloak and handed it to the house elf as well. Jolly bowed to them and vanished with a crack. He was about to ask Hermione if she was all right, when they heard footsteps and a girl walked up to them, smiling in greeting. Judging by her similar appearance to Daphne, despite the straight dark hair and jade green eyes as opposite to the wavy blonde hair and blue eyes of her sister, Harry figured this was Astoria Greengrass. "Harry, Hermione, Draco, this is my sister, Astoria," said Daphne. "Torre, these are my friends, Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, and Draco Malfoy." "Nice to meet you," said Astoria, smiling prettily as she shook hands with all of them. Harry thought he saw Draco go a little pink when she did, but Daphne mentioned they were setting up in the library, so he followed her up the stairs into a massive library. Harry was amused when he heard Hermione gasp when she saw the place, and Daphne must have heard it too, because she offered her free reign of the place while she was here. Having known that some of the books weren't meant to be shared with others, Harry figured that Hermione wouldn't be able to access them because Daphne wouldn't have offered otherwise. There was a long table set up by one of the high windows, and they all sat down in the comfortable chairs around it. "We should probably start with the theoretical parts first," said Daphne. "We'll go by the exam timetable and start with herbology, then potions, charms, and transfiguration, making our way to Dada." There were murmurs of agreement, and they spent the rest of the morning going over Daphne and Hermione's neatly written notes from 6th year. Harry found that he remembered more than he thought he would. It also helped that Hermione had done a lot of research on past newts, so she narrowed the scope of what they needed to revise based on the kinds of questions that came up in exams. Astoria worked through her own owl work quietly, occasionally raising a question when she was stuck. They decided to take a break around 1 in the afternoon, all of them exhausted at the hours of studying. The Greengrass house elves had made a lovely lunch of sticky onion cheddar quiche and bread-baked chicken with summer salad for all of them. The meal was paired with a crisp white wine for everyone, except Astoria, who was still not of age. "I'll be 17 in November," she grumbled, as she drank water instead. "And you can have wine then," said Daphne. It was Harry's first time drinking wine, and he liked the taste, particularly since it went well with the food. "Once we're done eating, we can go down to one of the greenhouses to revise for our herbology practical," said Daphne. "After that, it's just potions. We can practice spells in our spare time, so as long as we get the herbology and potions practical revision out of the way, it should be fine." "That's a good idea," nodded Hermione approvingly. "You lot have fun with that," said Astoria. "I am going to go take a nap." At their incredulous looks, she grinned. "I have been studying every day. Don't worry, I'll get the owls I need to be a healer." "You want to be a healer?" asked Draco with interest. "Yes," nodded Astoria. "It's what I have always wa." There was a sound of the fireplace flaring, and Astoria paused and glanced towards the living room. With the way Daphne stood up and quickly drew her wand, Harry didn't think they were expecting a guest, so he quickly followed suit, as did Hermione, Draco, and even Astoria. But the visitor who had come through the flue called out a cheerful Daphne, and she lowered her wand and rolled her eyes, just as a familiar dark-skinned boy walked into the kitchen. "Hey, you home?" Blaise Zabini stopped dead in his tracks, and Harry honestly couldn't blame him. "I regret keying you into the wards," said Daphne, putting her wand away. "Why are you just standing there?" she asked, noticing his thunderstruck look. Blaise looked at her in pure incredulity, but then his face smoothed over in an instant. "Oh, no, I was just a little surprised, considering the hundreds of times I have seen Potter, Granger, and Malfoy hanging around in your kitchen," he said. sarcasm dripping from his words. Well, as long as we're clear on that, shrugged Daphne, equally as sarcastic. Wine. I'll take the whole bottle, he said, approaching the table cautiously. Harry put away his wand as he did, noticing that everyone else had already done it. As he sat back down, he wondered how close those two were, if he could just walk into the Greengrass home unannounced. Since we all know each other, I won't do introductions, said Daphne, pouring a glass of wine for Blaze. We're revising for Newts, she told Blaze. Yeah, that still doesn't explain much, he said, accepting the glass and sitting in the empty chair next to Astoria. Hey, Tori. Hi, Blaze, she said. How was Italy? Nice and warm, he said, taking a sip of his wine. So, how'd this study group form anyway? His tone was casual as can be, but his eyes were sharp as he glanced around warily. A series of events, said Daphne. Don't worry, everyone here is just as surprised that we are all sitting at the same table. I'll say, murmured Draco. Were you in Italy this whole time, Zabini? Yeah, he answered. I took off pretty much right after the Dark Lord fell. He paused and glanced towards Harry briefly before returning his gaze to Draco. I figured I'd give Britain a wide berth for some time. I'm surprised you're back after a month, said Daphne. I wasn't expecting you until September. Yeah, but Anita changed her mind and there was a whole thing, he said, shaking his head. Harry glanced at Hermione and saw that she was just as lost as he was. Blaze, Daphne, and Draco were talking in a way that people who had known each other for years did. It wasn't as if they were trying to exclude the others, but Harry could relate to the feeling. People at Hogwarts, particularly those in your own house, ended up being people you grow close to in all sorts of ways. He knew little things about every one of his housemates, whether he was close to them or not, and those were the kinds of things one learned after sharing a table and a common room. Like how Seamus Finnegan carried a bottle of hot sauce because he found the Hogwarts food too bland, or how Parvati Patil always ate her vegetables first, or how Oliver Wood always left his charms homework to the last minute. Fortunately, Daphne noticed and Harry was slightly surprised that she did it without him having to ask for help. But he was beginning to understand that Daphne was very sharp when it came to her surroundings. Blaze over here has family in Italy, she said, for his and Hermione's benefit, Harry was sure. I thought he wouldn't be coming back until it was time to return to Hogwarts. Oh, are you coming back to Hogwarts too? Asked Hermione, her voice nervous, but at least she was attempting to make conversation. Blaze glanced at her, and Harry could have sworn his cool gaze drifted to the scar on her neck for the briefest moment as he did. The movement had been so quick that he wasn't sure if it had happened or not. Yes, he answered, his voice regaining a bit of the cautiousness from before. Well, it will be nice to have company, said Hermione, undeterred in her friendliness despite it, though Harry could hear how her voice was pitched slightly higher than usual. Blaze looked at her incredulously, and Harry wondered if he needed to intervene, but to his surprise, he smirked in the same way he had when he'd approached Daphne. Sure, but I doubt most people will think having a Slytherin around to be good company, Granger, he said. Hermione went red and tried to stammer out a diplomatic reply, but Daphne rolled her eyes at Blaze. It's only because she doesn't know you well, she said. If she did, she would know you're awful company, Slytherin or not. Draco and Astoria both snorted, and Blaze smirked at Daphne. So cold, he said, making a face like he was wounded. Just as I would expect from the Ice Queen. You make me want to stab you, said Daphne in a bored voice. Ooh, naughty, he shot back, and Harry resisted the urge to snort. Hermione looked torn between disapproving and laughing. But neither Draco nor Astoria had any such reservations, and Draco chuckled into his glass of wine, while Astoria burst into peals of laughter. Don't mind them, Astoria told Hermione between laughing. They've always been like this. Believe it or not, they're actually best friends. We are not, said Daphne and Blaze in unison, rolling their eyes simultaneously. See, grinned Astoria. Though I'll say this is a surprise, said Blaze, his eyes regaining a slightly wary look. No offense, Malfoy, but you wouldn't have associated with Daphne or I back at Hogwarts, let alone Potter and Granger. I thought you two were friends, said Harry, speaking up for the first time and looking at Blaise in surprise. What gave you that idea? Asked Blaise. No offense, he told Draco, who shrugged. None taken, he said, and looked at Harry with a slightly embarrassed face. We weren't really friends, that time. Well, the kind of person I was. Let's just say he was an arse to everyone, not just Gryffindors, said Daphne helpfully. Too right, said Blaise. But it was worse in a way for us Coss if his father would have heard about it, so would the Dark Lord, and nobody wants that. Draco winced, but didn't attempt to deny it. Harry thought back to the Hogwarts Express ride before his 6th year, and fought the urge to scratch his nose as it tickled lightly with the memory of being broken by Draco. Now that he thought about it, Blaise had been quite sullen while sitting with that lot, and it had seemed more like an interrogation with Draco asking about Slughorn, while Parkinson needled Blaise about liking Ginny, of all people. Right, said Harry uncertainly. Well, enough about the past, said Daphne. If we keep rehashing things, we'll be here all day and we'd need a lot more alcohol to deal with it. The awkward tension dissipated slightly at her blunt words. Fine by me, shrugged Blaise. The last thing we need is more misery, and that is something we can all agree on. More than you know, said Harry before he could stop himself. To his surprise, Blaise chuckled. Potter, anybody foolish enough to suggest to you otherwise will deserve a curse right to the face, he said, and then glanced away. I know it doesn't mean much, considering we don't know each other at all, but I'm grateful to you for vanquishing the Dark Lord this time around as well. I'm not arrogant enough to believe you did it for a bunch of Slytherins, but it wasn't just your lot you were saving when you did that. Harry felt his face go red with embarrassment, and he struggled for words. Thankfully, Hermione came to his rescue. It can't have been easy to be at Hogwarts last year for you all either, she said. A dark look appeared on all of their faces, even Astoria's. That is putting it mildly, said Daphne, finally. Other houses at least had solidarity within their own numbers. Slytherin was... She stopped and took a long gulp of her wine. It was sickening, said Draco, his eyes downcast. Children of Death Eaters, they were all so happy because they thought we'd won. What the fuck did they know? The Dark Lord wasn't sitting in their dining room, torturing people and cutting them open on the table where you had been eating breakfast since you could remember. He lifted his left arm and glared at it in disgust. They don't know what it takes to have this placed on you. They didn't know a damn thing. The ones who understood it were people who had already known, said Blaise. It only became clearer as time went on that the Dark Lord didn't give a damn about anything but his own power. You were one of the unfortunate ones who only realized when it was too late, Malfoy. But the rest of us whose families remained neutral in the conflict did so because we were all too aware of that fact. Of course, Potter and Granger had their own reasons to fight, so I guess in the end, none of us won, really. The dark, the light, the neutrals, all equally weary and exhausted, taking up daytime drinking as a hobby. At least it's at the same table, said Harry quietly. Voldemort was a miserable bastard. He always had been. Anyone who spent any time with him knew that. He took far too much from me, took a lot more from the wizarding world, but I'll be damned if I let him continue destroying the world even after he's gone from it. He paused and looked at the way all of them were paying rapt attention to him, even as most of them had flinched at his use of the name. You're right, none of us won, because there was no winning in this war. Everyone is delighted to hold me up as a savior, but only a couple of months ago I was undesirable number one. The first time I spoke to Voldemort, he told me there was no such thing as good or evil, just power. Looking back, I think that was the most sane thing he ever said to me. Oh, Harry, said Hermione, but he avoided her gaze. I got stuck with the boy who lived, chosen one, and now the savior crap, but the fact is, our entire generation got fucked over by Voldemort, he said, unable to stop now that he was finally unloading the stuff that had been giving him sleepless nights. We were children, for fuck's sake, and we had to take the dark mark and watch our parents die and defeat a megalomaniac. What part of that was winning exactly? None of us won, all of us lost what childhood we had because of him, but come to think of it, the fuck did the adults in our lives do either? The Ministry is less stable than Dementors. Hogwarts was Dumbledore's kingdom, and the wizarding populace moves like sheep to the whims of whoever is in charge. A pin drop would have been louder than a horde of crashing hippogriffs in the silence that followed his words. "That is why you are doing what you are, aren't you?" said Daphne, finally. Her gaze was collected in a way that eased the tension in Harry's chest. It wasn't quite understanding or even sympathy reflected in the blue orbs, but there was a sense of determination arising of a different viewpoint but with similar goals. "You're right. We all got screwed, but at least we can admit it. The blame game is fun, but it doesn't help anyone. If there can be one good thing that comes out of all the misery we suffered, it can be that will be the generation that will reshape the world." Harry felt something in his chest tingle, and he slowly nodded in agreement. He glanced at Hermione and saw the stricken but calculating look on her face. Astoria's face was like her sister's, quiet and determined, while Blaise seemed much more calculating like Hermione. Draco looked very different than Harry had ever seen, and seemed almost relieved in a way. The rest of the afternoon was rather subdued. They went down to one of the greenhouses behind the manor, and Daphne instructed them through some of the most commonly asked plants on past newts. Hermione and Blaise hung around while Harry, Draco, and Daphne worked through their potions' practical revision as well. Finally, around 4 in the evening, they decided to call it a day. Astoria joined them once more as they sat out in the garden with some tea and finger sandwiches. Over tea, Harry filled in Hermione, Astoria, and Blaise on what they were doing. He saw Daphne look surprised when he first started telling them, but Harry knew deep down that keeping secrets would do more harm than good. They needed allies, and at the moment, the only people he trusted were people like them, who had seen the war in different ways and were determined for things to be different. He also couldn't help but be amused when Daphne demanded that both Astoria and Blaise still sign a contract to not share Harry's secrets with anyone else. "You don't want me to sign?" asked Hermione, as Astoria and Blaise agreed. Daphne looked slightly uncomfortable. "Unfortunately, that is up to Harry," she said. "I would feel better if you did, but that's because I'm not as trusting as him. No offense." Hermione shrugged and paused thoughtfully. "I'll sign one too," she said. "Hermione," said Harry, surprised, "you don't need to." "I know that," she insisted, "but I want to. What you're planning to do is very important, and like I told you, I want to help in any way I can. I always knew there would be a lot more to do once the war was over, but hearing that you are actively doing something about it makes me unbelievably happy." She paused and gave a tentative smile to everyone else. "I'm even happier that whatever we were to one another in the past, we are willing to set it aside to be better." Daphne nodded once and drew up a third copy of the contract. Harry realized she was getting quite adept at drawing those up, knowing which clauses to keep and which to strike out, depending on who the contract was for. Once she was done, she gave them to Harry for perusal, who read through them and nodded before handing them over to Astoria, Blaise, and Hermione to sign. By the time all 3 contracts were signed, they were all exhausted by the rather study-filled and emotional day they'd had. "Thank you," said Harry sincerely. "This means more than you know." Blaise smirked at him. "Make no mistake, Potter," he said. "We signed the contract because we are choosing you to lead us. It will be up to you to use our skills to reach the world we all want to get to." "I know that very well," he nodded. "I won't let you down." 7th June, 1998. It was Sunday lunch at the Burrow once more, but Harry made his excuses this time. He needed to spend more time with Teddy. And after an exhausting day at Greengrass Manor the day before, he really wanted to be alone for a while. Andromeda was surprisingly understanding when he said he just wanted to spend the day with Teddy, and told him she would go in his stead. Harry was grateful she didn't push him to talk, but made sure to let him know she was there if he needed to anyway. Hermione had looked a little reluctant as well, but she ended up going anyway, especially after Harry told her she should. After a late lunch that creature made, Harry sat in the living room of Grimmauld Place while Teddy napped in his crib nearby. He thought back to Blaise saying that the dark, light, and neutrals picking up daytime drinking as a hobby and couldn't help but snort. He'd never really thought of it like that. The 3 sides sitting together part, not the daytime drinking part. Although he immediately made up his mind not to let the drinking become too much of a thing. Occasionally on the weekend was fine, but he'd seen what alcohol had done to Vernon, Marge, and to his shame, Sirius. In Sirius' case, it was much more of a coping mechanism, and Merlin knows he had a lot to deal with. Harry would never begrudge him that escape, but he wouldn't let it become a part of his life either, no matter how much it helped him vocalize his thoughts. He'd never really fully understood the neutral position before. Like Dumbledore, he'd naively thought you were either for Voldemort or against him. To him, those who claimed to be neutral were cowards who couldn't pick a side. It made him feel ashamed, knowing it was rarely as simple as that. People like Blaise and Daphne, whose families were purebloods, should have been dark, except they saw Voldemort for what he was. They saw his greed for power would mean he would never make for a good leader, that he would kill and destroy anyone and anything in his path, purebloods or not. They could never go dark. And yet on the other side was Dumbledore, a man so dedicated to defeating to Voldemort that he raised a weapon to die at the right time. A man running from his own past, determined to be a moral compass to the world that needed it. Perhaps the neutrals had seen it too. Seen the blue twinkling eyes and known the past that lay behind it, or perhaps they simply disapproved of his methods, or the most obvious explanation was that they knew there was a facade behind his persona, just like Voldemort. Stuck between a man bent on destruction and a man you could never fully trust enough to fight for, perhaps the neutrals had had the right idea after all. Teddy began to fuss, and Harry stood up to check up on him, but he just twitched a little and continued sleeping. Smiling at him, Harry wondered what kind of a man he wanted to be. Dumbledore had been too afraid of power after everything, and Voldemort had sought nothing but power. A pureblood whose father had murdered muggles, a half-blood whose father had been a muggle. A wizard who had accidentally murdered his sister, a wizard who had killed over and over, including his own family. Two people deathly afraid of the other, both of them betting their survival on a boy. The two most powerful wizards in their history, and the two men who had shaped Harry into the person that he was. He thought back to Daphne making a contract that she had her best friend and little sister sign, and the way Blaise and Astoria had accepted immediately. To them, it hadn't meant she thought of them as any less, as if it only made sense for her to be that cautious. On the other hand, Harry had been blurting out his plans to Hermione without so much as a thought. He knew she wouldn't betray him, but like she'd said, he should have just asked when he was considering undertaking something so difficult. Voldemort had been too rigid with his trust, branding his followers and instilling a deep fear in them so they couldn't betray him. Dumbledore, in a way, had been too liberal with his trust, believing and giving second chances, even if they weren't warranted. Harry couldn't go around trusting everyone like Dumbledore, but he couldn't keep everyone away like Voldemort either. He needed allies, needed people to help him achieve his plans. He was glad he had Daphne, someone who could check his more reckless side by being rational. Gathering allies was fine, but making sure there wouldn't be a betrayal was equally as important. Hell, he was in this whole mess because it had started with a betrayal. Snape betraying his mother to relay the prophecy to Voldemort, Snape betraying Voldemort by turning a spy for Dumbledore, Pettigrew betraying his friends to Voldemort. Harry's whole life had been written by betrayal. Even Ron, the person Harry considered his best friend, had turned his back on him. Twice. It wasn't quite the same as a betrayal, but like Hermione said, it had happened. Even if he came back, it didn't change that he'd left in the first place. Perhaps it had been a good thing that Hermione had signed the contract, because Harry was sure that any allies he might make in the future would be signing it before he took them into his confidence. He also made a note to himself to thank Daphne when he saw her the next day. His rather Gryffindor traits must have been exhausting to her, but to her credit, she didn't complain and, like the Slytherin that she was, found ways around his foolishness to protect him from his own actions. It really made him appreciate her a lot, especially since he was sure that wasn't actually a part of her job. There was a cry from the crib as Teddy woke up, and Harry hurried over and picked him up, rocking him gently. Since he was always cranky after waking up, it took a bit of humming and rocking for him to calm down, but once he had, Harry took him upstairs to change his diaper. If there was one time he was happy about magic, it was when it came to this. A quick vanishing charm, a couple cleaning charms, and he had Teddy in a new diaper without fuss. "Here we go, Teddy," said Harry, once the baby was all changed and ready. "What do you want to do now?" Teddy only looked at him in interest, one eye emerald green while the other was still brown. Harry couldn't wait until he was a little older so he could actually start playing with him, since right now, Teddy only found sleeping and eating to be his desired activities. "Right, food it is," grinned Harry, and carried him back downstairs calling to Creature. By the time he got downstairs, Creature had the baby formula waiting in a bottle on the dining table. Feeding Teddy was a whole song and dance, and by the time he was done, Andromeda had returned. She offered to burp him and put him back to sleep, and when Harry said he would do it, she only pointed wordlessly towards the fireplace. Confused, Harry handed Teddy over to Andromeda and went to the fireplace, where he found Ginny waiting. "Hi," she said, waving sheepishly. "Hi," he said, surprised. "What are you doing here?" I just wanted to see you," she said. "Because you didn't come to the burrow, I mean." "Right, sorry," he said, automatically. "I was just tired from studying for Newts, and I had to spend some time with T." "Harry," she interrupted with a small smile. "It's fine, you don't have to explain." "Are you sure?" he asked. She nodded firmly. "I am," she said. "Like I said, I came because I wanted to see you." She bit her lip. "We don't really get to see each other, huh?" When he opened his mouth to explain, she quickly shook her head. "I'm not saying it's your fault or anything. I mean that we have both been so busy. I guess I just miss being a couple." "Do you want to go on a date?" Harry blurted out. Ginny's eyes started shining with excitement. "Really?" she asked. "When?" "Now," said Harry spontaneously. "We can go out to dinner." "All right," said Ginny at once. She beamed brightly at him. "I'd really like that." Harry found himself returning her smile. This was a long time coming. He had promised Hermione he would at least try and talk to Ginny, after all. In her private study of the Greengrass Manor, Daphne stretched her arms lightly. She preferred working in here instead of the big, main study in the manor because she'd always associated it with her father, and she missed him terribly still. Work really never stopped for her, it seemed. With all of yesterday taken up by Newt Prep, she was really behind on all she had to get done for Harry. Annie had handed her a list of expenses, and she needed Harry to authorize it before she sent it to Gringotts to be paid. It was a big amount, but most of it was a one-time expense since all the house elves had gone back to work after the residences had come back into use. Handling an estate as big as the one he had was no easy feat, even with the house elves doing most of the heavy lifting. There were still materials they needed to purchase to keep up the maintenance of properties. Since they couldn't use conjured materials for fear of them failing after the magic had worn off. Thankfully, Annie was exceptionally organized, which made Daphne's job a lot easier. Once the expense report was made, a copy kept for the estate's records, and the main one ready for Harry's signature and seal, Daphne turned her attention to the next item on her list. She finally had word back from Zinnia Yaxley, and she had invited Daphne and Harry to come visit St. Mungo's the next day to speak to the healer in charge of the war orphans. Zinnia hadn't been able to share details, but she had assured Daphne she would do all she could to help, and Daphne knew she meant that. She also had word from Fleur that she and Draco would be meeting with Rosette Frost and then Finian Fortescue later in the day, while Daphne and Harry were at St. Mungo's. Knowing that, Daphne requested Tracy to go look into her witch weekly contacts, and that they'd have a meeting at the end of the day to discuss what would be happening. It was getting closer to dinner time, but Daphne was not done yet. The meeting at St. Mungo's was happening sooner than she'd anticipated, which meant she had to start looking at the first event they'd be planning. She was sure that as soon as Harry saw the orphans, he would want the orphanage to become first priority, so she had to have a plan in place for funding that place, instead of just relying wholly on the estate he had inherited. She also knew that she was the one who had to be mindful of this, because it probably wouldn't occur to Harry at all, not that he had any idea of what went into planning an event of this kind, particularly the very first event organized by the Potter Black Peveril estate. She pulled out a fresh roll of parchment and wrote down the words Halloween Charity Ball. Considering it would be the first event Harry would host, not to mention the first proper event in wizarding society after the war, This was their chance to build up Harry's presence in society. If they were to rely on Tracy's idea of Harry Potter, the philanthropist, the event had to be a success at all costs. There was a crack and Daphne jumped slightly. "Annie," she asked, surprised. "What is it?" Annie bowed deeply. "Sorry for bothering you, mistress," she said, "but Annie is wanting to help mistress." "Help me?" asked Daphne and glanced at the parchment. "You want to help me plan the Halloween event?" Annie nodded eagerly and handed her a thick ring binder. "Annie brought the event binder from Potter Castle," she said. Daphne looked at the binder like it was the Holy Grail. An estate's event binder was a treasure trove of all planned events that had been thrown by the family in the past, and had everything from invitation cards, guest lists, menus, decorations, even clothes worn by the hosts. She had the Greengrass event binder, of course, but that wouldn't have helped in this matter at all. She was so grateful to have the Potter event binder that she was about to take it, when Astoria came in, looking a little surprised when she saw Annie. "Hey," said Astoria, warily. "Ah, sorry, Tori, this is Harry's head house elf," said Daphne, as Annie bowed to Astoria. "She was just here to drop off the event binder." "His family's event binder?" asked Astoria. "Yeah, why?" asked Daphne, and then her eyes went wide. "Oh." "Yeah, oh," said Astoria, crossing her arms. Daphne smiled sheepishly at a confused Annie. "Sorry, Annie," she said. "I think I'll speak to Harry first before I use the event binder. Thank you for offering to help, though," she added, when Annie looked a little downcast. "If it's all right with Harry, I'll have you help me when I do get started on this, all right?" Annie looked slightly mollified and bowed to Daphne. "Annie is understanding, mistress," she said. "Annie will wait for mistress to call." She vanished with a crack, taking the event binder with her. "It's not like you to miss the obvious, Daph," said Astoria, walking up to her and taking a seat in a nearby armchair. "The house elf is treating you like the lady of the house." "I didn't realize until you pointed it out," said Daphne, wincing at how defensive she sounded. Astoria fixed her with a look. "She was handing over the event binder to you. She might as well have given you the estate keys," she said. "You know Harry needs to set her straight." "It isn't like that," said Daphne. "I already told Harry I would be planning the events and have everything organized. Annie probably knew that and jumped ahead a couple of steps." When Astoria still looked skeptical, Daphne rolled her eyes. "I'm not an idiot, Tori. I'm just keeping it organized until I can hand it over to the rightful Lady Potter." Astoria sighed a little. "I believe you," she said seriously. "Question is, do you want to?" Daphne stared at her. "What do you mean?" she asked. When Astoria only raised an eyebrow, Daphne shook her head. "Harry has a girlfriend." "Then ask her to handle the event," said Astoria. Harry said it isn't her thing," said Daphne. Astoria rolled her eyes. "Who cares if it's her thing? If she's going to be Lady Potter, she is going to have to do all of this," she said. "Unless you want to do it." "I'm his attorney, not his wife," said Daphne firmly. "You sure as hell are acting beyond the scope of your retainer then," said Astoria. "Harry is not a traditional client, you know that," insisted Daphne. "Right now, I don't care about what kind of a client he is," said Astoria bluntly. "Daph, you're my sister, and if you are getting in too deep—" "What, I need to get out?" asked Daphne. "After all that was discussed yesterday." "If you are getting in too deep, you need to decide what you want," said Astoria, undeterred. "Do you like Harry? And I don't mean as a person, because he is quite likable as a person." Daphne opened her mouth and then closed it. "I don't know," she said. "Then figure it out," said Astoria. "And until you do, keep a strict boundary between personal and professional matters." Daphne met her sister's serious gaze and nodded. "Fine," she said. "I still think it's not as complex as you think, but the last thing I want is my judgment to be compromised." Astoria rolled her eyes. "It won't be the worst thing if you did end up falling in love with Harry, Daphne," she said. Daphne shook her head. "Now isn't the time for it," she said. "Not for him and not for me. If it's something we both want, and I mean both of us mutually, then maybe in the future. But right now, I have a lot more important things to focus on." "I hear you," said Astoria. For the time being, let's go down to dinner. That's why I came here in the first place." Daphne nodded and put away the documents on her desk with a flick of her wand, including the parchment that was meant to hold the plans for the Halloween event. A strict boundary, she decided. The corner cafe was not the fanciest place for a date, but since they were both underage in the Muggle world, a proper pub was out of the question. They could have gone to the wizarding side of London, but Harry didn't fancy their date making the pages of Witch Weekly. Ginny didn't seem to mind, and looked fascinated at the television mounted on the wall, which had a football game rerun playing on mute. "What can I get you, loves?" asked the kindly waitress who couldn't have been older than 20. "2 orders of hamburgers and chips, please," said Harry, "and some fizzy drinks." "I'll take the orange one," said Ginny. "I'll have the same," nodded Harry. "All right, I'll be back in a jiff," smiled the waitress and left. "I've never had hamburgers before," said Ginny. "There's a place in Ottery St. Catchpole, but I've never been inside." "I like them a lot," said Harry, "though I haven't really had one in a long time." "Well, I'm glad we're having it together now," grinned Ginny and leaned over the table to kiss him. Harry went a little red as he kissed her back. They heard a polite cough and pulled away when they saw their waitress return with their drinks in tall glasses with a straw each. "Sorry," he murmured, as Ginny sat back down in her seat. The waitress just giggled and placed the drinks in front of them. "Enjoy," she winked, before leaving. "That was embarrassing," laughed Ginny and took a sip of her drink. Her eyes went wide. "It's really fizzy." Harry smiled at her reaction and immediately made a note to tell Daphne about the possible business opportunity. He wondered how many Muggle things would be so very unique to the wizarding world, and the benefits of introducing those things into their world. He thought back to Daphne's suggestion of a research institute, and it made him consider if there were inventors who were capable of making wizarding equivalents of things in the Muggle world. "Harry," asked Ginny, and he jumped. "Sorry I missed that," he said. "I said." "Aren't you going to drink?" asked Ginny. "Oh, right," said Harry, taking a sip. It was a nice, cool drink, though a tad sugary. "So, how is everyone?" he asked, remembering that the date was supposed to be for them to talk. "Fine, I guess," said Ginny. "Ron is moving to George's place soon. He was already grumbling that Hermione came to live with you." "Did that bother you?" asked Harry. "That I asked Hermione, I mean." "No, why?" asked Ginny, confused. Harry shook his head. "Never mind," he said, and they both sipped their drinks in silence. "Is Ron okay? Should I talk to him?" he asked, after a few minutes had passed. "It won't help," said Ginny, rolling her eyes. "He's being a right prat when Hermione's not around. It's like he's going through withdrawal because she isn't right in front of him." "I guess it's normal when you're dating," shrugged Harry, wondering if that was the way it was supposed to be. Ginny pursed her lips in thought, and their waitress returned with 2 baskets of hamburgers and chips that she placed in front of them, and left with a cheerful bon appetit. Harry ate his chips absently as the silence dragged on. Talking, communication, he reminded himself, wondering if it was supposed to be this hard. "So, he said, wincing internally, "what else has been going on?" "Oh, well, said Ginny, shrugging with a wry smile. "I guess I'm helping out around the house. Mum is. Well, she isn't exactly doing great, so I've been helping with the chores mostly." "That's good," said Harry. "You helping, I mean." "Yeah," said Ginny, and then decided to take a bite of the hamburger. "This is so good," she mumbled, through a mouthful. Harry smiled a little and decided to focus on eating as well, and they ate in silence for the next few minutes. The hamburger was a little greasy, but it was tasty and the chips were good, so he couldn't complain. Ginny loved it immensely, and she had it polished off by the time Harry was only half done with his. He slid his basket of chips towards her, and she accepted with a grin, popping a couple into her mouth. "I guess you've been busy as well," said Ginny, and Harry looked startled. "With the Weisengamot thing, right?" "Yeah," he said, eating the last bite of his burger. As he chewed, he thought about his earlier resolve not to blurt out things without making sure he was protected. But he was supposed to communicate as well. Ginny," he began, trying to work around the two contradictory decisions. What do you think of the wizarding world? He asked, lowering his voice. What do you mean? She asked, clearly confused. I mean, after everything, he said. Oh, she said. Well, I'll be honest, I'm happy things ended up this way, you know. We lost so many people, but we won in the end. Her eyes were a little teary, but she was smiling. But what about stuff that comes after? Asked Harry, insistently. The ministry, you mean? She asked. Dad and Percy say it's all coming together. I'm sure it will go back to normal before long. She looked at him in confusion. Are you worried about the ministry coming after you or something? They won't do that, you know. Harry just nodded, not wanting to explain. He went to sip his drink but found it empty. There's sort of a reason I asked you on a date, he said slowly. He was done beating around the bush. He just had to come out and say it. Ginny, I need you to be honest. Of course, she said at once. Are you happy? He asked. With me, I mean. What kind of a question is that? She asked, a little indignant. Of course I am. Even though we don't really talk all that much, he asked. We talk, she said, sounding just like he had with Hermione the other day. When exactly? He asked, repeating Hermione's question to Ginny. I don't mean just catching up, but it feels like we don't really talk about things that matter. It's not just you, I'm not good at communicating either, but... Ginny's brow furrowed. Harry, you aren't making sense, she said. We talk. This time, her words were tinged with a little bit of doubt. Think back on this date we just had, said Harry. And that was me making my best effort to talk things out. Ginny exhaled thoughtfully. I guess, she said finally, things are a little awkward. She raised her gaze to him in determination. But I am still happy with you, she insisted. I'm not saying you aren't, said Harry placatingly. I care about you, Ginny. She smiled when he said it. I guess I want us to be closer. Oh, she said, and then nodded determinedly. I can do that, we just have to talk, right? Right, nodded Harry, glad that she was understanding what he was getting at. How about this then? She asked. I'll call every evening, and we'll talk to each other. Not small talk like we usually have, but properly. About our day and the things we want, all of it. Harry nodded eagerly. I'm fine with that, he said. Ginny beamed at him. All right then, she said, and laughed a little. You had me a little scared at first. I thought you were breaking things off again. I want us to work out, Ginny, said Harry, seriously, and then took a deep breath. But it's not like we're at Hogwarts anymore. You'll be of age soon, and now that the war's over, the world is different than it used to be. We might not want the same things anymore. It shouldn't matter if we love each other, she said firmly. Maybe, said Harry, but just because we love each other doesn't mean we would make a good couple. Ginny looked a little confused and a little wary, but accepted his words with a nod. Harry gave her a weak smile, and the two ended the night on a somber note, with the promise of trying hard to salvage their relationship. Chapter 7. 8th June, 1998. Rosette Frost checked her reflection nervously and patted her strawberry blonde hair into the neat coif that she'd carefully put up. She had washed and ironed out her best dark purple robes, and though they were just a touch too loose to be really stylish, it wasn't like she could afford to splurge on clothes these days. She glanced at the letter she had received a couple days ago and took a deep breath. Ms. Fleur Weasley, the beautiful French witch who said she was a financier working with an investor interested in Rosette's business, had invited her to a meeting. Well, at first, it had seemed a little too good to be true, and it still did to an extent. Madame Pimpernel had sold Rosette the business after the elderly witch was looking to retire. Rosette had just graduated Hogwarts, and though she was an excellent potioneer, Professor Snape's rule of no students without an outstanding, in his Newt class, had meant she hadn't been able to take the subject for Newts. No Newt meant no applying for an apprenticeship to do a mastery. It wasn't like her interests were truly academical to start with, so she wasn't too disappointed about it. Her parents had passed away around that time, and with the money they had left her, she bought the business, knowing she was very good at brewing beauty potions. The first 2 years hadn't been too bad, really. The products weren't the best on the market, but there had been many loyal customers, mostly middle-aged witches, who came in regularly. Rosette brewed what was needed and watched the shop, making enough profit so she wasn't going hungry or living on the streets. In the free time she had between customers, Rosette started experimenting with improving the potions. It was fiddly work, but she was determined to have better products so she could start bringing in more business. She succeeded in having a good consistency to her potions, and a year later, she managed to infuse them with a proper scent as well. Rosette thought that was when things would turn around, but then news broke of you-know-who's return. There had been murmurs and rumors, though Rosette had never really believed it until she saw the shops in the alley closing down one by one and illegal stalls opening up everywhere. Even her own customers came in less and less, and then not at all. She managed to stay afloat a little by speaking to the Weasley brothers and allowing them to display her potions in the witches' section of their shop. They took a small cut of the profits, but at least her products were selling. For a time, even that was enough to get by. Then came the order, Muggle-born registration. Rosette was a half-blood, but her father had been a Muggle and her mother a Muggle-born. In the eyes of the Ministry, she didn't count as a half-blood. Thankfully, she'd had the foresight to abandon shop and go into hiding. She went to the Muggle world, living with her half-deaf old aunt. It was safe, but very boring when it came down to it. The only good thing was that it gave her even more time to perfect her potions, and she developed 3 more scents. When news of Harry Potter saving them all came, Rosette breathed a sigh of relief. She returned to the shop only a week later and immediately reopened with the 3 new scents and the one from before, determined to make a fresh start. Only to find that there were hardly any people around, even though the war was over. Places like the Leaky had opened, but nobody was coming to get beauty potions. Having used a lot of her funds on supplies, Rosette was running out of money and hope until Fleur Weasley's visit. At first, she was afraid she was looking to buy her out, but then she'd sent a letter saying an investor was interested. She did wonder if Fleur was related to the Weasley brothers somehow, but hadn't been brave enough to ask. Rosette would be the first to admit she was a good brewer but had no head for business, so she really had no idea what to expect for the meeting. She wore her best robes, did her hair and makeup properly, and then made her way to the address written on the letter. The GSC consultant's office came into view as she made it past Gringotts, and she paused, admiring the sharp, clean decor of the offices. Apparently, the shop had only just popped up, so it could be a scam for all she knew, but she was desperate enough at this point not to question it. Taking a deep breath, Rosette approached the double doors and opened it. There was a cozy waiting room and reception area in the sunny lobby, the air smelling of fresh paint and new furniture. "Welcome," said the older woman sitting at the reception desk. "Are you Ms. Frost, perhaps?" "I am," said Rosette, walking inside cautiously. The witch stood up with a small smile. "Hello, Miss Frost," she said. "This way, please." She turned and walked down the hallway, and Rosette followed after her a little apprehensively. The older witch knocked on one of the doors in the hallway and opened it a little. "Ms. Frost is here." "Send her in, please." She heard from inside the room and recognized Fleur Weasley's voice. The woman held the door open for her, and Rosette gave a nervous smile and nodded as she walked into the room. It was a small but well-decorated meeting room with 2 leather sofas and a coffee table in the middle. Fleur Weasley was sitting on one of the sofas, and next to her was a pale, blonde young man, whom Rosette recognized. She stopped dead in her tracks, her eyes going wide with fright. "Ms. Frost," asked Fleur, standing up, "you don't have to be afraid of Mr. Malfoy." Rosette found that to be of little comfort. The Malfoys disliked people like her, that much was well known. "Ms. Frost," said Malfoy, "I understand your apprehension, but I assure you, I am an employee here and my only purpose is to put forth our client's proposal to you. If you are uncomfortable with me being here, I can just sit and observe while you deal entirely with Ms. Weasley. Is that acceptable?" Rosette blinked and then slowly nodded. "That's fine," she said, walking into the room and taking a seat on the other sofa, directly across from Fleur, which put her in the furthest spot from Malfoy. Fleur cleared her throat and sat back down. "We're just waiting for a colleague of ours. Oh, here she is," she said, and Rosette glanced up when she saw a young woman dressed quite stylishly enter the room. Ms. Frost, this is Ms. Tracy Davis. Hi, said Tracy with a friendly smile. Oh, I remember you. You were in Hufflepuff, weren't you? You graduated, what, 5 years ago? Yes, around that time, nodded Rosette, her apprehension easing slightly. I knew it, grinned Tracy, sitting down easily between Fleur and Malfoy. Sorry about being late, but I think I broke my alarm clock. Not the time, said Fleur, but Tracy grinned at Rosette, who smiled back and started to relax a little. The door opened and the older witch entered with a tray of tea. She poured the first cup and handed it to Rosette, who took it with a shaky nod. After everyone else had their cups too, the older witch left the meeting room, as Tracy called out a thank you, Maribeth. Ms. Frost, shall we get started? Asked Fleur. Yes, said Rosette, taking a small sip of the delicious tea and shaking her head to focus. Your letter said your client was looking to invest in my business. Yes, that is correct, said Fleur with a small smile. When I came into your shop, Ms. Frost, I was very impressed with the products you had. Could you tell us a little about them? Sure, said Rosette. I have 5 different products I am selling right now. There's a hair conditioning potion, a hair styling potion, a wrinkle reduction potion, a skin smoothness potion, and a foot cleansing potion. Foot cleansing? Asked Tracy, looking interested. Rosette nodded. You put a couple drops in warm water and soak your feet in for about 30 seconds, she said. Then you cast a quick scourgify and all the dead skin on your feet is cleaned off, leaving it all soft. She trailed off, going pink when she realized she was giving the sales pitch. That is incredible, said Fleur, as Tracy nodded and even Malfoy sat up in slight interest. Did you come up with it? Rosette blushed at their praise and nodded. Yes, all my potions are application-based and they work fast, she said. And they come in different scents as well, asked Malfoy, before quickly realizing he had promised not to speak up. Rosette had jumped a little, but knew he had been genuine when asking, so she nodded at him. Yes, they come in 4 scents. British rose, lavender, ginger, and jasmine, she said. He looked surprised, but pleased that she had answered, and he made a note on the parchment in front of him. Those are very exceptional products, Ms. Frost, said Fleur, as Tracy nodded eagerly. And the potions aren't compromised in any way. No, said Rosette. She stopped herself before speaking. Yes, prompted Fleur. I have ideas for more products too, she said. Like what? Asked Tracy, her eyes wide with fascination. Bath oils and massage oils, said Rosette. Muggles have them, of course, but these will have wizarding properties too. Have you been able to develop them successfully? Asked Fleur. Yes, but, Rosette shrugged in embarrassment, I don't have enough to start selling it. I see, nodded Fleur, making a note. Any other plans for expansion? I have a couple more ideas for scents, depending on what kind of ingredients I can get, said Rosette, finally beginning to relax when she saw they were really paying attention to her. Is that an issue, finding supplies for the potions? Asked Malfoy. A little, answered Rosette. They're a bit expensive, and I run out quickly when I am developing since there really is no reusing. It's a lot of trial and error. Do you have a supplier? Asked Malfoy. Yes, the apothecary on the north side of the alley, she said. You buy retail? Asked Fleur, surprised. No, the owner gives me a discount, but it's not too far off the retail price, she said sheepishly. It's the best deal I could get. I see, said Fleur. Ms. Frost, can I just ask, do you know what kind of money you would need to get started on these expansion ideas? Rosette flushed in embarrassment. I don't really have a head for these things, she admitted. But, she added in a slightly determined voice, I know I want to keep this business and I want to make it work. That's good to hear, grinned Tracy. Rosette smiled back at her. I know the shop needs some repair, and I suppose having a cheaper supplier would be better, she said thoughtfully. Maybe even an employee who can run the shop so I can focus on developing the products. Now you are thinking, nodded Tracy. But don't be afraid to think big. The thing is, I have been buying beauty potions forever and I had no idea we had a place in Diagon Alley with the quality of products that you are selling. So, I think what your business needs first is an image overhaul. They need to be yours, not the old Madame Pimpernel stuff, as good as it had been back in the day. Rosette stared at her in astonishment. But that would. She shook her head, unable to imagine the cost of all of that, which probably included advertising and all sorts of things she couldn't afford. Ms. Frost, said Fleur calmly, we believe, and I'm sure once we put the idea to our client they will too, that you have the potential to have a very, very successful business. We would very much like to invest in it, and that would mean helping you set up what you need to get started. It would include shop repairs, image overhaul, even advertising. We can even help find an employee if you want. She paused and gave Rosette a reassuring look. We want you to succeed, Miss Frost. Why? She asked, finally asking the question that had been nagging at her. Why would you help me out so much? Isn't it obvious? Asked Fleur. Our client is interested in investing in good businesses destined for success. And you, Miss Frost, certainly fit that category. Oh, said Rosette, going pink. Really? Absolutely, nodded Tracy, as even Malfoy gave her a small smile. Fleur beamed at her. We will obviously have to speak to our client to get the go-ahead, and you should take some time to think about it as well, she said. We can book you in for an appointment tomorrow afternoon, and if you are interested in proceeding, we can have an investment proposal ready for you then. We can discuss how we want to take things from there. Is that acceptable? All right, nodded Rosette. I mean, yes, that seems acceptable. She grinned at Fleur, unable to contain her excitement. Wonderful, smiled Fleur and held out her hand. We look forward to seeing you soon, Miss Frost. Please call me Rosette, she said, shaking her hand. Of course, Rosette, nodded Fleur. Rosette shook hands with both Tracy and Malfoy, and then all three of them saw her out of the meeting room. The witch from before, the one Tracy had called Maribeth, led her out, and with an excited skip in her step, Rosette waved goodbye and headed back to her shop. Things were finally turning around for her. I wonder how things will go, muttered Harry. I'm sure they have it handled, said Daphne as they entered St. Mungo's. They walked right past the rude welcome witch towards the elevator. They both got in, managing to avoid gawking from people since they were all squished in rather uncomfortably. The elevator was almost empty by the time they got to the 5th floor. 11 a.m., murmured Daphne, checking her watch. We're right on time. They exited the elevator onto the 5th floor, making their way towards the tea room. It was thankfully not that crowded in there, so a few people gawked at Harry as he walked past. They finally spotted the person they were looking for sitting with another healer at a nearby table, and she stood up when she saw them. Good morning, Harry, Daphne, she greeted in her soft voice. I'm glad you could make it. Not at all, Zinnia, smiled Daphne. Thank you for taking the time for us. Zinnia Yaxley smiled back. It's my pleasure, she said. May I introduce Healer Lim? He's the one in charge of the orphan wing. Thierry Lim was a tall man of Asian descent with a friendly smile, and he stood up and held out his hand. Nice to meet you both, he said. I'm Thierry Lim. Harry Potter, said Harry, shaking his hand. This is Daphne Greengrass, my attorney. Ms. Greengrass, nodded Healer Lim, shaking her hand as well. Shall we sit? The four of them took a seat at the table, and Zinnia ordered tea for all of them. I must say, I was rather surprised when Zin told me you wanted to speak to me. Why is that? Asked Harry. Healer Lim smiled a little sadly. The orphan wing doesn't really get much attention, he said. It never really has. What about the fund organized by the ministry? Asked Daphne. It covers our yearly expenses, barely, he said with a grimace. Well, I should say that it used to. You're over capacity, asked Daphne. That is putting it mildly, he said. How bad? Asked Harry. The orphan wing can hold 15 children all year, round, and maybe 5 more during summer when Hogwarts lets out, he explained. And right now, we have 25 children, all under the age of 10, and about 20 who attend Hogwarts. So you're more than twice over, asked Harry, shocked. That's also not including special cases, he said. Special cases, he asked, confused. Children with long-term illnesses, curse effects, explained Zinnia, and then frowned. Werewolf bites and such too. We can't afford the wolfsbane potion, so they are isolated during transformations, said Healer Lim with a frown. It's not good. Harry felt sickened, and he was unable to speak. Surely there are healers at St. Mungo's capable of making it, said Daphne. The problem isn't potioneers, Daphne, said Zinnia gently. The ingredients themselves are quite expensive. There isn't enough money in the budget. We can pay for the ingredients, but we'd have to cut down one meal from all the children for a week, said Healer Lim. You understand what kind of situation this is, don't you? Daphne grimaced as well. Harry snapped back to attention. So, what's the final number? He asked. 55, said Healer Lim. 25 between the ages of 3 and 10, 20 Hogwarts students, and 10 special cases. We don't take any children over the age of 15, so all things considered, the number is still manageable. Most Muggle-borns managed to go on the run, and many just stayed on the Muggle side in the past year, said Zinnia softly. The unfortunate ones caught by that horrid commission or by Death Eaters, she trailed off. They didn't survive, said Healer Lim bluntly. They were put in Azkaban, and if the poor hygiene and the constant Dementor presence didn't kill them, the Death Eaters surely did. Which is why most children we have here are half-bloods, maybe a few purebloods, but almost no Muggle-borns. Harry felt a white-hot burning rage, and if Daphne hadn't stepped hard on his foot under the table, he would have blasted something with accidental magic. The sharp pain in his foot temporarily distracted him, and he saw Daphne shoot him a look to calm down. And the children you have here have no other family? Asked Daphne, turning back to Healer Lim. He gave a nod. If there is someone else who can take them in, even if it's a distant relative, we refuse them, he said. The children we have are ones who have absolutely no one. Can you tell me a bit about the special cases? There are 10, you said, right? How old are they? Asked Daphne, taking notes. 2 of them are 14. They both have mobility difficulties from prolonged cruciatus, said Healer Lim, listing them off. 3 have an aggravated case of the childhood dragon pox. They're 8, 10, and 11, respectively. The other 3 have breathing difficulties that need frequent potions administered. How frequent and what potions? Asked Daphne sharply. I can give you a list, nodded Healer Lim. They need to be administered twice a day. Those 3 are 9, 11, and 12. And then the last 2 are the ones with werewolf bites. They're twins, 5 years old. Harry saw Daphne's note-taking falter before resuming, and he didn't blame her. The idea of 5-year-olds having to transform in isolation was horrific. There are some among the others who need frequent potions, but their conditions are much more manageable, said Healer Lim. With respect, can I just ask? We are indeed in need of funding, so is that what you're offering, Mr. Potter? Harry had to admire his bluntness, and he got the distinct impression that Thierry Lim was not one to beat around the bush. To start with, yes, he answered. And what does that mean? Asked Healer Lim, slightly suspiciously. It means that funding is only a temporary solution to a much larger problem, said Daphne. Even with money, you will be overcrowded, and I assume understaffed. True, nodded Healer Lim. So, what is it that you plan to do? Harry glanced at Daphne, who gave a slight nod. I am planning to open an orphanage, he said. Thierry Lim's eyebrows shot up. Pardon, he asked. Mr. Potter, do you realize? I do, he said firmly. Take it from an orphan, Healer Lim, I really do. To his credit, Healer Lim flushed. I apologize, he began. No, it is a valid question, said Harry. And yes, I am not just doing this on a whim or out of some sense of a savior complex. This is something that will be given proper thought and planning, and coming here and getting a scope of what we were working towards was just the first step. He paused once more and looked at Daphne, who nodded again. We also have a few locations scouted out, so it isn't as if we are rushing in without thinking. Healer Lim gaped at him in astonishment. Zin, he asked. I believe him, nodded Zinnia, and Daphne for that matter. Healer Lim nodded slowly and took a deep breath. If you are serious about this, and I think you are, it will be an enormous undertaking, he said. Yes, said Harry, but I have a lot of people willing to help. That is good to hear, said Healer Lim. For what it's worth, Mr. Potter, I hope you will succeed. The orphan wing was never meant to be a place for children to grow up. It was only ever temporary housing until an appropriate guardian could be found. Hopefully, if you do indeed make a place where orphans of our world could live and grow up, then the wing could go back to being just a temporary home. I hope so as well, said Harry. Healer Lim, said Daphne. I must ask, since this matter is still under works, would you sign an agreement for confidentiality? Until the project goes public, at least. Healer Lim considered it. Will you be assisting with the funding until it does? He asked. Of course, said Harry. Then I will sign it, he nodded. Were you a Slytherin by any chance, Healer Lim? Asked Harry, a little amused despite the mood he was in. Slytherin? He asked. Not at all, Mr. Potter, I was a Hufflepuff. After a very busy morning meeting and a quick lunch, Draco and Fleur went down to the meeting room before they were due to meet with Finian Fortescue. After Rosette had left, they had drawn up the first drafts of her business and finance plan, ready to be presented to Harry and Daphne after they returned from St. Mungo's. Tracy had taken her leave right after lunch, promising to track down her contacts in Witch Weekly on Daphne's instructions. So for the meeting with Fortescue, it was just going to be Fleur and Draco. Will you be all right? Asked Fleur, looking at Draco. Worst case scenario, I will sit out, said Draco, though Fleur could tell it bothered him. To his credit, he didn't claim sympathy nor did he deny he didn't deserve the mistrust, so Fleur was actually finding herself on his side. There was a knock and Maribeth opened the door. Mr. Fortescue is here, she said. Fleur and Draco both stood up as the stout man in his late 30s entered the room and gave a quick bow. Welcome, Mr. Fortescue. I'm Fleur Weasley. This is Draco Malfoy, and we are glad you accepted our invitation to this meeting, said Fleur, holding out her hand. Call me Finn, he said, with a polite smile and shook her hand. His smile became a little fixed when he looked at Draco, but he still shook his hand. Please sit, said Fleur, and he nodded as they all sat down. As my letter stated, Finn, we heard you were looking to reopen your father's shop, so our client was interested in investing in it. Well, it is true that I wanted to open the shop, but there are a lot of different things, he said, reluctantly. Such as? Asked Fleur, curious. For one, I don't just want to start an ice cream parlor, he said. Father had plans for expansion, and I want to put those in place too. The current shop is too small, but the place 2 shops over is the perfect size. Have you been able to secure a lease? Asked Fleur. Finn nodded. It was abandoned and then Gringotts picked it up. It's reasonable and at market price, though it's one hell of a fixer-upper, he said. Any estimations as to costs? Asked Draco. Yes, he said, but then paused. Before I go into that, could I ask a question? Is your investor Lucius Malfoy? No, said Fleur firmly. Rest assured, Finn, our investor is someone who holds your father in great regard and is not and never has been a Death Eater. That is reassuring, nodded Finn. No offense. None taken, shrugged Draco. I'm happy you are even willing to give me a chance, but I assure you I'm just an employee here like Fleur. I am also contracted, quite thoroughly by our client's lawyer to provide the best advice. There are no independent parties here, Finn. Right, said Finn, looking a little more relaxed. To answer your question, I have a plan drawn up already. He pulled out a roll of parchment from his robes and handed it over. Fleur took it with a smile and unfurled it, holding it towards Draco as well so he could read it. The more they read, the more their eyebrows shot up. This is very well done, Finn, said Fleur. Did you draw these up yourselves? My wife did, he said. She was my father's bookkeeper too, which is how we met. She has a bit of a knack for this. I'll say, nodded Draco, sounding impressed. The money needed to fix the shop isn't much, but the expansion is rather pricey, isn't it? Asked Fleur. Yes, he said. We have all the equipment for making the ice cream, but we are planning to add pastries, tea, coffee, some cakes, and milkshakes as well. There will also be a little seating area. Not much, mind you, just a few tables. The appliances will be built from scratch, and the materials are expensive, explained Finn. The equipment, is it Muggle? Asked Fleur. Finn shook his head. Muggle equipment is fine, but the ones we have are enchanted by a technomage, he said. He takes the basic parts and then uses enchantments to make them work. It works better than using wand work on the ingredients directly, and we won't land in trouble with the Ministry for fiddling with Muggle things. A technomage? I didn't realize Britain had one, said Fleur, as even Draco looked surprised. We don't, frowned Finn. The one I know is a British chap, but he moved to Germany because they have better appreciation for technomages, he said. The Ministry's never been a fan of technomages to begin with, even though they're fine importing the things they make, the idiots. They haven't funded a proper program for technomages in decades. Interesting, said Fleur, and saw Draco make a note of it too. Well, back to this equipment. Yes, as you can see, I pay for the materials and for the technomage's labor costs, and he sends me the completed products, said Finn. The food comes out better than just using magic, and won't leave our cooks fainting from magical exhaustion every day. I see, nodded Fleur. Well, we do have someone who can do the renovations for you, so if you have specifications, we can go ahead and dispatch them anytime. If we take that cost out, it's just the money for your equipment as well as a starting loan, is it? Yes, for ingredients, shop furniture, and employees, said Finn. We can take care of the furniture with the renovations, said Fleur. How many employees? My wife and I, and a cousin, he said. If it goes well, we might hire one more person to serve the food and drinks. Since we are cutting out the costs for renovations and furniture, we can add in an extra employee, said Draco. It will definitely be successful. That's the other thing. I need approval from the Ministry, he said. Have you put in the application? Asked Fleur. I have, he nodded. But it wasn't signed off by anyone on the Wisengamot, so it will go through the slow route. Can you withdraw it and reapply? Asked Fleur. We have someone who is willing to sign it. Someone from the Wisengamot? Asked Finn, shocked. Yes, nodded Fleur. All right, away then, he nodded. Honestly, that was my biggest concern. Well, we already have some approval from our client, but we do need to update them about what you told us today, said Draco. We will draw up a contract and have it sent to you, so you can have your lawyer look at it and let us know. It will outline what we will be investing, what we will be assisting with such as renovations, and it will have our offer for the share of the business too. It will be negotiable, of course, said Fleur. It will be a tentative contract until we finalize. Of course, nodded Finn. Excellent, smiled Fleur. We will discuss this with our client and have a contract drafted for you. In the meantime, you could withdraw your application and have a new one ready to be signed off. Oh, and one more thing, what about the old shop? Asked Draco. It was on lease and I was going to apply to have it released, he said, and then grimaced. I wonder how much that's going to cost. I'm sure we can work something out, said Fleur, smiling mysteriously. Can I ask, are you willing to help other shopkeepers with their application? If it's a business that needs a license but there are other shops of that kind around, I mean, he asked. Yes, of course, said Fleur. Oh, all right then, he said. Fleur wanted to ask more, but held back, knowing he was likely waiting to see if things worked out with them before introducing them to more people. She hid her smile, knowing they had just found a great avenue for future clients. If that is all, Finn, then I think we can call it a day, said Draco. Certainly, he nodded and held out his hand. I will wait for your contract. Fleur and Draco shook hands with him, and then Maribeth saw him off. That went better than expected, said Fleur. Yeah, said Draco, checking the time. 3:15. Those two should be back soon, too. Should we get started on the draft? Let's, nodded Fleur. He is different from what I expected, said Healer Lim. Daphne smiled a little. We were in the same year at Hogwarts for 6 years, and I still think that every day, she said. Healer Lim smiled back and then sighed. I really hope he will be able to do what he says for these children, he said. I'm sure Zin will tell him as she's showing him around, but we really can't raise these children here. The wing has a single common room, a tiny playroom, cramped dorms, and not much else. We take them out once a day, but children need to play. They need to experience more than being locked in a ward. I'm sure Harry agrees, said Daphne, as she continued drafting the contract for Healer Lim to sign. Zinnia had taken Harry to show him around the orphan wing, so it was left to Daphne to draw up the contract and make the donation stipulations. Harry hadn't explicitly said so, but she knew he would want there to be money specifically set aside for the 2 children with lycanthropy to be given regular wolfsbane, among other things. About what you said before, she began, remembering something from their conversation. How many children have you had to turn away? A fair number, grimaced Healer Lim. Some relatives cannot or do not want to care for them, you see. Do you have any records about them? Asked Daphne. Yes, of course, nodded Healer Lim. Excellent, smiled Daphne, and finished writing up the contract. We'll just wait for Harry to return so he can approve this before I give this to you. Right, said Healer Lim. Harry and Zinnia returned only 10 minutes later, and Harry had a stricken but determined look on his face. Well, asked Daphne. Harry looked at her and just held his hand out for the contract. Daphne handed it over wordlessly, and he read through it quietly. When he saw the stipulations she had put in for children who needed special care to be given the potions needed, he nodded absently as if it had already been on his mind. He looked at the final amount that would be donated, and before he could interject, Daphne spoke up. It's a half-yearly fund, she said, sure that he was about to ask her to raise the amount. Not a one-time payment. It will be donated every 6 months until they are moved to the orphanage. All right, he agreed, and then passed the contract to Healer Lim, who looked curious. Healer Lim read the contract, and he let out a shocked exclamation when he saw the donation amount. That's almost twice our yearly budget, he said, looking at Harry and Daphne as if they were playing a bad joke on him. It's not just to cover the regular expenses, said Daphne. With this we can make sure all the children have the proper potions that they need, said Healer Lim, still in shock, and have more than a fair bit left over. We don't know how long the project will take, so I'm sure the Hogwarts children will have other expenses, said Daphne. Many of them would have had their wands taken away, and those don't come cheap. And please buy them more clothes if you can, said Harry. New ones, preferably. Healer Lim nodded, still in disbelief. It says here the donation will go in after tomorrow, he said. Yes, we need some time to set up a few things, said Daphne, and I'm sure a few reporters will want to speak to you once the news becomes public. The donation will be public, asked Zinnia, surprised. It's on purpose, said Daphne. We want to use this opportunity to draw more attention to the orphan wing. I'm fine with that, said Healer Lim, and held his hand out for a quill. The contract was signed by both parties, and after making sure they had the copies as well, Harry and Daphne thanked a very grateful Thierry and Zinnia. If you need any assistance with the orphanage project, feel free to contact me, said Healer Lim. Thank you, nodded Harry with a smile. Zinnia came to see them off, and once they had left St. Mungo's, Harry and Daphne disapparated to Diagon Alley, arriving at the GSC HQ. They found an extremely busy Fleur and Draco sitting with Tracy in the upstairs conference room. When Harry and Daphne arrived, they decided to bring everyone up to speed. You first, then, said Daphne, nodding at Fleur and Draco. How'd it go with Rosette Frost? Very good, nodded Fleur. We put together a draft proposal, and she's coming in tomorrow afternoon to look it over. Basically, what we were thinking was we forgive her rent for 6 months and dispatch a house elf to spruce up the shop, said Draco. From what Fleur said, there don't need to be a lot of repairs to the shop. Our main focus is rebranding and relaunching, so a good decor and an attractive shop window will go a long way, agreed Tracy. I spoke to my contact at Witch Weekly, and she's willing to do a feature and even run ads, depending on how the feature is received. Do we have any shares in Witch Weekly? Asked Harry. 12% last I checked, said Daphne. You're correct, nodded Fleur, but I think one of the families under Harry has more. She checked through the files for a moment. Found it. The Yaxley family has 39%. I'll write to Zinnia and ask if we can buy her out, said Daphne, making a note. Good thinking, Harry. It will certainly help if we can have a bit more control over it. If we do get majority ownership, I can speak to the chief editor and expedite the process, said Tracy, with a grin. What else does Rosette Frost need? Asked Daphne. A cheaper supplier for ingredients and maybe an employee, said Fleur. What about Eustace Mansion? Asked Harry, looking at Daphne. That might work, nodded Daphne. One of the residences has very well-maintained greenhouses. We can agree to provide the supplies as well, she explained to the others. If that's the case, we can increase our share of profits as well, said Draco, and Fleur nodded in agreement. As for the employee, see if she has anyone in mind first, said Tracy. If not, we can always run an ad in the Prophet to find someone. So, is that it? Rebranding of the image, renovations to the shop, and cheaper supplies? Asked Daphne. And we're forgiving the rent for 6 months as well, pointed out Draco. That about sums it up, yes. We will be asking for a share of her profits in return. Once the 6-month period passes, we will also be getting rent from the shop premises. I trust your judgment, Fleur Draco, nodded Harry. Thank you, Harry, beamed Fleur, as Draco looked a little surprised but pleased. We'll put the proposal to Rosette tomorrow and see how she feels. Was there anything else? Or should we move on to Fortescue? Asked Daphne. Fleur briefly explained their meeting with Finian Fortescue, and Daphne raised her eyebrows at a few points that had been raised. It seems he has it in order, said Harry. Exactly, said Draco. We'll help cover his expenses for the launch. Our share will be much smaller in comparison, but I assume this one wasn't so much for the monetary return. Yeah, said Daphne. This could be much more valuable in the long term. Fine by me, nodded Harry. Make the contract and send it to Finn. Got it, nodded Fleur. If we do this well, we will get more clients from him. Oh, speaking of which, said Tracy, remember the pasta we ate last week? What about it? Asked Daphne. The couple who runs the shop are Muggle-borns, said Tracy, with a shrewd smile. I dug around and learned that they couldn't get a license to open their shop in the alley, so they had to open it on the Muggle side. That has potential, said Draco, interested. It's worth talking to them. I agree, said Daphne, as Fleur nodded emphatically. Especially since the old Fortescue shop will now be empty. It's a great location. I'll get in touch with them, said Fleur. I think that's all from us. How did it go at St. Mungo's? Harry scowled but then sighed. There's a lot to be done, he said. For now, we are setting up a half-yearly donation fund to the orphan wing. I prepared the paperwork for the launch of the Potter Foundation, said Daphne. I'll file it with the ministry tomorrow and set up a trust with Gringotts. Tracy. Of course, she nodded. I'll make sure Ben is ready to cover it. We will make the foundation and the first donation public at the same time. How long will all the setup take? Private charity foundations are a no-fuss matter, shrugged Daphne. I'll file the documents in the morning, and it should be approved and set up by afternoon, at the latest. The donation will likely go to St. Mungo's before the day is over. So we should aim for the profit the day after that, said Tracy, making a note. Who's your contact at St. Mungo's? Thierry Lim, said Daphne. He's in charge of the orphan wing. Got it, nodded Tracy. What's the donation amount? 5,000 galleons, said Harry. For a half-yearly fund, asked Draco, his eyes wide. They need it, said Harry firmly. Daphne saw Draco glance at her as if to confirm it, and she only gave a nod. Generous, but it's good, said Tracy, writing it down. I'll make sure Ben gets a statement from you as well, so keep tomorrow free. We need proper premises when the Potter Foundation goes public, said Daphne. I'm sure we can mention in the article that donations can be made to Gringotts directly, but people might want to come and give their donations in person. What about the Verdant offices? Asked Draco. It's semi-public knowledge that you're Potter's attorney, so it wouldn't be odd. True, said Daphne. And considered it. What do you think? She asked Harry. It's fine with me, he said. But doesn't someone need to be there all the time? Yes, said Daphne. Donations that go through Gringotts are easy, but ones in person have to be dealt with properly. We need to issue a receipt of acceptance, and then the amount needs to be deposited at Gringotts at the end of each workday. So we need to hire someone, asked Fleur. I could ask Astoria, but it needs to be someone who is of age, frowned Daphne. I'll ask around, said Tracy. Worst comes to worse, we could take turns handling it until we find someone trustworthy. All right, agreed Daphne as Harry nodded. The foundation and donation is only the beginning, said Harry seriously. We need to get started on the orphanage project. I know you mentioned it before, but I think there should be someone handling it full-time, said Draco. Fleur and I can help, of course, but with a project this size, we will need someone with a lot more experience. Well, experience like that is hard to find, said Daphne. The last wizarding orphanage existed more than 70 years ago, and it went bankrupt within a year. This is a new venture, all on its own. I think you're looking at it wrong, said Tracy. Think about someone who can handle a massive undertaking like that. It's not quite like a business, but more like handling a household, isn't it? A very, very large household, said Fleur. Almost like an estate, said Draco pointedly. Daphne furrowed her brows, and he rolled his eyes at her. Think of a witch trained to be the lady of an estate. Yeah, I got that part, said Daphne. Who did you have in mind? Draco looked at Harry. You just nominated her, he said. Daphne's eyes went wide at the same moment as Harry said, Andromeda. She'd be perfect, said Fleur, smiling in realization. If she wants to do it, of course. I'll ask, said Harry, wondering why it hadn't occurred to him. It could be great if she could take it over, admitted Daphne. Fleur and Draco can assist with the finances and other matters, so long as Andromeda is willing to supervise and run the project. I'll talk to her, he said, and glanced at the time. Should we call it a day? There were murmurs of agreement, and they all departed to their respective offices to finish off their last bit of work before ending a very busy day. Harry watched Andromeda sip her tea thoughtfully and waited patiently. As soon as he'd left the HQ, he'd gone to Grimmauld Place and spoken to her. She had signed the confidentiality that Harry had gotten Daphne to draft without a single protest or question, and then listened to him without interrupting, as he described what he had seen in St. Mungo's. Her jaw had tightened imperceptibly as he'd mentioned the conditions the children were living in, and when he finally got to the donation and the orphanage project and what he was asking of her, she had only nodded and told him to give her a moment to think. That had been about 15 minutes ago, and she was yet to respond. Another 10 minutes passed before she cleared her throat. I'll do it, she said, and then smiled. Well, I knew that 25 minutes ago, but I am certain now. I do have questions, though. Sure, ask away, grinned Harry, happy that she was accepting. Will you be funding all of it yourself? She asked. Yes, although Daphne says the events should double as fundraisers, he said. And the Potter Foundation will be taking donations as well. Andromeda nodded. Do you have any idea what kind of staff you want? She asked. No, he said honestly, but I know I want the children to be well cared for. He paused. One of the things I missed the most about not having a family was not having someone to write to, and someone who would write to me. He met Andromeda's gaze squarely. I want to give these children the chance to have a family. I know I can never be their actual family, but I want the orphanage and the people in it to become a proper part of their lives, beyond just caring for their basic needs. Well, sighed Andromeda, though she looked proud. That is very ambitious of you, Harry. I'm fine with that, he said firmly. Andromeda chuckled. I hope so, she said. Very well, when do you want me to start? The foundation will go public on Wednesday, he said. Maybe then. Sure, nodded Andromeda. Wednesday it is. Returning to Potter Hall after speaking with Andromeda, Harry had a delicious dinner of Greek roast lamb. It felt a little lonely to eat a meal by himself in the massive house, So once he was done eating, he went over to the fireplace and dropped some flu powder into it. "The burrow," he said clearly, and stuck his head in the fireplace. The brief whirling sensation passed, and he found himself looking at the nearly empty kitchen of the burrow. Before he could call out, he realized that there was someone at the table already. "Hello," he said, and the man looked up. It was Charlie Weasley, and unless Harry was mistaken, it looked very much like he'd been crying. "Oh, hiya, Harry," he said, plastering on a smile that looked a little too happy to be real. "How are you?" "Not bad," said Harry, feeling slightly awkward for interrupting what was possibly a private moment of mourning. You." Charlie chuckled as his manic smile dimmed. "Been better," he said, and then shrugged. "Mum had a bit of a... Well, Dad took her upstairs and gave her a calming draft. Do you want me to get Ron?" Harry just nodded awkwardly, wondering what he was supposed to say. He was never good at comforting people, least of all someone like Charlie who always seemed so easygoing and cheerful. Charlie left with a quick nod, and Harry waited patiently as Ron came in, but without Charlie. "Hey, Harry," grinned Ron, looking like he hadn't slept in a day. "Bad time?" asked Harry. "Nah, this is par for the course," he said, sitting down in front of the fireplace. "Charlie and Ginny were talking about Quidditch and Fred's name came up, so it just sort of," he trailed off. "Sorry," said Harry, looking away. I'll just go." "No, wait," said Ron. "It's all right. What brings you here anyway?" "I was just going to chat with Ginny for a while," admitted Harry. "Yeah, she's gone flying to clear her head," shrugged Ron. "She'll be back soon, though." "Are you all right?" blurted out Harry and then cleared his throat. "I mean, how are you?" Ron looked surprised and then chuckled. "Could be worse, but I'm moving in with Charlie and George above the shop soon," he said. "It'll be a bit cramped, but the shop's books are a mess and I need to get started on that. George is busy developing the products and Charlie is running between babysitting George and his job at the ministry, so it's not like he can do it." He shook his head slightly. "Enough about that. What have you been up to? Still dealing with the Wisengamot mess?" "Yeah, and Newt's too," he said. "Don't envy you that," said Ron. "Hermione must be..." He paused and cleared his throat. "Well, good luck with that." "Just give her some time," said Harry. "We've been through a lot and we all have a lot on our minds." "Did she say anything to you?" asked Ron at once. "Because all I've been getting is she needs space to figure things out. After everything, I thought." "Like I said, just give her what she needs," said Harry. Ron nodded a bit reluctantly, and they both jumped when they heard a door slam. "I'm back," they heard Ginny call. "Your boyfriend's here," said Ron, and they heard footsteps coming towards them as Ginny ran into the kitchen. "Hey," she greeted Harry. "Clear off," she told Ron. "Charming," said Ron, rolling his eyes at her. "I'll see you later, mate." "Yeah, see you," grinned Harry as Ron left. "Come on through," said Ginny. "No, this is fine," he said. "Are you at Grimmauld Place?" she asked curiously, sitting down in front of the fireplace. "No, I moved out," he said. "Moved out where?" asked Ginny, confused. "To the Potter family home," he said. "Not the one in Godric's Hollow that was destroyed. This is the ancestral home." "Oh," said Ginny, and then opened her mouth and closed it as if thinking better of whatever she was about to say or ask. Instead, she grinned widely at him. "So, Charlie said the ministry is reinstating the Quidditch League." "Good," said Harry, already thinking of letting Daphne know. "I know, right?" beamed Ginny. "They might even be ready for the start of the Quidditch season in October. I can't wait for the Harpies to start playing again." "Yeah," said Harry, amused at her enthusiasm. "Puddlemere had been doing so well, and if they get their team back, it won't be easy for the Harpies," continued Ginny. "Not to mention the Magpies." Harry found his attention drifting as he listened to her ramble on about Quidditch. He thought of the faded Puddlemere flag he'd seen in the playroom at the orphan wing earlier in the day, and whatever amusement he'd felt vanished. The children weren't living in squalor. In fact, they were quite well cared for. But they were still children living in the wing of a hospital instead of a proper home. They still had to wear threadbare hand-me-downs, and many of them had complications from several health conditions. They played with each other, but they were all so quiet and subdued that Harry couldn't imagine the horrors they'd witnessed to sap all enthusiasm out of them like that. And the cannons are the worst, but no surprise there, Ginny was still saying. I have to go, said Harry suddenly. Ginny stopped talking and stared at him. Is everything all right? She asked. You said we should talk. Not now, he said. But, she tried to protest. Not now, he repeated, and was surprised at the snappish quality of his tone. He took a deep breath and softened his voice. Sorry, I can't do this right now. Harry, began Ginny, shocked, but he pulled his head out of the fireplace. As if moving on autopilot, he stood and picked up more flue powder that he dropped into the fireplace. Before he even thought about what he was doing, he knelt in front of the fire and said, Greengrass Manor. Daphne was walking out of the kitchen when she heard the living room fireplace flare. She almost dropped the cup of tea she was carrying in her haste to pull out her wand, but she recognized Harry's voice. What happened? She asked, jogging out to the living room. She waved her wand so that the sconces in the living room lit back up after being dimmed to nothing for the night. Hello, said Harry, glancing away awkwardly. Daphne raised an eyebrow. Come on through, I'll make more tea, she said, her words plain like an order rather than a request. He hesitated, but then nodded, vanishing briefly before the fire flared up once more, and he walked out through it into her living room. He was still dressed in his day clothes, unlike Daphne, who was wearing her dressing gown over her night dress. Harry noticed it too, and blushed in embarrassment. Sorry about this, he said, avoiding her gaze. Did you speak to Andromeda? She asked. He clearly hadn't expected that, but Daphne figured if he couldn't outright say whatever had brought him there so late, she would just have to dig it out of him. Tactfully, that is. Yes, he said, sitting down on the sofa that Daphne indicated with a wave. She agreed. That's good, said Daphne, sitting down on the same sofa with some distance between them. She set her cooling cup of tea down on the coffee table and turned towards Harry slightly. When is she coming in? Wednesday, he said. Wednesday will work out well, she nodded, summoning a small tin and a teacup. She set it down on the coffee table and vanished the cool tea out of her own cup. Opening the tin, she carefully dropped a pinch of the blend into each of the cups and cast an aguamenti charm to fill both cups with water. A quick heating charm had the water warming as the aroma of the tea filled the room. It will give us time to get her acquainted with everyone and the work since you, Draco, and I will all be out for 3 days next week doing our newts at the ministry. She picked up one of the cups and handed it to Harry, and took the other one for herself. What kind of tea is this? Asked Harry, no doubt confused at the pale green color of the beverage. It's a special blend, Greengrass family recipe, said Daphne, taking a sip. Try it. He obeyed, and Daphne almost smiled as his eyes went wide. It's delicious, he said. I know, she said. A cup before bed works wonders. Thanks, said Harry, and Daphne didn't push as they drank their tea in silence. By the time he was halfway done, Harry sighed. Sorry about barging in, I'm just a little frustrated. What happened? Daphne asked again. He shrugged his shoulders. I don't know how Ginny and I are supposed to, he began and sighed. It's fun talking Quidditch, but... Finish your sentences, for Merlin's sake, said Daphne, rolling her eyes. Let me see if I've got this. You and Weasley are having relationship troubles. Yes, no, well maybe, he said. Those are all 3 answers, yes, she said automatically, before sighing patiently. No offense, but don't you have bigger concerns right now? That's exactly it, he said. Ginny and I agreed we'd try and make things work, but I am so distracted by everything else going on that I can't even focus throughout a single conversation. Yes, I can see how that would be frustrating, said Daphne, taking a hearty sip of her tea. There is an easy solution to this, you know. What? He asked at once. How much have you told her about what you've been up to? She asked. Just that I've been dealing with some Wisengamot stuff, he said. Daphne raised her eyebrows. So, virtually nothing then, she said. Yeah, he admitted. Well, I don't want to go blurting out stuff. And you don't want to make your girlfriend sign a contract either, nodded Daphne. Right, he said. You know, it's kind of unfair of you to not tell her anything and then get upset because she doesn't know what you are dealing with, said Daphne, delicately. He blinked owlishly, as if it hadn't occurred to him. Oh, he said, now that you say it, it's a bit obvious, isn't it? Daphne managed not to roll her eyes, but it was close. Not that I'm not fond of pointing out the obvious to you, she said. But my point is, something has to give. You either make her sign a contract and tell her, or what? He asked. I break up with her. Daphne wondered how this had become a part of her job. Astoria's warning about keeping things professional rang in her ears, but she sighed and forged on. A relationship built on keeping secrets is no relationship at all, she said, bluntly. Although I'd prefer you didn't, you could always just tell her without involving a contract. No, he said. You're right, I will only tell her if there's a contract involved first. It's not that I don't trust her, but if things don't work out. It will be a loose end, yes, agreed Daphne. I don't envy your position. He snorted. Thanks, he said. Daphne thought about it briefly before sitting up quickly. Oh, she said. The foundation will go public by Wednesday, she said. Yeah, I know, he said. I was already planning on talking to you about this, said Daphne, smiling a little. But we should hold the first event at Halloween. Okay, said Harry, clearly not getting it. You want to clue her in without giving up all your secrets, right? Asked Daphne. Then ask her to plan this event. I'll help, of course, but you can tell her about the foundation and ask her to be involved in the planning for the event at Halloween. I don't know if she would want to do that, he said. Daphne gave him a severe look. Then let me be very, very blunt with you, Harry, she said, seriously. Planning events will be the job of the future Lady Potter. These events will be a crucial part of your role in the Wizarding Society. She took a deep breath. This may be none of my business, but if you are in a relationship where you cannot envision being partners in the future or even hold a simple conversation in the present, then you really must question if the relationship is worth pursuing. Harry exhaled heavily but nodded. All right, he agreed. I'll ask her. Good, said Daphne. Another cup. Harry smiled at her tiredly. Yes, please. Chapter 8. 9th June, 1998. Harry blinked awake, having had one of the most restful nights of a sleep in a very long time. He was ensconced very warmly, though his neck did feel a little bit strained. Confused, he opened his eyes properly and then almost shrieked at the amused pair of jade-green eyes peering at him. Good morning, said Astoria. Good morning, said Harry, realizing he was sleeping on the sofa in the green-grass living room. He sat up slowly, fighting back a wince when his neck cracked. You looked very peaceful, so I hate to wake you, but it's almost 10 in the morning, said Astoria. 10? Asked Harry, shocked that he'd slept in for that long. He also realized that he'd been sleeping alone, though someone had covered him with a cozy lilac fleece blanket. Where's Daphne? She went to work almost 3 hours ago, grinned Astoria. She said you fell asleep between conversations last night, and she didn't want to wake you, so she just tucked you in before heading upstairs to bed. Harry's face burned with embarrassment, though he did realize it was odd for him to fall asleep so easily around someone, especially these days. It was one thing if it were Ron or Hermione, or even one of his dorm mates back at Hogwarts, but he'd only known Daphne for a few weeks. The tea worked, huh? Asked Astoria. The tea, he asked before remembering. Oh, yeah, Daphne mentioned it was good to drink before bed. It's more than that, said Astoria. It's a family recipe. More specifically, our father developed it for our mother. She smiled a little sadly. Did Daphne tell you how our mother had a slow-acting curse placed upon her? She did, said Harry. It left her in a lot of pain, and she would often be unable to sleep or rest because of it, said Astoria. None of the usual pain-relieving potions and remedies worked, so our father had to develop something that would. The tea wouldn't really get rid of all the pain, but she could at least sleep soundly enough as a respite. I'm sorry, said Harry. So the tea is like a sleep aid. Not really, said Astoria. It doesn't use the same ingredients as any of the sleeping potions, and if you're not tired, it won't work on you. I think it just has sort of a soothing effect and you get relaxed enough to want to sleep. Daphne and I have had it before bed for years, but we do fine even if we don't have it, so it's not like it's addictive or anything either. Harry nodded, wondering if Daphne would lend some to him. And Andromeda, for that matter. Come to think of it, a lot of people would benefit from it. Astoria smiled at him. Enough about that, she said. Come on, Jolly will make you a late breakfast, said Astoria. No, it's all right, said Harry, smiling back gratefully just the same. I've got a few things to do today. Thanks, though. Are you sure? Asked Astoria. I'm sure, he nodded. I'll see you later, Torre. She waved goodbye as he headed towards the fireplace. Bye, Harry, she said. Harry traveled through the flue, coming out in the kitchen of Potter Hall. Calling to Minnie to have breakfast ready, he went up to his room to brush his teeth, shave, take a shower, and get dressed for the day. No matter how many charms for hygiene he had learned, nothing quite beat the satisfaction of proper grooming, he realized as he came back downstairs, freshly clean and dressed. Annie, can you take a message to Daphne? Asked Harry, as he sat down at the table to eat breakfast. Of course, master, nodded Annie while Minnie made his tea. Tell her I have something to take care of, and I'll be at the office around noon, he said. Annie nodded and vanished. Harry ate his breakfast quickly, going over everything he had to do. He was halfway done with his food when Annie returned. Mistress says all right, and that master be having meeting with the prophet at 3, said Annie. Harry mumbled a thanks and quickly finished his breakfast. I'm off, he told the house elves. Annie and Minnie called out a goodbye as Harry took a deep breath before going through the flue to the burrow. Goodness me, Harry, you gave me a fright, said Molly, clutching a hand to her chest. Sorry, he smiled. How are you, Mrs. Weasley? Oh, I am doing fine, Harry. Don't you worry about me, she said, though her voice sounded wobbly. I cleared up breakfast already, but I can whip something up for you if you want. No, it's all right, I just ate, he said. Is Ginny around? She's out back, nodded Molly. Go on, go and see her. Harry smiled at her and went into the back garden, spotting Ginny sitting under a tree with a book open on her lap. She looked up when she heard the door open and grew a little hesitant when she saw him. Hi, he said, walking up to her. Ginny stood up, letting the book fall to the ground. Hi, she said warily. I'm sorry about yesterday, he said. Did I say something? Asked Ginny. I thought we were doing fine, but then you almost bit my head off. Harry fought back a wince. I am really sorry, he said. It had been a very long day, and I took it out on you. I'm sorry. He took a deep breath. I went to St. Mungo's yesterday. Instantly, she looked concerned. Are you all right? She asked. Yeah, I'm fine, he reassured her. I actually am starting a charity. Ginny's eyebrows shot up. What now? She asked, surprised. A charity, the Potter Foundation, he said. It's all a bit hush-hush for now, but it will be public knowledge by tomorrow, probably. When did you even do all the work for that? Asked Ginny. It's kinda what I've been doing these past few days, he admitted. Why didn't you tell me? She asked, and then smiled sardonically. I see what you mean about us not talking. Sorry, he said. Me too, I guess, she said. No wonder, huh? I was babbling on and on about Quidditch when. It's not your fault. We're both terrible at communicating, he said. You got that right, she chuckled. So this charity thing, what are you doing with it? Well, I am donating to the orphan wing to start with, he said. That's also something I wanted to talk to you about. I am holding an event at Halloween for fundraising. Really? Asked Ginny, her eyes wide. Yeah, he said. Daphne, she's my lawyer, Daphne said. Daphne? Asked Ginny. Daphne Greengrass from Slytherin. Yes, said Harry. I didn't know you two were friends, she said. We weren't, not really, but Daphne has been a huge help these past few weeks, he said honestly. Right, said Ginny, looking a little wary once again. So, what did she say? Well, she will help plan the event, but it's not really a part of her job, he said. I was wondering if you want to do it. Me? Asked Ginny, surprised. I don't know anything about planning events and all. That's why Daphne will be helping, he said, and glanced away awkwardly. The event isn't just a one-time thing. If we continue dating, this is something that will fall to you on a regular basis. Ginny looked confused for a brief moment before her face went red. Oh, she said, sounding very happy. I see. So you'll do it? He asked, hardly daring to believe it. I will, she nodded eagerly. When do we start? This evening, hopefully, he said. I'll come and get you after dinner. Is that okay? That's fine, said Ginny, and surprised him by jumping into his arms and giving him a kiss. Thank you. What for? He asked, slightly confused. Never mind, she said. Do you have to go? Yeah, sorry, he said, apologetically. I have an interview with the prophet in the afternoon. It's all right, I'll see you later, she said, sounding considerably more cheerful. Harry grinned at her and waved goodbye, deciding to go to the GSC HQ. When he got there, he found Daphne waiting for him in his office. Hey, sorry about last night, he said. She looked up from what she was reading and gave him a small smile. It's fine, you must have been really tired, she said. Thanks for lending me your sofa for the night, he grinned, taking a seat in his chair. And sorry about abandoning you this morning, too. Pretty sure I abandoned you first, she said, handing him some documents. Could you sign and seal these? Sure, he said, getting to work. What did you get up to? I went to the ministry first thing and got the application approved for the Potter Foundation, she said. Then I went to Gringotts with the paperwork to open the trust for the foundation. What about the donation? Asked Harry. Daphne glanced at her watch. It should have gone through by now, she said. Fleur and Draco are in a meeting with Nate and Sarah St. James. That's the couple who own the pasta shop, she added, when he looked slightly confused. They are meeting with Rosette Frost later today as well, and we sent off the contract to Finn Fortescue, so hopefully we hear back from him before the end of the week. Great, grinned Harry. Oh, and I spoke to Ginny. She wants to help with the event at Halloween. Does today work for you? After work, I mean. Daphne shrugged. Yeah, that's fine, she said. So, do I have anything to do besides the interview at 3? Asked Harry, handing her the signed and sealed paperwork back. No, she said, taking it from him and examining it properly. Well, she added, looking at him, you do need to go home and change. What's wrong with these? He asked, having worn his best dress robes. You wore those for the first Wisengamot meeting, she pointed out. I don't have any other dress robes, he said. Daphne gave him a slightly scandalized look. Well, all right then, we're going shopping, I suppose, she said. Why? He asked. Ben will want to take pictures for the article, not to mention, this is a big deal to be announcing, she said, like he was an idiot for asking. You should look your absolute best. Harry shrugged, knowing better than to argue. All right, he said. I would have asked Tracy to take you, but she's meeting with people from Witch Weekly, muttered Daphne, and checked the time again. If we hurry, She was cut off by a knock at the door. Yes, asked Harry, and the door opened to reveal Fleur and Draco. Hello. Hello, Harry, Daphne, smiled Fleur as Draco gave a nod. We just got done with the St. James couple. How'd it go? Asked Daphne. Wait, let's move to the conference room. The four of them reconvened in the conference room, and Fleur cleared her throat. It actually went really well, she smiled. They are a lovely couple. Their main problem was the license, said Draco, looking at his notes. Also, apparently their rent in the Muggle world is sky high, so they are barely breaking even despite running an otherwise profitable business. Even if we look at a prime location here in the alley, their rent will still be considerably less in the wizarding world, said Fleur. Sarah does most of the cooking and Nate serves the customers, but they're so busy they could use another employee to help Sarah. Will they have that many customers here as well? Asked Daphne. They already have some wizarding customers, said Draco. And yes, They will lose their Muggle customer base when they move, but they will be gaining new wizarding customers here. Fair enough, nodded Daphne. Did you suggest the old Fortescue shop location to them? We did, and they were very interested, said Draco. They want it to be a takeout type of place, they said, so that works for them. So, cheaper rent and another employee? Asked Daphne, writing it down. Essentially, yes, nodded Draco. It will free up a lot of money for them, said Fleur. Sarah wants the pasta to be homemade, but they just couldn't afford it. But with this move, they can expand and do it the way they want. Daphne looked at Harry. Well, she asked. Do they have a business plan and all that? Asked Harry. Yes, a well-made one too, said Draco. Then I don't see why not, said Harry. I'll leave the particulars up to the two of you. Are you sure, Harry? Asked Fleur. I hired you both because you know this stuff better than I do, he said, honestly. I would like to be kept in the loop, but like I said yesterday, I trust your judgment. Thank you, Harry, said Fleur. We'll draft up an agreement. That's what we told them as well, so hopefully it should work out in the same way as the Fortescue matter. Excellent, said Daphne. Now, Fleur Draco, you must excuse us. I have to take Harry out for an urgent matter. Sure thing, shrugged Draco. We'll get started on the St. James Agreement, and then we're meeting Rosette Frost after lunch, so we're busy too. Great, we'll see you later, said Daphne, shooting a look at Harry to get moving. He was slightly amused, but he obeyed as the two of them left the HQ. So, Madame Malkins, he asked. No, she said. Have you been getting your dress robes from there too? Yes, he said. Why not? Because she does school robes well, but for dress robes you go here, she said, leading him inside Twilfit and Tattings. It was a much more subdued shop than Madame Malkin's, and was empty of customers, though the interior was immaculate and well kept. As Harry and Daphne entered, a short, stout man dressed in tailored silver robes approached them and gave a courteous bow. Good afternoon, Madame Gringotts, Elder Potter, he said. How may I be of service today? Good afternoon, Mr. Saville, said Daphne. Elder Potter requires dress robes for an urgent press matter this afternoon. I see, said Mr. Saville, unfazed. What did you have in mind, Elder Potter? Before Harry could answer, Mr. Saville was already ushering them towards a quiet corner of the shop. Nothing too subdued, Daphne answered for him. Acromantula silk, of course, and maybe an interesting color or pattern. You have impeccable taste, as always, Madame Greengrass, said Mr. Saville, and clicked his fingers. A dozen different dress robes flew off the shelves and floated up to them. With another click of Mr. Saville's fingers, they straightened out as if an invisible person was wearing them. Harry glanced at the different styles of the plain black dress robes and figured this one was better left to Daphne's expertise. I like this style, said Daphne, pointing at an open robe that looked almost like a tailcoat that went all the way down to the calves. It was cut extremely stylishly, too. Excellent choice, and I think it will look better once we pick the right color and pattern, said Mr. Saville. Elder Potter, if you will. Daphne stepped away as Mr. Saville summoned a screen and indicated for Harry to strip behind it. Harry took off his shoes and dress robes, leaving the trousers, shirt, and socks on. Mr. Saville stepped behind the screen as well and helped him into the new robes that Daphne had indicated. It was a tad too long and a bit broad in the shoulders, but Mr. Saville carefully fixed it with quick taps of his wand. Well, Elder Potter, Madame Greengrass, he asked, banishing the screen away. Harry rather liked the new robes, but Daphne frowned a little. A bit shorter, she said. Dragonhide boots will work better under those. Mr. Saville nodded contemplatively and adjusted the length by 2 more inches so that it ended just at the top of his calves. If we are to choose dragonhide boots, I would recommend a darker color as well, he said. Navy, perhaps. Too subdued, said Daphne. Maybe not a solid color at all, but I don't want the pattern to be too loud either. Ah, yes, said Mr. Saville. Pinstripes are rather old-fashioned, but we did have this new pattern. He summoned a bolt of fabric that was a rich, dark brown color with bronze threaded through it. The pattern was seemingly random, yet not without symmetry, giving it a most unusual look. Harry thought it was really pretty, as did Daphne, since she gave an approving nod. "How long will it take?" she asked, as Mr. Saville helped Harry out of the robe he was wearing. "1 hour," he said. "I will have Winston help you with choosing the appropriate shirt, trousers, and boots in the meantime." Harry almost said there was no need to buy those new, but knew Daphne would likely stop him. He just gave a nod of thanks towards Mr. Saville, who bowed and left. A younger man, not quite as dignified as Mr. Saville, came to help them. Harry assumed this was Winston. "You know, you are allowed to speak up," Daphne told Harry, slightly amused. Harry realized he hadn't really spoken since entering the shop and grinned at her. "I'll leave it to you," he said. "I have no sense for these things, really." She rolled her eyes at him before turning to Winston. "The trousers in the same dark brown and the shirt in the bronze, please," she said. "And where are the boots?" This way," he said, blushing a little. Daphne gave a nod, and Harry almost smiled in sympathy at the young man. Harry tried on a few pairs of shoes, finally narrowing the choice down to a pair of boots made from the hide of a Norwegian ridgeback. With a silent apology to Norberta, Harry took the boots, the newly picked-out shirt and trousers, and changed into them in one of the changing rooms in the back of the shop. Mr. Saville returned with his finished new dress robes and helped him into it, completing his outfit. When Harry stepped out in front of the mirror, his eyes went wide. "I actually look decent," he said, before he could help it. "I would say much more than decent, Elder Potter," said Mr. Saville, unruffled. "Madame Greengrass." Harry glanced at Daphne, and he could have sworn her cheeks had been pink, but he blinked, and her face was as calm as ever. "It will do," she said. "Could you please pack up the old things he was wearing?" "Certainly," said Mr. Saville, shooting a look at Winston, who hurried away quickly. "Is there anything else we can do for you today?" "No, that's all right," said Harry, giving him a small smile. "How much do I owe?" Mr. Saville named an amount, and if Harry wasn't aware of precisely how much money he had in his vault, he would have been shocked at it. As it was, he just calmly paid the man, who bowed to them in thanks, and handed them a bag with Harry's older things packed neatly inside. "Thank you for your help, Mr. Saville," nodded Daphne. "It was a pleasure as ever, Madame Greengrass," bowed Mr. Saville, as Winston bowed hastily too. "We hope to see you back in our establishment, Elder Potter." "I suspect I will be coming back," said Harry, knowing that his wardrobe needed a serious upgrade if he were to be seen as the lord that he was. They left the shop together, and Daphne glanced at the time. "Just after 2, she said. "Have you eaten anything?" "I had a late breakfast, so I'm fine," he said. "You?" "Starving," she said. "I'll stop by the Leaky for a bite before going to the Verdant offices." "Why are you going to Verdant?" he asked. "I need some files, and I'll just work there until you're done. And then we can meet up with the others at the HQ to see how everything went with Rosette Frost," she said. "I'll go to Verdant too, then," he said. "It's a shorter walk to the interview than going back to the HQ. Daphne shrugged. "Suit yourself," she said. "You want something to eat." "Maybe just a butterbeer and some chips," he said. "Sure," said Daphne and disapparated, while Harry set off towards the Verdant offices. He was almost to the office when he heard his name being called. He was used to whispers that seemed to follow him everywhere these days, but it was rare for someone to call out boldly. Turning towards the voice warily, his eyes grew wide when he recognized the girl who'd called for him. "Parvati?" he asked, approaching her. Parvati Patil's once beautiful face was marred horrifically by barely healed-over scars, but she was beaming so brightly at him that the scars all but seemed to vanish. "I almost didn't recognize you," she said, as he reached her. "Yeah, new clothes," he said, knowing better than most that people staring at scars were the worst, but being unable to look away from Parvati's face. "How have you been?" She shrugged, not seeming to mind him staring. "Not bad, considering Greyback almost carved my face off," she said. "Sorry," he said automatically. Parvati giggled. "Why are you apologizing?" she asked. "The bastard is rotting in the ground where he deserves to be. I won't be winning a beauty contest anytime soon, but at least people don't get me and Padma mixed up anymore. Harry gave a weak smile. How's Padma doing? He asked. She's fine. They'll let her out of St. Mungo's by next week, she said. He must have looked worried because she smiled reassuringly. She just had a minor allergic reaction to one of her pain-relieving potions. That bastard Travers nicked her with a dagger dipped in poison, and it's been messing with all her treatment. All things considered, she definitely got the better end of the deal. Harry barely stopped himself from apologizing again before he remembered something even more sickening. Parvati, he said, glancing away. I'm sorry about Lavender. I know you two were close. At the mention of Lavender, even Parvati's relentless optimism faltered as tears filled her eyes. Yeah, she said, shakily. Maybe if I'd stopped Greyback before he reached her. Don't do that, said Harry at once. He also noticed they were garnering curious looks, so he took her elbow gently. Come on. Leading her towards the Verdant offices, Harry walked inside and into one of the empty meeting rooms. Parvati followed him easily, and once they were in the meeting room, she let out a loud sob and burst into tears. Harry watched helplessly before conjuring a handkerchief and handing it to her. She took it with a grateful nod and blew her nose. I'll get you some water, he said. By the time he returned, Parvati's sobs had quietened to sniffs. She took the goblet of water with a shaky smile and drank half of it. Thanks, she said, her voice thick with tears. Damn it, and here I thought I was coping well with everything too. You are, said Harry. Not really, she said. I had my third job rejection today. Harry noticed that she was dressed up quite formally. You're not doing newts, he asked. She shook her head. I was never much for studying. That's all Padma, she said. My treatment doesn't come cheap and I don't want my parents to break their savings. She sighed deeply. But apparently being savaged by a werewolf leaves surprisingly few opportunities for employment. You weren't bitten and it wasn't a full moon, said Harry, but he knew how deep prejudices against werewolves ran. Tell me about it, she chuckled, without humor. It's bad enough I won't need a mask for Halloween, but being treated like some sort of well, it's not nice, is all I'll say. I'm sorry to hear that, he said. What kind of a job were you looking for? At this point, I'll take anything, she said, and then glanced around at the meeting room. Where are we? My attorney's office, he said sheepishly. Look at you all fancy, she said, her voice gaining a slightly teasing tone. Harry heard the doors outside open and he stood up. Parvati, can you give me a minute? She shrugged in acceptance, so he left her and went out in the hallway where he saw Daphne. Hey, got your food, she said, handing him chips wrapped in newspaper and a bottle of butterbeer. You all right? Yeah, he said. I've got Parvati Paddle in there. He added, pointing at the meeting room. Why? Asked Daphne. Long story, but we were still looking for someone to join the Potter Foundation as an employee, right? He asked. Yeah, nodded Daphne. Are you thinking of asking Paddle? Won't hurt, he said. Daphne gave him a searching look. All right, she agreed. Let's talk with her. In the end, Harry made it to his meeting with Ben with only 5 minutes to spare. An impatient Tracy gave him a look. Should I even ask? She asked, her arms crossed. In my defense, I was working, he said. Tracy rolled her eyes and gave him a critical once-over. Good job, Daphne, she muttered. So, what was so important? We hired a new person, he said, to run the Potter Foundation offices. That's excellent, said Tracy, brightening up a little. Is it someone I know? Parvati Paddle, he said. Tracy looked like she had questions, but Ben walked into the meeting room and they stood up to shake hands with him and the photographer he'd come with. Meanwhile, Daphne and Parvati had finished finalizing Parvati's employment contract and were debating how to use the offices. I mean, all the rooms downstairs except my office are empty, but they are still very clearly Verdant offices, said Daphne. How about upstairs? Asked Parvati, pointing at the stairs near Maribeth's empty front desk. Daphne bit her lip. Well, it's covered under our lease, but my father used it as storage and I haven't ventured up there at all, she said. No time like the present, said Parvati, already rolling up her sleeves. We can put up a sign that the Potter Foundation offices are up the stairs so it won't get confused with yours. All right, but we can speed up the process, said Daphne. Kinney. The tiny house elf who looked after the GSC HQ popped in with a bright grin. Parvati laughed when she saw the house elf. I like how you think, she said. Let's get started. Around 4, Harry returned to a pair of tired but pleased young women. The front lobby of the Verdant offices had a brand new dark red sign, with gold writing indicating visitors to go upstairs if they were looking for the Potter Foundation's offices. Upstairs, there was an identical reception desk to the one downstairs, and a few empty offices. The entire upstairs area had a fresh coat of the same beige paint from GSC HQ and dark cherry wood furniture. Wow, said Harry, looking around. Right, asked Parvati, grinning brightly. We still need a few paintings and maybe like a desk plant, but it's shaping up well, isn't it? Definitely, said Harry. Are the rest of the rooms set up as well? Not all of them, answered Daphne. We have an office for you and one for Andromeda all ready to go, but the other rooms are bare for now. I moved my father's things in one of the rooms downstairs. We also have a sign for the outside, but we'll put it up tomorrow after the Prophet article comes out, said Parvati. Speaking of, how did it go with Ben? Asked Daphne. Pretty well, I'd say, said Harry. I think I'm getting the hang of this press thing. Good to hear, said Daphne, and checked her watch. We'd better head to the HQ. I want to introduce Parvati to the others, and we need to hold a meeting before we finish up for the day. I still can't believe you have Malfoy working for you, said Parvati. Is it going to be a problem? Asked Harry warily. Dunno, said Parvati. Depends on how much of an arse he is, I guess. Fair enough, said Daphne. Let's go, shall we? The three of them locked up the Verdant Potter Foundation offices and went to the GSC HQ, with Daphne taking Parvati by side-along apparition to the entrance at the back. Parvati was suitably impressed by those offices as well, and when they entered the conference room where Tracy, Draco, and Fleur were already waiting, it led to a round of awkward introductions. This time, it was Fleur who dispelled the tension, welcoming Parvati easily. Harry supposed Fleur would be the one to understand Parvati's situation best, and as he saw Parvati start to relax as Fleur mentioned Bill, he glanced at Daphne, who met his gaze with a smile. So, who wants to start? Asked Daphne. I'll go, said Harry. The interview with Ben went well, and it should make tomorrow's profit. He was heading off to interview Healer Lim at St. Mungo's when we said goodbye. I didn't bring up the orphanage yet, though. Yeah, we were holding off on it until we have more of a timeline and plan, said Tracy. Which we should, once Andromeda starts, nodded Daphne. Yeah, she'll start from tomorrow, said Harry. I'll be jumping between this office and the other one, but I expect Parvati and Andromeda will be over there. From what Daphne showed me, I need to be at that office pretty much all the time, said Parvati. Yes, said Daphne. People who come in to give their donations in person need to be met with and issued a receipt for their contribution. And I'm sure once Andromeda starts, she could use an extra pair of hands. Parvati seemed to hesitate, and Harry saw her glance towards Draco briefly before looking at Daphne. And you're sure you want me to be the person who meets with them? She asked. We went over this, said Harry firmly. I know, said Parvati, turning towards him, but I'm not exactly a pretty face anymore. You're plenty pretty still, said Fleur, bluntly. Whatever that monster was capable of, he could never destroy how beautiful and wonderful someone is on the inside. My Bill is still the best person in the world. And if anyone has anything to say about it, let me know, said Harry. Parvati smiled at him and Fleur, heartened by their words. Either way, I'm not the bleeding heart kind, so if I thought you to be incompetent, I wouldn't have offered you the job, no matter what Harry said Daphne. She's not lying about that, by the way, said Tracy, as Draco gave a nod. Thanks, said Parvati. I'm looking forward to working with all of you as well. Good, what's next? Asked Daphne. We met with Rosette, said Draco. She was happy with our offer and was ready to sign on right away, but we asked her to take the contract to a lawyer first before agreeing to anything. And we drafted the agreement for the St. James couple too, said Fleur. We kept it quite similar to the agreement with Fortescue and sent it to them, so hopefully we'll hear from them in the next few days. It's moving along well then, smiled Harry. What else? Since Zinnia signed over the Witch Weekly shares, I was able to meet with the current editor-in-chief, said Tracy. You met with Marian Giles? Asked Parvati, eyes wide. Yaron boy, that woman is intimidating, said Tracy. You're intimidated by someone, asked Draco with an amused tilt of his lips. Will wonders never cease? Shut up, said Tracy, rolling her eyes. Focus, children, said Daphne. As I was saying, said Tracy, glaring at Draco briefly. Marian is, well, we can't really deal with her like Cuff. She is very rigid, but she knows how to run a magazine and keep a following. Did you talk about Rosette's business? Asked Fleur. I didn't mention any particulars. I brought up the possibility of doing a feature, said Tracy. She was interested, so that's good at least. But she did do me a huge favor. What's that? Asked Daphne sharply. Nothing bad, I promise, said Tracy. She said if we are doing an image overhaul for a shop, she would lend us Penelope Clearwater as a consultant. Parvati gasped, and Daphne's eyebrows shot up, but everyone else was confused. The Ravenclaw prefect? Asked Harry, remembering Percy's old girlfriend. Yes, the Ravenclaw prefect, said Daphne, a little amused. She went on to join the magazine after graduating and runs a very popular section on interior decoration. She is incredible, said Parvati. Her taste and style is so impeccable. And the prices she charges exorbitant, added Daphne, though she is quite skilled. Isn't she a Muggle-born? Asked Harry. She was able to forge a family tree, said Tracy. We'll be lucky to get her, and I'm pretty sure Rosette will faint from shock when we tell her. What's the favor costing us? Asked Daphne. Tracy grinned sheepishly. An interview with Harry, she said. No, he said. I agree with him on that, said Daphne. The profit's one thing, but... Hang on, said Parvati. This could be great opportunity. A lot of people read Witch Weekly. It's not about how many people read it, said Harry. I don't want sordid details of my personal life splashed all over their pages. We can approve the questions beforehand, said Tracy. I'll make sure they don't delve too deep. When Harry still looked reluctant, she smiled slyly. This could be good publicity for the Foundation and any events you will throw in the future. Harry turned towards Daphne, who didn't look too pleased, and he suspected it was because she agreed with Tracy's reasoning. Fine, said Daphne. But you pre-approve the questions, get Harry's answers straight, and get a reliable reporter to write it, and have Marian Giles send us a copy before publishing. I'll do my best, said Tracy, but at Daphne's slightly frosty look, she held up her hands in surrender. I'll get it done. Was there anything else? Asked Daphne. Yeah, I heard the Ministry's reviving the Quidditch League, said Harry. Fleur and Draco perked up immediately. There are a few existing investments that we have tied with Quidditch, said Fleur, summoning a stack of files from her office. Here it is. The Potter family has a standing 30% ownership of the Puddlemere United Quidditch team. The Black family didn't have an interest in Quidditch teams, but they invested in broomstick development, said Draco, taking a file from the stack in front of Fleur and reading through it. They have shares with both Nimbus and Cleansweep. But the biggest investment is from an old offshoot of the Peveril side, said Fleur, with a triumphant grin. Another team? Asked Daphne. No, said Fleur, Quidditch armor. Hang on, said Harry, leaning forward in his chair. All standard Quidditch armor is made by one company, Pridwin Quidditch Armor Company. Everyone from Hogwarts house teams to professionals at the World Cup get their armor from them. Exactly, said Fleur. That is why I said it was the biggest investment. Incredible, said Parvati, her eyes wide. What does the rest of the ownership for Puddlemere look like? Asked Daphne. Puddlemere is the oldest team in the league, said Draco, with a frown. I expect a bunch of investors own part of it. Look into it, would you? Said Daphne. The specifics, I mean. Puddlemere is a decent team, and if we had more control over it, it could be pretty profitable. You want to buy the other owners out? Asked Draco. Daphne glanced at Harry. Well, she asked. I don't see why not, said Harry thoughtfully. Wouldn't hurt to consider it at least, right? Of course, said Fleur. We'll look into it. Excellent, smiled Daphne. Should we call it a day then? There were nods of agreement as the meeting came to an end. Ginny bounced on her toes with excitement as she waited by the fireplace for Harry to key her into the wards for the Potter family home. Over a month after the end of the war, and they were finally doing something couple-like. Well, there had been that date 2 days ago, but it had been. Hey, said Harry, his head popping out of the fireplace. Come on through, it's Potter Hall. Ginny nodded and picked up a handful of Floo powder as Harry vanished. Potter Hall, she said, clearly, traveling through the Floo and arriving into a massive entrance foyer with marble floors and a magical crystal chandelier taller than her, casting a warm light all around. Her mouth fell open. When Harry had said it was a family home, she had not expected something that looked like a palace from a fairy tale. She looked around quickly, realizing she was alone. Harry, she called, wondering if she had somehow come out of the wrong fireplace. She heard footsteps coming towards her, the click of heels on the marble floor, making her frown slightly before a beautiful, blonde woman walked out from a pair of double doors on the left. I found her, she called when she saw Ginny. I think she came out of the visitors' fireplace in the main foyer instead of the one in the kitchen. Ginny recognized her as Daphne Greengrass, and a knot of unease settled in her stomach. Daphne had been widely considered one of the most beautiful girls in Harry's year at Hogwarts, and it seemed even dressed in normal work robes with her hair in a bun, did nothing to diminish her looks in any way. With her looking rather professional, Ginny felt a little shabby in her faded blue jeans and dark green jumper, but she gave herself a shake and dismissed the thought immediately. Harry walked out from behind Daphne and smiled at Ginny, and she found the unease starting to dissipate. Hi, he said. Ginny, this is Daphne Greengrass. Daphne, this is Ginny Weasley. Nice to meet you, said Daphne with a polite smile. Yeah, same, said Ginny, returning the smile nervously. Come on in, Ginny, said Harry. Daph and I got done with dinner and we were just about to get started. You had dinner together, asked Ginny before she could help it. Yeah, we came here directly from work, he said, as he and Daphne led her through the pair of double doors on the left into a sitting room towards the end of the long hallway of doors. The sitting room had a fireplace, though definitely not one big enough to be connected to the flue, sofas and armchairs upholstered in red with gold embellishments, and a wide, glass floor-to-ceiling window looking out into the manicured garden outside. It was near the window that there was a table set up with 4 chairs. A small stack of writing supplies was placed neatly on the table in front of one of the chairs. As they all walked in, Daphne sat in the chair with the writing supplies in front of her, and Harry slipped into a seat next to her. Ginny blinked a little, the knot in her stomach growing slightly. Ginny, asked Harry, confused. She smiled quickly and made her way to the chair opposite him and sat down. So, she said, adding how false the enthusiasm in her voice sounded. Where do we start? Daphne looked down at the parchment she had been writing on. Well, as we were discussing before, the event will be at Halloween, she said. A traditional Halloween event is a ball. Like the Yule Ball, the one we had at Hogwarts, asked Ginny, determined to be involved in this properly. That's what I said, but Daphne made a good point, said Harry. The Yule Ball had a feast and then dancing. Daph reckons this first event should be slightly less formal. Instead of a feast, I suggested we have drinks and hors d'oeuvres being served to the guests, she said. It will give Harry more of a chance to socialize and make connections, she added, looking at Harry, who agreed with a nod. The event will be to benefit the Foundation, so we have to be careful to not go over the line into extravagance, but it still needs to be an event that will draw in attention. So, we will have the music and dancing, kind of along the lines of a New Year's ball. Is that all right, though? Asked Harry. I mean, shouldn't we be more traditional? Well, a traditional event at Halloween is a masquerade ball, said Daphne, and Harry grimaced. Why not? I like that idea, said Ginny. Daphne glanced at her and then shook her head. I think people have had enough of masks these days, she said. It would be rather insensitive. Ginny went red, feeling like a little first year getting an answer wrong in McGonagall's class. All right, of course, she said. Being traditional isn't necessarily a bad idea, said Daphne. But I do think this should be our own spin of things. A new generation coming out of the war, so to speak. Harry nodded at her with a serious look on his face, and then they smiled at each other as if they were privy to a joke Ginny wasn't in on. There was a flash as a thick, 3-ring binder appeared on the table between Harry and Daphne. Ah, here it is, said Daphne. Thank you, Annie. Is this what you were telling me about? Asked Harry, looking at the binder curiously. Daphne nodded. It will make our lives so much easier, you have no idea, she said. What is it? Asked Ginny, feeling more and more left out. It's the Potter family's event binder, said Daphne. Ginny just looked at her blankly, wondering what that was supposed to be. It has details on the events thrown by the Potter family in the past, explained Harry, opening the binder. It even has a checklist. Ginny was sure no one, except Hermione, would have been happy about a checklist. Oh, he mumbled, his expression changing slightly. I think my mum made this. I'd believe that, said Daphne, looking at the list. It looks newer than the rest of this stuff. Do you recognize her writing? Harry gave a nod, not looking away from the piece of parchment tucked inside the cover page of the binder. Ginny fidgeted awkwardly, thinking of what she could say to make him feel better. She knew Harry didn't really like talking about things that were very personal to him. He usually just let it bottle up before exploding. Only Ron and Hermione were close enough for him to open up, but even then Ginny suspected he didn't often share anything about his parents with them. Well, I like her style, said Daphne, and Harry looked at her. That is exceptionally organized and will make the planning process go a lot smoother. She must have been a very meticulous woman. No wonder Slughorn said she was good at potions. A small smile curled on Harry's lips as he gave a nod, and Ginny felt like a bludger had hit her in the gut. Maybe she was reading too much into it, but it seemed as if. The guest list then? Asked Harry, clearing his throat briefly as he and Daphne read the checklist together. Makes sense to get a scale of things first. Daphne nodded and wrote down guest list on a blank parchment in front of her. The guest and a +1 for each of them is standard. What do you think? She asked, and Harry gave nod. Everyone from the Wisengamot is a given, and the heads of ministry departments as well. Yeah, agreed Harry. Everyone from he stopped himself from continuing, and Ginny raised an eyebrow when he glanced at her. Yes, I know, said Daphne, apparently getting what he was saying without him having to say it. Who? Asked Ginny, crossing her arms in irritation at being left out again. Employees, said Daphne without missing a beat. Oh, said Ginny. Why you have employees? She asked Harry. He gave a nod, avoiding her gaze. Who else? He asked Daphne. Friends and family, she said. People from Hogwarts you'd want to invite. I'd also invite any teachers from Hogwarts you were close to. How big is this going to be? Asked Ginny, her eyes going wide. I'd estimate about 300 people. I doubt people will be turning down the invitation to the very first event hosted by Harry Potter, said Daphne, and turned to Harry. You should look through past guest lists in the binder to see if there were certain people who were close to your family. This will be your chance to re-establish relations with them. Good idea, said Harry, flipping through the pages of the binder, occasionally pointing out a name to Daphne who would either nod or shake her head. Sometimes, they would talk about the family's current state of affairs. Ginny sat through it silently, her mood plummeting with every second that passed. She tried to interject when she could, and they always answered her when she asked questions, but she got the feeling that they were being a little evasive about some of the things. Ginny also began to realize that when Harry had talked about planning an event, it hadn't just been a big party like she'd been thinking. This was big, really, really big, And Ginny had no idea how it was all supposed to come together, even with that binder and Lily Potter's checklist. When the large grandfather clock in the sitting room struck 9, both Harry and Daphne looked up. "I think we should call it a night," said Daphne. "We almost have the tentative guest list ready." "The invites are next, right?" asked Harry, looking back at the checklist. "Well, we are picking the invitation cards, yes," nodded Daphne. "You will also have to enchant them to grant people entrance into the estate, but that comes later when we are sending them off." "Got it," said Harry. "So I guess tomorrow we can pick the type of card we want." "We should get some ideas on decorations before we do that," said Daphne. "We wouldn't want things to clash horribly." "If you say so," grinned Harry. Ginny, you all right?" Ginny plastered on a smile, her mind racing in 1,000 different directions. "Yeah," she said. I should go," she added, standing up quickly. "Same time tomorrow, then?" asked Harry, looking confused at her abrupt manner. "Absolutely," said Ginny, and then nodded awkwardly at Daphne. "Bye then." "Goodbye," said Daphne. "I'll see you out," said Harry, and Ginny nodded as he came with her to the flue in the entrance foyer. "You can use the one in the kitchen if you want," he offered. "No, it's fine," said Ginny, wanting to be alone to do some thinking. She turned back to kiss him goodnight but stopped herself at a peck on the cheek. "Good night." "Good night, Ginny," said Harry, a slightly baffled look on his face. 10th June, 1998. Harry Potter OPENS The Potter Foundation. MAKES 5,000 galleon donation to SD. Mungo's Orphan Wing. By Benedict Almeidas. Just over a week since the first Wisengamot session following the end of the war, Elder Harry Potter, the savior of the wizarding world, has made another astonishing move. In his exclusive interview with the Prophet, see page 8 for a summary of the exclusive, Elder Potter insisted that we should focus on rebuilding and recovery. In keeping with that philosophy, he has launched the Potter Foundation, a private charity organization for the benefit of the wizarding world. When asked about his reasons for starting a charity, Elder Potter had this to say. "Considering the kind of damage this war has wrought onto the wizarding world, it only made sense to start something that could help us recover. I was fortunate enough to make it out of this war somewhat whole, but I know so many people who did not make it, or ones who did with serious consequences to their health, magic, and even their place in the world. The Potter Foundation is an organization to benefit those people." Elder Potter certainly put his money where his mouth is, as the saying goes, by donating a very generous 5,000 galleons to St. Mungo's Orphan Wing. "St. Mungo's has always done incredible work for the sake of the wizarding population," says Elder Potter, quite earnest in his praise for the hospital. "Everyone from the healers to their staff deserve all the help we can provide. St. Mungo's Orphan Wing has largely been used for temporary housing of young orphans until they could be placed in foster homes or adopted. However, during the past year, the Orphan Wing has become something akin to a permanent home for quite a lot of children. We have over 50 children in our care presently," says Thierry Lim, the healer in charge of the Orphan Wing at St. Mungo's. "Our budget from the ministry has run dry, and we were in dire straits until the donation from the Potter Foundation came in. Children are the most vulnerable members of our society," says Elder Potter, when asked about his decision to make his first donation to the Orphan Wing. "These children have lost their family, their home, and so much more. I know better than anyone that nothing will be able to replace that, but I still want to try and make their lives better in any way that I am capable of." Private charity organizations have been something of a rarity in the wizarding world for the last 20 years, with most of the funding coming from the Ministry of Magic. However, with even the ministry going through their rebuilding, it seems the true devastation of the war is finally setting in. "As I have said before, this is a time to come together and build our world back up," says Elder Potter. "The ministry, the Wisengamot, and every citizen are all parts of this world, and we ought to do all we can to help one another on the road to recovery. 5,000 galleons is certainly an unprecedented amount for a donation in the wizarding world, but Elder Potter insists it is for a worthy cause. It isn't about how much money we can give. Anyone and everyone is welcome to donate, says Elder Potter. The Potter Foundation is nonprofit, meaning any donation that is made will go directly and in its entirety towards benefiting those who need it now. More than ever, every nut, sickle, and galleon matters. Mr. Potter was insistent he wanted to do everything he could for the orphans here at St. Mungo's, says Healer Lim. And you only have to listen to him once to know he is telling the absolute truth. His efforts for the orphan wing are very much appreciated. The sentiment is echoed by the current director of St. Mungo's, Colette Peakes. With the Potter Foundation's generous donation to the orphan wing, St. Mungo's can focus our resources on other areas of the hospital that need funding, says Director Peakes. With so many people admitted to the hospital, we are running low on resources, not to mention our outpatients who still need regular potion treatments for various afflictions they have suffered because of the war. The orphan wing is only one area of focus, insists Elder Potter. The Potter Foundation and I intend to do all of what we are able, and we hope you will all contribute what you can. The Potter Foundation opened its brand new offices at number 19 in Diagon Alley, above the Verdant Firm's offices. Donations can be made in person to the organization's offices or at Gringotts. Elder Robert Abbott folded up the copy of that morning's Prophet and nodded to himself. The picture above the article showed Harry Potter dressed in impeccably tailored robes, giving a proud, firm nod. He said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Twiggy, the family house elf appeared with a crack and bowed. Get me some parchment and quill. Chapter 9. 12th June, 1998. Daphne read her transfiguration notes as a summer storm raged outside her window. It was past her usual time for bed, but since the next day was a Saturday, she figured she would sleep in for a change. Not to say she had the day, or the weekend for that matter, free in any way, but at least she could sleep an extra hour or two in the morning. The rest of the week had been busy, to put it mildly. On Wednesday, the Potter Foundation had gone public. Daphne thought the article turned out well and got across what they wanted. It also showed that Harry was delivering on his promises and wasn't all words. While the wizarding world digested that news, they had already started taking their next steps. Andromeda Tonks had come into the GSC HQ for their morning meeting on Wednesday. After some introductions, slightly awkward ones in case of Draco, Andromeda had started working right away. Her first order of business had been to survey the properties Harry had inherited to inspect them as prospective locations with the numbers they had in mind. Since little Teddy was still young and she didn't wish to leave him in the care of a house elf the entire time, Harry offered to watch him while Daphne took Andromeda around to all the properties. They spent almost all morning and the better part of the afternoon surveying the properties that Harry and Daphne had shortlisted, and during the course of the day, Daphne found herself admiring the older woman immensely. She had only ever known Andromeda as a blood traitor in the pureblood circles, infamous for being the sister of Narcissa and Bellatrix, and having married a Muggle-born. While eerily similar to Bellatrix in appearance, Andromeda had a quiet grace like Narcissa. But more importantly, Andromeda had what both sisters seemed to lack, which was heartfelt compassion and kindness in both her appearance and demeanor. During their survey of the properties, Andromeda took careful notes, noting the ins and outs and asking the house elves about the wards and the capabilities of each of the properties. Upon returning to the GSC HQ, she immediately met with Fleur and Draco to get started on the planning. In the meantime, Daphne checked up on Parvati and learned that they'd already had some of the existing shopkeepers in Diagon Alley come in to give some donations. The numbers were not massive, but Daphne knew the wealthier members of their society would make their moves soon, eager to use this as an opportunity to present themselves as rubbing shoulders with Harry Potter while being generous benefactors to the needy. When Daphne mentioned that to Harry, he merely shrugged in response, claiming that he was fine with it as long as they kept the gold coming in for the people who needed it. Their end-of-the-day meeting proved quite enlightening. With the Potter Foundation public, Parvati had been quite busy minding the office and accepting donations and issuing receipts. She was also dealing with a lot of mail being sent to the office, some of them with congratulations and grateful words, but a large amount of them with people asking for money. She had called in Tracy to help since Daphne was away with Andromeda, and Tracy had taken one look at some of the letters and immediately put up a male ward. "Isn't that harsh?" Harry had asked. "Those people genuinely might need help." "If they need help, they will go to St. Mungo's or the ministry," said Tracy. "If we start giving out handouts, there will be no end to this. Our purpose is not to give out free money. We do this properly." Daphne could tell it didn't sit well with Harry, but he was in the minority there. Andromeda had agreed with Tracy, pointing out there was no way to verify any of those stories. There could be people who genuinely did need the money, but like Tracy had said, they had to do this properly and one step at a time instead of throwing money around. In the meantime, Finn Fortescue had dropped by the office around midday. They had only sent him the contract the day before, so they hadn't been expecting him so soon, but he had come in to speak to Fleur and Draco. Thinking he wanted to negotiate the contract, they met with him, only to be surprised when he told them his lawyer was still examining it and that he had something else to discuss. Apparently, he was quite happy with the contract the GSC had presented to him. Barring any legal issues, he was ready to sign and had withdrawn his application from the ministry so he could make a new one with proper approval from a Wisengamot member. Being so happy with how they'd handled things, he had asked them to meet with a friend of his named Vikram Kale. Vikram Kale dealt with books, mostly wizarding fiction, history, and poetry, and wanted to open a bookstore in Diagon Alley. Finn informed Fleur and Draco that Vikram already had a business he operated with Owl Order and was looking to expand, but had failed to get approval from the ministry in the past. Flourish and Blotz had a monopoly on the bookshops, though there were a couple second-hand stores here and there who'd managed to get approval. But if people wanted to buy books new, their only option in the alley was Flourish and Blotz. Grateful for Finn's request, Fleur and Draco had agreed to meet with Vikram Kale, and Finn had taken his leave, promising to have the signed contract back to them soon. On Thursday, they had a bit of a surprise. A letter was waiting for Harry at the Potter Foundation offices in the morning, bearing the seal of the Abbott family, inviting him to dinner on Saturday. While it seemed like a simple enough invitation, Harry and Daphne knew there would be more to it than that. Harry had written a reply with Daphne instructing him, and they had sent it off to Robert Abbott, confirming Harry's attendance. While Harry and Daphne were busy with that, Fleur and Draco met with Vikram Kale, who was a pleasant and well-read Indian man in his 40s, looking to open a bookshop. His Owl Order business was moderately successful, as he had very good contacts with many publishers around Britain and the rest of Europe, as well as a dedicated customer base, who knew his ability to get them the books they wanted. "The issue isn't customers or the books," he'd explained to them. "Without a proper shop front, not many people are aware they don't have to pay Flourish and Blotz their ridiculous prices." "They inflate the prices?" asked Fleur. "For both the customers and the publishers," nodded Vikram. "If publishers want Flourish and Blotz to stock their books, they have to pay them a massive cut, and most customers have no idea how much cheaper they can get the books for. Keeping my rate same for the publishers, even if I charge customers 30% lower than Flourish and Blotz, I will make a bigger profit than I do now." "Flourish and Blotz make most of their money through textbooks, though," Draco pointed out. "Finn said you focus on fiction and poetry." "I have all kinds of books," he'd said. "I can even get the textbooks through my publisher contacts. Because Flourish and Blotz can make such enormous profits on the textbooks, they don't bother carrying many other books and charge publishers even more to carry those in their store." Sensing this to be a lucrative opportunity, they had agreed to get back to him with an offer. When they had presented the idea to the rest of them at their end-of-the-day meeting, both Daphne and Harry had given them the go-ahead. "Any chance we can get some of his publishing contacts?" Daphne had asked. "Why?" asked Harry curiously. "The Ark has a lot of books which could be published," she pointed out. "Not all of them, of course, but old stories, history, poetry. It could see the light of day again." In the end, they decided to draft an offer for Vikram Kale, granting him the lease to a shop owned by the Black family, which was directly opposite Flourish and Blotz, and would make a beautiful bookstore. In exchange for a rent-free 6 months, as well as repairs and renovations to the shop, they would get a small share of his profits and contacts of some of his publishers. Friday was the busiest day they all had. Finn Fortescue returned his signed contract, and the whole thing was finalized in the morning. 2 house elves originally from Yola Castle were dispatched to start the repairs and renovations on the new Fortescue Café. The application was sent off to the ministry for approval with Daphne's signature and seal. She and Harry had agreed that she would be the one to do it, since she could always claim that GSC was one of the Verdant clients, just like Harry, if anyone actually did decide to dig deeper. With Harry's dinner with Robert Abbott coming up the next day, Daphne took him shopping again, and this time, Mr. Saville at Twilfit and Tatting fitted him for a full wardrobe. It would be ready by the next morning, and the price was lower than Harry had expected, judging by how expensive the first pair of robes had been. Daphne explained to him, in a whisper, that Mr. Saville had charged them higher for a rush job. On Friday afternoon, Rosette Frost dropped off her signed contract as well. True to Tracy's prediction, she did almost faint when Fleur told her that Penelope Clearwater would be consulting on the rebranding of her shop. A grateful and ecstatic Rosette took her leave from the GSC HQ. Since Draco, Daphne and Harry would be out of the office for 3 days next week doing their newts. A lot of their Friday was spent making arrangements so that Fleur, Andromeda, Tracy, Parvati, and Maribeth could keep the 2 places running without issue. Andromeda announced that she would have a tentative plan for the orphanage ready by the time they would be back in the office on Thursday of next week. She had been working out of the Potter Foundation offices, and she brought Teddy with her, as she had requested Harry turn the smaller room next to her office into a nursery. Creature came with her to assist, and he watched Teddy as Andromeda worked, and both she and Harry checked up on him regularly throughout the day. Daphne knew Harry had offered to hire a nanny, but Andromeda said she preferred this arrangement a lot more. A sudden clap of thunder broke her attention, and Daphne sighed and decided to call it a night. Busy days aside, she and Harry were still meeting with Ginny Weasley in the evenings to work on the Halloween event. What was supposed to be a way for Harry to reconnect with his girlfriend was anything but. Daphne had no idea if Harry was being deliberate or deliberately obtuse, that he just couldn't see that he was leaving Ginny out. And Ginny was no better, looking like she wished she was anywhere but there, planning an event she was not interested in at all. Daphne knew better than to complain, so she was just glad they were taking a break for the weekend and the newts, and she didn't have to deal with that weird atmosphere anymore. She had expected things to come to a head sooner or later, but it still happened earlier than she'd thought. Friday evening had started per routine. They were in the main ballroom, trying out the decoration patterns in the binder to decide on what they'd be going with. Harry had to cast the spells to transform the ballroom himself, though Daphne had pointed out that any Potter by birth or marriage would also be capable of using the spells. For the time being, it was only Harry. "Isn't black and orange the standard for Halloween?" Ginny had asked. "It's what Hogwarts has, anyway." "True, but we want it to be a little more sophisticated than that," said Daphne, trying to soften her tone. If it had been Tracy, Blaise, or Astoria, or even Harry, she would have said it with much more bite, but she knew Ginny Weasley would likely think she was being talked down to, rather than Daphne's blunt nature. Carved pumpkins, live bats, dancing skeletons, and black and orange everywhere is all well and good for children. "I'd rather it be a little subdued as well," said Harry. "How about black and gold?" asked Daphne, not needing to ask his reason since it was obvious to anyone with half a brain. "Gold is still a Halloween color." "It is?" asked Ginny, surprised. "Per the old ways," said Daphne absently, as she flicked through the binder to look at any pre-existing photographs with that color scheme. "What do you mean, the old ways?" asked Harry. Daphne looked at him and then towards Ginny. She hesitated. "She means the dark ways," said Ginny, crossing her arms. Daphne's eyes flashed with anger, and she bit the inside of her cheek to stop herself from snapping. She never should have brought it up. "What are the old ways?" asked Harry, looking at Daphne. Daphne had to stare at him incredulously. Behind him, Ginny blinked at him in shock as well. "Harry, she's talking about the Dar," she began, but he turned to her and shook his head. "That's not how the dark works," he said, and there was a maturity to his voice that made even Daphne feel like a child for once. She looked at his inscrutable expression, wondering how many of the Dark Lord's secrets he'd known. The rest of the wizarding world, even someone like Daphne, had known nothing of the Dark Lord's past until the exposé after his downfall last month. She suspected Harry knew much more than that, and there had been a lot to how the Dark Lord had managed to survive being vanquished the first time. Daphne was no expert, but even she knew that to cheat death must require delving into the darkest of dark arts. She had even entertained the thought of Harry dabbling into it in some ways which would explain how he'd survived the killing curse twice, but knowing him as she did now, she knew he would never. But his reply to Ginny told her a lot more. Harry Potter understood the dark arts, but he had never fallen into the temptation. Daphne felt her respect for him rise considerably. She took a deep breath. "The old ways refer to the traditions of the wizarding world," she explained. "These were the traditions set out centuries and centuries ago, around the time even Muggles were aware of us. Witches and wizards do not worship any gods or deities like Muggles do. We have our own way of doing things." She bit her lip and contemplated how to say the next part delicately. "Over the years, some families have kept the traditions while others have abandoned them. Not," she said instead. "You mean us blood traitors are the ones who didn't keep the old ways?" snapped Ginny angrily. Daphne gave her a measured look. "I have nothing against families who do not keep the old ways," she said, "but to call the ones who do dark is rather ignorant and inaccurate." "You know whose followers always boasted of the old ways," she said, clearly not ready to back down. "Considering nearly all his followers were pureblood fanatics, that is hardly surprising," said Daphne, trying not to lose her patience. "Purebloods are the only ones who were taught the traditions because of ignorant people like you, people who think anyone who keeps to the old ways is dark." "It's the truth," shrugged Ginny. Daphne clenched her fists so she wouldn't draw her wand. "What do the old ways include?" asked Harry, and Daphne relaxed slightly at his words. "Not bigotry, if that's what you're wondering," she said, turning to him. "There were plenty of half-bloods and muggle-borns who integrated the old ways into their lives. It was only when the Dark Lord rose to power back in the day that the old ways became synonymous with the dark for both his followers and the ones who opposed them." She looked at Ginny, who glared at her. "You were likely taught that if you continued to practice the old ways, you were dark and just like the other pureblood fanatics, wanting to destroy anything less pure than themselves." "I don't believe you," said Ginny mistrustfully. "I don't really care," said Daphne, without missing a beat. "It's not my job to convince you of anything, least of all telling you what to believe in." Before she said anything more than that, she took a breath. "We should call it a night, I think." It was far earlier than usual, but Daphne needed to leave before she lost her temper and did something very unlike herself. Not a lot ruffled her, but the traditions which her father had so lovingly taught her, and Astoria being lumped in with the likes of scum who had misappropriated them into an agenda for bigotry incensed her like nothing else. Giving a short nod to both Harry and Ginny, Daphne had taken her leave and come home to Greengrass Manor. Unbeknownst to Daphne, as soon as she had left, both Ginny and Harry had stood still in shock for a few moments. Ginny was torn between her earlier anger and a little bit of shame. Daphne had been right in that Ginny's parents had taught them that the old ways were what the purebloods who supported you-know-who practiced, and Ginny had simply accepted it as the truth and never given it further thought. But now she could see a bit of Daphne's point as well, and it annoyed her more than anything. She didn't want to agree with Daphne Greengrass, who, for all intents and purposes, had shown over the past few evenings that she was an incredibly capable woman. That in itself wasn't an issue. The issue was that Harry was close to her. He relied heavily on her admittedly good advice, and more than anything, she knew how to talk to Harry, when Ginny often felt like she couldn't. Well, it would be more accurate to say Ginny had considered that only Ron and Hermione were able to get through to Harry, having watched them from the sidelines all these years. And a part of her had accepted that even as his girlfriend, she could never understand Harry as they did. But Daphne Greengrass had come as a slap in the face. Ginny had been forced to witness over and over these past few days that someone who had been a virtual stranger to Harry until a few weeks ago was able to talk to him with such ease. It made Ginny jealous, but not for the usual reasons when she thought of a girl getting close to Harry. She envied Daphne's ability to keep up with Harry, and she envied the connection they shared. The only other girl Ginny had seen Harry that relaxed around was Hermione. But with Hermione, Ginny knew she and Harry did not feel anything beyond friendship and a deep respect for one another. She glanced at Harry, who was still in shock about Daphne's abrupt departure. Ginny knew he would never betray her trust by going behind her back because he was too noble for that, but she didn't know how he truly felt about Daphne either. "I have to apologize to her," he murmured, and Ginny looked at him in surprise. "You don't need to apologize for something I said," said Ginny. He looked at her and shook his head. "It's not your fault," he said. "You only said what you were taught to believe in." "You're on my side?" she asked, more shocked by that than anything. "There are no sides here," said Harry. "I believe Daphne because I know she isn't the type of person to lie about such things." "So, you think I was out of line?" asked Ginny, wondering why he couldn't just say that instead of trying to placate them both, especially when Daphne wasn't even here for him to defend her. Harry glanced away. "Like I said, it's not your—" "No," said Ginny sharply. "Say it like it is. I was out of line and you think your Daphne was right." He stared at her. "My Daphne?" he asked. Ginny flushed, not having meant to accuse him of something. It had slipped out in a moment of jealousy, and she dearly wished she could take it back. "Ginny, do you think Daphne and I are?" he began, and then paused uncomfortably. "Are you?" she asked in a small voice. "No," he said, and Ginny believed him. "Why would you think that?" I don't know," she said. "Daphne has been of enormous help to me," he said. "Believe me, I wouldn't have been able to do half the things I've done if it weren't for her. I'm grateful to her." "So that's all there is to your relationship with her?" asked Ginny, and took a deep breath to brace herself before asking her next question. "You don't think she'll be a better girlfriend to you?" Harry opened and closed his mouth. "WH what?" he asked, sounding genuinely shocked. Ginny blinked back tears and tried to keep her voice steady as the frustration that had built up for the past days reached the breaking point. "I hate it," she said, her voice small. He came up to stand right in front of her. "Hate what?" he asked. "This, all of it," she said, nodding towards the open binder on the table. "I don't think I can do it." She closed her eyes, not wanting to see the look of disappointment that was sure to be there. I thought you said you wanted to be involved," he said, finally. With her eyes closed, Ginny wasn't able to gauge his emotions properly, but she thought he sounded surprised more than disappointed. "I know you can learn this stuff, Ginny." She opened her eyes but looked at her feet instead of him. "That's not it. I mean, I don't want to," she confessed. "I don't want to plan a party for hundreds of people. I don't want to decide what colors to use, what food to serve, what music to play. None of it." Is this because you think there's something going on with me and Daphne?" he began, but Ginny shook her head. "She has nothing to do with it," she said honestly. "I was so happy when you asked me to come and plan this, because even if you didn't say it properly, I knew it meant you were thinking of our future." She finally looked up at him. "Harry, what kind of a wife do you want?" He looked distressed, and Ginny realized it was because she was tearing up. She hated to cry and hated to cry in front of Harry even more, but it was becoming more and more apparent what they were headed towards. "Tell me the truth," she said, her voice shaking as the tears began to flow in earnest. "A partner," he said, finally. I have a responsibility and I want someone who can walk that path by my side. Planning an event like this may seem unnecessary, but it is really important to me." "Now ask me what I want," she said, choking back sobs. "What do you want, Ginny?" he asked, his eyes starting to water a little. "I want to play Quidditch," she said. "I want to play professionally, for the next 10 years at least. And then I want a family where we'll live in a small, comfortable home in the country." She nodded around at the lavish ballroom they were standing in. "I don't want this. I don't want any of it. Even 2 months ago, if you would have wanted me to do it, I would have grit my teeth and set aside my dreams and everything I wanted to be with you." "I don't want you to make yourself miserable for my sake," he said, sounding horrified at the thought. "I don't want to take your dreams away from you, Ginny." "I know, and I know you would never ask that of me," she said, smiling a little through her tears. "Ever since Effred died, I keep thinking of how life can end in the blink of an eye. There is so much he must have wanted to do, and he never got the chance." Unable to hold back, Ginny let out a loud sob and ran into his arms. "Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it," she swore, weeping into his chest. "You were right. The things we want are too different." "I'm sorry," he said, as her cries grew louder at his apology. "I'm really sorry, Ginny. I didn't mean to hurt you when you were in so much pain already." Her sobs quietened a bit at his words. "I know," she said, her voice slightly hoarse. "I really do love you, you know. I wanted us to be together and get married and have children and grow old together." She felt rather than saw his quick inhale at her words. Slowly, she lifted her head from his chest and looked up at him. "We should break up." He looked shocked but then nodded miserably. "I'm sorry," he repeated. "Me too," she said, not bothering to stop her flowing tears. "Can you kiss me, one last time?" He nodded slowly and leaned down. Ginny closed her eyes and relished the final kiss she would ever share with Harry. It lasted too long and not long at all, and Ginny was crying as she pulled away. "Be happy, Harry," she said, turning away before she could lose her resolve. She heard his whispered apology once more, and she fled blindly towards the flue, making it through to the Burrows' kitchen just as it began storming outside. Hurrying upstairs, she closed and locked her room, having managed to avoid running into any of her family. Ginny Weasley stumbled to her bed, finally unleashing the torrent of tears she had been holding back, and the sound got lost in the cacophony of the storm as she left behind her first love. 13th June, 1998. Daphne was in the main study of the Greengrass Manor when Astoria found her. After a restless night, Daphne had woken up earlier than usual instead of sleeping in and finally decided to start putting away her father's things. The house elves could have done it easily, and even Daphne could have done it faster with magic, but she was doing it the Muggle way, making sure to carefully put away Elia's Greengrass's books, memorabilia, and other belongings in boxes. It was slow work, and she had to stop more than once to collect herself when she found something that triggered a memory of him. Elia's Greengrass had been very typical of a Greengrass, which made him very atypical in Britain's pureblood circles. The Greengrass line could be traced back to one of the oldest pureblood lines in Britain, but they had married foreign blood so frequently that a lot of other pureblood families weren't happy with them. Not many of them were stupid enough to voice it, though, mostly because the Greengrasses had always married purebloods and were quite wealthy. A lot of speculation went into how they had managed to amass such a fortune, and even Daphne had only learned about it around the time she came of age. Poison being the family magic was not a complete lie that she'd told Harry when he had asked. However, it wasn't just poison that could kill people that her family magic could create. There were other poisons and concoctions that could render people infertile, damage their magical core, and cause any number of physical and mental disorders. Daphne wasn't proud of the past of her ancestors, since they had made their fortune by providing the poisons that had led to the rise and fall of many bloodlines around the world for a price. It was around her great-grandfather's time that their family had ceased their less than honorable activities and turned their focus to title and estate planning. Being intricately aware of varying bloodlines and factions within the pureblood society in Britain and Europe as a whole made their new focus of business a prosperous one as well. Elia's Greengrass had been the third of the Greengrass lords to inherit the Verdant firm, and like his father and grandfather before him, he'd been a very capable lawyer. He'd also held the Dark Lord in great disdain, though he had been smart enough never to broadcast that. He'd married the second daughter of the prestigious Corentin family in France, soon after finishing Hogwarts. Juliette Corentin had been a vivacious woman with long, dark hair and deep blue eyes, and though it had been a marriage of formal arrangement between their families, the two fell in love over the course of their engagement. Daphne had been born 3 years after their wedding, a mere 2 months after the death of Elia's parents. The Greengrass family was attacked on the Dark Lord's order only a month after Daphne's birth. They'd done it in a cowardly way, too, by cursing Juliette at a society event for the pureblood ladies. The curse, slow-acting and painful, had been placed on her by Hortensia Knott, who then drank poison to kill herself right then and there. Daphne knew that her father suspected that Hortensia's husband, Theodore's father, had been the one to place her under the Imperius to compel her to attack Juliet and then kill herself. Daphne's memories of her mother were vague, but she remembered the sound of her voice quite well. She also had fleeting memories of Astoria being born and the final moments of Juliet's life where the dying woman had clutched both her daughters close until her grip had gone slack. Daphne wasn't sure if it was a real memory or just something she had made up, and she'd never had the courage to ask her father. Juliet's death had hit Elias hard, but he'd raised both his daughters to be intelligent and bright young women, like their mother. He had taken Daphne under his wing to train her as the next head of the Greengrass family, and it wasn't until she was older that Daphne realized that he'd never blamed her or Astoria, or even Juliet, for there being no son to carry on the name, nor had he treated them as bargaining chips to foster better relations in society. Daphne and Astoria had loved their father immensely, and when news came of his death, it had taken every single bit of strength that Daphne had not to break down completely. As Astoria cried and cried until she couldn't, Daphne calmly started brewing the deadliest poison in their family's repertoire, imbuing 2 silver hairpins with it. When she was done, Daphne gave one of the hairpins to Astoria and kept the other for herself. She knew that as soon as she was out of Hogwarts, she would be thrown to a Death Eater as a wife, and she would die before letting herself be used in that manner. Thankfully, neither of them had needed to use it, and though Astoria had discarded the pin pretty much immediately after the war had ended, Daphne still wore it in her hair out of habit. "Have you been here all morning?" Daphne turned around and saw Astoria in the doorway of the main study. "I thought it was high time I tidied it up," she said, instead of answering her. The clock showed it to be just before midday, and Daphne had been at it since 6 a.m. Astoria rolled her eyes and walked inside. "It would be better if you took some time to deal with it," she muttered, and Daphne ignored her. It was true, but Daphne wouldn't admit it. She hadn't properly mourned her father. She had done the proper traditions, of course, but she hadn't let herself grieve and cry like Astoria had. "Got any last-minute studying to do?" she asked Astoria, changing the subject. "Sure," she said, unimpressed. "What happened yesterday?" Daphne looked at her warily. "What do you mean?" "I mean, you came home in a bad mood, and this morning you are in Papa's study after avoiding it all this time," said Astoria, crossing her arms. "The 2 things are unrelated," she lied, and finished packing up the last of the boxes. "Jolly," she called. The house elf appeared with a crack. "Finish dusting in here and put the boxes away properly." Jolly nodded and got to work. Daphne started to leave, but found Astoria right on her heels. "Have you had anything to eat?" asked Astoria persistently. In response, Daphne's stomach growled loudly. "I'll take that as a no. Come on, let's have an early lunch." Daphne thought about protesting, but her stomach growled again, and she just sighed with a nod. Since Jolly was busy cleaning, Dolly made a simple brunch of chicken casserole with olives and artichokes aplenty, and a refreshing summer punch to wash it down. Daphne requested to have her punch without alcohol like Astoria, figuring she was already a little frazzled without needing alcohol to exacerbate it. Astoria didn't ask any more questions as they ate, but kept shooting her concerned looks until Daphne gave a sigh. "Cut it out," she said, finishing her second glass of punch. "It's been a long week, all right." Astoria gave her a scrutinizing look but didn't dig further. "Is Harry coming over today?" she asked, after a few minutes. "Yes," said Daphne. "He has an important dinner later, and I promised to prepare him for it." "Who is the dinner with?" asked Astoria curiously. Daphne considered whether she should answer and then shrugged. "Robert Abbott," she told her. Astoria's brow furrowed in confusion. "What does he want with Harry?" she asked. "Who knows?" asked Daphne. "It's been weighing on me as well." "I mean, knowing the Abbott family, it can swing any way," said Astoria thoughtfully. "Is it a party?" "Didn't seem like an invitation to a party," said Daphne. "Which is a good and a bad thing. But Harry was on good terms with Hannah Abbott at Hogwarts, so we might be overthinking things for all we know." Astoria shrugged in agreement, and they finished the rest of the brunch in silence. "Well, I'm off to get some last-minute studying done," she said, getting up. "When does Harry get here?" "Soon, I should think," said Daphne. She wanted to go swim in the lake out back, but it was still miserable weather outside after last night's storm, so she decided to go down to the greenhouses and check up on some of the plants to calm down. That was where Harry found her a few hours later, as she put together a bouquet with fresh Guelder roses, cow parsley, and Solomon's seal. "That is very pretty," he said, as she carefully tied the bouquet using a broad, white lace ribbon. "Who is it for?" "It's for you," said Daphne, without looking up from what she was doing. When he didn't say anything, she looked up and found him gaping at her. "I meant, it's for you to take when you visit the Abbotts." "Oh, right," said Harry, collecting himself. "I guess it's natural to bring something for the hosts." "It is," said Daphne, setting the bouquet aside. "I'd also advise having one of the elves from Pride Farmhouse bring a bottle of wine to present to Robert Abbott. A grand cru from Côte de Nuits, something from Musigny, I would suggest." "I have no idea what any of that means, but sure," shrugged Harry. "Jerry," he called. Daphne almost rolled her eyes as the head house elf of Pride Farmhouse popped into the greenhouse. There were enchantments preventing house elves from just showing up inside another home, but Harry's house elves seemed to think nothing of popping into Greengrass Manor, and oddly enough, Daphne didn't mind enough to ask them to stop. Jerry left eagerly after receiving Harry's instructions and returned moments later with a selection of 10 bottles in a crate. "So," asked Harry, nodding towards the crate, "what do you think?" Daphne examined the bottles, her eyebrows shooting up higher when she saw some of the labels. They looked professionally done, and even though she knew it was the elves making the bottles and labels as well, she could have easily seen it as a collector's item. After examining all 10 bottles, she picked the one that she felt was most appropriate, and Jerry bowed to them before leaving with the rest. "Oh," said Daphne, finally noticing his clothes. "Mr. Saville finished with your wardrobe, then?" He nodded with a baleful smile. "I sent Annie to collect it this morning," he said. "What do you think?" Daphne examined the well-tailored black robes with sky-blue piping and polished silver buttons and nodded approvingly. "Well done," she said, and took a deep breath. "I'm sorry about last night. I can usually keep my temper." "It's all right," he said, looking slightly uncomfortable for some reason. "Although, I should mention, Ginny and I broke up." Daphne stared at him for a full 10 seconds. "Oh," she said finally. "Was it because of me, I mean what happened?" "Honestly, I think it just all." He paused and sighed heavily. "Was it because of what I said?" She decided to ask bluntly. "What? No," he said, and Daphne raised her eyebrows. "Well, it sort of started from there. I'm sorry about Ginny, by the way. She's a good person, I swear, but the Weasleys are sensitive to judgment from other purebloods." "Yes, I realize that," said Daphne. "I should have been more delicate, I suppose, but it's a subject that gets my back up quite easily." Harry grinned a little. "I don't think I've seen you like that ever," he said. Daphne rolled her eyes but went pink nonetheless. "Enough about that," she said. "What happened exactly after I set off the argument?" "It's not that you set off the argument," he said, and he seemed honest as he was saying it. "Ginny pointed out that she didn't want the life of Lady Potter, I suppose." "Ah," said Daphne succinctly. Harry gave her a look. "And what does that mean?" he asked, though he sounded more curious than angry. "It means that it was obvious," said Daphne, but at Harry's blank look she sighed. "Harry, she didn't want to be there when we were planning the event. She was trying very hard, but it was clear that it wasn't something she was interested in doing. You were right when you said it wasn't her thing." "Then why did she agree to it in the first place?" asked Harry. "Why not just tell me in the first place?" Daphne stared at him and realized he was serious. "Harry," she said gently, "she was doing it for your sake. I'm sure she thought she could get used to it until she realized just how much work it was. I wasn't joking when I said it's like a job all on its own." "Yeah," said Harry, shoulders slumping slightly. "She said her dream is to play Quidditch, and I don't want her to keep her from what she wants, so we broke up." "I'm sorry to hear that," said Daphne, and glanced away. I wish I could say we should cancel your dinner with Robert Abbott, but it would be rather rude. No, it's fine, he said at once. Hermione and Fleur both told me that not all relationships will make it once we were out of the war, and even Ginny and I knew it would take work. We just want things that are too different. I'm glad you realize it, but I would guess it is still quite painful to end a relationship, said Daphne. Plus, we have Newt starting on Monday, not to mention the GSC and all the work. Honestly, I like being busy, he said. I think I know how you feel, said Daphne, thinking to her busy morning. Regardless, if you feel like you need a break, just let me know and I'll try and see what we can rearrange. He smiled at her in slight amusement. Thanks, but I'd rather work, he said. So tell me all about Robert Abbott. Sure, said Daphne, handing him the bouquet and bottle of wine, and leading him to a table and 2 chairs set up under a gazebo outside the greenhouse they were in. Jolly popped in with a tray of tea and poured them a cup each. I mean, I know Hannah's mother was a Muggle-born, said Harry, taking a sip of his tea. But I don't really know much about the family or Hannah's brother. The Abbott family is certainly interesting, said Daphne. They are an old line, pureblood as can be, and very staunchly rooted in traditions. Harry's eyebrows shot up. That was not the impression I had of Hannah, he said. I suspect that to be her mother's influence, said Daphne. Robert Abbott was very typical of his family, you see, a pureblood Slytherin through and through. And he married a Muggle-born, asked Harry, astonished. Yes, and it was scandalous to the entire society, to say the least, said Daphne. It was rare enough for such a pureblood line to marry a Muggle-born at all, let alone someone like Robert who could very easily have been a prized recruit for the Dark Lord. She smiled at the look of shock on his face. But despite being raised in a family of purebloods, and being a Slytherin himself during a time when being in that house saw you recruited to that side at once, Robert was neither an idiot nor a bigot. His marriage to a Muggle-born Hufflepuff woman was as clear a statement as it could get. He wasn't joining the Dark Lord. That was enough for Voldemort, asked Harry, and Daphne suppressed a shudder at how easily he said the name. My father married a Muggle-born too, and Voldemort still tried to recruit them both. I didn't know that, though it doesn't surprise me, said Daphne. The Abbott family was quite large back then and very strong politically. They stood by Robert and supported his marriage, and honestly, I think the Dark Lord was cautious because of that. And then, of course, there was Selene Abbott. That's Hannah's mother, asked Harry. Daphne gave a nod. Selene became involved in a lot of political aspects of wizarding Britain not long after the fall of the Dark Lord at your hands back in the day, she said. She campaigned heavily for rights of Muggle-borns and wizarding creatures, and since she had her husband's strong political support to back it up, she managed to get rid of a lot of old and bigoted laws. Sounds like Hermione, smiled Harry. It's not a bad comparison, agreed Daphne. It also made her a lot of enemies, especially within the pureblood circles. Unfortunately, when the Dark Lord rose this last time, the Abbott family was just Robert, Selene, and their 2 children. There are some distant cousins, I think, but it was in no way as strong as it had been back in the day. Selene being killed was a statement made by the dark side. I had no idea, said Harry, looking aghast. I thought she was killed for being a Muggle-born. Well, I'm sure that was a part of it too, said Daphne, sympathetically. Robert took his children and went into hiding pretty much immediately after Selene's death. The Wisengamot session was the first time I'd seen him in public since, I think. But Hannah was at Hogwarts this past year, wasn't she? Asked Harry. I remember seeing her at the battle at least. She did return, but the Carrows made life hell for her, said Daphne darkly. I think she was spending more and more time with Longbottom, and then most of the people that Longbottom was leading sort of disappeared. The rest of us thought the Carrows had finally killed them, but the Carrows were furious they couldn't find them, so I suspect they found a way to hide out somewhere in the castle. Yeah, I know that part, he said. Daphne was curious, but focused on what she'd been telling him. Anyway, my point is, I don't know what Robert Abbott could want, she said seriously. It could just be his way of introducing himself to you, but I think he might have done it during a Wisengamot session or something, instead of inviting you to dinner privately." "What could he want then?" asked Harry. "From what you've told me, he might be trying to abolish old laws like his wife. I mean, he was the one who raised the disbanding of that stupid Muggle-born commission." "Yes, I had considered that," she said. "If it is something along those lines, then it will be all well and good. Just be on your guard and don't promise anything. Tell him you will consider it, even if it sounds like it is something straightforward." "You think he'll try and deceive me?" asked Harry. "No, but it never hurts to be prepared for it," said Daphne sensibly. "Or we could be overthinking it and he just wants to arrange a match with Hannah." "A match? Hannah doesn't play quiddy," he stopped and went red. "That's not the sort of match you meant, huh?" Daphne laughed. "You're too easy sometimes," she said, and glanced at her watch. "I think you should go. You're expected in about 15 minutes. "Right," said Harry. "I'll drop by tomorrow morning to let you know how it went." "Bring your books too," said Daphne. "We might as well get some studying done." Harry grinned at her. "You got it." Arriving through the fireplace into an entrance foyer not unlike the one at the Sea Maiden Cottage in Newcastle, Harry stood up and glanced around. He cast a quick cleaning charm that Daphne had taught him to brush off the soot from his person, smiling when he saw that the flowers and wine had not been ruined during the flu travel. "Harry." Harry looked up at Hannah's voice and smiled in surprise at her appearance. "Hello, Hannah," he said, noting that her long, blonde hair had been cut into a short, pixie-like style. This is for you." She took the flowers and wine with a surprised smile. "Thank you, Harry," she said, greeting him with a kiss to the cheek. "Come on, I'll introduce you to Daddy and Connor." Harry followed her past a neatly decorated day room into a formal dining room. He recognized Robert Abbott, who stood as they entered, while a boy around 11 years of age stared at Harry with wide eyes. "Daddy, meet Harry Potter," said Hannah, introducing them. "Harry, this is my father Robert and my brother Connor." "How do you do, sir?" asked Harry, shaking Robert's hand. "Very well, Mr. Potter," said Robert with a small smile. "Thank you for agreeing to my invitation and none of this, sir, business. Robert is just fine." "Of course, but please call me Harry," he said, and glanced at Connor, who still looked awestruck. "Nice to meet you as well, Connor." Connor nodded and shook Harry's hand when he offered. Hannah poked her brother's shoulder. "It's a surprise he's this quiet," she said. "Usually he can't shut up." Connor stopped staring at Harry and glared at his sister, who grinned unrepentantly. "Harry brought us flowers and wine." "Thank you," smiled Robert. "Please, let's sit." Harry sat down in a chair at the other end of the table facing Robert, who sat at the head, with Connor to his right and Hannah to the left. It was a long table, but there were only 4 chairs set up. A stout little house elf appeared and took the flowers and wine from Hannah before vanishing. As they were all sitting down, the flowers reappeared on the middle of the table, now set in an elegant crystal vase. Even Harry, who knew nothing about flowers, could tell how perfect Daphne's selection had been. The flowers might have been rearranged by the Abbott house elf, but the bouquet itself had been put together very well. He had to wonder just how many skills Daphne had, and how there were so many things that he still did not know about. He wanted to ask her about the old ways, as she'd called them, especially since he also remembered Draco saying a long time ago that certain wizarding families did things differently than others. This morning, out of curiosity, he'd asked Annie if his parents had practiced the old ways, to which he'd received a slightly confused look, followed by her declaration that those were the only honorable ways of the wizarding kind, and of course Master James and Mistress Lily had followed them. Harry's curiosity had only deepened since then. "Let's start with some food, shall we?" said Robert, and Harry forced his attention back. "Business can wait until later." So he did wish to talk business, surmised Harry as the soup was served. It was some kind of clear broth which tasted delicious. It was served alongside a small glass of sherry. Harry hated the smell of sherry, but he didn't mind the taste so much. "How have you been, Harry?" asked Hannah as they ate. "Things were so insane, we never really got a chance to chat." "I've been all right," said Harry with a small smile. "What about you? I heard it wasn't. Well, the last year at Hogwarts, I mean. A dark shadow passed over Hannah's face, but she nodded firmly. I was expecting it, she said. Daddy didn't want me to go at all, but I couldn't hide out while those monsters had the run of the castle. I'm sorry I wasn't around, said Harry. Hannah chuckled lightly. Harry, I don't know where you were, but I doubt you were doing nothing this past year, she said. There were rumors you broke into Gringotts, though that sounds insane even for you, and you came when it mattered and rallied us to fight. I never meant to involve everyone in the fight, he admitted. The choice to get involved was made by people of their own volition, said Hannah sensibly. You taught us how to fight and defend ourselves. Trust me, the casualties would have been much worse without you and the DA. Harry gave her a grateful nod and noted out of the corner of his eye as Robert watched the interaction with slight approval in his gaze. He instantly remembered Daphne's joke of this being a meeting to scout him out as a possible son-in-law, and immediately turned his attention to food, lest it seem like he was interested in Hannah as more than friends. I heard you aren't going back to Hogwarts, said Hannah, after a couple beats of silence. Yeah, I'm doing my newts starting Monday, he replied. Just like Neville then, she said, going very pink for some reason. Oh, I didn't know that. I haven't really had the chance to talk to him in a while, said Harry, wondering if there would be some time while they were at the ministry for their exams. He mentioned he's been wanting to talk to you too, but he's been so busy taking over from Augusta for the Longbottom family, you know, she said, still very pink in the face. Harry wondered just how close Hannah and Neville had grown over the past year and hid his smile. That's good to hear, he said. What about you? Are you doing newts too? Well, my education is all over the place, she shrugged. But I have my owls and honestly, I am just thinking of looking for a job. You don't want to go back? Asked Harry. Hannah shook her head. I don't particularly have a career in mind that would need newts, and if I change my mind, I can always take them later, she said. Right now, I just need a break of sorts, you know. But when Connor starts at Hogwarts, I can start focusing on what I want, I guess. Oh, are you starting at Hogwarts this year? Asked Harry, turning towards Connor in interest. Connor went red and nodded quickly, looking down at his nearly empty bowl of soup instead of Harry. He was inexplicably reminded of the first time he met Ginny, and his gut twisted painfully. Apparently, it was going to be some time before he'd be able to think of her without it feeling like someone had punched him. He only turned 11 3 months ago, Hannah answered, shooting an annoyed look at her brother. I hope you have a good year, said Harry, truly meaning it. With Hogwarts now somewhat back to normal after a tumultuous few years, he supposed the students would finally be able to get a proper education and enjoy their childhood. The soup was cleared away as they finished eating, and fish was served next. Harry didn't recognize the kind of fish it was, but it was served with a soft mousse-like sauce that tasted different but not unpleasantly so. He was also grateful that Aunt Petunia, of all people, had taught him how the silverware worked. Not because he was expected to sit at the table, of course, but he'd set the table for countless of Uncle Vernon's dinner parties before he was either locked in his cupboard or his room. Ignoring the unpleasant memories, he reached for the correct silverware without needing to be prompted, as he and Hannah continued to chat, mostly about Hogwarts and how their friends were doing these days. Connor seemed too embarrassed to speak to Harry, and Robert was observing the whole thing but not saying much at all, which was starting to worry Harry a little. Fortunately, Hannah was a very easy person to talk to, so there were no awkward silences as Harry finished the fish and the dry wine that had been served with it. The main course was served, and it was beef tenderloin with potatoes and roasted vegetables. The wine accompanying it was from the bottle Harry had brought as a gift, and it was his first time tasting wine made by the Pride Farmhouse house elves. Oh my, said Hannah. As she took the first sip, this is divine. Harry had to agree as he drank the wine. He was new to wine, but even he could tell how the rich taste and slightly floral scent worked harmoniously. Making up his mind to get some lessons in the basics with Jerry, Harry glanced at Robert, who looked very impressed as he tasted the wine. Delightful, said Robert. I admit I'm not one for red wine, but this is quite delightful. I am glad you like it, said Harry. Connor looked a bit put out that he wasn't allowed to drink, but he apparently thought better of trying to throw a tantrum when Harry was around. Dessert was served next, and it was simple French vanilla ice cream, though not as good as the ice cream at Hogwarts. Once again, it was accompanied by some sort of a sweet wine, and Harry wondered if each dinner party was planned this elaborately. They hadn't gotten around to discussing the menu for the Halloween event, but he was glad they weren't doing a full feast like he'd initially assumed, if feasts were expected to be this way. It was halfway through dessert that Hannah finally brought up the Potter Foundation. "I'll admit, though, it was a bit of a surprise," she said. "You starting a charity and all." "Was it?" asked Harry. "Don't get me wrong, it seems just like you to want to do something," she said, worried that she'd offended him somehow. "But Daddy told me private charities haven't been set up in a while." "Yes, but we did just go through 2 wars one after another," said Harry, glancing at Robert, who was listening raptly. "My mum used to say we needed more private organizations," said Hannah. "She even tried to organize one, but it never went anywhere." "Well, the Potter Foundation is just getting started, but we are hopping to do what we can," said Harry carefully. "And what would you say that entails?" asked Robert, and Harry supposed they had finally arrived at the business part of the evening. "We are starting small and focusing on providing assistance to St. Mungo's for now," he said, which was neither a lie nor the complete truth. Daphne would be proud. "I wouldn't say that donation was small by any means, Harry," said Hannah. He smiled a little in her direction, but returned his attention to Robert. "I just did what I could," he said modestly. "What about people who aren't able to do that?" asked Robert. "What do you mean?" asked Harry. "While it is true that a large majority of the wizarding population continued working and earning an income through the war, a lot more, particularly Muggleborns and a lot of half-bloods, suffered quite a bit," said Robert. "Wouldn't you say?" "Of course," said Harry. Robert gave a measured nod. "They lost their jobs, their homes. Many of them lost family to Death Eaters or that Forsaken Commission." He hissed the last words with disgust. Harry merely nodded and waited for him to continue. "That is why I invited you here today, Harry," said Robert, collecting himself. "I am putting together a bill that would establish an employment program with the ministry to help people get back on their feet." Harry's eyebrows shot up with interest, but he remembered Daphne's warning of not agreeing to anything until he knew and understood it properly, even if it seemed wonderful on the surface. "What kind of a program will it be?" asked Harry. "And how do you think I'd be able to help?" The dessert plates were cleared away, while Robert contemplated his response. "Why don't we speak in the parlor?" he said, standing up. Harry nodded and stood up as well. Hannah said she would take Connor upstairs while they talked, so Harry and Robert went to the parlor where a cheese platter was laid out. Robert poured him a flute of sparkling wine, and Harry accepted it with a nod. They sat down at a small table near the fireplace with their drinks and the cheese platter on the table between them. "I am still in the process of drafting the particulars," said Robert, picking up as if there had been no interruption. "However, when I read about the Potter Foundation, I felt a collaboration would make the program function better. Twiggy." The same stout house elf from before popped in and handed a sheaf of documents to Robert, who took it and dismissed the elf with a nod. "These are my proposed objectives, and I would love to know your thoughts, Harry." Harry took the documents from him and began looking through them. He could feel Robert watching him closely and worked to keep his face neutral. The objectives were, as he had said previously, to assist those struggling to get back on their feet. Instead of mere charity, it would include assisting them with finding and keeping employment, finding housing, and even a proposed care plan with a mind healer at St. Mungo's to help cope with everything. "It looks fine so far, but I would like to see the particulars," said Harry. Robert smiled. "That is very smart of you," he said. "And yes, once I have drafted the particulars, we could discuss it further. I am not expecting a firm answer tonight, Harry, but I wanted to make you aware of what I am working on and if I could count on your support in the Wisengamot and beyond." "What do you mean by beyond?" asked Harry. "Well, even if by some miracle we get most of this passed through the Wisengamot, I doubt the ministry will readily provide us with funds to assist," said Robert. "This is where I thought the Potter Foundation could come in to help." "I cannot make any promises," said Harry firmly. "But I am sure we would assist if we are able to do so. You're right, there need to be measures taken beyond just giving out gold. I am definitely interested, Robert, but as I said, I would like to hear particulars before agreeing to anything." "And if the particulars are to your liking?" asked Robert, raising an eyebrow. Harry gave a short nod. "Then I would make sure we get it passed through the Wisengamot and see how the Potter Foundation can help." Chapter 10. 15th June, 1998. "Have you got your spare quills?" asked Hermione. "And your wand?" Harry smiled at her in amusement, probably because he knew she was more nervous for his newts than he was. "Hermione, do you think I'd let my wand out of sight?" he asked. "That's not the point," she said, though she went pink. "I'm just checking." "I am fine," he said. "I've got what I need, so take a breath, all right." Hermione nodded and went quiet for about 10 seconds. "Do you need me to go?" "No," he said firmly. "No more studying. Daphne and I did some revising yesterday, so I'm fine." Hermione raised her eyebrows in slight surprise, but nodded. "I should head out," said Harry, smiling fondly. "They told us to get there at least half an hour before starting." "All right," said Hermione and gave him a tight hug. "Good luck, Harry." "Thanks," he said, patting her back. Hermione sighed as he left. It was good that he was dealing with things in his own way, but it felt like they were all drifting apart more than ever. She missed seeing Harry every day, even though she understood intellectually that their relationship was just maturing. From spending every day together, whether at Hogwarts or during holidays or on the run from Voldemort and Death Eaters, they had always been together. It was not feasible anymore, but that didn't mean she didn't miss him. Ron was the other thing. In some ways, she missed him almost as much as she missed Harry, and it was made worse by the fact that they were still technically dating. With another heavy sigh, Hermione walked over to the fireplace and dropped some Floo powder into it. The burrow. Traveling through the fire, she arrived in the burrow's kitchen. She spotted Ginny in the midst of clearing up breakfast and smiled in greeting. "Morning," she said. Ginny smiled back weakly. "Good morning," she said. "Where is everyone?" she asked. "Work," said Ginny. "Mum's upstairs. I sent her to take a nap after." "You told her about the breakup?" asked Hermione. "Yeah," shrugged Ginny. "There would have been no point in hiding it, I guess." "Did she take it badly?" asked Hermione. "Well, not exactly," said Ginny, reluctantly. "When I told her that Harry and I broke up, she just said we'll work it out. I think she figured it was just a falling out and we'd make up or something." Hermione winced. She could imagine Molly saying something like that, but from what Ginny had told her, it had been a pretty final thing. She hadn't asked Harry's side of things, mostly because she didn't want to interrogate him before he went off to do his newts. There would be time after the exams were done to hear him out. Besides, she had been the one to point out that he and Ginny should discuss their relationship properly in the first place, so it wasn't like she hadn't completely seen this coming. "I guess she just expects things to remain the same as ever," said Ginny, and took a seat at the table. "It would be comforting, if nothing else." "I'm sorry, Ginny," said Hermione. "I wish it would have worked out between you and Harry." Ginny swallowed heavily and nodded. "Me too," she said. "I keep second-guessing myself, you know," she admitted in a low voice. "I have always known I loved him, even before I met him. But the more I think about it, the more I feel like I never really knew him. I just heard about him from the people around me. From Mum, from Ron, even from you. Was I even in love with him? Harry, the real person, not Harry Potter." Hermione pressed her lips together in sympathy. She understood what she was saying, and it was unfortunate that it had taken so long for Ginny to realize it. She remembered a 12-year-old Ginny following Hermione around, asking all about Harry Potter. At the time, Hermione had been a little amused at the crush, so she'd answered Ginny's questions, unaware that she was fanning something along the lines of worship that Ginny had for the dashing hero that she'd built up in her imagination. "Ginny," said Hermione gently, "I am sure you loved Harry in your own way, and you made him feel loved when you were together, I know that." "But it wasn't enough, was it?" asked Ginny, looking like she was trying not to burst into tears. "Not for him and not for me either. If I really loved him, I would do what he wanted, wouldn't I? No, said Hermione, making her voice firm. No matter how much you love someone, nothing is worth giving up every part of yourself over to them, expecting nothing in return. That isn't a partnership. That is just punishing yourself for the sake of someone else. You made the right choice, Ginny. But it still hurts so much, whispered Ginny. Hermione put an arm around her shoulder comfortingly. I know, she said. It's all right to let it hurt you. You are a wonderful, brave, strong woman, Ginny. You will be okay. Arriving in the busy atrium of the ministry, Harry shook his head to clear it. Hermione had all but demanded to see him before his exams to make sure he was prepared. In the craziness of the war, he'd truly forgotten how frantic Hermione tended to get around exam time, but he strangely found it comforting. There would be no going back to the days when exams were the worst of their problems, but it was nice to have the familiarity, even if it were likely for the very last time. She hadn't asked about Ginny and the breakup, and Harry was a little grateful for it. He didn't want to talk about it, mostly because he was ashamed to say that he was strangely all right with it. He still felt horrible about leading Ginny on and nearly making her do something without considering her wishes, and he hoped she would one day feel like forgiving him for it. And yet, deep down, he was a little relieved as well. He wondered if he had on some level already realized that he and Ginny had no future together, which was why he'd never opened up to her properly. Taking a calm breath, he decided it was best to focus on work, like he'd told Daphne. He still had people around him who were working hard for the sake of the wizarding world, and he had taken on the responsibility of leading them, and there was no way he was giving up on that. He would fix their broken world, no matter what it took. It had been a while since he'd come to the ministry, certainly not since resigning from the Aurors and the first Wisengamot session, and though the place was still just as tense as it had been since the end of the war, the atrium looked a little more organized than the overly subdued air he'd found so repressive. Or maybe it was only his outlook that was better than it was when he'd been working for the Aurors. He garnered more than a few curious looks, some people not even bothering to hide the fact that they were staring at him and blocking everyone else's path while doing so. Ah, should have known it was you holding up traffic, said a very familiar voice, and Harry turned around with a wide grin to greet Neville Longbottom. Can't seem to help it, joked Harry, and Neville laughed and walked over to him to clap him on the shoulder. How have you been? He asked, lowering his voice as they walked over to the examination hall together. Not bad, shrugged Neville. Mostly, I've been too busy taking over the estate to deal with anything, you know. I can imagine, nodded Harry. Yeah, that was some performance back in the Wisengamot 2 weeks ago, grinned Neville. And I heard about the Potter Foundation, too. Well done, mate. Thanks, said Harry. Doing what I can, you know. That's more than we can say for most people, said Neville. I'm surprised you aren't going back to Hogwarts, said Harry. I can't, he confessed with a wry smile. Too many memories, bad ones unfortunately. Harry almost apologized, but knew of all people, Neville would never appreciate it. We should meet for a drink once we get done with the exams, he said. Neville grinned. I'd like that, he said, as they reached the examination hall and went to the room marked for Newt students. They opened the double doors together and found a hallway full of waiting students, all of them falling silent when they entered. Harry recognized almost every single one of them and found it to be a mixture of all 4 houses. Hi, said Harry awkwardly. Neville laughed, and most of them joined in. Former DA members were the first to come up to them, and Harry got caught up in talking and catching up. He noticed Goyle and Parkinson standing at the very end of the hallway and trying and failing not to glare over at him. He also spotted Draco, who was standing away from them and not looking at anything in particular. Daphne was nowhere in sight, and as Harry spoke to Seamus and Dean, the door behind them opened and Daphne walked in. Her gaze met Harry's, and despite her completely calm face, he saw a look of urgency in her eyes. She gave the tiniest tilt of her head and left, clearly a request for him to go with her. Harry muttered something about finding a bathroom and hurried outside. He saw Daphne open the door to the women's bathroom, and Harry did a quick glance to see no one was around before following her. As soon as he walked inside, she shut the door and locked it, putting up a quick seal for privacy that he recognized from the Verdant offices. Harry did another quick glance around them, nodding with relief that all the stalls were empty and that the savior of the wizarding world wouldn't be labeled a pervert for being in the women's bathroom at the ministry. He dearly wished he'd had the foresight to bring his cloak and made a note to keep it on him regularly from now on. Watching Daphne closely now, he realized that she was trembling. "What happened?" he asked at once. Daphne looked at him and he saw the anger on her face. "We got played," she hissed in a low voice and thrust a letter at him. "Abercrombie called an emergency Wisengamot session starting in," she checked her watch, "about 20 minutes. Harry's eyebrows shot up. "I didn't get a letter," he said. "He only sent them out half an hour ago," she said, eyes spitting blue fire. "That conniving old bastard. He knew we would be doing newts." He'd never seen her so angry before, and the sight was shocking enough for him to remain calm. "What happens if we aren't there?" he asked. "Well, the idiots we have under contracts won't know which way to vote, so it will be all over the place, or worse, they'll follow someone like Lucius," she hissed. "The votes of those that aren't present will be noted as abstentions." Harry frowned. Abercrombie had to have a plan, and he shared Daphne's unease when it came to the votes. Sure, they were under contracts to vote the way Harry told them, but if he weren't there, they could vote of their own volition, of course. "What do we do?" he asked her, his voice measured. "How can you be so calm about this?" she asked. "I'm used to things going wrong at the last minute," he said honestly. "And besides, we're on a deadline, so what do we do?" Daphne took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. "Did I see you with Longbottom in there?" she asked. "Yeah," he nodded, wondering why she was asking about Neville. "Get him in here," she said. Harry left and quickly called Neville out, mentioning wanting a word in private. Neville followed immediately, probably noting the seriousness of his demeanor. If Neville was surprised when Harry led him into the women's bathroom, he didn't show it. "Here, sign and seal it," said Daphne, handing Harry a letter that she had just finished writing as soon as he walked in. Harry read through it quickly and saw that it was his power of attorney, giving Andromeda Tonks the authority over his votes. He saw the genius in her idea immediately and got to work. "Elder Longbottom," said Daphne, turning to Neville. "I apologize for my abrupt manner and the unfortunate choice of venue, but are you able to write a letter granting power of attorney to Lady Augusta?" "What's going on?" asked Neville, though he didn't sound particularly opposed to her question. "Abercrombie called an emergency session, knowing a bunch of us would be here," said Harry, without looking up from what he was doing. "Why would he? Never mind," said Neville. "Tell me what to write, Madam Gringotts." Daphne dictated the proper words to put in a power of attorney letter, and Neville quickly wrote it down. Harry handed the signed and sealed letter to Daphne. "Annie," she called. The house elf arrived immediately. "Take this to Andromeda. Tell her to stall and call for an adjournment." Annie vanished with a nod, and Neville finished signing and sealing his letter as well. He also had a note on a separate piece of parchment, and when Harry looked at him in question, he just grinned. "Trust me, Gran is a big fan of the rules, especially when it comes to the Wisengamot," he said, as Annie returned. "I'm not sure what's going on, so I wrote that Abercrombie is up to no good, and knowing her, she will probably raise all 7 hells for him in today's session." Harry almost felt sorry for the chief warlock, but as heard the slight hitch of tension in Daphne's voice as she instructed Annie to take the letter and note to Augusta Longbottom, he figured the slimy old man deserved every bit of the 7 hells. "We should head back," said Neville. "We have less than 10 minutes before the first exam." "You go on, we'll be right behind you," said Harry. Neville looked between him and Daphne with a slightly perturbed expression, but gave a nod and left. Harry turned to Daphne, who seemed slightly calmer, though her hands were still shaking. "Daph, you have to calm down," he said. "I know that," she snapped and then took a deep breath. "I'm just furious." "We'll make Abercrombie pay," he said. "It's not just that," she said and glanced away. "I should have seen this coming." "Daph," he began, but she shook her head. It's my job to anticipate sneaky moves like these, she said. I should already have had something in place since we would be busy. Some Slytherin I am. Harry grabbed her arms gently, and she stopped and stared at him in shock. Daphne, he said, making his voice firm yet without anger. Unless you are a seer, you can't foresee every move. We dealt with it for now, and we will deal with the rest once we have time. I'll help you curse Abercrombie's oily old face when we see him next, all right? She narrowed her eyes at him, but then sighed. Yes, although I do not appreciate the patronizing attitude, she said, shaking free from his grip easily. Consider it payback, he said, giving her a grin. It's a role reversal with you freaking out and me being calm for once. Apparently, you deal better with last-minute surprises, said Daphne. Comes from a lifetime of coasting on the infamous Potter luck, he muttered. She gave him a slightly curious look before smiling. While I'd love to hear more, we have an exam starting in less than 2 minutes, she said, and turned to leave. Oh, she added, glancing back at him. Thanks for calming me down. Any time, he smiled, feeling a little warm under the collar. Let's leave the rest to Andromeda. Herman Abercrombie glanced around at the half-filled Wisengamot chamber and hid his satisfied smirk. It had been an underhanded move, certainly, but it had worked. He looked at Eugene Orpington, who only gave him a curt nod, which made Abercrombie bristle. Eugene had warned him against this move, but if it worked, the conniving bastard would be sure to claim the credit. Abercrombie's alliance with Orpington was one of convenience and necessity, but personally, Abercrombie couldn't stand the man. This will work, murmured Cassius Zeller, and Abercrombie smiled gratefully at his old friend. The rest of their alliance members might defect to Orpington completely if this failed, but he knew he could count on good old Cassius to be on his side. We'll finally get it passed. The reason for this risky, underhanded move had been Motion 3987E, a motion tied to the Wisengamot process, and one that had been introduced and rejected 18 times in the past. It would have been rejected in today's Wisengamot too, but Abercrombie had thought to give a heads-up to like-minded people while calling this emergency session, when he knew the rest of the factions would be occupied or just plain confused. They were getting Motion 3987E passed today, no matter what. Motion 3987E had first been introduced after Voldemort's defeat back in 1981. It had been an ideal chance to wrench some power free from the elite purebloods. While getting a bill passed involved a lot of debating, multiple sessions, and votes and tallies, a motion, especially one brought by the chief warlock, only required majority votes to pass. Motion 3987E had been brought in as one of the equalizing measures following the end of the First War, and it essentially would alter the Wisengamot process so that every seat had only one vote. While this wouldn't mean much otherwise, it would slash the votes of the permanent seats by half. Suffice to say, the motion hadn't passed, though people like Abercrombie had never stopped clamoring for it. They'd thought the end of this war would be ideal to reintroduce it, until Harry Potter had thrown a massive wrench in their plan. But Potter wasn't here now, and while they could still be outvoted by the remaining permanent members, Abercrombie had done his research. Most of the new permanent seats were off doing newts. Folly was in Italy on vacation. Slughorn was assisting the Wizarding Examinations Authority and was unavailable, and even the minister was in a diplomatic meeting with the German Minister of Magic. Abercrombie's whole faction was present, though, and he was confident even the non-permanent members who weren't included in that group were sure to grasp this chance to level the playing field, so to speak. Abercrombie had complete faith they would finally get the motion through, no matter what Orpington thought. The clock struck 9, and Abercrombie stood up. "Ladies and gentlemen of the Wisengamot," he began. "On my authority as the chief warlock of the Wisengamot, I hereby commence this session." He glanced around at the seats once more and did a mental tally. He did spot Andromeda Tonks in the black seat who could be potentially an issue, seeing as how Potter was technically the head of her family, but he doubted it would prevent their plans from being carried out. "Point of order, Chief Warlock." Andromeda Tonks stood up, and Abercrombie felt the first frisson of doubt, though he dismissed it. "Yes, Madame Tonks," he asked. May the Wisengamot know the reason for a session being called out of time? She asked. Damnable woman, thought Abercrombie. The Wisengamot Charter states clearly that the Chief Warlock has the authority to call a session out of time, Madame Tonks, he said. I realize you are new to this, but I would recommend reading the Charter at the very least. I am well aware of Regulation 50.34 under the Chief Warlock's powers of the Wisengamot Charter, Chief Warlock, she said, without missing a beat. My question was, why was this session called on a Monday morning with half an hour's notice, when more than half of the members are missing? That is something I would like to know as well, said a formidable voice, and Abercrombie jumped a little as the doors opened, and Augusta Longbottom strode inside. Out of the corner of his eye, Abercrombie saw Orpington's clear shake of head, which was meant to indicate they'd already lost. But Abercrombie knew it was too soon to make that call. Madame Longbottom, this is a closed session for members of the Wisengamot, he said. As I understand, you are no longer the rightful occupant of the Longbottom seat. She paid him no mind and took her former seat, which made him bristle at the disrespect. He opened his mouth to have her thrown out when she banished a folded piece of parchment towards him. Power of attorney, she said. Signed and sealed by Elder Neville Longbottom, the current head of the Longbottom family and the occupant of this seat. Shit, was Abercrombie's thought. That should suffice, shouldn't it, Chief Warlock? Asked Augusta sternly. Abercrombie enlarged the letter for the benefit of everyone else in the chamber and gave a curt nod. Yes, that is sufficient, he said. Well then, I apologize for interrupting, Madame Tonks, said Augusta, inclining her head in a short bow towards her. Thank you, Madame Longbottom, said Andromeda, though you did remind me that I have a document to present as well. Abercrombie felt a chill as he saw the smirk on Andromeda's face that reminded him distinctly of Bellatrix Lestrange. Power of attorney, from Elder Potter. Chief Warlock Herman Abercrombie tried to anticipate just how bad this was going to be. He didn't even come close to the reality. While the Wisengamot was witnessing a spectacle of epic proportions, as Augusta Longbottom unabashedly tore the Chief Warlock a new one for his blatantly unimpressive move of calling an emergency session for no damn reason, while the Wisengamot was half empty. An unaware Harry finished his herbology written exam. It had never been his best subject, but he felt he did decently enough, considering all the revising they had done in Greengrass Manor. Quills down, said Professor Horace Slughorn, who was filling in as an examination supervisor for the day. I will be collecting your papers now. With a wave of Slughorn's wand, the scrolls of parchments all flew to the front and stacked themselves neatly on his desk. He did a quick count and gave them all a nod. We will begin the potions written exam in 5 minutes, he said. Harry stretched his arms lightly and listened as Slughorn gave them the same instructions that he had before the herbology exam. Minutes later, they all had a blank exam paper in front of them. And begin, said Slughorn. Harry unfurled the scroll of parchment and sighed as he started writing. The answers for potions definitely came to him easier than herbology, thanks in no part to his thorough study of the Half-Blood Prince's book. He wondered if Snape was rolling in his grave at this very moment, and thinking of his old potions master was even more conflicting than thinking about Dumbledore these days. Deciding to ignore it for the time being, he wrote his answers steadily, only looking up when there were 10 minutes to the end of the exam. Once Slughorn had collected their potions written exam as well, he dismissed them with a smile, telling them they had an hour for lunch before they would do their practical exams for herbology and potions. As everyone exited the examination hall, Harry saw Daphne almost fly out of her chair, and he assumed it was to go find Andromeda to see what happened. Considering she didn't wait for him, he supposed she would let him know later. You coming? Asked Neville. Yeah, said Harry, gathering his things and following Neville. Where are we going? Seamus said they set up lunch in the next room for all the students, said Neville. Sure enough, there was a table with platters of sandwiches and tea and coffee for the students in the room next doors. Apart from the Newt students, Harry saw a few younger students as well, Astoria Greengrass among them. She appeared to be looking around, probably for Daphne. "I'll be right back," Harry told Neville and walked up to her. "Hey, Torre, are you looking for Daphne?" "Oh, hi, Harry," she said. "Yeah, where is she?" She's just gone to check up on something," he said. Astoria lowered her voice. "Is it about the Wisengamot?" she asked. "Daph got the letter just as we were getting ready to leave, and she was in a right state." "Yeah, she managed to handle it, but I guess she went to make sure it worked," he said. "That sounds like her," shrugged Astoria. "I've never seen her like that before," he admitted. Astoria chuckled. "The thing about my sister is that she has a plan upon a plan upon a plan upon a plan, every single time without fail. But those plans depend on her ability to anticipate the issues that might come up. So when something unexpected happens, she gets a little frazzled," she said. "But she still dealt with it," he said, feeling like he had to defend Daphne. "Of course she did," said Astoria, like there was never any doubt. "She is brilliant, and you hired her for a reason, didn't you? Just because she gets frazzled for a moment doesn't mean she can't pull it together." She paused and looked at Harry speculatively. "It's funny, though, she never lets anyone see when she gets like that." Harry stared at her, wondering what that was supposed to mean. He was about to ask, when Astoria looked past him at someone and waved. "Speaking of whom," she said, and Harry turned around as he saw Daphne approaching. "Hey, everything all right?" "Yes, everything is just fine," said Daphne as she reached them. She did appear a lot more relaxed than before, and if anything, Harry thought she looked like she might burst into laughter at any moment. He went to ask her, but she shook her head. "Not here," she whispered. "We're drawing too much attention." Harry realized that a lot of people were trying and failing to look as if they weren't staring at him, and he wondered if poor Astoria was going to be hounded. He quickly excused himself and returned to where Neville, Dean, and Seamus were sitting, leaving the Greengrass sisters alone. "What was that about?" asked Seamus as Harry got to them. "Seamus," said Dean, shaking his head. "Oh, come on, you saw him talking to the Ice Queen's sister," said Seamus in a low whisper. "Since when are you friends? And also, can you introduce us?" "To the Ice Queen or her sister?" asked Dean, amused despite his initial disapproval. "Not introducing you to either of them," said Harry firmly. "Oh, don't be like that," said Seamus. "You have a girlfriend, have pity on the rest of us." "I don't, actually," said Harry. "What have pity?" asked Dean. "Well, yes, but also I don't have a girlfriend," shrugged Harry. "You and Ginny broke up?" asked Neville, surprised. "When?" "Last week," he answered. There was an awkward silence before Dean cleared his throat. "Sorry to hear that," he said. "Yeah," nodded Harry. "Me too, I guess." Dean gave a nod in return. "So are you dadding the Ice Queen now?" asked Seamus. "Seamus, not the time," said Neville, shaking his head. "It's fine," shrugged Harry. "And no, I'm not dadding her. Daphne is my lawyer." "Oh, right, the Verdant firm, that makes sense," said Neville, like a piece had clicked into place. "I wondered how you had been handling all the estate business. Gran had been managing ours, but I can't even imagine how complicated yours was." "Is it a big deal?" asked Dean, clearly out of the loop. "Of course," answered Seamus, surprisingly. "Both the Potter and Longbottom families are old lines. There are no titles in the wizarding world like the Muggle ones, but lordships are still very much present, though there are very few families apart from the Sacred 28 who can claim the privilege. Even among the Sacred 28, I doubt there are many who still have their lordship status," said Neville, and Harry fought to keep his face neutral. "Gran says she wouldn't be surprised if the idiots handed it over to Voldemort." "So, do they get it back now that you know who is gone?" asked Dean. "Who knows?" shrugged Neville. "I doubt it, though. They will be lord in name, mostly, and not much else." "Bunch of bastards," muttered Seamus. "Good news is that most of them are rotting in Azkaban," said Dean. "Doubt they'll see the light of day again." "You're right about that," said Neville, and Harry privately agreed. "Well, enough gloominess. Let's get something to eat." As they all returned with their food, Harry got more of a chance to learn what they had been up to and what their plans for the future were. Both Seamus and Dean had been recruited for the Auror department by Robards, not long after Harry had resigned. They had accepted, though Harry could tell their interest lay elsewhere, and they had only taken it on out of need for a job. Neville mentioned he was still deciding what to do and had turned down Robards, citing family reasons. While they were talking, they were joined by Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws from their year. Ernie Macmillan was training to take over for his father and would likely apply to work somewhere in the ministry once he had his newts. He also informed them that Justin was returning to Hogwarts, since he had missed the entire previous year having been in hiding. Word also had it that Zacharias Smith was going back to Hogwarts, but Harry didn't much care for the slimy bastard. "What about you, Susan?" asked Harry. "Staying on with the Aurors." She had been one of the few people who had joined around the same time that he had. Susan Bones smiled at him. "Yeah, Robards is still cross you aren't around, so he's making sure we keep our numbers and recruit more," she said. "How's it looking these days?" asked Harry. "Not bad," she shrugged. "War's over, but crime is still a bit rampant, so the field Aurors are busy. Then, of course, we have the Death Eater trials starting in September, so I have mostly been helping Robards prepare." "Robards is prosecuting?" asked Harry Boot, looking surprised. "Who's the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement?" "Billington's the temporary head," said Harry, remembering the slightly absent-minded older witch. "When I was around." There were rumors Thickness would be named the permanent head. Susan gave a nod. "Thickness is still at St. Mungo's," she said. "Yaxley's Imperious did a number on him, but Robards said he's a stubborn bastard. He's still determined to come back and set right the things he did, he says." "Well, I should hope so," said Seamus darkly. "He was the damn minister when the Death Eaters had their way." "He was under the Imperious," defended Susan. "A genuinely strong Imperious. Thickness was close to my auntie, and it must have torn him apart to become a puppet of the people he despised with every fiber of his being." "Sorry," said Seamus. "So, what about everyone else?" asked Neville, effectively diffusing the tension. It turned out that most Ravenclaws were returning to Hogwarts, with the exception of former DA members Terry Boot, Anthony Goldstein, and Michael Corner. A recently recovered Michael was applying to the Aurors once he had his newts, while Anthony was looking for a job. "Something at the ministry, probably," he said, when Neville asked him about it. "I'd like to work in research, so the Department of Mysteries is my best bet." "What kind of research are you interested in?" asked Harry. "I don't have a specific area in mind, but definitely something to do with runes," he answered. "Warding, in particular, is very interesting to me, but I doubt I'd find work unless I get taken on as an apprentice." "Have you tried applying?" asked Ernie. "Yeah," shrugged Anthony. "One of them was even happy to take me on, depending on my newt result, except the ministry slashed his grant, so he can't anymore." "What was his name?" asked Harry. "Why?" asked Anthony, as everyone else looked confused. Curiosity," said Harry. Anthony gave him a weird look, but shrugged. "Sure, he's called Noah Disford. He's a runes master who specializes in warding," he said. "What about you, Terry?" asked Neville. "Joining the family business," he said, with a small smile. "My dad's been on my case about joining up, 'cause he needs the help." "What is it that your family does, Boot?" asked Seamus, curiously. "Well, we used to run a travel equipment shop, but we evacuated out of Diagon Alley when it got dangerous," he said. "My dad opened up a smaller store in our village, so we mostly operate through Owl Order these days. It's not as big as it used to be, but Dad says if we raise enough funds, we could get the old shop back." Harry made careful notes in his head, planning on speaking to Daphne about all of it. The hour ended all too quickly, and they were instructed to wait in the hallway outside the examination hall to be called in 4 people at a time for their practical exams. The herbology practical involved picking 3 plants out of the many set on a long table and extract important ingredients in the most efficient way. Under the keen eye of Professor Tofty, who had beamed at Harry when he entered, Harry chose Bubituber, Venomous Tentacula, and Snargaluff as his 3 choices, since they were among the ones he remembered best. Thanks to Daphne's guidance back in the greengrass greenhouses, he didn't mess up too badly, only fumbling once with the snargaluff, and received an approving nod and a "well done, Mr. Potter" from Professor Tofty. There was only a short time to wait before their potions practical, and Harry could have laughed when he saw they were to brew the draught of the living death. Probably the potion he remembered best, Harry worked methodically and used techniques from Snape's textbook to make sure it would be perfect. Remembering how Slughorn had tested it, once it was done brewing, he tested it on a leaf, smiling in satisfaction when it disintegrated. Professor Sinistra, who was one of the other supervisors helping out, looked impressed at his work. "And time is up," said Professor Sinistra. "Please step away from your cauldrons and wait until I have collected your vials." Exhausted at the very stressful day of exams, Harry was all too happy when Sinistra dismissed them. Saying goodbye to Neville and the others, Harry hurried off to the atrium and went to Diagon Alley, arriving behind the GSC HQ. Daphne arrived only a moment after him, and Draco right after her. Upstairs, they found the others hard at work, and even though it was almost the end of the day, they decided to get some work done together. "So, what happened in the Wisengamot?" asked Harry, unable to be kept in suspense much longer. "We ended with an adjournment," said Andromeda. "Augusta also made sure Abercrombie wouldn't do something so stupid again." "Oh, and I'd keep an eye on the Prophet," said Tracy, grinning wickedly. "After Andromeda let me know what had happened, I provided Ben with the transcript of today's failed session. I doubt it's going to be very pretty for the Chief Warlock." Harry grinned, but he noticed Daphne didn't look much happier than before. He would have thought she'd be overjoyed that Abercrombie was getting his comeuppance, but she appeared unruffled. "That's that then," said Daphne. "What about everyone else? Any progress?" "The house elves will be done with the Fortescue Cafe's renovations by tomorrow," said Fleur. "Finn said he'll do a soft launch on Friday and then open from Monday." "So soon?" asked Parvati, surprised. "He had most of it ready to go, and considering everything else has been fast-tracked, he is fine to start as soon as possible," said Fleur. "The application also came in approved from the ministry, so there's no more red tape to worry about." "That's good," said Harry. "Can we get some publicity for the launch?" "Already on it," said Tracy. "I spoke to Cuff and Marion, and they'll both have someone covering the launch on Friday. I'd also suggest you go to the launch, Harry." "Why?" asked Harry. "No better publicity than the savior of the wizarding world stopping by," said Tracy, like it was obvious. "Finn doesn't know you're the one behind GSC, and that won't change, but it wouldn't hurt to have you be seen in public more often." Harry looked at Daphne, who gave a nod at Tracy's words. "All right," he agreed. "Anything else?" "We introduced Rosette and Penelope," said Fleur. "Penelope is already drawing up plans for the shop's new layout, and we have a new name for the store, Rosette's Beauty Potions. It's still being planned, but Rosette should have a decision made soon, and we can get to work on that. In the meantime, Rosette managed to find an employee. It's an old friend of hers from Hogwarts, who will be working the storefront while Rosette focuses more on development." "Did Pip manage to get the supplies that she wanted?" asked Harry. "Yes," said Fleur. "Rosette was very happy with the quality, and she's already stocking up to get ready for the relaunch." "Excellent," said Daphne. "We also received the signed contract from the St. James couple for the pasta shop too," said Fleur, handing Daphne the documents in question. "I'll look through it and sign off on their application," nodded Daphne. "When does their lease in the Muggle world end?" "End of June," said Fleur. "They want to reopen here at the start of July." "Good, that gives us some time," said Daphne. "Oh, that reminds me," said Fleur. "I spoke to Penelope and mentioned Vikram Kale's case, and she said she's willing to do another consultation for his shop." "Aren't we still waiting to hear back from him?" asked Harry. "We are," nodded Fleur. "But I mentioned it to Penelope, and she seemed interested." "It will be expensive," Tracy pointed out. "Considering the kind of work she is doing with Rosette, I agree that she's very good at her job," said Fleur. "Up to you," said Daphne when Harry looked at her. "Let's wait until we hear back from Vikram," said Harry. I'm not opposed to the extra cost or anything if you think it's worth it. Fleur nodded in thanks and made a note of it. How'd it go at the Foundation office? He asked, turning to Andromeda and Parvati. I was away most of the morning, but I managed to get some work done in the afternoon, said Andromeda. I got started on the plan for the orphanage, and I'll have it ready by Thursday, like I said. I would actually like to meet the current healer in charge in the meantime. I'll write to him, said Daphne. Is there something particular you wanted me to tell him? No, I just have a few questions, she said. All right, thank you, Andromeda, said Harry gratefully. Parvati. It's not as busy as before, but we had a couple visitors who gave their donations in person, she said. I've been helping Andromeda mostly. That's fine, we aren't expecting a lot of personal donations just yet, said Daphne, and looked at Harry. Do you want to share what we discussed yesterday? Right, yes, said Harry, and turned to everyone else. I had dinner with Robert Abbott on Saturday. He's going to introduce a bill in the Wisengamot to help with employment and housing of those displaced during the war. The particulars are still being drafted, but he asked for my support and for the support of the Potter Foundation. In what way? Asked Andromeda. Funding, mostly, but we won't know until we see the details, said Harry. But I had some questions for all of you first. Do we own any residential buildings? I think so, said Draco, exchanging a look with Fleur. A couple here and there in Diagon, but the Black family has more in Nocturne. These are buildings with the shops at the bottom and apartments on top. And the apartments are all leased out? Asked Harry. Most of them should be, said Fleur, checking through the files. Gringotts has been managing them, and they are very strict about collecting. My question is, if we were to open something like a boarding house, how would we go about it? Asked Harry. He and Daphne had discussed it the day before, and it had been her idea to have a boarding house to provide room and board for people getting back on their feet. The rent would be minimal, and it would be for those who would qualify under assistance of the new measures and be fully funded by the Potter Foundation. A boarding house, asked Draco. That's certainly a unique idea. A lot of families who had multiple residences used to open boarding houses, said Andromeda. The trend has fallen off in recent years, but it's certainly something that could work. I'll start looking into the details, said Fleur. What are the legal aspects of it? She asked Daphne. If it's in Diagon Alley, we need to make an application to the ministry like we've been doing for Rosette and Finn and the St. James couple, said Daphne. But since it will be likely funded as part of the new bill, it would depend on the kind of measures Robert Abbott comes up with. The legal aspects are sort of up in the air right now, so I'd like to know the business part of it for the time being. Got it, said Fleur. So you want both room and board? Yes, think something like the Leaky Cauldron, but having a mess hall instead of a pub, if that makes sense, said Harry. That's a good idea, said Andromeda. I wonder if Hannah would want to run it, said Harry. You could certainly ask, Daphne pointed out. Did Robert say when he'd have the details to you? By the end of the week, said Harry. He said we could discuss it once I had the chance to look it over. Are you going to introduce it into the Wisengamot immediately? Asked Andromeda, slightly alarmed. No, said Daphne. Once the bill is drafted, it has to be formally filed by Robert Abbott with the Wisengamot. The members are then given 7 days to peruse the bill, and a session is held to discuss the particulars. If any issues are raised, they are discussed and voted on. The bill will go through several redrafts and amendments before a final vote is held. Only after the final vote passes does it become law. That sounds like it could take a long time, said Parvati. That's not even the end of it, said Daphne. Even after it passes, the execution can take some time. Usually it is up to the ministry and they can drag their feet, but since the Potter Foundation will be funding it, we can certainly work faster. We do have time to work on the boarding house, but ideally, we would have it up and running by the time the bill is passed. What can we do with the press to help the process along? Asked Tracy. We will need a lot of good publicity once Robert introduces the bill, said Harry. I doubt it will be popular with some of the older members of the Wisengamot. You can get it passed with the votes you have, don't you? asked Draco. Probably, but like Daphne said, it's not just one vote, said Harry. It will be a constant raising of issues and resolving them to appease a large majority, and that's much harder. You're not wrong, said Daphne. Either way, let's start looking into it for now. Oh, and can you also look into the Boot family's business? Asked Harry. He quickly explained his conversation with Terry, and Fleur took notes, nodding that she'd do it. Will you be all right dealing with all of this on your own? Draco asked her. We still have exams for 2 more days. It's fine, she said. Maribeth is an enormous help, so I will be all right. Let's call it a day then, said Harry, fighting back a yawn. Everyone began to depart, and Harry checked up on Teddy, whom Maribeth had been looking after during the meeting. Once Teddy and Andromeda left, he went to the Verdant offices where he found Daphne in the midst of approving the St. James application, and she looked surprised when she saw him. I thought you would have headed home by now, she said. Are you all right? He asked, taking a seat in the chair in front of her. She raised a delicate eyebrow. If it's about this morning. That's not it, he said, and his lips quirked up in a smile. Not gonna lie, it was a little surprising to see you that flustered, but you managed to fix it, so I'm not worried about that. So, what is it that you're worried about if not my ability to do the job you hired me to do? She asked bluntly. Before, when Tracy told us about Abercrombie, I thought you'd be more satisfied, he said. She tilted her head at him. I am, she said. I was furious at him, so hearing that he will pay for what he did is very satisfying. Then why don't you look happier? He asked, wondering if he was crossing some sort of a line. Why does it matter? She asked, slightly defensively. It matters if there's something bothering you, he said, knowing he was definitely crossing some sort of a line this time. She stared at him and then glanced away. The blame doesn't just lie with Abercrombie, she admitted, finally. Huh, he asked. Daphne stood up and started packing around the office. I should have seen this coming, she said. It was an obvious ploy, and if my father were here, he would give me 3 out of 10. 3 out of 10, he asked. Daphne paused and went a little red. He continued to wait for her to expand, so she sighed a little. Did I ever tell you how my father trained me? She asked. Without waiting for him to respond, she continued. Ever since I was young, he would give me little riddles to solve, and every time I gave an answer, he would give me points out of 10. Don't riddles just have a single answer usually? Asked Harry. They do, but these weren't the kind of riddles you're thinking of, said Daphne. For example, a lord has 3 sons with his wife and 1 daughter with a mistress. When he dies, his will states that each of his children is to receive a quarter share of his assets. If he has an estate worth 1,000,000 galleons, how much does the daughter get? Since she was clearly waiting for him to respond, Harry spoke up. A quarter share, so it would be 250,000 galleons, wouldn't it? 2 out of 10, she said. Why? He asked. Oh, is it because the daughter is with a mistress, so she doesn't get anything? 2.5 out of 10, she said, smiling a little. You're thinking like a Ravenclaw, not a Slytherin. He paused and thought about it some more. Can I ask questions? She beamed at him. 4 out of 10, she said. Encouraged, he sat up. Is there a particular law of succession? He asked. The will is to be followed to the letter, she answered. If there isn't a valid will, then the law states the assets are divided equally among all children acknowledged as legitimate by the deceased. Was the daughter acknowledged as legitimate? He asked. Yes, she answered. Not that this isn't interesting, but you haven't asked the most important question yet. Is the will valid? He asked. Yes, but that's not the right question, she said. I give up, he said, amused despite being confused. The most important question to ask is, what does the daughter want? She said. Harry blinked at her. Oh, he said, realizing how things fell in place when she asked the question. Don't feel bad. It took me a whole summer to get the right answer, she said. Granted, I was only 9, but this is how my father would train me. He would give me scenario after scenario, growing in complexity as we went on, and I had to find the right answer until I got to 10 out of 10. Usually, by the time I had gotten there, I would have considered almost every possibility surrounding the circumstances. Often, a choice would branch out further, such as what would happen if one of the sons wasn't the Lord's but his brother's. "Sounds difficult," said Harry. "It was, but it was something I had to learn and master in becoming the head of the Greengrass family and inheriting the Verdant firm," she said, and glanced down. "I failed to see an obvious flaw and nearly undid all of our work today." Harry wanted to deny it, but hearing her explanation made him understand her side a lot more. It wasn't just planning for the sake of it, like he'd thought after speaking to Astoria. Daphne took it upon herself to analyze the circumstances and make sure to protect what was important, that being her client. Still, as Harry stood and walked up to her, there was one thing she wasn't thinking about. "Daphne," he said seriously, "I get what you're saying, and yes, from your perspective, you did make a mistake." She winced as he said it, but he continued speaking. "But as your client, let me make one thing very clear, it's okay." She looked up at him in shock. "Huh?" she asked, confused. He shrugged. "I said it's okay," he said. "You made a mistake and your client says it's okay." She opened and closed her mouth a few times before chuckling. That's not what you're supposed to say," she said. "I know," he admitted, "but I'm saying it anyway." She chuckled again, and he swore there was a sheen of tears in her eyes. "You'll be a terrible client if you say that," she said. "I'll live with it, I have a brilliant lawyer," he said. She turned away, and Harry pretended not to look as she swiped at her eyes so quickly that he would have missed it if they hadn't been standing so close. "And just so you know," he said, clearing his throat and glancing away, "I think you're a fantastic head of your family and the perfect person to lead Verdant if you give such thought to every decision you make for my sake." He could feel her staring at him, but he was too afraid to look up and see the expression on her face. As a beat of silence passed, he dared to raise his gaze just a little and felt his heart slam into his ribcage with sheer force. Daphne's deep blue eyes were filled with tears, her cheeks were rosy with a delicate blush, and her lips were parted just a little as if his words had knocked her speechless. He'd always known Daphne was pretty, but in that moment, Harry was sure she was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen in his life. When she saw him looking, she blinked, and the tears from her eyes flowed down her cheeks. A slow smile lit up her face as she reached her hand up and wiped the tears from her cheeks, without bothering to turn away. "Harry," she said, her voice low in a way that Harry knew his knees would buckle at any moment. "Thank you." Harry exhaled slowly, realizing he'd been holding his breath from the moment she'd said his name. "Anytime," he said, realizing that his voice had gone quite low as well. She closed her eyes for a moment and then took a very deliberate step back. "I think we should call it a night," she said, regret coloring her tone unless he was much mistaken. "Yeah," he said, because it was becoming obvious that his body had other ideas. "I'll just go see you tomorrow." He turned around and decided to leave before he did something colossally stupid. He barely caught her whispered goodbye, and it took every bit of willpower Harry possessed not to turn right back around and snog the living daylights out of one Daphne Greengrass.